Bai Yaoyao abruptly sat up from her lounge chair, staring blankly at the bikini-clad, long-legged blondes and the muscular men flaunting their physiques on the beach. It took her a while to react. Had she been reborn? Memories of her battle with the space-type Emperor-level zombie still replayed in her mind. Her 10-member team had been completely annihilated by it. In the end, it was Brother Fat and the others who sacrificed themselves to hold the zombie off, giving her a chance to land a final, desperate blow. The image of Brother Fat's 200-pound body being slowly sliced apart by the zombie lingered in her mind as she poured all her strength into a suicide attack that brought them both down. Just before her death, the crystal core of the space-type zombie fell before her. Summoning every last ounce of her strength, her fingertips barely grazed it before she died. Now, she was staring at her phone on the lounge chair, realizing she had been reborn 3 months before the apocalypse. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao not only survived for 10 years in the apocalypse, but also formed the night squad with a few trustworthy comrades, slaying countless zombies and mutant beasts together. The apocalypse had arrived faster than anyone could have anticipated. Initially, it started as a virus reported abroad. Although China had managed to contain it for a decade, it eventually spread. Without warning, a global rain fell. There was no rainbow afterward. Instead, around 60% of humanity turned into zombies, mindless creatures driven solely by the urge to attack the living. Mutated animals began to appear as well, making survival increasingly perilous. However, there were exceptional individuals among humanity. By the time Bai Yaoyao died, 9th-level ability users had already emerged. She was one of them, having awakened the space ability. At first, her ability seemed nearly useless, capable only of storing supplies. Bai Yaoyao had relied on her combat skills to fight zombies, gradually leveling her ability up to the 3rd level. It was only then that she discovered the full potential of her space ability. She could unleash spatial blades, perform spatial cuts, throw objects, and even teleport. The combination of these abilities and her combat skills made her unstoppable, earning her the 6th spot on China's top 10 combatants list. Even so, she couldn't defeat the Emperor-level zombies. China's Kyoto base had issued a directive. If humanity could obtain the crystal cores of 10 different types of Emperor-level zombies, they could develop a vaccine to end the apocalypse. But as humans grew stronger, so did the zombies, some even gaining intelligence. By the 3rd year of the apocalypse, it was rare to see a lone zombie. Zombies had started working in teams, launching coordinated attacks on human bases. Obtaining 10 different Emperor-level zombie cores was nearly impossible. The most formidable one, the time-type zombie, was so elusive that anyone who had seen it was already dead. Its existence was only inferred from the aged corpses it left behind. Bai Yaoyao closed her eyes tightly, her fists clenching. Memories of her fallen comrades flashed through her mind, and her excitement grew. Everyone was still alive. This was the reason for her rebirth. This time, she would lead them through the apocalypse. Glancing at the calm sea, Bai Yaoyao quickly returned to her beachfront villa. Years as an assassin had left her with a modest fortune. Accustomed to a life of danger, she occasionally treated herself to a few days of leisure. Now, she felt overwhelmed by the number of tasks she needed to accomplish. The first was to calmly recall and record the critical events and timelines of the next 10 years. Habitually, she reached into her space for paper and a pen. As soon as she wrote a single character, she froze. Wait, the apocalypse hasn't even started yet. How do I already have abilities? She quickly examined herself and discovered that her space ability not only remained intact, but had also advanced. In her previous life, her space had been the size of a 20-square-meter bedroom upon awakening, only expanding to the size of a football field at level 9. Now, she couldn't even detect its boundaries. It seemed as if the space was as large as she needed it to be. To her surprise, a house had appeared inside the space. Curious about what might be inside, she focused her thoughts on it and immediately felt a dizzying sensation. When she opened her eyes, she was inside the house. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. Her space ability had mutated beyond belief. She could enter the space herself. In her past life, her space couldn't accommodate living things. If she could enter, could other living creatures as well? Unfortunately, she didn't have any small animals nearby to test this theory. Exploring the house, she found it mostly empty except for a bed in the main room. 2 adjacent rooms served as a basic kitchen and bathroom. The biggest surprise was the land outside the house, arable soil. No matter how many supplies one hoarded, they would eventually run out. But with renewable resources, survival was guaranteed. Bai Yaoyao thought of the Emperor-level space zombie's crystal core and guessed it was the reason for her ability's mutation. But why had she been reborn? Unable to figure it out, she decided not to dwell on it. There was too much to do, and time was too precious to waste. She took out her phone and called Brother Fat. "Yao Yao, what's up?" Hearing his voice, Bai Yaoyao's eyes filled with tears. Even in his final moments, Brother Fat had shouted for her to escape. "Where are you?" she asked. "I'm eating lobster. The lobster here is amazing." His cheerful voice came through. "Come find me. I'll send you my location." "Got it. I'll bring you some lobster. It's really good." He hung up, packed a large portion of lobster, and drove quickly to Bai Yaoyao's location. Brother Fat's real name was Chun Xiaopeng. A year older than Bai Yaoyao, they had been taken in by the same master on the same day, trained in their craft, and given the means to survive. Over time, their organization grew, but their master passed away, leaving the group in Bai Yaoyao's hands. Now that they had earned enough money, Bai Yaoyao only wanted everyone to retire peacefully, get married, settle down, and live ordinary lives. After all, their childhoods had been too harsh. Bai Yaoyao's appearance sharply contrasted with her personality. Her fair skin, doll-like eyes, delicate nose, and sweet smile, complete with dimples, gave her an innocent, harmless look. That deceptive facade had allowed her to complete countless S-level missions. Many of her targets died without ever believing that the sweet, talkative young woman before them was the top-ranked assassin in the world. Just as Bai Yaoyao finished jotting down the key events and timelines from her memory, Brother Fat arrived. "Yao Yao, quick. Eat while it's hot." Bai Yaoyao's mood lifted instantly as she saw the burly figure stride in, carrying a large portion of lobster. Brother Fat's honest and straightforward exterior masked his cunning and survival instincts. Thinking of his previous life sacrifice, being sliced into pieces to save her, filled her heart with an ache. Despite his size, Brother Fat was agile and skilled in combat. He had awakened both earth and metal abilities, making him a near-invincible tank who could also dish out solid damage. He was the team's reliable frontliner, capable of both taking hits and striking back. Bai Yaoyao took the lobster from him without hesitation and immediately dug in. After 10 years in the apocalypse, luxuries like lobster, or even a hot meal, were unimaginable. This time, with her space ability, she resolved to plan carefully, amass wealth, and stockpile supplies. She devoured a lobster the size of a child's arm in just a few bites, leaving Brother Fat stunned. "Yao Yao, what's going on with you?" "This." Bai Yaoyao smiled and casually placed the unfinished lobster into her space. A moment later, she took it back out, then returned it to the space once more. Brother Fat, witnessing the scene, shot to his feet. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he snapped out of it. The honest expression on his face vanished, replaced by a wary alertness. He quickly swept the room, ensuring no one else was present. Only after confirming they were alone did he return to Bai Yaoyao. "I'm heading to Peiqi to get hypnotized. I need her to erase this memory for me. The fewer people who know about this, the safer it is for you. Ideally, no one should know. I don't want to know what miraculous encounter you had. I just want you to stay safe." He glanced at her one last time with concern, cursed her recklessness under his breath, and turned to leave. "Brother Fat, come back. You'll find out sooner or later. We don't have much time left," Bai Yaoyao said. Brother Fat froze mid-step, hesitating for a long moment. He stomped his foot in frustration before turning back. "All right, Yao Yao, spill it. What's going on?"
Bai Yaoyao.
her fingers clean of lobster juice, and grinned.
Huh?
I thought you weren't curious. How could I not be curious? I'm dying to know. What the hell is? Before he could finish, Bai Yao interrupted, her tone serious. Brother Fat, the person I trust most in this world, besides Master, is you. What I'm about to say may sound unbelievable, but it's the truth. 3 months from now, the apocalypse will begin. Most people will turn into zombies, including Lulu and Chen Xian. Those of us who survive will awaken abilities and face countless zombies and an endless horde of mutant beasts. We struggled for 10 years. In the end, when we fought the final boss, we failed. We all died. I was reborn to this moment. The ability you just saw is my space ability. Brother Fat's squinty eyes widened until they resembled copper bells. He leaned back on the sofa, speechless for a long time.
Yao.
Who died first, me or you?
You did.
You died saving me, Bai Yao replied. At least I went out like a man, fulfilling Master's dying wish. Brother Fat took a deep breath, his voice steady. Bai Yao sighed in relief. At least he wasn't treating her like a lunatic. Suddenly, Brother Fat stood up and touched her forehead. With one hand on his hip, he asked, how many fingers?
1.
How about now?
2.
What's 1 plus 1? Bai Yao. Brother Fat, I'm serious. She said, exasperated. I wish you weren't. I'd rather you were drunk or feverish. He sighed heavily, then looked at her seriously.
Tell me what you need me to do.
I have 360 million yuan in liquid assets and another 80 million in properties. I'll sell them off and transfer everything to you. Bai Yao gave him a thumbs up. You're the best, but let's keep this between us for now. I'm worried about causing a butterfly effect. When the time is right, we'll gather the others. For now, let's split up. You're in charge of weapons. Don't transfer the money to me. Use it all to buy high-power weapons. No small arms. They're useless against zombies. Focus on heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, bombs, anything with maximum firepower. The more, the better. No problem. I'll start now. I'll need to visit several places. Do you need me to handle medicine as well? I've got connections, Brother Fat offered.
Yes.
Medicines will be in short supply during the apocalypse. Even if we don't use them, we can trade them for resources, base points, or crystal cores. China has the best order and structure among all nations. I've worked with their officials before. They're reliable. We need to return to China before the apocalypse begins.
Got it, Yao.
I'm on it. Stay safe. See you later. After Brother Fat left, Bai Yao pulled out her phone to calculate her assets. Her Swiss bank account held $500 million left by her master. Her personal account contained over 800 million yuan. It seemed like a lot, but money in the apocalypse was meaningless, and even now it would burn quickly. After some thought, she made a call. Beautiful assassin. How rare for you to call me. Care to join this handsome gentleman for dinner? I'll take the job you mentioned last time. Bai Yao cut straight to the point, ignoring the playful tone on the other end. Haha, straightforward as always. I'll transfer $1 billion as a deposit now. 5 billion upon completion, straight to your account.
Deal.
5 minutes after hanging up, her account showed a 1 billion yuan deposit. The contact, saved in her phone as Wang Fuguei, dumb, rich, patriotic, had hired her once before. A scion of China's Wang family, he lacked skill in making money, but excelled at spending it. This time, he wanted her to assassinate Shinichi Sato, the CEO of Japan's largest corporation, because Sato had publicly stated that China will never surpass the great empire of Japan. Bai Yao had declined at the time, as she was injured from her previous mission. But now, with her space ability ensuring her safety, she couldn't pass up the lucrative opportunity. She immediately booked a flight to Japan. While carrying out the assassination, she planned to stockpile supplies. In her previous life, the apocalypse had wiped Japan out early. Surrounded by sea, the torrential rain caused flooding, and 2 massive earthquakes devastated the nation. Most civilians had no chance of survival. Would it be wrong to harvest a nation's resources before they were lost forever? Rather than letting those supplies go to waste, she would use them to prepare. With enough resources, she wouldn't have to compete with ordinary people in supermarkets once she returned to China. The survival of more humans was the only way to hope for a brighter future. Ending the apocalypse would never be a solo effort. Bai Yaoyao had just finished jotting down key memories and timelines when Brother Fat arrived. "Yaoyao, come quick. Eat it while it's hot." Watching the large, round figure stride toward her with lobster in hand, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but smile. Despite his seemingly simple and honest demeanor, Brother Fat was actually a cautious and resourceful man. But thinking about his tragic death in her past life, sacrificing himself to save her by being torn apart by zombies, her chest tightened with sorrow. Brother Fat might have been heavy-set, but he was exceptionally skilled in combat, a flexible, big guy. In addition, he had awakened both earth and metal abilities, making him an indomitable defender and a solid offensive force in the team, a reliable frontline tank. Taking the lobster without hesitation, Bai Yaoyao began eating right away. After 10 years of the apocalypse, luxuries like lobster, or even a warm meal, were rare beyond imagination. This time, she had her space ability. She had to plan well, stockpile resources, and ensure no one endured such hardships again. Within moments, she devoured a lobster the size of a child's arm, leaving Brother Fat wide-eyed in disbelief. "Yaoyao, what's up with you?"
That.
Bai Yaoyao grinned and casually tossed the remaining lobster into her space. A moment later, she retrieved it, paused, and then put it back again. Brother Fat stood frozen for several seconds before he regained his composure. The honest expression on his face vanished as he cautiously surveyed the room, checking for any signs of eavesdroppers or hidden threats. After ensuring they were alone, he returned, his face serious. "I'm going to find Peichi to hypnotize me and erase today's memory. The fewer people who know about this, the safer it'll be. Ideally, no one should know. I don't care what kind of miracle you've encountered. I just want you to stay safe." He cast a worried glance at Bai Yaoyao, muttered something under his breath about how reckless she was, and turned to leave. "Brother Fat, come back. You'll find out sooner or later. We're running out of time," Bai Yaoyao called out. His steps faltered. After a moment of hesitation, he turned back with a resigned sigh. "All right, Yaoyao. What's going on?" Bai Yaoyao licked her fingers clean and laughed. "I thought you weren't curious." "Not curious? Are you kidding? I'm dying of curiosity. Just tell me, what's going on here?" Before he could finish, Bai Yaoyao interrupted him, her expression suddenly serious. "Brother Fat, in this world, there are only two people I trust completely, Master and you. What I'm about to tell you will sound unbelievable, but it's the truth." She took a deep breath and continued, 3 months from now, the apocalypse will begin. Many people will turn into zombies, including Lulu and Xinxian. Those of us who survive will awaken abilities, but we'll face endless hordes of zombies and unkillable mutant beasts. We struggled for 10 years, but in the final battle against the boss, we lost. We all died. I was reborn to this day. What you just saw is my awakened ability. Spatial manipulation. Brother Fat's small eyes widened until they looked like copper bells. He slumped onto the sofa, stunned into silence. "Yaoyao, between the two of us, who died first?" "You did." "To save me," Bai Yaoyao replied quietly. Like a real man." "I didn't let Master down," he said, taking a deep breath. Bai Yaoyao smiled faintly. Thankfully, he hadn't dismissed her as crazy. Suddenly, Brother Fat stood up, touched her forehead, and asked, "What's this number?"
1.
"And this?" He held up 2 fingers.
2.
"What's 1 plus 1? Bai Yaoyao, I'm serious, Brother Fat," she said, exasperated. "I wish it weren't true," he sighed. "It'd be better if you were just drunk or feverish. But all right, what do you need me to do?" "I've got 360 million in liquid funds and around 80 million in assets. I'll sell everything and transfer the money to your account." Bai Yaoyao gave him a thumbs up. "No need to transfer the money to me. Use it to buy weapons instead. Small arms are useless against zombies. Focus on heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and explosives. The more, the better, and the bigger, the better. No problem. I'll start now. Do you need medicine too? I've got some connections. Yes. Medicines are invaluable in the apocalypse. Even if we don't need them, we can trade them with the bases for points or crystal cores. China is the most orderly country in the world. I've worked with their government before. They're trustworthy. Our goal is to return to China before the apocalypse begins, Bai Yaoyao said firmly.
Got it, Yao Yao.
I'm on it. Stay safe. See you later. After Brother Fat left, Bai Yaoyao began taking stock of her assets. Her Swiss bank account, a legacy from her master, held $500 million. Her personal account had over 800 million yuan. It seemed like a lot, but money would burn quickly in the coming days. After some thought, she made a call. Beautiful assassin, how rare for you to call me. Want to have dinner with this charming gentleman? I'm accepting the job you mentioned last time. Bai Yaoyao cut straight to the point, ignoring his playful tone.
Great.
I'll wire you a 100 million deposit right now. The remaining 500 million will be sent after the job is done.
Deal.
Within 5 minutes, her account balance reflected the deposit. Her client, noted in her contacts as Wang Fugue, dumb, rich, patriotic, had hired her before. The sole heir of the Wang family in China, Wang Fugue wasn't particularly skilled at making money, but he sure knew how to spend it. The target this time? Sato Shinichi, Japan's biggest entrepreneur. The reason? Sato had publicly declared that China will never surpass our great nation. In her previous life, Bai Yaoyao had declined the job due to injuries from a prior mission. But now, with her space ability granting her unparalleled safety, the opportunity to earn big was too tempting to pass up. She immediately booked a flight to Japan. If she was going to kill, she might as well stock up on supplies while she was there. In her past life, Japan had been one of the first countries to fall during the apocalypse. Torrential rain caused massive flooding, compounded by 2 devastating earthquakes. Without proper disaster response, the nation was plunged into chaos. This time, Bai Yaoyao planned to reap the spoils before everything went to waste. Bai Yaoyao finished her call, picked up the bomb from Xiaomi's contact, and stored it in her space. Then, she began her stockpiling spree, planning to finish her big job in Japan before returning to China. Once the country went into lockdown, spending opportunities would become scarce. Through Xiaomi, she rented a large factory warehouse. After checking the location and ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, she felt reassured. She then reached out to a contact she found on a Chinese forum, someone in the food wholesale business, and arranged to meet that afternoon. At lunch, she randomly chose a roadside restaurant and indulged in a feast. Grilled eel rice, wagyu platter, matcha tofu, tempura, sashimi bowl, and a meshu. Despite the large order, she still felt unsatisfied, so she added an oozing cheese pork cutlet, which finally hit the spot. Impressed by the food, Bai Yaoyao used a translator app to speak with the owner. Boss, I'd like 500 servings of everything I just ate. How long will it take? She asked. That's a lot. We'll need until tomorrow to prepare that much. We only use the freshest ingredients, the owner replied. All right, I'll pick it up tomorrow evening. Pack everything in insulated containers. She paid the deposit without hesitation. Excited by the large order, the owner immediately closed the shop and went out to purchase ingredients. After leaving the restaurant, Bai Yaoyao met with the food wholesaler, Li Hua. Clearing her throat and mentally preparing herself to negotiate the lowest price possible, she reminded herself of the hardships she had endured in her previous life and the value of every penny. Thinking about how her money in the previous timeline had turned into worthless numbers after the apocalypse made her heart ache. This time, she was determined not to waste a single cent. By the end of their negotiations, she had secured 10,000 bags of kashihikari rice, 5,000 bags each of Akita, Nanatsuboshi, and Yumparika rice. She planned to buy Wuchang rice and southern varieties back in China. Her brothers had big appetites, and though they weren't skilled cooks, at least they could manage a rice cooker. As for flour, Li Hua explained that Japan mainly had 2 types, weak flour for bread and cakes, and strong flour for buns and dumplings. Preferring Chinese flour for its versatility, Bai Yaoyao only ordered 3,000 caddies of each type. For cooking oils, she bought 5,000 barrels each of olive, grapeseed, soybean, and corn oil. It took several wholesale markets to gather this amount. She wasn't sure if it would be enough, so she planned to discuss it with Brother Fat later. She also bought essential seasonings like 22,000 boxes of salt, each containing 70 bags, 1,000 boxes of sugar, as well as brown sugar and rock sugar, though larger sugar purchases had to be done through black market connections. Xiaomi helped her source 8,000 caddies of white sugar. Yaoyao must be planning something big, Xiaomi thought, feeling left out. But orders were orders, so he complied. Additionally, Bai Yaoyao purchased 2,000 boxes of Japanese seafood soy sauce, her personal favorite, 1,000 boxes each of vinegar, light soy sauce, and cooking wine. These staples would mostly be used for trading crystal cores and resources with the bases in the apocalypse. She wasn't overly concerned with luxury, but if she could live well while staying strong, she'd take it. Next, Bai Yaoyao focused on instant and ready-to-eat foods. Japanese convenience foods were high quality, so she stocked up. 2,000 portions of yakitori and charcoal-grilled skewers, 8,000 bags of wagyu rolls, 3,000 boxes each of onigiri in assorted flavors, 3,000 portions each of Lawson brand crab sticks and fried chicken, 3,000 servings each of Family Mart chicken rolls and sandwiches, 2,000 boxes of sticky rice shumai, 2,000 bags of shrimp rice rolls, 5,000 boxes each of seaweed egg drop soup and pork bone soup, 50,000 boxes of self-heating rice, 20,000 boxes of self-heating hot pots, 20,000 boxes of instant ramen and tonkatsu noodles, 10,000 boxes of assorted bento meals. Her logic was simple. These were foods she and her brothers would eat often. Given their large appetites, especially Brother Fat, who needed 3 self-heating rice meals per sitting, she didn't hold back. She planned to limit further food purchases back in China to her beloved braised beef noodles. Ma'am, a lot of these items have short shelf lives. Are you sure you want to stockpile so much? Li Hua asked. Yes, I'm sure. Make sure everything is fresh and properly packed. If there's any shortfall or expired stock, I won't pay the balance, Bai Yaoyao said firmly. Don't worry. I wouldn't dare cheat a fellow countryman. Besides, this deal is enough for me to make a good profit and finally go home. I've been working abroad for so long, I miss home, Li Hua said earnestly. Feeling a bit more reassured, Bai Yaoyao nodded. Going home is good. By the way, is there a wholesale market for snacks? There is, but it's a bit far. I can drive you there after you pay a deposit for this order. I'll deliver everything tomorrow morning, and we'll settle the balance then.
Deal.
Bai Yaoyao's snack spree was equally extravagant. She bought corn chips, dorayaki, soy milk wafers, caramel toffee, boneless duck feet, Japanese milk tea, pudding, cheese crab sticks, chewy fish cakes, peach jelly, charcoal roasted coconut chips, Meiji fruit gummies, yogurt drinks, sake, and plum wine. By the end, she had spent over 5 million yuan on snacks alone, nearly breaking into a sweat at the sheer amount. Still, this was her last chance to indulge. After all, an entire nation was on the brink of collapse. Vendors flocked to her, eager to sell, and she didn't refuse as long as the prices were reasonable. When she finally left the snack market, her heart was full, her space was overflowing, and her wallet felt considerably lighter. After a day of stockpiling, Bai Yaoyao looked at the list she had made in the evening and found that she had not bought much at all after a busy day. It only solved part of the food problem. There are still too many things that I haven't bought yet. So I did my homework and decided not to buy water, meat, vegetables, and fruits in country because the nuclear radiation is too disgusting. Mainly tomorrow are all kinds of daily necessities. In order to save time, I don't want to go shopping in person. So I edited a text message and sent it to Li Hua. 2,000 microwave ovens, induction cookers, electric cookers, woks, frying pans, 5,000 sets of tableware and 100,000 sets of disposable tableware. 50,000 tents, 50,000 sets of bedding and pillows, 10,000 boxes of large rolls of toilet paper, 10,000 boxes of small packages, 10,000 boxes of cotton wipes, 10,000 boxes of masks, and 5,000 boxes of sanitary napkins. 10,000 hot water bottles, 10,000 thermos kettles, 5,000 boxes of laundry detergent, 10,000 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes, and 10,000 combs and rubber bands. There are also sunscreen, facial cleanser, and lotion, 20,000 each. After Bai Yaoyao made sure that everything she needed was written down, she pressed send, opened the navigation, checked the location of the Yasukuni Shrine toilet, and found that it was not far from the hotel where she was staying, so she planned to go check it out tomorrow. I called Fat Brother before going to bed and confirmed that we were both safe, and I felt relieved. Bai Yaoyao felt that his thoughts were very clear, and he had already woken up from the confusion of Rebirth. No matter how incredible Rebirth was, he would definitely seize this opportunity and do his best to lead his brothers through this apocalypse. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies are relatively stupid, do not stick together, and move very slowly. Any normal person with tools and the courage to go up can defeat them. Therefore, it is important to have a stable place to live, so that you can rest better at night and absorb the crystals more easily. I took out my phone and opened the map of China. I plan to set up the first base in H City, which is considered the northernmost part of China. Although it is relatively remote, a special mutant tree appeared there in the previous life. I don't know how many people and zombies it ate, but in the end it even gained the ability to move. When it died, the psychics and the authorities were unable to destroy it. It was a major threat to humanity. So this time, we might as well take it down or destroy it as soon as it awakens. From City H to the Chinese headquarters in City A. The various resources along the way are enough for everyone to upgrade. All we have to do is reach City A in the 4th year of the apocalypse. Starting from the 4th year, intelligent zombies appeared and began to attack the city in a large-scale and organized manner. Some people may think that it would be great to be able to be reborn, stock up on food, drinks, and entertainment, and stay in the space forever. It would be quite happy without any danger. But Bai Yaoyao is the kind of person who loves adventure and refuses to admit defeat. After losing once, I can't lose a second time. I hope that the apocalypse will end, and I can still be a casual killer, taking orders when I have nothing to do, and taking a vacation when I am tired. Or I can take the exam to become a civil servant, work from 9 to 5, and have 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. It's comfortable just thinking about it. After Bai Yaoyao determined the first base, she called Paige in China. Hey, Sister Yaoyao. I miss you. I haven't seen you for a week. I want a kiss and a hug. Bai Yaoyao smiled. Peppa was a little cutie, everyone's favorite. Her profession was a psychiatrist, and she was good at hypnosis. In her previous life, she awakened healing abilities. She was an assistant to the team, commonly known as a nanny. Peppa, I have a task for you. Okay, Sister Yao, you say. The voice that was just sweet and coquettish returned to normal in a second. Sell all the houses under your name, and then go to Foaming Mountain in H City and buy a large villa that can accommodate everyone in our organization. Then decorate the house to the highest security level, make all the glass and doors bulletproof, and it would be best if there are not many people around, and it is secluded. After you finish these things, leave enough for your basic living expenses, and the rest of the money will be deposited into my account. Got it, Sister Yao, I'll start it now. After hearing this, Paige hung up the phone without saying anything else. She didn't ask any more questions. If there was any explanation, Sister Yao must have said it directly. Since she didn't say it, it proved that the time was not right yet and there was no need to ask any more questions. This is the trust and tacit understanding that has been cultivated over 20 years. The end of the world is very hard, but Bai Yaoyao feels very happy to have brothers around him. Bai Yaoyao likes traveling around the world and has never bought a house. Paige likes a slightly calmer life. Except for going on missions, she goes to work obediently, earns a monthly salary of 6,800 yuan, and hoards houses when she has nothing to do. Considering the current housing prices, it would cost at least 100 million yuan. If I don't sell it, I will suffer a huge loss. Only after everything was arranged did Bai Yaoyao feel willing to lie down and sleep. The next morning, Bai Yaoyao left the hotel and went to the restaurant to pick up the meal she had ordered yesterday. She then took a taxi to the vicinity of the Yasukuni Shrine and checked the area. The bomb had a diameter of 200 meters, but the area of the shrine was about 100,000 square meters. I am now very proficient in the control of space, and the farthest distance I can place items is 200 meters. So I found the location of the main hall and carefully observed the surrounding key points. The main hall is where war criminals are enshrined, and the camera and sword are symbols of dog. Therefore, we chose this place as the bomb placement point, and I believe that the customer Wang Fugue will also be satisfied. When the bomb explodes, you must take advantage of the chaos to run away as soon as possible. If you can't run away, you must put on an act and say that your information is clean and that you are just an ordinary little girl from an orphanage. Sacred toilet every day. How could they never suspect me? After finalizing the plan, Bai Yaoyao went to the factory that he rented yesterday. Li Hua called and said that the items he ordered had been shipped and would arrive soon. Arrived just in time, and the truck arrived just as I did. After the masters unloaded the goods, they left. Bai Yaoyao randomly checked a part of them and did not find any problems. It seems that Li Hua is still reliable. Bai Yaoyao stayed in the factory board all day, watching trucks coming in and out. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that all the things she wanted yesterday were delivered, including the things she texted to Li Hua last night and the candies that Xiaomi bought from the black market. As soon as the perishable things arrived, Bai Yaoyao put them into the space. The rice and flour blocked the outermost part of the factory, so if someone really came, they couldn't see anything. When all the goods were ready, Bai Yaoyao quickly packed them up, locked the warehouse door, and prepared to leave. As soon as I left the warehouse, I found someone following me. His concealment skills were pretty good. If I hadn't had a more delicate sense of space, I might not have been able to discover everyone at the first time. It was obvious that he often played dirty. Not knowing whether the other party had a gun, Bai Yaoyao did not dare to act rashly. Before they had walked 50 meters, the other party could not help themselves. There were only 5 men, but they had no weapons and no one was ambushing them. After confirming, Bai Yaoyao started to work with confidence. He transferred the dagger from space to his pocket and made a direct attack. There were no unnecessary moves, and almost all of them were fatal with one strike. Bai Yaoyao learned the skill of killing, so it was impossible for her to show mercy. However, she still spared one person and asked about the situation. Bai Yaoyao looked at the man who was stepped on by her feet and asked, "Can you speak English?"
No.
"I wish I could kill you," the man said tremblingly. This woman simply killed without batting an eye. She didn't even know why she and others came, so she just killed her, so she quickly begged for mercy. Bai Yaoyao rolled her eyes helplessly, took out her phone, and turned on the translator. After asking for a long time, I finally figured out that this person followed me from the black market. He saw that I bought so much candy, and found out that I bought so many supplies. She was just a foreign girl, so he wanted to steal her money and kill her. Bai Yaoyao forced the man to drive to their base, which turned out to be a car rental company. Knowing that my sister doesn't have much money, she came to deliver food. Bai Yaoyao showed no mercy and killed all 17 people. If you want to work in this field, you must be prepared to have your head chopped off at any time. What's more, they have evil intentions and know too much. Bai Yaoyao looked at the cars in the rental company and found that there were 3 modified versions of the Paramount Marauder. She felt relieved instantly, as only this kind of car was useful in the apocalypse. I also bought a few Wrangler Rubicons, Land Rover Defenders, and Toyota Prados. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to accept other crappy car models at first, but then she thought, Monkey is very good at playing with cars and can modify and repair them. If the car breaks down on the road in the future and needs some spare parts, maybe they can be used. So the remaining 15 cars were also put into the space, and all the car repair and modification equipment of the car rental company was also put in. Finally, the remaining 2 boxes of instant noodles were moved away. Entire rental car agency was nothing but garbage. It's worse than plucking hair. Bai Yaoyao was in a particularly good mood, feeling that she had saved a lot of money. Yesterday, She received a car from Sato Shinichi, and today, she received 6 more usable cars from the car rental company. The only thing missing was a RV. There are so many things to do that it is inevitable that some of them will be forgotten, so just do whatever you think of immediately. I called Monkey immediately. Sister Yao, help. Bai Yao Yao was stunned. She had forgotten that monkeys were the most active before the end of the world. If they didn't get into trouble every day, they would get into trouble every other day. Monkey, what's the matter? Sister Yao, you didn't scold me directly. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. I'm just running for my life.
Why are you calling me?
The monkey's voice came over, and in addition to the sound of rapid running, there were also a few gunshots. Get me a few RVs.
I have uses for them.
Modify them to be awesome. It'd be fine if they were impervious to water and fire, but they also had to be invulnerable to swords and guns and able to cross mountains and rivers. Seeing that Monkey still had time to joke with him, Bai Yao Yao said it directly to prove that nothing was wrong. Oh my sister, can a motorhome do this? I'll try my best. Monkey said helplessly. Prepare more tools for repairing and modifying cars, and don't spend money indiscriminately. After you finish the RV and buy the tools, transfer all your money to my card, and then go find Paige. Bai Yao Yao said. Can you save some money to pick up girls? Asked the monkey. Wanna die? Got it, Sister Yao, I promise to complete the task. Monkey immediately became serious again. When I think of cars, I think of oil, which is an important resource that is hard to come by in the end times. I opened the address book, looked at the 12 people in the family list on my phone, and thought about everyone's position. It depends on who can be given this job. It is not realistic to collect large quantities within China as the control is too strict. Finally, I called OU. OU likes to stay in South America, so I don't know where he is now. Where is the stone? Iraq. Can we get some oil? Bai Yao Yao knew Shirtu's style well and asked concisely. I don't have any money. Is it okay for me to rob others? Bai Yao Yao. Is identical to, sure, just get them for me. The more the better. Bai Yao Yao replied. A week. OU hung up right after he finished speaking. In fact, the organization has no shortage of missions and is considered a benchmark in the killer world. It is famous for its high mission completion rate and good reputation, so its fees are also high. Everyone has a lot of money, but no matter how much money is in the stone card, it can never last overnight. OU grew up in an orphanage and had a very difficult life when he was young. He was eventually brought back by his master. But he still had deep feelings for the orphanage, so he donated money as soon as he had it. Once, after donating money, he found out that the money had been embezzled by local officials and was not used for the children at all. Within one day, he killed 7 people who had embezzled the money. I couldn't stay in China any longer, so I stayed in South America all year round and never returned home except to donate money. There was a man who seemed to be obsessed with OU and had to know the reason why. OU killed people. He quit his job and chased OU for 3 years. I just don't understand why Shirtu donated money and killed people. These are 2 extremes. There must be an answer. I kill people just because I want to kill people, there is no other reason. Shirtu was not willing to explain at all. The pursuers returned home and continued to investigate the truth until they found out that 7 people had colluded to embezzle Shirtu's donations. It is a fact that people are killed by stones, and there's still a big black household in the country. But Bai Yao Yao knew that OU was in a good mood. When he learned that the stubborn pursuer was retaliated against, he returned to the country and killed 3 more people. Violence cannot solve the underlying problem, but it can solve the immediate problem. This is brothered OU's wise saying. After everything was done, Bai Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. With his brothers around, he saved himself a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if he had to do everything by himself, he would have been too busy to do it carefully. Bai Yao Yao went over the whole thing in her mind. Fat Brother was responsible for weapons and medicines, Peppa was responsible for the house, Monkey was responsible for the car, and Stone was responsible for oil and diesel. I thought again about the things that I still lacked, and they were all hard to buy in Country R. I planned to blow up the Yasukuni shrine in the afternoon, and then return home quickly. There were 2 important things I had to do after returning, so I didn't dare to delay. Bai Yaoyao familiarized herself with the bomb in advance. She hadn't touched it for several years, so she was still a little unfamiliar with it. She bought a Japanese-style girl's dress, put it on, and followed the tourists into the Yasukuni shrine. I placed the bomb in the space and passed the security check smoothly. I didn't rush into anything. I just followed the tourists and watched the tour bit by bit according to the order of the tour. On the way, she also found 2 aunties from Country H and chatted with them for a long time. They took photos with each other, and Bai Yaoyao also gave them rice balls and crispy seaweed that she thought were delicious. In an instant, she became good friends with the 2 of them regardless of age difference. Feeling that the time was right, Bai Yaoyao said that she wanted to go to the bathroom. Her 2 good girlfriends insisted on going with her. Bai Yaoyao declined for a long time before leaving alone. Bai Yaoyao went to the toilet 200 meters away from the main hall, dropped the bomb in the center of the main hall, and took advantage of the few seconds of detonation to quickly return to her best friend. At the moment of the explosion, she grabbed her 2 best friends and ran to the door. It was not out of kindness to save people, but just to clear herself of suspicion. The 2 old girlfriends were so scared when they heard the sound of the bomb that they almost peed their pants and became temporarily deaf. But when they saw the Chinese girl they had just met pulling them and running for their lives, they were so moved that they burst into tears. They walked to the door. They found that it had been sealed. Bai Yaoyao didn't expect that the 2 aunties from Country H had some status and were released in the first batch. Fortunately, my old girlfriends did not forget about me. They kept saying that I was in the same group with them, and even produced photos as evidence. The Our Country official looked at Bai Yaoyao's big red eyes from crying, and her small body that couldn't bear anything on her shoulders or lift anything with her hands, so she let herself go as well, and her old girlfriend gave her a direct hug. The 3 of them went to the airport crying together. The 2 old girlfriends turned on the translator on their phones and showed it to Bai Yaoyao. "Sister, come to our country and have some fun. I promise to treat you well and take you on a good trip." Bai Yaoyao shook her head weakly and typed on her phone with tears in her eyes. "I'm not going, sister. I'm scared and want to go home and rest." My heart is still pounding. Old girlfriends nodded in understanding, hugged each other again, exchanged contact information, and said goodbye reluctantly. Bai Yaoyao put on a mask and a hat and instantly controlled her expression. She hadn't acted like this for a long time, so she was a little unfamiliar with it. The look just now still felt a little off, and it should have been more detailed. As for the invitation of 2 besties, go to Country H. There are 10 dishes, 8 of which are kimchi, which is not enough to waste time. Bai Yaoyao took a short nap on the plane, and then they arrived in China. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. It feels great to land at the station and watch the people coming and going. There are no zombies, no mutant beasts, no mutant plants. You won't lose your life at any time, and you don't have to worry all the time. Bai Yaoyao shook her head vigorously and took a taxi to a hotel in the center of City A. As soon as she arrived at the hotel, she received a call from her big client Wang Fugue. "Miss Killer, I declare. From today on, you are my god. Ha 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 ha, awesome. You are well-deserved to be number 1 on the killer list. Has the money been transferred?" Bai Yaoyao didn't want to listen to nonsense and only cared about what she wanted to care about. Call right after I hang up. "Miss Killer, can I have the honor of meeting?" When Bai Yaoyao heard Wang Fugue say that he would transfer the money after hanging up, she hung up the phone immediately. If the money was transferred, why waste time talking? Can a few words of praise buy meat? Sure enough, after a while, the money arrived. "You little bastard. What the hell are you doing? You've spent another 1 billion. Can you ever stop squandering your fortune for a day?" Wang Fugue's father, Wang Yuanbao, yelled at his rebellious son. "How am I a spendthrift? The last time I spent money, Sato died. Didn't I make double the money back for you?" Wang Fugue retorted. Wang Yuanbao roared. "What about this time? This time it might save our lives." Wang Fugue said casually. In order to change the subject, Wang Fugue approached Wang Baiwan and whispered, "Old man, do you know that the Yasukuni shrine was bombed?" "I know. Didn't you see that people on the street were screaming with excitement, and the entire network was paralyzed?
God is really wise.
If I wasn't in a good mood today, you would have fallen to the ground. Wang Yuanbao replied. Ha 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 ha, that was done by my brother. You're just bragging. Wang Yuanbao didn't believe it at all. Really? I found the killer who helped me kill Sato last time. I spent 1 billion and she succeeded. Wang Fugue became anxious when he saw that his father didn't believe him. What? Are you serious? Damn it. Our Wang family has made great progress. You only gave me 1 billion? You are so stingy. Give me another 500 million, then come with me to burn incense and kowtow to your great-grandfather. Wang Yuanbao said in surprise, looking at his stupid son with eyes full of love. Wang Fugue didn't know that the excuse he made up would actually come true one day in the future. Bai Yaoyao lay down on the big bed, looking at her stockpile list. She checked the items she had already bought and circled the ones she had not yet bought. After hearing the sound of a text message, he looked at his phone and found that Wang Fugue had transferred another 500 million to him. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. Is it true that just because you have money, you can be so willful? The agreed price is not counted, and the price is even increased. Adding the extra 200 million given for the last mission, after thinking it over, I decided to give him a chance. So he called Wang Fugue. Miskile, can you please do me a favor? Bai Yaoyao asked. Wang Fugue was stunned, and instantly felt that he had made it. The person who blew up the sacred toilet came to him for help. What did this prove? He was the most awesome one. So he said proudly, You tell me, I will make sure it's done for you. Help me buy 10,000 generators and 10,000 solar panels and batteries as quickly as possible. Bai Yaoyao said after careful consideration. He could buy these things himself, but since he took so much extra money, he wanted to implicitly help this stupid and wealthy idiot. If you use more brains, you will think more about your intentions. Unexpectedly, Wang Fugue, who was stupid but rich, asked directly, Miss, are you going to change your career? Or are you being hunted? I'll find someone to save you. There are still some people in our Wang family. Bai Yaoyao. After calming down, Bai Yaoyao said, As for coal, I want 10,000 tons. If you don't have that much, I'll take as much as you have. Wang Fugue said, I can help, but your scope is too big. Let me tell you, little sister, you can't do business like you do. You will lose money. Our Wang family is very professional in doing business. Bai Yaoyao felt a little headache listening to Wang Fugue's babble. She took a deep breath and decided to help him one last time. If he still didn't understand, he could die. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to survive in the apocalypse without any intelligence. I also need water, purified water, mineral water, and domestic water. I need 10,000 tons of each. I'll pay for it, and you can ask me if you can help me buy it. Bai Yaoyao's tone involuntarily became much more ferocious. Sure. I'll go and install it right away. I'll go ask my dad to arrange it right away. I promise to do it according to what you said, no more, no less. It doesn't cost any money. Wang Fugue saw that Bai Yaoyao's tone was a little anxious, so he quickly agreed. No need. I said. I'll give you the money. I'll send you the delivery location later. Bai Yaoyao said viciously. It was impossible to speak normally to such a brainless person. Wang Fugue quickly said okay, this is a big shot who can blow up the sacred toilet. If he makes her angry, she will come and kill him. It would be as easy as killing a piglet. I can't afford to offend you. So he quickly ran upstairs and told his father what Bai Yaoyao had told him to do. He didn't have the ability to get these resources so quickly. Wang Yuanbao was stunned after hearing this. He felt that things were not that simple. Would a great man who could blow up a sacred toilet and do such a big thing change his career to do business for no reason? Only his fool would think so. So he quickly used his personal connections to prepare everything Bai Yaoyao needed as quickly as possible. Not only were they all at the lowest price, but he also gave a little more for each item. It saved Bai Yaoyao a lot of money. Wang Yuanbao didn't know whether his guess was true or not. He followed Bai Yaoyao to buy a lot of things, arranged all his food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and even reinforced his villa. Bai Yaoyao rented a house in the suburbs of City A. In addition to collecting supplies from the factory every day, she also went to several delicious restaurants and ordered 500 meals from each restaurant every day to be delivered to her at different times. Shredded pork with fish sauce, small ribs with garlic sauce, beef short ribs with black pepper, shredded lemon chicken, pot-fried pork, stir-fried pork with farmhouse sauce, boiled fish, pickled fish, cola chicken wings, shredded pork with Beijing sauce, northeastern large rice noodles, braised pork, 3 delicacies, bullfrog with pickled peppers, spicy basa fish, mapo tofu, husband and wife lung slices, mixed vegetables, lettuce with oyster sauce, stir-fried cauliflower with meat. There are so many delicious foods in China that it is impossible to stockpile them all, so we still need to get the raw materials. I looked at the supplies already in the space and made some supplements. Another 20,000 bags of Northeast rice and Southern rice were purchased. We bought less flour in Country R, so we asked for another 50,000 kilograms. 20 tons each of mutton, beef, chicken, duck, and pork were ordered. 3,000 kilograms of almost every kind of vegetable and fruit were ordered. The key is that by Yaoyao's favorite hot pot and barbecue, she has stockpiled 10 million worth of ingredients. KFC also placed orders from different stores for many days in a row, ordering 3,000 sets of various meals from each store every day. Xiaodai in the organization loves to eat these fried junk foods the most. Bai Yaoyao found the furniture wholesale market again and bought 5,000 beds, mattresses, 4-piece sets, tables, chairs, and cabinets. Anyway, I have money now, and if I can't spend it all, I can exchange it with the official for crystal core upgrades. Because Bai Yaoyao didn't know how to cook, she almost forgot that cooking requires seasoning. She only bought basic seasonings such as sugar, salt, and seafood soy sauce in Country R. So I did a special search online and bought 1,000 boxes of each of the seasonings I might use on a daily basis. Starting from the second year of the apocalypse, the authorities developed some new rations, but they tasted terrible and anyone with a little bit of ability would not take the initiative to eat them. However, the food crisis was solved to a certain extent. Finally, and most importantly, seeds. You can plant them in space. Although the area that can be planted is very small now, it is likely to become larger after upgrading. So I bought out several wholesale stores and sold all the vegetables, fruits, and Chinese medicinal herbs that could be bought. This is hope, and it cannot be less. Everything that can be bought in reality has been prepared in the past few days. When the day comes when all the purchase supplies are collected, there is just an important thing to do. Today is King Zhou's concert. Bai Yaoyao went out, booked a VIP ticket in advance, and went in early in the morning. At the door, I bought some pink cheering sticks, glowing hairpins, J stickers on my face, and bracelets. Finally, I saw a pink sweatshirt with a picture of Jay Cho printed on it, so I bought one and put it on directly, like a crazy star-chasing girl. Bai Yaoyao came to seat 521 and waited for a while. A boy came over and was stunned when he saw Bai Yaoyao sitting there. He looked at the ticket in his hand and found that it was correct. So I stepped forward and said, "Hello, did you read the wrong number? This is my address." Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes and said softly, "Brother, can we change seats? I really want to sit here. 5/21 is also my birthday and the anniversary of my breakup with my boyfriend." Having said this, Bai Yaoyao lowered her head, her voice visibly choked up, and when she looked up again, her eyes were red. When the boy heard Bai Yaoyao calling him little brother, he was completely stunned. "Don't even mention changing seats with me. Even if you want me to give you the ticket and get out, I will get out. What's the point of watching the concert?" Okay, don't cry, I'll switch with you, don't be sad." The boy said hurriedly. "Okay, thank you. My seat is in VIP area number 12. Bai Yaoyao said. The boy was stunned. VIP area? This was Zhou Tianwang's concert. The VIP area seats were sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan each. He didn't need the money, but there was no demand. No one was selling them, and he couldn't get them. So he said, "Your position is good. I'll give you some extra money." "No, I don't want money. I will be very grateful to you if you exchange seats with me." "Thank you, and thank you for your trouble," Bai Yaoyao said. Well, okay then I'll go. Thank you so much. The boy was a little embarrassed. Well, goodbye, little brother. Bai Yaoyao sat down and closed her eyes. After a while, a girl named Liu Mengyuan came over. She is very good-looking, and at the end of the world, she met me and others by chance. Because they happened to save a monkey, they traveled together for a while, and gradually they fell in love. After Bai Yaoyao found out, she congratulated him and teased him. At that time, no one realized that Liu Mengyuan was such a good actor. Later, during a mission, Liu Mengyuan betrayed the information of himself and others to the Tianhu team, which had been in direct conflict with him. As a result, they were ambushed. Tu lost an arm, Paige died, and the other brothers were seriously injured. After knowing the truth, Monkey was sad for a long time. Seeing Monkey talking about picking up girls every day, he was actually a very loyal person in his heart. This was his first love. The monkey killed Liu Mengyuan with his own hands, but it was too late. Stone's arm could not be restored, and neither could Paige. During the chat, Bai Yaoyao remembered Liu Mengyuan saying that she came to the concert alone, her seat number was 521, and she wanted to see if the seat number 520 would be a handsome guy. But it turned out to be a science and engineering guy with acne all over his face. At that time, everyone laughed and said if he really is a handsome guy, you two might not have a chance. Just as Bai Yaoyao was reminiscing, she felt someone passing by her side. When she opened her eyes, it was indeed Liu Mengyuan. Hello, little sister, are you next to me? Bai Yaoyao asked sweetly.
Ah.
Yes, hello. Liu Mengyuan said with some disappointment. Bai Yaoyao, a sweet smile. Liu Mengyuan lowered her head and curled her lips. Alas, why can't I meet a rich and handsome guy? Bai Yaoyao watched the concert seriously. After all, she really liked Zhou Tianwang's songs. It had been a long time since she had experienced this feeling. Some people also sang along loudly. On this windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but the wind gradually became so strong that I couldn't see you anymore. The sparrows outside the window are chattering on the telephone pole. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the eaves where I once hid from the rain with you. The concert was over. Bai Yaoyao stretched out her arms happily and patted Liu Mengyuan. Because it was so noisy, Liu Mengyuan came over to listen to what Bai Yaoyao was saying. Bai Yaoyao said, "Goodbye, Liu Mengyuan." Then he stabbed Liu Mengyuan in the vitals with a knife, and the knife turned around. Liu Mengyuan didn't know why he was killed until his death. This witch deserves it. I don't want to wait until we meet in the future. I just want to get rid of those things that may threaten the safety of myself and my brothers as soon as possible. The villain should die as soon as possible. If I knew the specific personnel information of the Tianyu team, I would have killed them all no matter what. Don't say that the end of the world has not yet begun and the social order has not collapsed. I am Bai Yaoyao and my job is to kill people. I put the knife into the space, supported Liu Mengyuan, and let her lean back on the chair. Taking advantage of the chaos, he slipped out. By the time someone discovered the dead body and the police arrived, Bai Yaoyao had already driven away. Bai Yaoyao hummed the songs she heard at the concert and drove back to the hotel in a good mood. The ticket purchase information was false, he avoided surveillance, and the car was a cloned one. Go ahead and check, you won't find it. With Bai Yaoyao was called to the police station, but he insisted that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with Bai Yaoyao. The police asked about Bai Yaoyao's appearance. The boy only said, "She is pretty, with big eyes, very beautiful, nice voice, has stickers all over her face, and is wearing a J. Cho sweatshirt." He couldn't say anything else. The police are a bit helpless. There are more people wearing Zhou Tianwang's sweatshirt at the concert than those not wearing it. Almost all the female fans have stickers on their faces. How the hell can they investigate this? As for the big eyes, beautiful face, and pleasant voice, the police looked at the boy's stupid face and silly smile and expressed doubts about whether he had normal vision. Paige has already bought a house in H City and sent the location to Bai Yaoyao, which is currently being renovated. Bai Yaoyao asked Paige to rent a large warehouse in H City and continued her online shopping life. By Yao Yao opened 1988 and first told the store owners who sold the shelves the location of the warehouse, and then purchased 50,000 barrels of White Elephant brand braised beef noodles. Other fast food products in country are, and bought quite a lot, so I didn't stockpile anymore. I just bought some of the flavors that my brothers and I liked. For clothing, we looked for styles similar to combat uniforms and customized 10,000 sets in all sizes. Daily clothes are also divided into categories, from baby's bodysuits to elderly people's padded jackets.
I have stored some of them.
Most of them are sportswear, but there are also some casual styles. There were also 10,000 sets of sun protection clothing, cold-proof clothing, raincoats, and rain boots. Then go back to the software homepage and start looking at the recommendations. Chocolate?
Buy.
High-end tobacco and alcohol? Buy diapers for kids? Buy them. See buckthorn puree?
Buy it.
Baseball bat?
Buy it.
Various papers, pens, and notebooks?
Buy.
Big speakers?
Buy.
Various Chinese herbal medicines?
Buy.
Bai Yao Yao checked for various things and bought everything she could that might be useful. Unlimited money that I was dumbfounded when Paige signed for the express delivery these days. I don't know what Yao Jia is going to do. I won't celebrate it anymore in the future, so what? Paige quickly transferred all the money she had to Bai Yao Yao, fearing that it would delay Sister Yao's important event. Bai Yao Yao felt more and more at ease as she watched the balance on the card decrease. Yesterday, she found that she had some surplus, so she transferred another 1 billion Chinese yuan to Fat Brother and asked him to turn it all into bombs. This thing is too useful. With the mechanism of using his own spatial ability at a distance of 200 meters, if this is used when zombies are attacking the city, the scene will be really beautiful. Bai Yao Yao didn't stop spending money like crazy until there was 1 million yuan left in her card. Spending money is simply too tiring. Bai Yao Yao was lying on the big bed in the space, comfortably covered with a quilt, just about to take a nap. The cell phone rang. Swiss Bank, on October 26, 2355. Dear VIP customer, hello. Your card with the last number 0699 has received 120 million renminbi, and the balance is 1,201 million renminbi. Please be cautious when transferring money and beware of fraud. A series of text message reminders came. Brothers transferred all the money to themselves. Bai Yao Yao. Forget it, I won't sleep anymore. I will continue my shopping spree, stocking up on food, drinks, clothes, and daily necessities. I look forward to spending all my money again. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Bai Yao Yao yawned and fell asleep, but the money had not been spent yet. It was because he was not capable enough and did not know how to spend money. Bai Yao Yao slept until noon before getting up. I looked at the date, November 1st, my birthday, or, to be exact, the day when Fatty and I were picked up by our master. Bai Yao Yao packed up, put on a neat sportswear, and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She drove to Yujin Mountain. Today she came to meet a very important person, the one who saved her life. After Bai Yao Yao arrived, she started climbing the mountain directly. Because it was still very early, and most of the people around her were elderly people who got up early for morning exercises, she deliberately avoided the crowds and took a wild route that had not been developed. Bai Yao Yao likes climbing mountains. She likes the feeling of standing on the top of the mountain and looking down. She also likes the smell of the mountain grass and trees all around her. On this day in my previous life, I also came to climb the mountain, but it was not early in the morning, so there were still quite a lot of people around. I hated crowds, so I didn't take the normal route in order to have some peace and quiet. We climbed halfway up the mountain. We found a man stuck on the hillside. If there hadn't been a tree blocking him, he would have rolled down the mountain and would not have survived. Bai Yao Yao was quite curious, so she went over to take a look and found that the man was still breathing. She looked up at the steep mountain and sighed that the man was very lucky. Originally, according to Bai Yao Yao's personality, she would have just taken a look and left, but because she had been killing people for a while, she saw blood every time she closed her eyes, so she wanted to do a good deed on her birthday, and this man. It's pretty nice. I helped drag the man to the ground, stopped the bleeding, gave him some simple treatment, and finally called 120. Then forget about it. After the apocalypse began, I was once separated from my teammates by zombies. On the way to escape, I accidentally fell into an ant nest. Just when I thought I was going to die, it was this person who saved me. But at that time, he was poisoned by ants and was completely unconscious. When he woke up, he was surrounded by his teammates, but the man was gone. Later, there was another time when I was in danger, and I was miraculously rescued. Although I didn't know who saved me, I always felt that it had something to do with this person. So in this life, Bai Yaoyao specifically calculated the time and came to Yujin Mountain early in the morning. Let's see if I can meet this person earlier. This time I'm going to be a good person and send him directly to the hospital. As a result, after climbing the entire mountain, they didn't see a single person, but they saw a lot of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Bai Yaoyao thought that she had remembered the wrong place. After all, 10 years had passed, and her memory was not very clear. But Bai Yaoyao searched all the places he could find, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening, but he still hadn't seen anyone. Forget it, he retreated. At this point, even if he missed it, he would have bled to death. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. She wondered if it was the butterfly effect brought about by her rebirth. Before the end of the world began, what happened deviated from what happened in her previous life. I went back to tidy up the traces of my life and booked a ticket to go see Fat Brother. The weapons and medicines have been purchased, but it is difficult to transport them into China. The trading place is located in Country E, an old partner. The transaction went smoothly, and there were no accidents. Instructing Fat Brother to quickly notify the brothers to go to H City to meet up with Paige as quickly as possible, Bai Yaoyao went to a rock to look for stones. I couldn't contact OU on the way, and he said that his phone bill was unpaid. Bai Yaoyao was very anxious, wondering if something unexpected had happened. After killing several gang leaders, we finally found out the whereabouts of OU. He was fine, but he had no money to recharge his phone bill. Bai Yaoyao secretly hid the knife in his pocket, thought about those gang leaders who died unjustly, and thought, forget it, I'll burn some paper for you when I have time. Bai Yaoyao received the oil that OU bought. She asked OU to return home quickly. OU saw that Bai Yaoyao's things disappeared in an instant like a magic trick, and his icy face, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, finally showed a change of expression. Sister Yao, Bai Yaoyao interrupted OU and said, I'll explain this to you guys when we get back. Come back home as soon as possible. No, Sister Yao, you. Sure too wanted to ask. I don't have time to talk to you, brother OU. I have to go to Los Angeles to find Monkey. Let's talk when I get back. Bai Yaoyao said, and left quickly. OU looked at Bai Yaoyao's back as she left at lightning speed, sighed helplessly, and said silently, I meant that I have no money left and can't buy a plane ticket. OU thought about it and turned his gaze to the gangsters that had not been destroyed by Sister Yao. It's not too much to borrow money for a plane ticket. Bai Yaoyao arrived in Los Angeles. She quickly put the several RVs prepared by Monkey into the space and wanted to take Monkey back to China with her. No, Sister Yao, you are so cool now. Come with me to collect some more things. Monkey said with shining eyes. Bai Yaoyao asked, What is it? Some time ago, I found the group of people who were chasing me. I found their headquarters and discovered that they had hoarded a lot of antiques and gold. Many of the antiques were from China. Let's take it back. We can't let these drug dealers get away with it. I finally saw a good car and wanted to buy it through normal channels, but they set it up to trick me. If I hadn't been smart, I would have been in trouble this time. Monkey said while watching the fun. Bai Yaoyao was tempted, but gold was too expensive, so she didn't buy it. Antiques in prosperous times, gold in troubled times, and cultivation in the end times. It's good to stock up, and it's time to take back the things of our ancestors, and by the way, take back the car that Monkey's heart is attracted to. So he said, Give me the position and you go back to your country as soon as possible. I will get it myself. The monkey got anxious instantly. Sister Yao, please don't leave me to play. I will help you attract their attention. Bai Yaoyao moved her wrists and ankles and said, Do you want to practice? Goodbye, Sister Yao. 10 seconds. The monkey disappeared from Bai Yaoyao's sight. Bai Yaoyao smiled. Brothers all have some minor flaws. but there are certain bottom lines that they will not cross. Bai Yaoyao didn't have to spend much effort to successfully get the antiques and gold that Monkey mentioned. Seeing so many beautiful antiques, Bai Yaoyao was slightly excited and opened her mobile phone to search the internet for information. Which country has most of China's antiques been lost to? Bai Yaoyao traveled to 6 countries day and night, Y, F, R, M, D, and E. Every time I leave a country, there is news of a theft from a national museum. Well, it's not too much to return the item to its original owner. Bai Yaoyao sighed again. This space ability is amazing. It is simply a sharp weapon for robbing and looting. It's so enjoyable.
Cool.
Bai Yaoyao thought that if the world ever ended, and if China was willing to give her a proper job that didn't involve killing people and that had 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, she would hand over all these antiques. During this trip to 6 countries, in addition to collecting some antiques, we also replenished a lot of supplies of various kinds. Not to mention supporting himself and his brothers. Even supporting a base is not a problem. He was just saying that and had no plans to build any base. Bai Yaoyao only wants to become stronger, kill zombies, and end the apocalypse. She is not interested in management and will not form a team with people she doesn't know. Brothers, that's enough. Suddenly, I miss you all. Before returning to China, Bai Yaoyao had been urging everyone to come back and gather, fearing that the end of the world would come early. She was also afraid that someone would have an accident and be delayed on the road, resulting in not being able to gather together in the end. Coincidentally, in the previous life, the day of Doomsday was also the anniversary of the Master's death, and everyone came back. They were together from the beginning, trusted each other, and cooperated with each other, and only then did they slowly gain a foothold. When Bai Yaoyao arrived in H City, Paige came to the airport to pick her up. My sister, I finally get to meet you. Do you know how much stuff you bought? I rented all the warehouses in that row, and it was still not enough. Paige couldn't help but complain as soon as she saw Bai Yaoyao. I know. Let's go directly to the warehouse. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to explain over and over again, so she simply said nothing. The little cutie Peppa kept chattering all the way. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said nothing. It felt so good to listen to the little chatterbox talking. Paige died in the 6th year of the apocalypse, so I haven't seen her for 4 years. Until Bai Yaoyao collected all the supplies in the space in front of Paige, it was as if she had pressed a stop button on Paige's mouth, and no more words came out of her mouth. Like this, Bai Yaoyao didn't dare let her drive, for fear that she would get herself into a ditch. According to the location given by Paige, Bai Yaoyao headed west, and clearly felt that the place was becoming more and more remote, and there were fewer and fewer people. Although it would be more troublesome to fight zombies, safety was the most important thing, and he also had a car prepared. Bai Yaoyao doesn't think that she is the chosen one. She doesn't think that she is reborn, and that she is just like that. She doesn't take low-level zombies seriously. There is no greater fault than being cautious. In this life, I hope everyone can survive to the end. The location of the villa is very good, not very close to Fengming Mountain and the city. There are many zombies in the city, and there are many mutated animals and plants in Fengming Mountain. As soon as she walked into the gate of the villa, Bai Yaoyao knew that Paige was reliable, and it was no exaggeration to say that this gate was a prison door. It was a private house with a fence, and an electric fence 2 meters higher. As soon as Bai Yaoyao got out of the car, a dark figure pounced on him. He was about to attack her out of habit, but finally realized it was Guzzi. Guzzi is a Siberian husky, also known as husky. Bai Yaoyao named it Guzzi. Bai Yaoyao picked it up on the road. Because she was always busy with missions and it was inconvenient to keep it, she threw it to Peppa. The Guzzi looked at Bai Yaoyao with sad and resentful eyes, as if he was telling something, and expressed his dissatisfaction with constant whining and rolling around. Bai Yaoyao has never been very close to dogs. There is no reason, she just doesn't like keeping pets. It's troublesome and time-consuming. I first picked up this dog, I thought it was very good-looking. I also heard that dogs of this breed were not very smart, so I took it to the police station. Unexpectedly, this guy was unwilling to leave her side, and refused to leave even after being kicked twice. Bai Yaoyao then carried him around for a while. After tearing down everything in the house, Bai Yao Yao couldn't stand it anymore and left it here with Peppa, coming to take a look occasionally. But this dog, which he had never cared about, took the claw of a zombie for him in the previous life. Because he had been hungry for a long time, he could not resist it. Not only did he not turn into a mutant beast, but he died directly. Bai Yao Yao suddenly hugged the dog and kissed it, then held it tightly in her arms. The dog was completely stunned, not understanding the sudden love from his owner. He even forgot to protest and just stood there in a daze. Bai Yao Yao laughed happily twice. It was great. Sister Yao, you're finally back. Xiaomi and others heard the voice and came out of the house. Bai Yao Yao looked up. Fat Brother, Xiaomi, Stone, Monkey, Big Roll, 8-Eye, Coco, Little 16, and Peppa beside him. These are the brothers who had always been with him in the previous life. Besides, Lulu and Chen Xian, at the beginning, also asked Fat Brother to notify them to come over. Although it would be cruel to see it again with my own eyes, they are brothers after all. What if they didn't turn into zombies? I have to see it with my own eyes before I can be satisfied. Bai Yao Yao looked at the 11 people and one dog in front of him and said, "From now on, we are no longer the Dark Knight Killer Organization. We are the Dark Knight Squad. We changed our careers." Bai Yao Yao invited everyone to come into the house and talk. Paige took everyone to visit the specially decorated large conference room with a long table, which looked very impressive. Everyone found a seat and sat down, leaving the main seat for Bai Yao Yao. "Boss, what's going on? Nearly 2 billion worth of strategic materials?" Dadawan finished the task the fastest, and like a primary school student, he raised his hand and asked, "Aren't we going to fight ghosts? Then we shouldn't set up our base in H City?" Xiaomi expressed his guess. Sato Shinichi and the Yasukuni Shrine was the work of Sister Yao. I don't know what's going on, but why she's always been at odds with country are recently. "Yes, boss. Why did you suddenly call everyone back? I haven't completed my mission yet." Little 16 also asked. "Stop making noise and listen to Yao." Fat Brother squinted his eyes, holding a pancake in his hand. Ever since he heard Sister Yao say that the end of the world was coming, he simply decided not to lose weight. After all, he would never be able to eat many delicious foods again. Bai Yao Yao took a deep breath and said, "From today on, no one can leave this room anymore. Can everyone do this? What about the mission?" Bai Yao Yao replied, "No, except for Fatty." Everyone took a deep breath. When the master was here, he had told them that they could choose not to accept a mission, but they had to complete it if they accepted one. Sister Yao didn't even care about this. It seemed like something really big had happened.
I am fine.
Me too. So can I? Woof woof woof. Bai Yao Yao looked at everyone carefully. This matter was of great importance. If anyone wanted to leave, she would not say anything today. The organization has a rule that if you want to start a family, you must automatically withdraw from the organization. So the 12 people and one dog sitting here today, including myself, are all single and no one has a family, so there is nothing to worry about. They are the most important and closest people to each other. What I'm going to say next may sound incredible, but it is all true. About 1 or 2 months. When the weather becomes extremely hot, 60% of humans will turn into zombies. At the same time, many animals and plants will also mutate. Some of the remaining living people will awaken special powers after falling into a coma. They are called psychics and are the main force of humanity in resisting zombies. Does anyone have any questions? Bai Yao Yao spoke briefly. The entire conference room was silent. No one wanted to believe that this was true. However, Sister Yao's actions during this period and her serious attitude just now showed that she was not joking. It was quiet for a long time and no one spoke. Woof 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 woof. In the end, it was the dog that broke through first. Everyone saw Sister Yao casually throw a big bone out of thin air and said, "Let's go out and eat. Don't make a noise." The dog immediately ran out vigilantly holding the bone, fearing that someone would come to snatch it away. The unscrupulous owner finally showed his love for me. I knew that my owner still loved me. Everyone saw that what I just used was my spatial ability. Bai Yao Yao explained. "No, Sister Yao, how do you know so much?" Xiaomi looked stunned. I died and was reborn 3 months before the end of the world. Bai Yaoyao confessed. They are all brothers, growing up together for 20 years and supporting each other after 10 years of fighting. There is nothing to worry about. Sister Yao, I want to ask that. Paige hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say it. Bai Yaoyao knocked on the table and looked at her. Just say it. How does it feel to die? Do you think back on your life? Do you think of me? No one expected that Paige would only say this after all this time. Come on, Paige, shut up. What kind of question is this? Bai Yaoyao smiled, but still answered seriously. I died too quickly. I didn't have time to think about it. Lao Yao, you said that 60% of people will turn into zombies, so about half of us sitting here will turn into zombies? Lulu asked. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Bai Yaoyao looked at Lulu and felt a little sad. Lulu was the first person to become a zombie in her previous life. She hid her emotions and said, "This is official statistics. Generally speaking, people with good health are less likely to become zombies. People who are injured, sick, or have poor resistance are most likely to become zombies." Everyone saw Bai Yaoyao's evasive answer. They all expressed their understanding, knowing that it might not be a good thing to answer so early. So they were all very tactful and didn't ask any further questions. There is still more than a month left. The reason why I gathered everyone together in advance is because I found that this life is different from the previous one. The people who were supposed to appear at a certain time did not show up. I don't know what went wrong, and I'm afraid there will be accidents, and I'm worried that the end of the world will come early, so I gathered everyone together so early. I understand. In the next period of time, we should exercise well to restore our bodies to the best condition. We should not stay up late and live a life of day and night reversal. Those who are injured should also heal their bodies as soon as possible. Fat Brother made a brief summary. Xiao Dai looked at this and that, curled his lips and said, Sister Yao, Fatty, will we not be able to eat KFC in the future? Xiao Dai is the youngest in the organization, only 16 years old this year. He debuted at the age of 7, but besides Bai Yaoyao, he has the highest mission success rate. In the words of his master, he is born to be a killer. I love junk food so much. Bai Yaoyao immediately took out a children's meal with toys and said, Eat it. If it's not enough, there's more. It's enough for you to eat until you want to vomit. Sister Yao, I want fish-flavored shredded pork rice. I want garlic crayfish. I want dumplings stuffed with pork and green onions. I want pizza. I want ice cream cake. I want 5 king crabs. Woof 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 woof. Bai Yaoyao has become numb, like a waiter, just throwing a portion of food to whoever orders it. Bai Yaoyao originally thought that today was a rather serious occasion and that everyone would be confused and depressed for a while after hearing the news. However, she did not expect it to be like this. It directly turned into a big dinner party, which was even more lively than the New Year's Eve party. Looking at the table full of delicious food from all over the world, Bai Yaoyao felt quite happy, especially when the dog's face clearly said, It's a blessing for you to eat with me. I might as well take out a portion of sauerkraut fish for myself. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother, who nodded silently. Bai Yaoyao then understood. It was not that everyone did not want to know whether they had turned into zombies or developed superpowers, but that they selectively avoided the topic. Forget it, it's good. What is coming will come. It's also nice to spend the last period of time in a relaxed and happy manner. The last time Lulu and Xuandi turned into zombies, it might be because they were seriously injured. This time they have time to recover. Would there be a different ending? Of urgency in her heart was growing stronger and stronger. Bai Yaoyao could not sit still any longer, so she checked the information in advance, bought a round-trip ticket, and went to Country R again. Purchase spree. Buying everything for free. The last time I came here, I didn't know when the end of the world would come. Although I dislike this country, many grievances have nothing to do with ordinary people. This time it is clear that the end of the world is approaching, and with so many supplies collected, the impact will not be that great. After all, you are about to be destroyed. After leaving the mess behind, Bai Yaoyao immediately returned to China, stayed peacefully in the villa with his brothers, and never went out again. After the dinner, Bai Yao Yao carefully toured the villa. This should be everyone's residence for nearly a year. Without the strength of a level 5 psychic, if they wanted to travel around the country, they would end up serving food to zombies and mutant beasts. It is relatively easy to upgrade at the beginning. After level 4, you need a huge amount of crystals to upgrade. It is too difficult to rely on yourself and a few friends. I prepare so many supplies and also want to exchange some crystals with the Chinese official. The villa has 1 underground floor and 4 above-ground floors. The large living room on the first floor has a large circle of sofas, enough for everyone to sit down. The reception room, which Paige converted into a conference room, is on the left side of the living room, and on the right side are the dining room and kitchen. At the innermost part, Fat Brother and OU chose to live on the first floor and serve as the 2 door gods. In the middle of the second floor, surrounded by 4 bedrooms. Outside the area was a large balcony, from where you could see Foaming Mountain, which was perfect for eating meat and drinking. Xiao Shilu, Dewan, and Chen Xian lived on the second floor. The structure of the third floor is similar to that of the second floor, except that there is no balcony. Monkey, Xiaomi, and Coco each have a bedroom. Bai Yao Yao, Lulu, and Paige live on the top floor. Bai Yao Yao put some ingredients in the kitchen for everyone to practice, but in the end, it turned out to be a waste of ingredients. Not a single meal could be cooked. For the next period of time, no one went anywhere. Those who were injured recuperated, and those who were not injured practiced with each other. Bai Yao Yao found that her combat awareness was much stronger than in her previous life. In addition, she had prepared so many supplies and was well aware of the direction of the end of the world. It was a perfect start. After the shelves arrived, Bai Yao Yao, who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, went online and spent a day sorting all the supplies into categories. I thought that so many shelves would not be used up, but unexpectedly they were not enough. So I put the arms and weapons separately in another corner and only put food and drinks on the shelves. 7-meter long, 5-story rack has 10 in each row, neatly arranged together. The 1st to 5th rows are all ready-made foods. You can eat them right away, without any processing. The 6th to 10th rows contain semi-finished products that require simple microwave heating or boiling. Recently, because there was nothing to do in the villa, several wounded soldiers were responsible for steaming rice and heating water, storing them and processing these semi-finished products, making full preparations to face the end of the world. Rows 11 to 13 were for everything related to drinking. Because there weren't enough shelves, they were stacked one box next to another. The water bought from Wang Fugue was stored separately, not here. Here were all the bottled water and various beverages. The 14th row is full of hot pot base and ingredients. Yes, it occupies an entire row by itself. From the 15th row to the 30th row, there are rice, flour, oil, seasonings, and other things. Rows 31 to 38 were where all the clothes, shoes, and bedding were placed. The 39th and 40th rows are filled with snacks. From row 41 to row 60, there are fruits and vegetables. After the 60th row, there are all kinds of groceries. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder like Bai Yao Yao, it is necessary to figure out what is inside. I can't remember what it is now, and I will not be able to remember it in the future. To just hoard supplies if you don't use them. Even if you have space, you still need to know what you have, so you can use it. So, I sorted everything out and unpacked them one by one to see what was inside. I wrote a list for each row and posted it at the front to prevent myself from forgetting. All the seeds are also placed. After planting the first batch, they sprouted in just a few days, but there was too little area available for planting. It was already dark when everything was packed up. Bai Yao Yao was already past the point of being sleepy, so she simply didn't want to sleep. She opened a can of dark beer, left the space, came to the balcony, put her feet on the railing, leaned on the sofa, drank a little beer, and felt the breeze. She felt comfortable only. It's raining? It's really raining. Bai Yao Yao took out her phone and saw that there was still a whole month until the end of the world. Before the end of the world in the previous life, except for artificial rainfall, it never rained. Bai Yao Yao hurriedly called everyone out. Sister Yao? Is it time? The end of the world is coming? Xiaomi shouted while running downstairs. When the others heard the noise, they quickly ran out with heavy expressions on their faces. Ahaha, wind is coming. Fire is coming. Change, change, change. Thunder.
Teleport.
Summon beast, come out. The monkey was screaming in the living room like a shaman, and at the end, he didn't forget to ask, Sister Yao, where are my superpowers? Bai Yaoyao's tense expression suddenly broke down. She rolled her eyes and said, You think you are cultivating immortality. What's wrong with you? You want to call the wind and rain, and you should have a 9th-level supernatural power. Seeing that he had made everyone laugh, the monkey stopped acting stupid. His master had said that he was in charge of the atmosphere group, and he hated to see anyone frowning. Everyone went to the balcony together and looked at the dark sky. From time to time, there were flashes of lightning that echoed through the sky. Everyone's heart was in a knot. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, as if the sky was leaking. Let's go back. Bai Yaoyao went to the living room with everyone. We were sitting on the sofa chatting and found that the water and electricity had been cut off. As they were chatting, some people started to fall asleep, starting with the fat guy, who started snoring loudly. Xiaomi smiled and said, I can hear fatties snoring even when I sleep on the 2nd floor. Oh, how did you fall asleep next to Fatty? Before I could finish my words, Xiaomi fell asleep. And then,
Dog.
In the previous life, everyone went to see the master, and the dog was left in the city. When they came back and found the dog, he was almost starving. This time, he is fed with big bones and given milk every day. I wonder if the outcome will be different. Seeing everyone falling asleep one by one, Bai Yaoyao became nervous again. Suddenly, she saw Lulu frowning and twisting her arms. Lulu, my dear, I dare not sleep. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt a little choked up. She didn't know what to say and held Lulu's hand tightly. I turned into a zombie in my last life, right? Lulu said calmly. Fat brother knows this too, right? He has started to give in to me after trying to steal his meat these past 2 days. You are the same, always afraid to look me in the eye. Well, there should be Brother Xian as well. Bai Yaoyao smiled helplessly and replied, I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Well, you asked Fatty, Xiaomi, Stone, and Monkey to help you collect things, but you didn't contact me, so I knew it. Maybe you don't know how to face me. Lulu pinched Bai Yaoyao's little face. I haven't pinched it since I grew up. It feels really good, but I may never be able to pinch it again in the future. You did turn into a zombie in your previous life, but your gunshot wounds had not healed at that time, and your resistance was poor. Now you are white and plump, so there is no problem. Bai Yaoyao ignored the little hands pinching her face, pulled Lulu into her arms, and said seriously,
Yao Yao.
If I turn into that kind of ugly monster, kill me quickly. I won't allow anyone to see me so ugly. I also want to tell you something. When Master was angry and beat you, I put the lollipop under your pillow. I also put the cockroach in Master's shoes. Bai Yaoyao listened to the breathing in her arms gradually becoming steady and carefully supported Lulu, letting her lean against the sofa at the back. With Fatty as the center of the circle, they separated everyone a little to prevent anyone from hurting their companions after becoming a zombie. The fat guy didn't move. He weighed over 200 pounds and couldn't move. I had just moved and was about to sit on the sofa and wait for everyone to wake up when I found my head was quite heavy. Before I could think about it, I had lost consciousness. The villa was silent, and everyone, including Bai Yaoyao, was sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the living room and walked straight towards Bai Yaoyao. He stood still and stared for a long time and couldn't help but stretch out his hand. The moment he was about to touch Bai Yaoyao's cheek, he quickly retracted his hand. He took out 2 crystal cores and placed them in Bai Yaoyao's hands. He held Bai Yaoyao's hands and helped her absorb the energy of the crystals. The black shadow glanced at the other people in the villa, hesitated, and threw a few crystal cores at them. Bai Yaoyao didn't know how long she had been unconscious. As soon as she woke up, she quickly opened her eyes and rushed to see everyone's condition. She was relieved to find that everything was normal and no one was awake. Bai Yaoyao found that she was sweating all over and her throat was very dry, so she picked up the glass on the table and wanted to drink some water. Result.
Bang. Broken.
Bai Yaoyao was startled. Her first reaction was to quickly check if her space was still there. Only after finding nothing unusual did she breathe a sigh of relief. If my space ability disappeared and turned into strength ability, and all the supplies were gone, I would be so nauseous. But why did he awaken his power? He couldn't control the strength of his attack, which was obviously a sign of the early stage of his power. Bai Yaoyao picked up another cup, controlled her strength, and finally succeeded in drinking the water into her mouth. Coma period usually lasts 24 hours. I checked my phone and realized that I had not been in a coma for long, only 2 hours. Simply closed her eyes again.
She felt very strange.
She could clearly feel the position and shape of everyone in the room and could also clearly see the saliva at the corner of the dog's mouth. He can even feel every corner of the room, but not anything farther away. Isn't this a psychic power? Strength power is okay and is relatively popular, but psychic power is even rarer than space power. If a psychic power above level 3 encounters a psychic of the same level, they will definitely win in a fight. Often kill people without them being seen, and is the best weapon for sneak attacks. When the opponent is not prepared, it can directly cause the opponent's spirit to collapse and turn him into a fool in an instant. It also has a great effect on zombies and can interfere with them, causing them to freeze for a short time. Combined with my own spatial ability, it is absolutely amazing. Bai Yaoyao didn't know why she had such a change, but it was a good thing anyway. Moreover, the new superpowers were very compatible with her. The strength superpower matched her skills, and the mental superpower matched her spatial superpower. Although I also fantasized about being a wizard in my previous life, setting fires, freezing ice, and making thunder, it is true that being an assassin is more suitable for me. Bai Yaoyao suddenly became looking forward to the coming end of the world. This time, I will not be defeated so easily.
Fought my way out step by step. This time.
I was so excited, I couldn't stop being excited. I just wanted to go out with a knife and chop the zombies. But in the end, reason prevailed. When the brothers woke up, they would practice the 2 new abilities. Bai Yaoyao only knew one person with 3 abilities, a representative of the Chinese J side and the number 1 on the battle strength list. His name is Chen Yishuan. He seemed to be a special forces soldier before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he awakened the superpowers of strength, earth, and thunder. Close combat and ranged combat, but its own defense is also invincible. There are not many dual-system psychics, and even fewer who can upgrade to high-level psychics because the more psychics one has, the more crystal cores are needed for upgrading. Chen Yishuan has the support of the Kyoto headquarters in City A and the full support of China's J side, which is why all 3 of his supernatural powers were upgraded to level 9. Bai Yaoyao gradually felt a headache. She felt that her 3 superpowers were just like 3 hungry little gold-eating beasts, all opening their mouths wide and waiting for her to feed them. Time passes quickly during the process of cultivation. When Bai Yaoyao heard the noise, she quickly opened her eyes, and when she saw it was Fat Brother, she felt relieved. "How are you, Fatty? Are you feeling well?" Bai Yaoyao asked. Not only do I not feel uncomfortable, I also feel full of strength." Fat Brother stood up, stretched his stiff body, and said excitedly. Bai Yaoyao said, "Feel the energy in your body and find a way to control it." Fat Brother nodded and stared at the cup on the table. After 5 seconds, a handful of soil was spilled over. "That's it? That's it? Sister Yao, didn't you say I was a big warrior in the front row? How come I'm just a dirt slinger?" Fatty asked with a look of doubt on his face. Bai Yaoyao explained, "Nature-type abilities are like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They are useless at the beginning and not as useful as strength and speed-type abilities, but they become better as they grow. Your earth element can be used to create cages to control zombies or to create earth escape to protect the team, which is very useful. You had gold-related abilities in your previous life. You can try it." Fat Brother patted his chest and said, "I'm scared to death. The gold system sounds awesome. I'll try it again." Fat Brother continued to concentrate, and after holding his breath for a long time, he thrust out a tiny needle without any force at all. Just like that, Fatty excitedly ran over and picked up the needle, saying, "I'm going to keep it. This treasure is much cuter than a handful of dirt." Bai Yao Yao smiled and spread her hands. "As long as you are happy." Fat Brother stopped chatting with Bai Yao Yao and kept trying to practice his new ability, but there was no progress. Although the natural ability is very powerful when it grows, it is too weak in the early stage, and generally it is a small, fragile skin. Without the protection of teammates, it is difficult to use the attack ability. It is useless to have a defensive ability without attacking. There are no individual heroes in the apocalypse. Without teamwork, there is no way to survive in the apocalypse, but human hearts are complicated and changeable. Many times, many powerful people do not die at the hands of zombies, but die from human greed or jealousy. Therefore, the Dark Knight squad will only consist of 12 people from beginning to end. Oh, and there's a dog. Bai Yao Yao and Fat Brother practiced their special powers while waiting for their companions to wake up. The second person to wake up was Xiaomi. Bai Yao Yao opened her mouth, not knowing how to comfort Xiaomi. Xiaomi did not awaken any special powers in his previous life. It was fine in the early days as he relied on his combat awareness and firearms, and it was not obvious. But it became unacceptable after a while. Xiaomi always thought that he was holding everyone back. His cheerful personality gradually became silent. Later, when everyone was surrounded by zombies, he rushed into the zombie group with a bomb, opened a gap, and allowed everyone to escape successfully. "Sister Yao, I feel."
Ah, bang.
Bai Yao Yao was thinking about how to comfort Xiaomi. Xiaomi took 2 steps in a jog, but failed to control his speed and ran directly into the wall, shaking off the decorative paintings on the wall. Xiaomi covered his head with his hands, unable to stand up due to the pain. Bai Yao Yao suddenly laughed out loud. "This is the speed ability. Xiaomi has superpowers. Although I don't know why I didn't have it in my previous life but have it in this life, it doesn't stop me from being happy." Fat Brother seemed to understand something and picked up Xiaomi. Xiaomi complained, "Sister Yao, you are so mean. I am like this, and you're still laughing." Or Fatty. Before he could finish his words, Fatty knocked him onto the sofa. Fat Brother scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry. If I had known you were praising me, I would have thrown it more gently." Xiaomi. They were chatting. Paige woke up.
Whoa.
"I'm a zombie. I'm here to eat people." Peppa rushed towards the fat guy next to her. Fatty held her forehead, and Peppa Pig couldn't hit anyone even though she flanked with her little hands. "Sister Yao, Fatty is bullying me." "Sister Yao, I feel like my ability has a healing attribute." Paige wanted to try out her special powers, so she took out a dagger and was about to stab her arm when she was stopped by Bai Yao Yao. Bai Yao Yao smiled and said, "Don't hurt yourself.
Go treat Xiaomi."
He has a speed ability, but he couldn't control it well, so he hit the wall. Look at the big bump on his head. "Okay. Sister is here, little brother Xiaomi, Manhwa, come here and give me a kiss." "No, it's good to feel the pain, I like it." Xiaomi buried her head in the sofa. But he was still pulled out by Paige, and his hand gently stroked Xiaomi's red and swollen forehead. A white light gradually became stronger, and then dimmed again. Xiaomi's forehead has visibly recovered to its original state. "I jump, Peppa. You're so awesome." "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all," Xiaomi said in surprise. Paige's face turned pale. Bai Yao Yao helped her sit down and said, "You should use your abilities according to the severity of your injuries. If you overuse them, you will become dizzy." Paige nodded to show that she understood. Everyone was familiarizing themselves with their own abilities when they suddenly heard a dog barking. Bai Yao Yao picked up the dog and put it on the table by the window and observed it carefully in the sunlight. Discovery. The dog has also mutated. Not only did its fur color become brighter, but its overall body size also grew a little bigger. Bai Yao Yao roughly pried open the dog's mouth and saw its sharp fangs. She knew that the dog had turned into a mutant beast. What surprised Bai Yao Yao the most was the gleam of wisdom in the dog's eyes. "Guzzy, can you understand what I am saying?" Bai Yao Yao asked. The dog raised its chin high and howled loudly. Bai Yao Yao felt like she was overthinking. "Wisdom?
Ha!
Forget it, this thing has nothing to do with huskies." Bai Yao Yao originally wanted to know more about the dog's changes, but suddenly she heard a monkey cry and hurried over. The monkey's face turned red, and he looked extremely aggrieved. "What's wrong with you, monkey?" asked Fatty. The monkey wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He stood up, rushed into the bedroom, and didn't come out until 5 minutes later. "Huck, I just peed my pants." "Ha ha 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 ha, although I don't want to laugh at you, I really can't help it." Paige was the first one who couldn't help it. Bai Yao Yao kindly explained, "Silly, you didn't pee your pants. You have a water-related ability."
Ah.
"I know, I was just teasing you." Monkey looked embarrassed, tactically adjusted his hair, and ran over to ask Bai Yao Yao if his superpowers were awesome. The water system is very powerful. In the later stages, it can condense into ice and has very strong attack power. Bai Yao Yao said, "Haha, I knew it, I'm so awesome." The monkey immediately became proud. After saying that, he went to the wall to practice with Fat Brother. Fat Brother sprinkled some dirt, and Monkey splashed some water. Bai Yao Yao suddenly felt that the two of them would be a perfect match if they went farming together. Slowly, OU and Xiaodai also woke up, and both of them awakened dual-system superpowers. Bai Yao Yao felt very strange. In his previous life, OU had only awakened Earth-related abilities, but now he had also developed skin hardening. It is a pure big tank with extremely high defense. Xiaodai awakened the abilities of speed and darkness. The darkness is a special ability. Ouyang Ning, who is ranked second on the battle strength list, is a dark ability user. Night is the favorite combat environment for dark ability users. In places with shadows, one can almost achieve the effect of invisibility. Coupled with the ability of speed, Bai Yao Yao felt very excited just thinking about it. Bai Yao Yao's attention has always been on Lulu and Qin Xian. The two of them showed no intention of waking up, nor did they show any intention of turning into zombies. Bai Yao Yao couldn't help but have a little fantasy. The situations of Coco, Xiao Shilu, and Dad Awan are rather special. They did not awaken their superpowers at the beginning, and their superpowers only gradually appeared in the later period. However, in this life, they awakened at the very beginning. Coco's wind ability, Xiao Shilu's wind ability, and Dajuan's fire ability are all natural abilities, which are very suitable for their team situation. With everyone's skills and weapons in the early stage, there are few zombies, mutant beasts, or humans that can threaten them. In the later stages, when natural abilities grow, they become a powerful weapon in team battles. At this time, Lulu also moved, and Bai Yao Yao and Fatty became nervous. Lulu was stunned when she saw Bai Yao Yao and asked, "What's going on? How come I am still conscious after becoming a zombie? Am I not fully transformed?" Bai Yao Yao rushed over excitedly, hugged Lulu, and said happily, "That's great, Lulu, you're okay." Lulu also patted her chest and said, "I'm so scared. It's such a pity for me to become a zombie with my beauty." After saying that, she even touched her hair. In an instant, her waist-length black hair turned into Mei Chaofeng's hairstyle, and she looked like she was electrocuted. Thunder ability, Bai Yao Yao said suddenly. "Of course, Sister Lulu, Sister Yao just said that lightning ability is the most powerful ability in the natural department," Paige said excitedly. Lulu also smiled. No matter how powerful the superpower was, being alive and able to see everyone was enough. At this time, only Qin Xian was unconscious. Qin Xian was not very old, just a little older than Xiaodai. He was the disciple that the master didn't like the most. He didn't like fighting but liked reading, pretending to be an adult, and practicing calligraphy. Qin Xian woke up. He was shocked to see a large group of people surrounding him. He wondered if he had turned into a zombie. So I mustered up my courage, waved my hand, and whispered, "Hi." There were instant cheers and screams. That was great. Everyone is alive. Qin Xian is a little fool. He knows that he has awakened special powers, but he doesn't know how to use them. So he tried everything one by one, but nothing worked. Finally, it was discovered that when Xiaomi was practicing his speed ability, Qin Xian involuntarily concentrated his mind and released energy toward Xiaomi. When Xiaomi hit the wall again, Bai Yao Yao understood that it was an amplification ability. Amid everyone's cheers, Xiaomi went to find Peppa crying. Sister Peppa, my brother is here. Bai Yao Yao had never felt so happy. All her brothers were there. I calmed down a bit, analyzed the team attributes. Stone as hardened skin and earth-based abilities make him the team's big tank, responsible for defense and acting as the front row, responsible for protecting the little crispy player's output. He possesses the power of strength. Fatty has the power of gold, and the strength of the dog and the mutant beast should not be underestimated. They are all capable of both resisting and fighting. They can take the initiative, attract the hatred of the zombies, and act as pressure-resistant warriors. He, Xiaomi, and Adai all have relatively fast movement speeds and are relatively flexible, making them more suitable for providing support or clearing the battlefield, a bit like what are commonly known as assassins. Lulu's thunder system, Monkey's water system, Xiaoshouliu's wind system, and Dadajuan's fire system are more like great wizards. Their long-range attacks are explosive, but they have no self-protection ability and need to be consumed remotely and stay away from the central battlefield. Paige's healing system focuses on recovery, Coco's wood system focuses on control, Chinchuan's amplification system focuses on assistance. Bai Yao Yao sorted out the situation with a clear mind and suddenly felt that her team's configuration was simply invincible. Judging from the team attributes, there are almost no flaws and they are completely complementary. Why would such a coincidence happen? Bai Yao Yao quickly realized that now is not the time to be obsessed with trivial matters, and the important thing to do is to go out and collect crystal cores to quickly improve her strength. So he said, "We are ready to set off. We will clean up the villa first, and then head towards the city center. Try to practice your superpowers as much as possible, and don't just kill them with a knife or a gun. Although level 0 zombies are very weak, they are still stronger than ordinary adult men. They just have slow reactions. Don't be careless. After killing the zombie, remember to use the dagger to stab into the zombie's brain and dig out the crystal core, which is what allows us to upgrade our superpowers. Quickly change your equipment and gather at the door." "Yes."
Got it.
Everyone shouted in unison. Bai Yao Yao transferred out 12 sets of black combat uniforms and low-top combat boots from the space, plus 12 daggers to dig crystals. Everyone quickly got their clothes and changed. Seeing the dog looking at him with resentment, Bai Yao Yao patted its head and said, "I'll make you one when I get back." Everyone walked out of the room together. The sun shone all over them. Bai Yao Yao glanced at the brothers around him and felt full of strength. Thinking of the tragic deaths of everyone in the previous life, he clenched his fists involuntarily. "Wait, Bai Yao Yao, am back."
A what? A what?
A woo 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 woo. Bai Yao Yao just felt something when the dog's barking ruined her mood. She looked at the dog that was running in front and about to set off with everyone else, and rolled her eyes helplessly. He said threateningly, "Dog, you better be careful not to get caught by zombies, otherwise you will become a zombie dog, and will never be able to eat big bones again." The dog smiled evilly, waved its paw, pointed forward, and continued to walk forward with its head held high. "Brother Go leads the way. You guys follow."
Soon we encountered the first zombie.
Judging from his clothes, he should be a security guard in the villa area. His face was gray and hideous, his body was twisted, and he was lying on the ground with his bloody mouth wide open, biting the corpse on the ground. An indescribable stench was blowing in his face. Upon smelling the human scent, the zombies immediately turned around, roared loudly at Bai Yao Yao and others, and gradually approached everyone.
Pity.
No one was afraid. Most of them looked disgusted, but they still moved closer and observed carefully. "Is this a zombie? It doesn't look very smart." The monkey complained. "Huck, it stinks so damn bad." "What did Sister Yao say?" "Who hit me?" "Hey, comrade zombie, you are surrounded by us." Bai Yao Yao was not surprised by everyone's reaction. Having been a killer for so many years, he had seen too many bloody scenes. Even though the organization was relatively principled in targeting China, it never hesitated to kill people abroad. So he said, "Don't rush to kill him. Except for Paige and Chen Xian, everyone else should kite him together, get familiar with your own abilities, and practice in actual combat." There will be too many zombies in the city center later, and you won't have a chance. By Yao Yao could finish her words, the dog suddenly rushed out and cut off the zombie's head with its sharp claws. He looked at everyone with disdain. Stop talking nonsense. Just do it. Everyone. Lord Dog. This is just for us to practice. We are not told to charge together. Don't rush in recklessly, or you will have no food to eat. By Yao Yao threatened. When the dog heard that there was no food to eat, he immediately squatted down and acted cute, turning into a little cutie. If you can ignore the zombie, rot on his paws. Xiaomi used a knife to break open the zombie's head, stirred it around, and picked out a crystal. It was slightly smaller than a baby's fist and transparent. It looked pretty nice and could not be associated with a zombie at all. Xiaomi casually threw the crystal core to Bai Yao Yao. Sister Yao, this thing is the crystal core, right? Yes, a zero-level attributeless crystal core. Bai Yao Yao said. I read in the novel that the crystal cores are poisonous and cannot be absorbed directly. They have to be soaked in the spiritual spring in the protagonist's personal space before they can be used. Paige suddenly said. Bai Yao Yao rolled her eyes and said, Where did the protagonist come from? Where did the spiritual spring come from? It's not poisonous. Just hold it and absorb it. Let's go and get started. Receive. With the villa as the center, the group swept through bit by bit, killing a total of 36 zombies and obtaining 14 crystal cores. Some zombies did not have crystal cores, but their strength was relatively weaker. Everyone tried to fight the zombies alone, while the others watched and learned and summarized their experiences. Bai Yao Yao gave instructions and pointed out the key points. Whole scene looked extremely strange and harmonious. In the window of the villa next door, a middle-aged couple saw this scene and hurriedly opened the window. The man shouted, Help, help us. There is a zombie in our house. Come and kill him. We will give you whatever amount of money you want. Hurry up, hurry up. Perhaps seeing Bai Yao Yao and the others not panicking, the woman shouted again. What do you mean, come here? Don't ask for a higher price. You are shameless. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. When they heard there were zombies, everyone wanted to go over and kill them to see if there were any crystals, but the attitudes of these two people made everyone unhappy. Don't care about them, just retreat.
Xiao Shilu said.
But when the dog heard the word, dog, he became unhappy and pounced on Xiao Shilu and bit his pants. It was not until Xiao Shilu apologized to the dog that the dog was willing to let go. He snorted coldly and went to clear the way ahead. Xiao Shilu helplessly spread his hands and smiled at everyone. Because the villa area is sparsely populated, after going around like this, there are basically no corpses left to fight. But everyone is in high spirits and has just started to feel a little bit of excitement, but they haven't had enough yet. So Bai Yao Yao released 3 cars, and everyone drove towards the city center together. Each car was placed with a walkie-talkie for easy communication. If they encountered zombies on the road, they would take turns to go out and practice with them. Now, except for Paige, everyone else has mastered their superpowers very well, but their power is not very strong. As the fight went on, several people with natural superpowers became angry and could not help but go up and violently beat them up, ending the battle directly. Putting on a small flame, a small breeze, a small stream of water is useless and wastes time. Bai Yao Yao listened to everyone's laughter, and her tense mood since her rebirth finally relaxed a little. But he still turned on the intercom and said, Everyone, please be careful. There is no such thing as getting hurt when fighting zombies. Getting hurt means death or infection. Don't underestimate zombies. Some zombies with special abilities are also very powerful, but we haven't encountered them yet. Bai Yao Yao felt relieved only when she heard the received voice coming from the intercom. Passing by the City National Library, Bai Yao Yao shouted to stop the car. I plan to go in and collect all the books. Remember that these books, especially professional books, can be exchanged for a high number of points at the main base. As soon as I walked into the lobby on the first floor, I saw nearly 30 zombies wandering aimlessly. When they smelled human breath, it was as if the start button was pressed instantly, and they all moved towards the door. One zombie was obviously faster than the others. Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to let everyone practice anymore, and quickly threw a dozen baseball bats and machetes on the ground and said directly, "Do your best, and take it down quickly." Everyone quickly grabbed the weapons that suited their needs and rushed forward without hesitation. This was everyone's fighting instinct. Because the superpowers were still too weak and had little effect, and in order to prevent the situation where they would wash the zombies' heads by standing still for 3 seconds to use skills, the people with natural superpowers never thought of using their superpowers at all. Bai Yaoyao tried out her strength ability and felt it was extremely exciting. She picked up a baseball bat and hit the zombies' heads with it, smashing them to pieces. This was a pleasure she had never experienced in her previous life. He directly found the fastest zombie, but before he could exchange 2 moves, he was killed by the dog again. The dog's claws have evolved to be very sharp. These level 0 zombies are no match at all. Basically, 1 claw will kill them all because the dog specifically attacks the neck. Bai Yaoyao suspects that the dog's IQ has also evolved a little bit. Of using Xiaomi is also very good. Now I can control my speed well, and combined with my own skills, I feel it more and more. Although there were a lot of zombies because everyone was strong, it took only a short while to kill all the 30 zombies in the hall on the first floor. Bai Yaoyao asked everyone to collect the crystal cores as quickly as possible and walk inside quickly, fearing that the noise from the fight just now was too loud and would attract a horde of zombies. If they were surrounded, they would be in trouble. Now there is no group attack skill, and you can only rely on slashing with a knife. Even if the blade is bent, you cannot break out. After all, zombies will be attracted by the sound and smell, and more zombies will surround you. After entering a library, Bai Yaoyao did not rush to collect the books. Instead, he separated everyone and checked everyone one by one. Making sure there were no zombies or survivors, he put the books and shelves into the space. It wasn't the first time that everyone saw Bai Yaoyao collecting things, but it still felt so magical, and it was fun to watch. After everyone returned to the car, Bai Yaoyao checked and found that there were 16 crystal cores in total, one of which was light yellow. It belonged to the speed-mutated zombie whose head was robbed by Guzi. All enhanced zombies have yellow crystal cores, so enhanced ability users will be able to absorb them more easily. Powers like speed, skin hardening, and strength all belong to the enhanced type. Natural zombies are all red, and the crystal cores of special zombies are all black. These 2 types of zombies have not been encountered yet. It would be easier to absorb crystal cores of the same type for mutants of the same type. Different types can be absorbed, but the absorption time will be about 3 times longer, and the effect will not be much different. Before we reached the city center, we could no longer drive forward because the car made too much noise and would attract more and more zombies. Since everyone woke up, all social order and production have almost collapsed. Everywhere on the road, and cries and shouts for help can be heard one after another. None of us are good people, but we couldn't help but be stunned when we saw this kind of scene. Huck, I ran a red light, I won't get any points deducted. You are so funny, get off the bus. When there were 30 or 40 zombies, Bai Yaoyao called on everyone to get out of the car and start harvesting. Now everyone is very familiar with killing a zombie, and what kind of force should be used to kill it with 1 blow, so as not to increase the risk unnecessarily by failing to kill it, nor to waste extra energy, so the progress is much faster. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the ratio between zombies and survivors was not 50-50 at all. Maybe at the beginning only 50% of them would turn into zombies, but the speed of infection is also very fast. Anyone who is scratched or bitten by a zombie will turn into a zombie in a very short time. It is very likely that the person next to you is turned into a zombie before you wake up. Once you take a bite, there will be no chance of waking up again. Both sides of the road observing Bai Yaoyao and the others' actions. Seeing that they were dressed in uniform and acted decisively, they thought they were rescuers sent by the authorities and shouted loudly, "Save us! There are 5 people in my family, including children and the elderly. Save us first. Whose family doesn't have a child? Please save us. We are on the first floor, but there is a zombie at the door." Bai Yaoyao and the others acted as if they didn't hear anything. They took out the crystal core neatly and planned to leave. Are you kidding? We are killers. It's good enough that we don't kill people. You want us to save people? Saving people is easy, But what do you do after you save them? Be a bodyguard to protect your safety? Be a nanny to take care of your eating, drinking, defecation, and urination? What are you daydreaming about? The zombies on the first day of the apocalypse were so weak. If they had a little courage and found a tool to work with, they wouldn't be trapped at home. On both sides of the road saw by Yao Yao and others were about to leave, they immediately became anxious. What are you doing? Why are you not saving people? How can you be so selfish? I told you I have children and elderly people at home. Let's all shout and knock together to make some noise to attract the zombies. Don't let them get away. Let them save people. That's right, don't go. Save us. Which department are you from? I want to report you. My husband is a provincial department official. Bai Yao Yao picked her ears. It was so hucking noisy. He simply pulled out his gun, drew the trigger, and shot the man who said he wanted to attract zombies in the forehead without any hesitation, killing him with one shot. The scene suddenly became quiet. Bai Yao Yao and the others were full of energy, looking viciously at the people who had just shouted. How about it, can we go now? Bai Yao Yao tried to add some mental strength to her voice, and it was clearly heard by everyone.
No one dared to speak at this time.
Are you kidding me? Anyone who dares to kill people is definitely not here to save people. If you are still screaming now, you are courting death. No one said anything, so Bai Yao Yao said to his brothers, let's go to the next street. Is it okay to just kill someone? The taciturn Shi Tu suddenly asked. As long as we kill someone who deserves to die, it's okay. Bai Yao Yao answered directly. Now each department is busy with its own business, and no one has time to take care of these things. Even if they knew, with such a luxurious team, why would they kill a few scumbags who deliberately stir up trouble instead of trying to win them over? How could the officials be so stupid? However, seeing Oyu's slightly excited eyes, he couldn't help but touch his nose and asked, Brother Oyu, didn't you kill all those people back then? 2 more in City A. Bai Yao Yao nodded and patted Oyu on the shoulder. There will be a chance. Well, you're going to die. Bai Yao Yao led everyone to start bombing the streets. From the time they left home at around 6 in the morning until now at around 11 o'clock, they had collected 216 light crystals and killed countless zombies. Sister Yao, there is a warehouse supermarket ahead. Coco said excitedly, holding the zombie's head in one hand and the zombie's body in the other. Come on, go on, buy it for free. Xiaomi rubbed his hands. Okay, let's go and take a look. Although Bai Yao Yao didn't want to rob ordinary people of their living resources, it was still necessary for her to go over and collect a batch of non-essential supplies. Be careful, there is someone in the window on the 2nd floor. Fat Brother warned. Bai Yao Yao saw it from far away. Many people woke up in the morning and saw the situation. They all risked their lives to find some supplies, and then hurried home to wait for rescue. Therefore, when Bai Yao Yao met ordinary people, he would not choose to take action. Releasing his mental power, Bai Yao Yao clearly felt the ill intentions of the group of people on the 2nd floor, and they even had guns in their hands. After reminding everyone, the people on the 2nd floor suddenly opened the window and said, Who are you? Don't go any further. We have occupied this place. After saying that, he took out his gun and fired a shot in the open space in front of the door. Huck, this kid is so arrogant. Sister Yao, are you going to do him or not? Monkey couldn't stand being provoked, so he got angry. Bai Yao Yao was about to speak. There was another shout from the 2nd floor. Help. Someone come quickly. Shut up, witch.
Say it again.
Didn't you enjoy it enough just now? Is there anyone downstairs? Help us. The man who just fired the gun grabbed the woman who was talking and pushed her out of the window, then slammed her heavily in front of the supermarket door. Her head hit the steps in front of the door, and blood gushed out instantly. You could tell without getting close that the woman was dead, and the key point was that the woman had no clothes on. Oh, this guy has such a bad temper, Lulu said in a gentle and cold voice, and touched the knife in her hand. Bai Yao Yao knew that this was the prelude to Lulu's rampage. Lulu was rescued from the red light district by her master. At that time, Lulu's mother was still alive. Logically, the organization would not accept such a child whose relatives were still alive, but Lulu's mother jumped down from the building so that the master could take Lulu away. She didn't want her daughter to grow up in such a terrible environment. The scene where the man pushed the woman down the stairs just now must have reminded Lulu of some bad memories. Kill them and rob the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao made the decision immediately. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, Lulu quickly raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm landed directly on the man's head. The man was numbed from the shock, and he was stuck on the window, with half of his body hanging outside. Bai Yaoyao gave Lulu a thumbs up and held Lulu's hand. Lulu whispered that it was okay. Monkey and Dadawan looked at the small streams of water and flames in their hands and recalled the lightning that Lulu had just released. They were so envious that their saliva was about to flow. "Boss, are you okay? Boss?" It seems that Boss can't stand up. Or, the younger brothers who had just been following the man, very considerately grabbed the man's legs and threw their boss directly down the building. But in just a few minutes, the man was killed in the same way. Seeing him dying with his eyes wide open, Bai Yaoyao only wanted to say, he deserved it. The younger brothers seemed to be a little smarter than the boss they were thrown down from, but not much. Without saying anything else to Bai Yaoyao and the others, he quickly closed the window and lowered the rolling shutter door on the first floor of the supermarket. Bai Yaoyao did not waste any time. He loved the idea of robbing one's thieves the other. He directly threw out an SJ-11 microbomb from space. Was blown up. Everyone rushed in directly. Stone and Fatty rushed in the front, followed by Xiaomi and Monkey. They kicked the door and rushed in to take a look, but everyone was used to the killings, so they just smacked their tongues and were not too moved. There were 4 women tied up in the corner. Not only were their bodies covered with scars, but each of them was also. One could imagine what they had just experienced. They were all sobbing and hugging each other and crying. No one paid much attention to it. Coco hooked her foot and threw a few pieces of clothes on the ground over. Everyone else rushed towards the younger brothers who had killed their eldest brother. The younger brothers had been stunned since the moment the door was blown open. Who on earth were these people? They knew how to set mines and have bombs. The hunting rifle in the eldest brother's hand was picked up in the countryside a few years ago. Seeing someone rushing in, he didn't even have time to pull the trigger before he was caught, and immediately started a new round of begging for mercy. "We are not bad people. We were forced to do this, and it was the boss who killed us." "You farted. You are all devils," the woman in the corner cried. Bai Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and said, "It's so noisy." The monkeys understood instantly and cut his throat quickly. In the room, Fat Brother used his gold-related ability to create a key, opened it, collected the gold bars inside, and planned to leave. "Wait a minute. Thank you for saving us. Could you please take me home? This supermarket is owned by my family. I was too busy yesterday and didn't go home. This group of people suddenly rushed in this morning. If you can take me home, my father will definitely thank you very much. I can also share some of the things in the supermarket with you. I just gave you those gold bars. Please, kind people, send us home. There are zombies everywhere outside. It's too scary." Bai Yaoyao then turned around and glanced at the women in the corner. The first one who spoke had a relatively normal expression, but her words were unpleasant. The second one who spoke had her collar as low as it could be, and she was looking at Sher too, with tearful eyes. The other 2 who didn't say anything quickly put on their clothes and retreated to the corner. They looked at Bai Yaoyao and others vigilantly and had no intention of speaking or asking for help. Bai Yaoyao smiled and replied, "You're welcome." "Then can I?" "No, we are not here to save people. We are here to kill people. Do you still need help?" Bai Yaoyao blinked her big eyes and said the cruelest words in the gentlest tone. Coupled with the momentum of a group of people, the 2 men did not dare to say anything. After coming out, everyone quickly searched for supplies that could be used. Since it was a warehouse-style supermarket, the supplies were extremely abundant. Go pick what you want and meet at the door in 10 minutes. Bai Yaoyao didn't take anything except instant food products and took half of things like rice, flour, and oil. They broke open the door of the cold storage and took away all the frozen foods. As for the items in the clothing section, home furnishing section, tobacco and alcohol section, health products section, and cosmetic section, they took everything away without leaving anything behind. I returned to the door, collected the items everyone had picked, and without wasting any more time, I quickly left. Bai Yao was not unaware that many people around were observing the situation on her side, and they all wanted to wait until she and others left before coming over to take advantage of the situation. Bai Yao has no intention of hiding her spatial ability. If you have the ability, come and grab it. In the face of absolute strength, there is no need to care about these details. The most important thing is to hurry up and earn crystal cores for upgrading. Let's find a place to eat and rest for a while. Bai Yao heard several people's stomachs growling. Sister Yao, there is a restaurant at the intersection ahead with tables and chairs inside. I'll go clear the area first. Adai, who had been killing zombies and not speaking for the whole morning, suddenly became excited when he heard about having dinner. Bai Yao smiled and nodded. Go ahead, be careful. Adai immediately activated his speed ability and ran over quickly. By the time Bai Yao and the others arrived, all the zombies in the restaurant had been killed and thrown out, and the tables and chairs had been wiped clean.
Dai 566.
Let's eat. Bai Yao waited for everyone to sit in the circle and said, Come on. Tell me what you want to eat. As they ate and chatted, they noticed that there were more people on the street outside. Everyone smelled the fragrance in the restaurant. They couldn't help but look at it again and again. It smelled so damn good. I don't have the courage to rob, so I can only fight zombies. The reason they had the courage to come out was firstly, Bai Yao and others had almost cleared all the zombies on this road, and secondly, everyone saw that Bai Yao and others could chop zombies as easily as cutting vegetables, so they also gained some confidence. The men and young men in the house tried to go downstairs and collect some supplies, but they all tacitly avoided Bai Yao and the others. Bai Yao was very satisfied with this. Although she would not kill anyone for no reason, she really hated trouble and did not really want to communicate with others. This is just the right way to be quiet. After dinner, Bai Yao divided everyone into 3 groups to speed up the process of earning crystal cores. At present, apart from myself, Lulu and Adai have the strongest combat effectiveness. The 3 of them happened to lead a team each, and they agreed to gather in 3 hours. Each group also took flares, and they are not far from each other, which is convenient for support. I wanted to let Guzzi follow Lulu, because Lulu's ability was not very stable yet, but Guzzi didn't want to, and refused to leave Bai Yao no matter what, even if I was given a big braised pork bone. Brother Go, you are so strong. What will happen if you don't lead the team alone? We all depend on you, Bai Yao said bluffingly. The dog howled for a while and finally left with Lulu's team in a proud manner. Bai Yao brought Paige, Xiao Shirlu, and Dadawan with her. We went to the convention and exhibition center in H City together. Just now when I was having dinner, I saw some flyers scattered on the ground and found out that a luxury car show was being held at the convention and exhibition center these days. I planned to go and see if there were any suitable cars. There are only 7 or 8 cars available at the moment, and with so many people in my team, I'm afraid that they won't be enough. As soon as he reached the entrance of the convention and exhibition center, Bai Yao habitually used his mental power to explore the surrounding situation and found that there was a zombie that was not only as agile as a normal person, but could also kick down the railing with 1 foot. It is obviously not a level 0 zombie. Bai Yao feels very strange. Too many changes have happened in this life. Level 1 zombies should appear 10 days later, but they appear on the first day of the apocalypse. But there was no hesitation. He went straight up to it, dodged the zombie's attack, kicked the zombie to the ground, and hit the zombie's head with a baseball bat. The dagger is too short and blood will easily splash onto the body, so Bai Yao has always used a baseball bat, which has the blessing of strength and supernatural powers, and it feels great to shoot heads off. Bai Yao picked up the crystal and took a look at it. It was indeed a first-level crystal core. She couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Sister Yao, why is the zombie you just killed so fashionable? Xiao Shirlu asked curiously. This is a level 1 zombie. Let's speed up. Bai Yao replied. Dadawan suddenly said, Look, there's a cat over there. My God, it runs so fast. It looks much better than the dog. Is a fight about to start? This cat is very fast. Everyone be careful. Peppa quickly took out a dagger. A cat was running quickly. Its entire body was snow white, and it looked particularly noble and elegant. It paused in the middle, glanced at Bai Yao Yao and the others, then turned around and left. Mutated beasts also have different temperaments. Some of them will not actively attack humans, and we don't need to provoke this type of mutant beasts.
Bai Yao Yao explained.
Phew, luckily this cat has a good temper. It's so fast and agile, it's really hard to beat.
Little 16 patted his chest.
Let's go and get to work. In the exhibition center, less than 10 in total. The other 3 were fighting the zombies, while Bai Yao Yao concentrated on collecting the car. As long as we can find the keys, we will take them all, regardless of the car model. Unfortunately, most of them are sports cars and commercial vehicles with too low chassis. It's okay now, but in a few days, they will not be able to be on the road. As for those without keys, I collected them, dismantled them, and gave them to Monkey to use as car repair parts. After I had collected everything, I was about to continue sweeping the streets when I suddenly saw danger flares coming from Audai's direction. There were 3 flares in a row, indicating that the danger level was the highest. Bai Yao Yao and the other 3 rushed over hurriedly, running as fast as they could while using their mental power to explore the situation ahead. It was discovered that Audai and his companions were facing off against a mutant beast. The range of the first-level psychic ability was not large, and they only sensed that it was a mutant dog when they got close to it. In the early stages, mutant beasts were far stronger than humans. They were fast, responsive, and had strong bite abilities. Generally, if they were confronted by beasts of the same level, they would either die or be seriously injured. I don't know how Audai and his friends provoked so many mutant dogs. After Bai Yao Yao and the other 3 arrived, they quickly joined the battle. Bai Yao Yao was facing a blackback, and he did not dare to take it lightly. He was not a level 9 psychic now, and he did not have any spatial attack methods, only strength and combat awareness. I thought the fight would be a little difficult, but unexpectedly, I predicted the mutant dog's next move several times in my mind.
I
actually predicted the dog's actions. When the mutant dog pounced again, Bai Yao Yao successfully kicked it away and quickly followed up with a stab into its throat, killing it with 1 blow. Without wasting a second, he quickly took the mutant dog from Coco's hand. He saw from the corner of his eye that Coco was about to collapse. Just as they met, Lulu and her group arrived, and Bai Yao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, woof, 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 woof. The dog ran over and barked a few times, and all the mutant dogs stopped moving instantly. Everyone was shocked. Brother Guzzy is so awesome. He has become the leader of the mutant dogs. The dog shook his head proudly. Only, in less than 2 seconds, all the mutant dogs went crazy. They all abandoned their opponents and rushed towards the dog, growling and snarling. Their fur stood on end as if they had been stacked with 5, 6, 7, or 8 layers of anger buff. When the dog saw this, it let out a howl, turned around and ran behind Bai Yao Yao, with a look on its face that said, "My owner's dog is bullying me." Bai Yao Yao. Oh no. Bai Yao Yao quickly took out his gun and threw it to several teammates.
Otherwise, how could he fight so many mutant dogs?
Even if the gunshots will attract a lot of zombies. Zombies are easier to fight than mutant dogs. Using a gun is a basic skill, and everyone is good at shooting. After a while, the mutant dog couldn't bear it anymore. The mutant dog has intelligence, at least smarter than a dog. When it saw that its side had suffered too many casualties, it retreated without hesitation. But even when facing the gun, he did not forget to bark at the dog fiercely a few times before leaving, just like a human uttering threats, which was particularly interesting to watch. Only after all the mutant dogs left did the dog rush out from behind Bai Yao Yao again and started a new round of howling. Idiom, 狗靠人时, is fully reflected. Bai Yao Yao was worried that the dog would call the mutant dogs back again, so she hurriedly shouted for the dog to come back. She really wanted to go up and cover the dog's mouth. The dog turned around and saw Bai Yao Yao's eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of danger. He hurriedly put on his signature evil smile, ran over in small steps, and rubbed Bai Yao Yao's trouser leg hard with his head. The whole dog's face was filled with a flattering expression. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and told herself for the 1,001st time. Don't be angry, don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get angry and ruin your body, no one can replace you. Dog meat is not tasty. You will only know it if you suffer the consequences. The dog saved my life. I'm going to beat it when I get back. Sister Yao, there are zombies. The continuous gunfire just now attracted a lot of zombies, which slowly formed a zombie group. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly picked up the mutant dog's corpse on the ground and went back to grill it. The official research had shown that the meat of mutant animals could enhance humans' physique and strength, which was especially obvious when first eaten. Everyone was fighting and retreating at the same time, and they found that the zombies were gathering more and more, and they didn't have time to collect the crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao released 3 predators that they had collected in Country R. Everyone got in the cars and rushed all the way, knocking away countless zombies before they broke out of the encirclement. The sun was about to set, and everyone was tired after fighting zombies all day, so Bai Yaoyao simply took everyone back to the villa and called it a day. Have a good rest. There are important things to do in the evening.
Villa.
Oh my god, I'm finally home. I'm so tired after this day. Coco collapsed on the sofa. Kur, if the master hears what you said, you'll be thrown into the mountains and forests for at least half a year. Xiaomi muttered to himself, but he did not forget to pour Coco a glass of water. Hey, brother Xiemi, I love you. You are such a chatterbox. Although the master is very nice to everyone, the training is indeed very hard, and if you fail to complete the training, the punishment will be very severe. However, what everyone usually completes are short-term assassination missions that require lurking, timing, and bursts. This kind of long-term confrontation mission is really rare. Bai Yaoyao took out all the harvest from today, 316 crystal cores and 12 mutant dogs. Each person got 25 crystal cores, and the rest were left with Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao kept the level 0 and level 1 strengthening crystal cores for himself. There was no need to explain so much to his brothers. He was more experienced, and only by upgrading early could the team's interests be maximized. Sister Yao, should we first concentrate our strength and stack a few with strong superpowers? If we divide them evenly like this, won't the effect of the team battle be too slow to show? For example, my healing ability is basically useless now, and I just used a knife today. Paige thought for a moment and said. Bai Yaoyao shook his head and said, today is the first day. 25 crystal cores can probably upgrade to level 2. Let's upgrade everyone to level 2 first. Starting tomorrow, we will directly divide into 3 groups. This way, the efficiency will be higher. Okay, a question. Adai suddenly raised his hand. Sister Yao, it's time to eat. Bai Yaoyao rubbed Adai's soft little fur hard. Adai who kills people and Adai who wants to eat are simply 2 extremes. The contrast is so funny. Bai Yaoyao threw out the corpses of 2 mutant dogs and said, we'll eat this today. Adai silently put his hand down. Sister Yao, I'm not hungry yet. I want to lose weight. Come on, boss, don't we have plenty to eat? It's not good for a brother to eat a dog, right? Woof 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 woof. Bai Yaoyao explained, the meat of mutant beasts can enhance physical fitness and strength. The effect will be more obvious if taken for a long time. Adai put his hand down again. I'm hungry again. Eating meat doesn't seem to make me fat. Who can cook? Fat brother asked sincerely. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll do it. No, Sister Yao. Paige hurriedly hugged Bai Yaoyao. Xiao Shirlu also said, not really, Sister Yao. Go and have a rest. You are very tired after a day. The key is that the others also looked agreeable. Bai Yaoyao put her hands on her waist and asked, don't you believe me? No, how could that be? Sister Yao is invincible. There is nothing she can't do. She's just grilling meat. Everyone denied. Are you kidding? Sister Yao can't cook, or even do such a difficult job as barbecue. You don't want the villa anymore, right? Finally, Qin Xian stepped forward and said, Sister Yao, I'll do it. I can do it. Dad Awan also said, Monkey, and I will go to help. He will run water to wash, and I will start the fire to roast. Brother Xian will be in charge. Don't worry, everyone go back to the house and rest. Bai Yaoyao felt helpless seeing that everyone was not letting her get started, but she didn't have the confidence to resist. After all, I have indeed burned down the house while cooking. So we put some simple meals on the table, and everyone ate their food, waiting for the barbecue in the evening. After everyone went back to the room to shower and rest, the three of them started to work. There was a lot of chaos for a while, but, well, it was done anyway. Everyone's dinner today was very unhappy. Even Adai, who loved eating the most, was unhappy. But no one wasted a single bit of flesh. In the last days, becoming stronger is the most important thing. Complaining a few words is just to adjust the mood and let everyone relax. Chen Xian was gnawing on the hard-to-swallow mutant dog meat and secretly vowed to himself that he must improve his cooking skills. When everyone had eaten everything, including the dog, they all took a deep breath. The meat was tough and tasted weird. One bite was too salty, and the other had no flavor. Bai Yaoyao asked Chen Xian to roast one just for the dog, without any seasoning. The dog once suspected that it was because he had made his owner angry today that the owner punished him like this. It was too horrible and he would never dare to do it again. Everyone go back and absorb the crystal core. Hold it in both hands and use your supernatural powers to communicate with the crystal core energy. You will understand after trying it. Bai Yaoyao said. After everyone returned to their rooms, Bai Yaoyao called out to Fat Brother. I'm going out tonight. Fat Brother was stunned for a moment. Is it dangerous? I'll go with you. No need, I know my limits. I still have space, and my safety is guaranteed. I'm just telling you, because I'm afraid you won't be able to find me and get anxious. Bai Yaoyao replied. Okay, come back and tell me. Foaming Mountain tonight to find a mutated willow tree, the invincible Willow King. In the previous life, this tree devoured countless humans, animals, plants, and zombies, so much so that even the last 20 high-level psychics above level 7 and 50 ordinary psychics were unable to take it down together, and instead the human side suffered heavy losses. Almost all ordinary psychics were killed, and several high-level psychics were also lost. At that time, Bai Yaoyao was leading the Dark Knight squad on another mission and just happened to escape the disaster. Later, I heard that this mutated willow tree was originally at the foot of Foaming Mountain, so Bai Yaoyao wanted to go find it and destroy it if he couldn't tame it. It can also be regarded as eliminating a heavyweight human opponent in advance. However, it is better to absorb today's crystal first. After the upgrade, the self-protection ability will be stronger and the chance of winning will be greater. Bai Yaoyao flashed into the space and found that a batch of honeysuckle and cassia seeds that she had planted before were almost ripe. Because there was a lot of food stored, Bai Yaoyao gave priority to planting the more commonly used medicinal herbs. Returning to the small room in the space, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb the crystal core. 0 and 1 enhancement crystal cores successfully upgraded the strength ability to level 2, and 25 ordinary level 0 crystal cores upgraded the space ability to level 2. After the space ability was upgraded, a pool of spring water appeared on the side of the space hut. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. She walked forward and observed it carefully for a long time. She even took a sip of it in her hand. Not only did she not find any difference from ordinary water, but her sleeves were also wet. So, I didn't care about it anymore. There are too many children and not enough food, so the psychic powers will have to wait until next time. Bai Yaoyao was absorbing the crystal core. He deliberately looked at the time and found that it took less than an hour for him to absorb it all, which was more than 3 times faster than the normal speed. So I took an undivided crystal core and tried it outside the space. I found that not only was the absorption much slower than in the space cabin, but the effect was also greatly reduced. Bai Yaoyao was suddenly pleasantly surprised. In this case, as long as she had enough crystal cores, even if she had 3 types of supernatural powers, the overall upgrade speed would not be slow. Bai Yaoyao was so excited that she wanted to go out and beat the zombies. But I still held back and focused on my business first. Bai Yaoyao drove to the vicinity of Foaming Mountain. Under the moonlight, it was not completely dark, but surprisingly quiet. I walked around the foot of the mountain and found that I had thought too simply. Foaming Mountain is too big. There are at least 80 willow trees, if not 200. They look no different from each other. How do you know which tree is the coolest? It's definitely not the one with a crooked neck in front of you. It's the ugliest. Bai Yao sighed, turned around and took 2 steps, then suddenly stopped and quickly turned to look at the crooked tree in front of him. The willow leaves flutter is opposite to the wind direction. I looked at the other willow trees. All of them were normal. Only this ugliest one was like this. Why are you so stubborn? Bai Yao instantly raised his vigilance to the highest level. All the muscles in his body tensed up, and the machete moved into his hand. Now it was not only the big willow tree whose strength had weakened, but himself as well. He stood still where he was, released his mental strength, and carefully tested the crooked willow tree. He found that he did not sense any signal from the willow tree that it wanted to attack. Instead, he felt a sense of lightness. Bai Yao tried to take a few steps closer, and the willow leaves shook even more happily. Although there was no verbal communication, Bai Yao seemed to feel that the willow tree was greeting her. Slowly raising his hand, the willow branches also slowly rose up. Just when his fingertips were about to touch, the willow branches suddenly and quickly wrapped around Bai Yao's wrist. Bai Yao reflexively wanted to take the knife to chop it, but found that the willow tree had no ill intentions. It was just rubbing against her sleeves repeatedly, as if it had a serious illness. When it saw her raise the knife, it shrank back with trembling. But even so, she was reluctant to let go of her hand. Bai Yao found that she could actually hear a hint of grievance in the rustling sound of the willow leaves. My goodness, I don't have any wood-related abilities, so why can I communicate with plants? Bai Yao suddenly remembered the new spring water that appeared after the space cabin was upgraded. She scooped up the water and took a sip. It seemed that some of it got on her sleeve, which was the place that willow tree had been repeatedly scratching and unwilling to let go. So he took out some spring water and put it in the palm of his hand. The willow tree suddenly froze, and then its excited branches flew around, just like hair that had been electrocuted. Do you want a drink? Bai Yao said gently, like an uncle tempting a child. Rustle, rustle. Then you have to come with me and be obedient from now on. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west, and if I tell you to walk the dog, you can't chase the chicken. Then I promise you will have spring water to drink every day. How about that? Do you want to do it? Bai Yao stroked the willow branch gently and communicated with it seriously. The willow tree actually understood what was said and nodded without hesitation. It also controlled its branches and leaves to suck up all the spring water in Bai Yao's hand without leaving a drop. Bai Yao didn't know if she could put it into the space. If not, she could ask Coco to come and collect it. Coco is a wood element and can contract with plants. Unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first try. The crooked tree in front of him disappeared, leaving only a deep pit. Bai Yao looked at it curiously and instantly got goosebumps all over his body. I didn't expect that at the beginning of the apocalypse, this willow tree would be so powerful, as can be seen from the densely packed and bottomless root holes in the deep pits. Bai Yao didn't rush back and flashed into the space. Seeing Lu Shu so anxious that he couldn't move beside the spring, but he didn't dare to take any action on his own for fear of being thrown out. Lu Shu could feel that in this space, Bai Yao was the boss, so he had to be a little cautious. Drink, all you can drink, Bai Yao said, pointing to the spring water. There are springs, which are renewable and not so stingy. When the willow tree heard what Bai Yao said, it immediately stretched all its branches into the spring water. This impatient look is really unbecoming of a master. In less than 5 minutes, the willow tree drank all the spring water, and the dog came over as if possessed, acting coquettishly and cutely.
Bai Yao didn't feel sad. It was impossible to want the horse to run and not eat grass at the same time.
Bai Yao said to the crooked tree, "How about I give you a name? We'll be good friends from now on. You have a brother named Guzzi. I'll introduce him to you tomorrow." The willow tree raised its branches in agreement and shook its leaves expectantly. Bai Yao thought about it for a long time. The dog's name was too hasty. She had to think of something more advanced this time. I said if you like something, just shake the leaves. Rustle, rustle. Little tree?
Sand.
Xiaolu? Rustle. Little green? Rustle, rustle. Bai Yao gradually lost his patience. Then call me Xiaowai. That's all. I'm in a hurry to go home and sleep. Xiaowai really wanted to hum and protest once more, but Bai Yao had already left the space and was unwilling to pay attention to his silent cries. Never mind. It sounds better than the brother named Guzi. After accepting the name Xiaowai, he obediently took root beside the spring and slowly digested the energy in his body. Bai Yao drove back in a good mood and took Xiaowai with her. Although Xiaowai might not have the opportunities and strength he had in his previous life, no matter what, humanity had lost a powerful opponent. It's better to have a dream of beautiful spring, in which the grass smells sweet. Bai Yao hummed a song and drove fast all the way, occasionally hitting a zombie, but she didn't feel bored. Just when they were halfway through the journey, Bai Yao realized something was wrong and stopped hurriedly. For safety reasons, she got out of the car and put it into the space. Bai Yao has been using her mental power to explore the road conditions ahead and discovered a strong energy fluctuation ahead. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my head. This was a psycho zombie, at least a level 1 or even level 2. Bai Yao felt that too many things in this life were different from her memories. The special type zombies would not appear until at least half a year later, but this was only the first day of the apocalypse, and not only the enhanced type appeared, but also the special type. Fortunately, his spatial ability had been upgraded, allowing him to teleport over short distances. After being attacked, Bai Yao quickly moved towards the spiritual zombie. But the mental zombies. He actually ran away. This hucking beginner zombie is still conscious? How funny. Even though he knew it might be a trap, Bai Yao still chased after him. He felt really itchy until he found out what was going on. After chasing them to a garment factory, Bai Yao saw the level 0 zombies surrounding him from all directions, and the spiritual zombies leaning against the wall at the entrance of the garment factory. He wanted to place a bomb and then flash back to the space. However, the bomb that could destroy the zombies would probably have destroyed all their crystal cores, and he was reluctant to give up so many crystal cores. So he took out a machete and prepared for a tough battle. 0 zombies are weak. They are more numerous than them. Bai Yao went from killing one with 3 slashes at the beginning to killing one with 1 slash now. She felt her hands were numb from the shock. Xiaowai had been communicating with Bai Yao, wanting Bai Yao to let it out. After Bai Yao had practiced enough, she threw Xiaowai out. Following battle, they cooperated tacitly with Xiaowai. Xiaowai controlled it with branches, and Bai Yao chopped it with a knife, which was more than twice as efficient. No matter how fierce the battle was, Bai Yao always used all his mental strength to guard against the spiritual zombie. Being able to control so many level 0 zombies, he must be at least level 2. This shouldn't be the limit of his ability. Xiaowai, can you handle it on your own? Bai Yao wanted Xiaowai to hold back the level 0 zombies while he went to kill the source. Otherwise, if he kept calling for help, no matter how powerful he was, he would eventually run out of energy. Rustle, rustle, Xiaowai said with force. Bai Yao discovered that Xiaowai's body had grown a lot bigger, and even his crooked neck had become straighter. She guessed that it might be the effect of the spring water. Bai Yao moved slowly and unnoticed towards the psycho zombie. When she was within 10 meters, she sprinted forward quickly and, with the help of a teleportation, appeared in front of the psycho zombie. Attacking with a knife, he felt the danger from behind and immediately gave up and dodged the attack from behind. This guy has no martial ethics. Not only did he bring his little brothers, but he also brought bodyguards. You are not as powerful as a star. I turned around and saw, oh, another level 2 zombie. It's still an enhanced speed zombie. While Bai Yao was fighting the speed zombies, he was also using his mental strength to resist the attacks of the spiritual zombies. After a while, he could clearly feel his physical strength decreasing significantly. He always missed his attacks because the zombies were too fast, and he wasted a lot of energy for no reason. In the end, he had to use a small part of his mental power to fight the speed zombies. Finally, He found an opportunity and stabbed the speed zombie's eyes with his knife, then quickly and forcefully twisted them around. Then, without wasting a second, he teleported in front of the psychic zombie and chopped off its head with force. Seeing that Xiaowai was still fighting with his little brothers, he went back to help, and they cooperated tacitly again, which ended the battle. The moment all the zombies fell to the ground, the man and the tree collapsed directly on the ground.
They were so tired.
Even a minute longer. She drank a sip of water and relaxed for a long time before she regained some strength. If they really cannot win, they will naturally hide in space, but they will still have to fight if they can. A psychic who is only built up with crystal cores is useless. Compared with a psychic who has been honed in battle, many of them are killed by people of higher levels. That's why Bai Yaoyao chose to fight hard. Seeing Xiaowai exhausted, he felt a little distressed. This was only the first day of the apocalypse, and he was not yet the boss Lu Huang. If Xiaowai hadn't been here today, he could have escaped from this battle, but he couldn't win. After all, they were still friends, so Bai Yaoyao would not be stingy with her friends. She took it directly to the space spring and let it drink up all the new spring water. Xiaowai shook his head excitedly and put all the branches in again. In less than 5 seconds, it was empty again. Bai Yaoyao has already started to loot the crystal cores. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, she has an urge to shake people off. It is truly a burden of happiness. Rustle, rustle, rustle. What are you doing out? Although Bai Yaoyao was curious, she still let Xiaowai out. Xiaowai directly controlled all the branches and began to collect the crystal cores quickly. With 1 bucket, 2 digs and 3 throws, he finally arrived at Bai Yaoyao's feet. Bai Yaoyao laughed excitedly, pinching his waist. Brother, you're awesome. I give you a thumbs up, my friend 666. Rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao personally dug out the crystal cores of the 2 level 2 zombies, then sat down and took out a bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork rice, eating while waiting for Xiaowai to dig out the crystal cores. Don't say that the environment is bad, and I can't eat. I got used to it, and it was quite delicious. 1 portion was not enough, so I had another bucket of braised beef noodles. By the time Xiaowai had finished digging out the crystal cores, Bai Yaoyao was full. After putting the crystal cores and Xiaowai into the space, he released the car and drove home. Bai Yaoyao used her consciousness to explore and found 222 beads, which was almost as much as the team's daily harvest. It was really tiring, but the fragrance was also really good. It was time to go back and upgrade. A mother should treat everyone equally, and your psychic abilities can be upgraded to level 2. After Bai Yaoyao left, a dark shadow suddenly appeared at the entrance of the garment factory. I thought deeply for a long time while watching Bai Yaoyao leave. Perhaps only you can end all this. I can't do it myself. I hope the world can still be peaceful and prosperous. With a wave of his hand, the psychic and speed zombies were resurrected. The corpses on the ground in front of the clothing factory also disappeared. Looking at the direction where Bai Yaoyao left, a gentle look appeared in his cold eyes. I hope we can meet again. It would be even better if the apocalypse is over by then. Bai Yaoyao returned to the villa. She went upstairs to her room and knocked on Fat Brother's door to indicate that she was back. There was no need to use any mental power to investigate or think about it. Fatty was definitely not asleep and must still be waiting for me. It was just like my first mission. I was 8 years old that year, and I completed the mission smoothly. But on the way back, I got lost. Everything on the mountain looked the same, and I don't know how I ended up at the back of the mountain. It took them 2 days to get back to the base. The moment they entered the door, Fat Brother burst into tears, crying even harder than when he was whipped by his master. Later, I heard from Lulu that since I went out, Fat Brother has been sitting at the door waiting for me, and he didn't even notice that his chicken leg for lunch was snatched away by a monkey. I didn't come back at night, and didn't sleep all night. If my master hadn't forbade me to go out, I would have run out to look for someone. Knowing that Bai Yaoyao was just lost and not injured, Fat Brother felt relieved and ate 6 big white steamed buns in one breath before he stopped crying. The master looked at the pot of freshly steamed buns and saw that 6 were missing before mealtime. He was so angry that he almost picked up a stick to hit someone. In the end, it was Bai Yao Yao who coaxed her master with fruits she picked from the mountain and her sweet words. Bai Yao Yao thought of her childhood and couldn't help but smile. She was so happy today. She had Xiaowai and killed so many zombies. When Fat Brother heard Bai Yao Yao knocking on the door, his frowning brows relaxed. When he heard Bai Yao Yao's brisk footsteps going upstairs, he knew that this girl was not only not injured, but also achieved her goal and should be in a good mood. So he closed his eyes peacefully, and in less than 3 seconds, he started snoring loudly. Stone next door. The long-lost snoring is finally here. It is really hard to fall asleep without the snoring of Fat Brother. Bai Yao Yao returned to the room. She went straight into the space, took a shower, and changed her clothes. Then he began to absorb crystal cores. A second-level special crystal core upgraded his spiritual ability to the 2nd level.
Then I thought about it.
The 3rd-level space power includes a space blade, but its power is not great, not as strong as Dog Brother's claws. In the early stages, and most of them are carrying knives or baseball bats, so it is still better to upgrade the strength ability first. I just happened to use the crystal core of the speed zombie plus 222 level 0 crystal cores, and it was upgraded to level 3. The further you advance, the harder it is to upgrade. Just upgrading to level 3 requires more than 10 times the number of crystal cores as compared to level 2. The specific number varies from person to person and is not certain. If you want to upgrade your supernatural power to level 4, a level 0 crystal core will be useless. You will also need about 100 level 1 crystal cores. The most important thing is to start from level 4. There is a necessary condition, which is a crystal core of the same level. If you want to upgrade to level 4, you need to get a level 4 crystal core. However, there are very few level 1 zombies now, let alone level 4 zombies. If you want to upgrade to level 4, you will probably have to wait for a while. Bai Yao Yao glanced at the time. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. She went to bed without any further delay, even though staying up late was commonplace for her profession. But the master said that if you don't stay up late, you will live longer. Early morning. Dadawan, look. The monkey raised his hand and released a stream of water toward the outside of the balcony. Although it still doesn't have much attack power, it looks much stronger than yesterday's. Brother Monkey, you have also leveled up. Watch me. Dadawan was a fire type and started setting fire to the tree downstairs. Oh my god, the fire element is awesome. It looks much stronger than what I've done. I'll put out the fire for you. Then the two of them began to brutally torture the tree downstairs.
Big roll burns, mom keisti, big roll burns, mom keisti, big roll burns, mom keisti.
Coco saw what the two were doing and hurriedly stopped them, saying, "Stop it. The tree is going to get angry." What the hell, it has mutated too? Dadawan hurriedly retracted the flames he had released. Even if I didn't mutate, I got mutated because of you guys. After saying this, Coco didn't even have time to go out the door and fell directly from the 2nd floor. Close your eyes and gently stroke the tree. The big tree suddenly shook all over. Coco, be careful. The monkey was afraid that Coco might be in danger, so he reminded her. It's okay, my wood element has also been upgraded, and I can feel the emotions of the trees. Coco said. Since she had the wood power, Coco found that she had a different feeling towards the flowers and plants on the roadside. It was clear that she was not a person who loved nature before. I'm sorry, my friends didn't mean it. They were just too excited after their powers were upgraded. This is for your apology. Kiki took out a crystal core. Only 24 cores were used for the upgrade yesterday, so there was just one left. The big tree shook its leaves, as if to say it was okay. However, he still rolled the crystal core back and handed Coco a vine. Is this for me?
Coco asked.
The tree shook again. Ha ha. Thank you, I'll work hard to kill zombies today and return the crystal core to you when I come back. Coco said excitedly as she put the vine around her wrist. The big tree shook its leaves, as if cheering for Coco. Bai Yao Yao came out and saw this scene, and couldn't help but sigh that Coco was so lucky. This tree must have just mutated and was inexperienced. After being bullied, It felt Coco's kindness and help, and directly gave it the best thing it could. Bai Yao suddenly looked at Dadawan and Monkey, these two troublemakers. Dadawan and Monkey suddenly felt a chill on their necks. They turned around and saw Sister Yao's eyes. They wanted to run away instantly. Oh my god, Sister Yao's eyes were inherited from her master. It was obvious that she wanted to beat someone up. We are wrong, Sister Yao, we are wrong. Yes, yes, yes. For a moment I forgot that plants and animals can also mutate. Bai Yao rolled her eyes helplessly. This won't happen again. You two will have mutant dogs for lunch today. No, Sister Yao. Didn't you say yesterday that we would only eat dinner? Wow, Sister Yao, I was wrong. After everyone came down, Bai Yao quickly took out breakfast and while eating, she discussed today's battle plan with everyone. Monkey and Dadawan held their egg-filled pancakes in both hands, not wanting to let any crumbs fall to the ground. This was the only normal meal they had today. The two looked at each other. Heroes appreciate heroes. Bai Yao swallowed the last bite of egg pancake and said, "We were not very efficient yesterday, so we will work in groups from the beginning today. I am in a group with Monkey, Xiaomi, and Qinxian. That OU, Adai, Dadawan, and Coco are a group. Fatty, Lulu, Little 16, and Peppa are in a group. This is based on our ability distribution. Let's do it this way today. If there are any problems, we can adjust them in time. We will set out together later and clear the 3 streets at the same time. Does anyone have any questions? That's it. Let's get started," Coco said excitedly. She had just obtained a vine, and after trying it out, she found that she could control it perfectly with her supernatural powers. She really wanted to try it out in actual combat to see how effective it was. Lulu suddenly said, "Lao Yao, I'll give it back to you. Our group doesn't want it." Bai Yao glared at the dog, who was still yawning. The dog looked confused and ran to Lulu, howling at her with a questioning look. Lulu completely ignored the dog, drank some water tactically, and sat next to Bai Yao. Said helplessly, "Okay, Guzzi will be in our group. That OU and Fatty, each of you is responsible for a group. Safety is paramount. Nothing else matters. If anything happens, set off a signal flare." Bai Yao thought for a moment and then gave instructions. "Don't worry." "Good." Bai Yao let out the car and set off together. Before leaving, they walked around the villa area and cleared out the newly appeared zombies nearby. "I plan to go to the university town today. The school is densely populated, the venue is relatively open, and there are many zombies, so it is a relatively good place to spawn monsters. Have you noticed that there are a lot more zombies on the road today than yesterday? We haven't even reached the city yet, and the car can hardly move," Monkey said while driving. Bai Yao was in the passenger seat with a gun against the car window, shooting from time to time to kill the zombies that did not obey traffic rules. For example, are only useful now. Starting from level 3 zombies, they are not very effective. Several shots won't kill them, and by that time the zombies will have already rushed to you. In addition, Fat Brother bought nearly 2 billion worth of arms, so there is no need to save on bullets or anything. If you keep it for later, you won't even be able to break the skin of a mutant. Monkey, I'll give you a day off tomorrow. See if you can modify the car and reinforce it," Bai Yao said with some heartache as he looked at the dent made by the zombies. "No problem, I'll do it when I get home tonight. It's not a difficult task." As soon as we arrived near the university town, everyone had to get off the bus. There were too many zombies. Yesterday, we sometimes had to break down doors to find zombies. Today, almost all the zombies were wandering the streets. Bai Yao released Xiaowai and introduced him to Guzzi. "This is your second brother. Take care of him." A woof, 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 woof. Rustle, rustle. Everyone walked and advanced forward. Bai Yao asked Xiaowai to help the other 3 people, assisting with control skills and picking up crystal cores at the same time. "My psychic ability has been upgraded to level 2, and I can control zombies for a short period of time. With all 3 types of superpowers activated, the zombies can be killed faster than 3 people and 1 tree." "Wow, Sister Yao is on drugs, she's so strong," Xiaomi said with gritted teeth. "Let's speed up. The 3 of us and 1 tree are not as good as Sister Yao, But how come we can't even compare to Brother Go? Shwasha. Dog Bro is invincible. When Guzzi heard Xiaowai's rustling encouragement, it was like he was recharged with energy, and he killed the zombies with even more enthusiasm. It took me 3 hours to finally reach the entrance of the university town. I rested for a while, ate some beef jerky, recovered my strength, and waited for the other 2 groups to come. They were waiting for someone. Suddenly a few students from H University nearby ran out. When they saw Bai Yao, the strange combination of 4 people, a dog, and a tree, they stood there in a daze for a long time. The momentum was too strong, so I didn't dare to come over, nor did I dare to run away. Hey, little brother, are there many zombies in your school? Bai Yao asked. There's another zombie that can breathe fire, said the boy in the front wearing a blue denim jacket, holding the hand of the girl next to him tightly. Bai Yao was delighted. There was another special zombie. She dug it up and gave it to Lulu. There was no need to worry about the output of Ah Dai's group. The dark power had enough lethality, and there was also the speed power to assist. There was no need to worry at all. Where is the fire-breathing zombie? Can you tell me? We saw it when we just came out. It's right in front of the cafeteria. Go straight after entering the school and turn right after 2 intersections. It's there. The boy answered directly. After thinking for a while, he added, I don't know if it's still there now. Bai Yao nodded and threw a baseball bat over. Reward. The boy quickly picked it up and said excitedly, Thank you. Is there anything else? Bai Yao waved her hand. When several people saw Bai Yao's gesture, they ran away quickly, without looking back. One of them even lost his shoes. After looking at Bai Yao and seeing that they didn't move, he dared to come back to pick them up. Haha, Sister Yao, are we that scary? Look how scared the children are. Xiaomi said with a smile. In fact, the brothers are not very old. OU is the oldest, 26 years old. Bai Yao and Fatty are both 21. Xiaomi, Monkey, and the others are all under 20. The youngest, Adai, is only 16. Some of them may not even be older than the student just now. Brother Xiaomi, you should wipe the blood off your knife first, throw away the zombie head in your hand, and move the zombie corpses around you before talking. Chun Xian also handed over a tissue. Xiaomi took the tissue and wiped her mouth. You guys wait, I'm going to meet that fire-breathing zombie. Bai Yao was afraid that if they delayed too long, the zombie would run away again. Let brother go, and Xiaowai go with you, said the monkey. Woof woof woof. Brother dog will protect you. No need, Guzzi and Xiaowai will follow you. Bai Yao refused. Guzzi and Xiaowai had no advantage against the fire zombies and could not play any big role. Okay, then you better be careful. Well, don't worry. Bai Yao entered the campus. She immediately activated her mental power and carefully explored every corner. She found that this school was quite magical and there was definitely more than one special zombie. From several directions. I first went to the location the boy mentioned, and sure enough, I saw a fire zombie attacking the rolling shutter of the cafeteria. There were faint cries coming from the cafeteria, and someone on the 4th floor was throwing tables and chairs down, trying to knock down the zombies, but the descent speed was too slow and posed no threat to the zombies. Bai Yao had been using his mental power to isolate his own breath, planning to launch a sneak attack. About 20 meters away, Bai Yao stopped. The maximum distance of his current teleportation was about 10 meters. Fire zombies have strong attack power but weak defense. If you calculate well, it is entirely possible to kill them with one blow. Bai Yao didn't rush to take action and observed for about 5 minutes. Someone on the 4th floor saw Bai Yao. Look, there's a person behind the tree. What does she want to do? Does she want to kill zombies? Damn, is she so desperate? Run, little sister. The zombies can breathe fire. Bai Yao ignored the chattering sounds from upstairs. Fortunately, the zombies couldn't understand human speech, otherwise she would be exposed. After calculating the time, the fire zombies release a skill approximately every 5 seconds. Bai Yao rushed forward quickly at the same time as the skill was released, and with the help of teleportation, he arrived in front of the zombies and transferred all his strength to his arms. With one knife, the zombie's neck fell to the ground. With a flick of the knife tip, the crystal core was in hand, and he turned around and left swiftly.
Wow.
Miss Sister is awesome. Do you need a younger brother? I can carry bags and do odd jobs. So handsome, I'm going to be gay. Ah, my dear wife, please don't go. You saved me, and I pledge my love to you. I will follow you from now on. The exclamations came one after another, getting louder and louder. Bai Yaoyao smiled. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. These young children had not felt the cruelty of the apocalypse yet, so they were still in the mood to joke. After waiting for a few days, when no rescue came, some of them started to cry. I remembered that I was at H University, one of the top universities in China. The group of kids at the back, who didn't look very smart, seemed to be quite talented. So I couldn't help but kindly reminded him, "Hey, keep shouting, call all the zombies over here, and see if you guys are enough to fill the gaps between your teeth with zombies."
Moment.
Except for the whistling sound of the wind, there was no other sound at all. Bai Yaorao turned around and looked at the aggrieved little faces on the fourth floor, piled up by the window like a pyramid. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. It's great to be young. Bai Yaoyao was harsh in her words and made a sarcastic remark, but in fact she went around the cafeteria and chopped all the zombies around without leaving a single one alive. Give the little fools some more time. There will be no ivory tower in the future, but there will be the dye vat of the end of the world. If you want to live longer, you must grow up. Only. Growth comes at a price, and that price may be life. Bai Yaoyao returned to the school gate to see if everyone had arrived. The stone group had already arrived, and after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement from the Fat Brother group. Although no flares were sent over, Bai Yaoyao was still worried and led everyone towards the path of Fat Brother's group, hoping to answer the call. After passing about 2 intersections, they heard the sound of fighting. Bai Yaoyao used his mental power to investigate in advance and found no zombies, so he quickly led everyone to rush over. I found that Fatty and Dai were fighting, and Fatty's arm was covered in blood. Dai's face was also bruised and swollen. Paige and Lulu also started fighting, but fortunately neither of them used their special powers. They just fought with daggers. Huck, what are you doing? Fatty, Dai, stop hitting me. Sister Lu, Sister Paige, what happened? Xiaomi and a few others hurried over to stop the fight. They didn't know what was going on. They had grown up together and had a good relationship. Even if they had conflicts occasionally, they would resolve it in a short while. Unexpectedly, when they tried to stop the fight, several people directly fought back. Suddenly there was chaos, and everyone except Bai Yaoyao was implicated. It's a psychotic zombie, Bai Yaoyao said loudly. It can disrupt human thinking, but cannot be sensed by one's own mental power. It must be at least a 3rd-level mental zombie. And it's only the 2nd day of the apocalypse. No wonder I got a script that started off well, but ended up in hell mode after a long time. Bai Yaoyao cursed inwardly and ignored the people who were fighting. Except for Dai, who was a little stronger, the rest of the people were of similar level. It just so happened that Dai couldn't beat Tu and Fatty, but his defense was no problem. Bai Yaoyao forced herself to calm down, quickly observed the surroundings, concentrated her mind, and started to use her mental power again, feeling the past inch by inch, and found a breakfast shop about 50 meters away, which could not be detected by her supernatural powers. He quickly cut off his mental power and rushed forward. When dealing with zombies with these special attributes, my spatial ability is very helpful because their defense ability is very weak and they cannot be approached. I just happen to be able to use teleportation to break through quickly. But special occasions call for special actions. Bai Yaoyao felt that the zombie wanted to move, so she threw a grenade at it directly. Blow you up, you old bastard. Boom. There was a loud bang. Dai and Fatty regained consciousness instantly. Seeing that everyone was fine, Bai Yaoyao focused on hunting down the mental zombies and threw Xiao Wei out. Xiao Wei extended its branches and briefly controlled the zombies, but was soon freed. But at this moment, Bai Yaoyao also rushed over. The mental zombies wanted to disrupt Bai Yaoyao's thinking, but Bai Yaoyao's mental strength resisted, and he could hold on for a few seconds. So, I chose to defeat the enemy quickly, without using guns. I teleported and shot him in the head with a baseball bat, using the most primitive and purest fighting method, hitting him with a stick. Are you going to die? This guy is not dead yet. Bai Yao hit the zombie hard with the stick again, and its brains splattered instantly, and the crystal core burst out without having to be dug out. When everyone arrived, they just saw Sister Yao making threats while beating her head. The scene was extremely bloody and simply picturesque. Sister Yao is awesome. What is the origin of this guy? How come he has such ability? Fat Brother covered the wound on his arm and couldn't help but came over to take a look. Bai Yao raised the crystal core, showed it to everyone, and said, "A level 3 psychic zombie. I don't know why, but the pace of this life is much faster than the last. It's completely different from what I remember." Fat Brother saw Bai Yao frowning and whispered to comfort her. "It's okay. We are all here in this life. Just take it slow." Bai Yao was stunned. Yes, Lulu and Chen Xian were still alive, and Xiaomi and the others had superpowers from the beginning, so they were much better now. I just haven't thought it through. I understand, Fatty. Bai Yao adjusted her mood and said to Fatty, "Fat Brother, don't move. Look at how much blood is on your arm. I can finally use my special power, hurrah," Paige said as she rushed up. "Sister Paige, there's me too. My face is all stained," said Adai. "Ha, come one by one." Paige waved her hand proudly. Unfortunately, the power was used up within less than 5 minutes of the big talk. The treatment for Fatty was completed. Adai and Lulu hadn't gotten a number yet. "I'm not very skilled at this, and it seems like I've used my superpowers too much on Fatty, and it's been wasted," Paige said embarrassedly. Bai Yao took out the ointment and threw it to Adai and Lulu. "Apply the medicine yourself." Seeing the frustrated looks on their faces, he said to everyone, "The main attack method of the psychic zombies is mind control. Just pay more attention to it in the future. It is difficult for it to succeed if you are not prepared." "Okay, got it, Sister Yao." After everyone left, the dark shadow reappeared. Looking at the zombie with its head smashed to pieces, he stood there for a long time, raised his hand, wanted to recover, hesitated, and gave up in disgust. Everyone found a relatively clean restaurant and had lunch. Dadawan and Monkey watched everyone happily eating the hot pot, then looked at the mutant dog's inferior barbecue on their own plates and couldn't help but shed tears of regret. Why do I feel that Go Ge's big bones and Xiao Wai's water are much stronger than mine? After dinner, everyone started to explore H University together. Bai Yao felt several places with relatively strong energy fluctuations in the morning and planned to explore them again. After arriving at the school, I took everyone to the playground first, where the fluctuations were the strongest. As soon as they reached the edge of the playground, they were discovered by zombies. The bicycles and trash cans next to them were thrown towards them along with a strong wind. "Everyone be careful, it's a wind-type zombie," Bai Yao reminded. Everyone quickly moved away. Paige was at the edge now, and it was too late for her to dodge. Oyu quickly stepped to the side to block in front of Pai, and instantly started to harden his skin. Oyu felt that at this stage the effect of the earth element was not as great as that of skin hardening, so he prioritized upgrading skin hardening yesterday. He punched the trash can, but the powerful force pierced Stone's entire arm. "Huck, it hurts a bit." That Oyu rarely complained. "Brother Oyu, you're so handsome, like a trash can Superman." Xiaomi looked at Oyu's strange look and did not forget to tease him while dodging. "Adai, Xiaomi, Guzzi, let us charge in, and the rest of you can deal damage from a distance." "Receive." Woof woof. 3 people and 1 dog rushed forward quickly from 4 directions at the same time. While Lulu was setting off mines from a long distance, Chen Xian also added a skill enhancement. Xiaowai used willow branches to control the zombies in advance. Although it was only for a short second, it was enough for everyone's configuration. Bai Yao aimed at the neck and stabbed the dagger directly into it before the zombie could react. Adai rushed over and released a dark power black mist to wrap around the zombies. The zombies didn't even have a chance to react before being beaten to death by several people. It's still fun to fight in a team. The 3rd-level wind zombie was torn into pieces in one encounter. Bai Yao Yao picked out the crystal core and put it away, saying, "There should be 4 more level 2 crystal cores on this campus." No, there are 4 level 2 zombies. Let's go and kill them. Ha ha ha, Sister Yao, you are very spiritual. Xiaomi almost spit out laughter while drinking water. I think we can practice a few more sets of attack methods for different zombies. The coordination just now was very good. If we can connect more frequently, that wind-type zombie won't have a chance to use any skills. Lulu thought for a moment and concluded.
Lulu is right. It all depends on the battle. Come on, everyone. Bai Yao Yao said.
Do you feel that today is much hotter than yesterday? Is it because of my fire element? My clothes have never been dry since I went out today, and 4 or 5 bottles of water have dried up. Dadawan couldn't help but complain. My water system is also hot, oh my god. I freeze to death at night and burn to death during the day. The monkey also said. Sister Yao, what's going on? Bai Yao Yao replied, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. There was a week when it was extremely hot. The temperature reached 60 degrees Celsius at noon. We went out at night and slept during the day. Nearly 10 years have passed and I can't remember many details. If Dawan hadn't said it was hot, I really wouldn't have remembered it. It seemed that the first time the zombies became stronger was after 7 days of extremely hot weather. Afterwards, there were a lot more level 1 zombies, and many people who didn't survive and died in the extremely hot weather were also infected and turned into zombies. The good thing is that the authorities have made quick adjustments and bases have been established in almost every province. Basic social order can still be guaranteed within the bases. But the law of the jungle is inevitable. Not to mention the end of the world, it was also like this before the end of the world. China is the country that reacted the fastest among all the countries in the world. Many countries have directly turned into zombie paradise or evil valley. No one cares about the life and death of the weak. Without superpowers, it means death. Only China chose not to give up on anyone, organized rescue, arranged food and accommodation, arranged jobs, and gave ordinary people hope to survive. Bai Yaorao used his mental power to detect that there were no level 3 zombies on campus, so he divided the team into 3 groups. The brothers were all good at fighting, and it might not be a good thing for him to take on too much. We must endure the hardships we should endure and experience the dangers we should face, otherwise it will only limit our development. Bai Yaoyao's group chose to go to the dormitory building, which should be the place with the most zombies and people. As soon as I arrived at the downstairs of the girls' dormitory, I saw a group of students. The leading boy had obviously awakened his superpowers, and they were fire-related superpowers. After setting fire to the zombies, the boys behind them started smashing them with sticks. They cooperated very well. Seeing Bai Yaoyao and his 4 companions and a dog, he took the initiative to ask, "Which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? I've cleared the passage from here to the cafeteria. There's food there. Go quickly." Bai Yaoyao raised her eyebrows. Although the boy spoke in a rather arrogant manner, he did not have any bad intentions and was mainly trying to give reminders. "Brother Liang, they are definitely not from our school. How could I not know such beautiful girls?" said a boy holding a stool at the back. Bai Yaoyao suddenly smiled. When someone complimented her on her good looks, she had to be polite. "Yes, what a wealthy family, they dare to keep a husky. They are definitely not from our school." The boy named Brother Liang suddenly got nervous and took everyone back a step. Everyone was from the martial arts department and had more experience. At first, they were far away and couldn't see clearly. After careful observation, they found that the people in front of them were obviously martial artists. "Don't be nervous. The pretty sister won't beat you." Bai Yaoyao felt that the school was really good, and the children were all so silly and cute. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking. The boys became even more frightened. Brother Liang said directly, "What do you have to say?" "My classmates have something else to say. I want to talk to you." After that, he gestured to the boys behind him to go first. Not only did the boys behind him not go, they moved forward, closer to Brother Liang, raised their heads stubbornly, and pretended to be calm. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. She stopped teasing them and pointed at the level 2 water zombie outside the fence and said directly, "We want that zombie. We were trapped outside with great difficulty. It can release water. We can't get in at all. Brother Liang wanted to say something else, but when he saw that Bai Yao Yao and the others looked very relaxed, he stopped talking. Especially the husky, with a clear expression on his face. I am the best in the world. I am not afraid of anyone. Bai Yao Yao saw that a few students had wisely made way, so she nodded to Xiaomi and the others. This is a male water zombie, probably a teacher in his previous life. He originally had a Mediterranean hairstyle, but after becoming a zombie, only a few hairs were left. Blue pustules and rotten flesh appeared on his face, his eyeballs were bulging outwards even more than his glasses, and his black suit was tattered and covered in dirt and blood. Just now, everyone discussed a set of coordination system. Chun Xian amplified the monkey's special ability to restrain the zombies, and he and Xiaomi quickly advanced, trying to defeat the enemy with one move and not give it a chance to use its skills. We should practice teamwork while the zombies don't have much attack power. Get ready, charge. As soon as Bai Yao Yao finished speaking, she rushed out with Xiaomi. Xiaomi had the ability of speed, and she had the ability of instantaneous speed. Bai Yao Yao thought her speed was not slow, but it was still ruined by the dog. When the dog heard Bai Yao Yao shouting, "Charge," he went crazy, faster than Xiaomi, and rushed towards the zombie, with his claws showing. The zombie started to let go when facing the dog's face. The dog was startled and instantly annoyed by the zombie. He cried out loudly, but was always splashed with water in the face. Bai Yao Yao was originally a little angry that Go had done something bad again, but when she saw how soaked he was, she couldn't help but laughed with her hands on her hips. In the end, Xiaomi couldn't bear it anymore and took advantage of the gap when the zombies were attacking the dog to kill it. The Guzzi ran towards Bai Yao Yao with a wronged look on his face. Woof woof, 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 woof. You don't help me, you laugh at me. Bai Yao Yao denied it and said, "How could that be? You saw it wrong." Brother Go's posture was too cool, and I was fascinated by him. Woof woof. Of course it's true. Go is so handsome, it's all Xiaomi's fault. If it weren't for him messing around, Go would have completed the solo kill. Bai Yao Yao said flatteringly. The dog raised his head instantly, shook off the water droplets on his body, and barked a few words at Xiaomi. Xiaomi was confused. Brother Go, I'm helping you. Do you have a brain? Can't you see that your master is playing tricks on you? Whiff whiff, whiff whiff, whiff whiff. Impossible, my master loves me the most. You are jealous. Xiaomi walked over to Bai Yao Yao in confusion and asked, why is this guy so stupid? Doesn't his IQ remain the same after the mutation? It's good enough that the house was not destroyed. Now we can even kill zombies. That's pretty cool. Bai Yao Yao said with a smile. Just as I was about to leave, the boys came over again and said, Sister? Excuse me, can you ask me a question? What's wrong? Bai Yao Yao was in a good mood and answered in a good temper. What? Are the things you dug out from the zombies' brains? Would you mind telling me? If not, then, Brother Liang said stutteringly. Crystal core. Bai Yao Yao took out a crystal core and introduced it. Ah? Brother Liang didn't expect Bai Yao Yao to answer so readily and was stunned for a moment. The thing that can upgrade your superpowers is in the zombie's brain. You can absorb it by concentrating your hands on it. Bai Yao Yao explained. This is not a secret, I'll just say it, this boy is quite talented. He can use the flame like this at level 1. He is also a good person. He takes the initiative to clear the way, takes care of things by himself, and lets his brothers go first. It's a good thing that humans have more strong ones. After all, even zombies know how to fight in groups, and no fool wants to go 1v100. Thank you. May I ask if you're an organization? Do you accept people? 8 of us brothers and 3 of us have superpowers. I can set fires, and among the other 2 friends, one can see very far and ignore the darkness at night, and the other one is extremely strong. The remaining 5 people are also martial arts majors. They all practice martial arts since childhood and were admitted to H University through individual recruitment. They are all national first-class athletes. Brother Liang tried his best to promote his team. And I have a hunch that this is definitely an opportunity, because the people on the opposite side are all big guys. Even a dog is so awesome. look at its wise eyes, even though it just made a mistake. So, I couldn't help but ask hurriedly. Bai Yao refused without thinking. A team of 12 people is good, and is the most suitable number. If there are more, it will be easy to cause conflicts due to uneven distribution, and if there are fewer, it will be difficult to deal with the zombie horde. The most important thing is that we grew up together and never have to worry about backstabbing. I'm sorry, little brother, our organization is not hiring. Okay, thank you for telling us about the Crystal Corps. What is the name of your organization? Night Squad. Brother Liang, let's come up with a name too. Look how nice and impressive their names are. Aren't we called the H-Rescue Team? This is too low. Give it a fashionable name. Then let's call ourselves the Midnight Squad? We'll strive to be as awesome as the Dark Knight Squad one day.
Good.
Come on, Late Night Team.
Ha ha ha.
The Dark Knight Team didn't know that they had a group of new little fans and had formed a team with a very weird name. Bai Yao led everyone to search the entire H University. The places where the zombies gathered were basically dispersed. Some scattered zombies were not killed completely. One reason was that it would take too much time, and the other was to give the children in the ivory tower some opportunities to gain experience. If you don't have the courage to fight those zombies, you might as well die. How can a person who doesn't dare to hold a knife survive in the apocalypse? Dying early can save a lot of food. Let's not go back tonight. Let's continue cleaning up the university town tomorrow. Otherwise, we will waste our time on the road. Bai Yao said to everyone. No problem, there are too many zombies on the road, and we are driving too slowly, so we can't run. Fat Brother also agreed. Xiaomi pointed to the teaching building next to him and asked, should we stay in the classroom for the night, or find a dormitory? Okay, let's go to the teaching building. The space is more spacious and safer. Bai Yao replied. No one had any objections. It was good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Sometimes when carrying out missions, they would just find a cave in the wild and hide in it. Found an empty lecture hall on the first floor and put all the tables and chairs into the space. He first threw out a long table and said, name the dishes. Finally, it's time for Dai's favorite meal. I want the children's meal. I want a lobster. After eating and drinking, Bai Yao took out all the harvest of the day for 127 level 0 crystal cores, 21 level 1 crystal cores, 5 level 2 crystal cores, and 1 level 3 crystal core. The harvest was more than double that of the first day. The second and third level crystal cores combined were just enough for one more person to break through to the third level. Bai Yao said to everyone, most of the second and third level crystal cores are of the nature type. Let's give them to Lulu first. If we stack Lulu's ability to the third level, she will have a large-scale AoE damage. Tomorrow's high-level crystal core will be given to Dai, so that each of the 3 teams can have a level 3-1. Then, the defense and control skills of Fat Brother and Stone, and the healing ability of Paige, should also be upgraded first to prevent any accidents. Anyone have any good ideas? Bai Yao asked. Yaoer, what about yours?
Lulu asked.
When I went out to look for Xiaowai last night, I had an extra meal and collected some crystal cores. Bai Yao replied. That's too much, Sister Yao. You eat alone without bringing us along. Xiao Shilu teased. I have the ability to travel in space, so I can hide better when I encounter danger. Bai Yao was about to explain again, but when she saw everyone's worried eyes, she quickly changed her tone. I was wrong. I'll tell everyone in advance next time. That's right, we are a team. We have to handle things together. Boss, don't worry. Even if I only have the ability of speed, I will be the first one to rush forward and cover everyone when they encounter danger. Xiaomi said, patting his chest. Bai Yao slapped him and shouted, get lost. You can't even talk. Slam the table for me.
Bah, bah, bah.
Of course, Bai Yao knew that Xiaomi was telling the truth. He did the same in his previous life. When he didn't have superpowers, he also rushed forward to cover their retreat. So when he suddenly heard Xiaomi say this, Bai Yao felt a little overwhelmed. I was wrong. Bah, bah, bah. Xiaomi hurriedly slammed the table and kept saying bah, bah, bah. Everyone collectively denounced Xiaomi and forgot about Bai Yao going out for extra food yesterday. Only Lulu glared at Bai Yaoyao fiercely. Everyone else has 35 crystal cores each. Absorb them quickly. Xiaowai will be on guard. Call us if there are any problems.
Bai Yaoyao said.
Everyone took the crystal core and wanted to sit against the wall, but unexpectedly Bai Yaoyao directly threw out 12 large beds from the space, and they were the kind with all 4-piece sets fully made. Wow, I thought I would just have to make do with this night, but I didn't expect there was a bed. 666. Sister Yao, your space really has everything.
Of course not.
Billions have been spent, and we don't know what to do with the money. But we have everything. Let's absorb it quickly. Bai Yaoyao said with a smile. Next few days, Bai Yaoyao led everyone to clear the entire university town. Sister Yao, the last school is H-City Political, Law and Finance University. Xiaomi wiped the slightly bent blade of the knife and said a little tiredly, I'll give you another one. You can repair this one and use it again. Xiaomi, take it step by step. Bai Yaoyao saw this and gave Xiaomi a new machete. In the past few days, everyone's superpower level has gradually increased, and they rarely engage in close combat. Only Xiaomi, who only has the superpower of speed, is still using a knife to chop zombies. Bai Yaoyao said that it is easier to stimulate new superpowers in dangerous times, so he always lured several zombies at the same time. After 3 days, several of his knives had their blades bent, and everyone was terrified, fearing that he would be bitten. Xiaomi looks nonchalant, but he is actually very strong-willed. He is afraid of being a drag, so he works extra hard. I know my limits, Sister Yao. Xiaomi smiled and said. Seeing that Xiaomi wasn't listening, Bai Yaoyao stopped talking and told Xiaowai to focus on assisting Xiaomi. I walked into the school and found something strange. What's going on in this school? There are only so few zombies, and no students have seen any. We finally saw a living person, but he turned around and ran away. Dadawan said puzzledly. Follow him. The man was wearing obvious work clothes from a construction site, and he was also wearing a safety helmet. He was definitely not a student. His first reaction when he saw him and the others was not curiosity, but guilt, which aroused Bai Yaoyao's curiosity. When the man saw that Bai Yaoyao and others were following him, he ran even faster. Xiaomi and Adai immediately activated their speed abilities and caught the man in no time. Why are you running? Bai Yaoyao asked. You guys are chasing me. How can I not run? The man said righteously. The smell of blood is so strong. Oyu rubbed his nose and looked towards the auditorium in front. Go in and take a look. Boss. The cops are coming. You still dare to talk? Do you want to die? The monkey punched the man in the stomach, and he instantly fell to the ground and hunched over. The soldiers beat people. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to. Ugh. The closer Bai Yaoyao got to the auditorium, the stronger the smell of blood became. Fat Brother threw out a clod of earth, which instantly broke open the door. A burst of gunfire rang out. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and dodged in advance. Huck, assault rifles?
Who are the people in there?
They have all these equipment, Dadawan exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to look inside. There were at least 20 bodies on the ground. Judging from the way they were arranged, they should be students, both male and female. There were 4 people holding guns and a group of people carrying sticks, stools, kitchen knives, and other various weapons. There were students and construction workers. Surround them, the leader of the other side shouted, and everyone ran out and surrounded Bai Yaoyao and others tightly. Wang Jianbin? Paige suddenly said. What's your origin? Bai Yaoyao asked curiously when she saw that Paige recognized him. He was a ruthless person. He went to an elementary school and tortured and killed 17 children in a row. He also recorded a video and was wanted. It caused a lot of uproar on the internet. I didn't expect him to escape to the university town, Paige said briefly. Paige came to H-City to buy a property. She saw that the police searched house by house, but failed to catch this man. It seemed that he had some skills. Why kill elementary school students? Bai Yaoyao asked curiously. I'm not sure about the details, but a young lady on the street said that it was because the parents of those students took up most of the road when picking up their children, blocking his way. As a result, He had to wait for 3 traffic lights but still couldn't pass, so she came here the next day to take revenge. Paige said, "Huck, so cruel? What does it have to do with the children if the parents are blocking the way? This is hucking idiot." Little 16 cursed in confusion. Oh, you also frowned and said, "Yower, this man deserves to be killed." Bai Yao Yao nodded. They couldn't be considered good people, but at least they didn't kill innocent people. This Wang Jianbin was truly a psychopath who could even kill a child. In the auditorium, that I knew what was going on without even thinking. There is no benefit in having such a person become powerful, so it is better to kill him as soon as possible.
Who are you?
Leave now if you know what's best for you.
We should keep to ourselves.
Wang Jianbin knew at a glance that none of these people were simple characters. They were definitely not cops, as his subordinate said. They were definitely gangsters. Judging from the equipment in their hands, they might be international mercenaries. Even those women looked like they were not easy to mess with. Since we're here, it's not our style to leave empty-handed. Bai Yao Yao smiled and said as she walked up to them without paying any attention to the 4 assault rifles. Wang Jianbin didn't hesitate at all. He threw out a bag and controlled the wind-related ability to pass it to Bai Yao Yao. Guessing that this woman must be a ruthless character, Wang Jianbin had a strong premonition that he would suffer a loss if a fight broke out. Fatty wanted to use his skills to block it, but Bai Yao Yao whispered, "It's okay. It should be the crystal core. There is energy fluctuation. There are more than 200 crystal cores in it. Are you here to look for this thing? I'll give it all to you. Don't meddle in other people's business. We are all on the same path, so we are all colleagues, right?" Wang Jianbin said. Xiao Wei picked up the bag sensibly. Bai Yao Yao took a look and saw that it was indeed crystal cores, and there were several first-level crystal cores. Wang Jianbin is sincere, but we've taken the crystal core. Sorry, we want to take your life too. Bai Yao Yao said calmly. What do you mean? Do you want to stand up for them? Don't you have any lives to lose? Why are you pretending to be noble and a savior? Wang Jianbin didn't expect this woman to be so shameless. He saw Bai Yao Yao took the crystal core and thought the matter was over, but who knew she even wanted his life? I couldn't help but yelled again. I can give you another 200 crystal cores, don't be too much. When you die, all the crystal cores will be ours. Bai Yao Yao was much more interested in the crystal core than killing him. Brothered, oh, you couldn't stand the killing of children. He had to kill them anyway, so he could make a profit and have the best of both worlds. Bai Yao Yao glanced at Adai and Xiaomi, gave them a look, and quickly teleported inside. Lulu sets off thunder, Monkey sets off water, Dadawan sets off fire, and Xiaoshiliu sets off wind. Outside are completely useless. The 4 of them with guns can't even aim, let alone hit anyone. They can only bully ordinary people. Fat Brother and Stone's Earth-related abilities have been upgraded to level 3. Once the Earth shield is released, basically no one can break it. Wang Jianbin had been on guard since Bai Yao Yao refused. Seeing the 3 people rushing over, he immediately stepped back and released the wind blade at the same time, but unfortunately, it didn't stop anyone. The 3 men were so fast that they arrived in the blink of an eye. Same path, so we are all colleagues, right? Wang Jianbin said. Xiao Wei picked up the bag sensibly. Bai Yao Yao took a look and saw that it was indeed crystal cores, and there were several first-level crystal cores. Wang Jianbin is sincere, but we've taken the crystal core. Sorry, we want to take your life too. Bai Yao Yao said calmly. What do you mean? Do you want to stand up for them? Don't you have any lives to lose? Why are you pretending to be noble and a savior? Wang Jianbin didn't expect this woman to be so shameless. He saw Bai Yao Yao took the crystal core and thought the matter was over, but who knew she even wanted. Bai Yao Yao seized the opportunity and stabbed Wang Jianbin's eyes forcefully, then waited for his superpowers to dissipate before slitting his throat. As soon as Wang Jianbin died, the group of thugs behind him gave up resistance, squatted down, held their heads, and shouted for mercy. Xiaomi searched and found that Wang Jianbin did not have the crystal core. Loudly, where is the crystal core? I know. Don't kill me. They are all backstage, and the zombies are also backstage. A boy said fearfully. Zombies? Bai Yao Yao suddenly had a bad premonition. When he came to the backstage, Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt that killing Wang Jianbin just now was too easy for him. A level 0 zombie was tied tightly to a pillar. 20 to 30 people were lying on the ground, tied together with a long hemp rope. There were obvious marks of scratches or bites from the zombies on their bodies. This is to artificially create zombies and then kill them to take the crystal core. Some of the female students didn't even wear clothes, and their chests were bitten and bloody. Bai Yaoyao remembered that someone had done this kind of thing in her previous life. People with extremely evil hearts could always think of ways that were infinitely easy and selfish. Everyone fell silent after seeing this. There were at least 300 or 400 crystal cores in the bag. I wonder how many students Wang Jianbin killed using this method. Lulu glared at the group of people squatting on the ground outside and wanted to set off a mine to destroy all the enemies. Sister Yao, just kill all of these scumbags. Dai also stared at the group of people with a bad look on his face. No, it wasn't us. It was Brother Wang Jianbin, who asked us to do it. Spare our lives. We are forced to do this. If we don't work, we will be fed to the zombies. Please forgive me. I have an 8-month-old daughter. Her mother is gone. I am just asking for something to eat for her. Bai Yaoyao said in a low voice. Shut up. There was a moment of silence. The students upstairs heard the noise and slowly came down. Seeing that Wang Jianbin was dead, they were all excited. You are. The boy at the front bravely asked about the identities of Bai Yaoyao and others. They were all wearing black combat uniforms, looking more like Special Forces members, and could easily be misunderstood. Bai Yaoyao understood what the boy wanted to say and interrupted him directly, saying, Unfortunately, we are not. Thank you for saving me. Us. Yes. Thank you for killing Wang Jianbin. He was a beast. Thank you for your hard work. The Dark Knight squad felt somewhat uncomfortable. I have never experienced the feeling of being a good person and being thanked by so many people. I was stunned for a moment. Looking carefully, I saw that some of the younger ones were even blushing. Bai Yaoyao smiled disdainfully and said, No one can save you. If you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. There are so many of you, but you can't beat one person? No one has awakened their special powers? Are you all fools? A clay man, but you still have some courage. Your classmates and teachers were dragged out and tortured to death, and you just hid behind and watched? We resisted, but they had guns. Cowards always have all kinds of excuses. I am not a messenger of justice, and I have no right to lecture you. I will say one last word. Those who don't dare to resist with a knife, just commit suicide as soon as possible. Rubbish. Bai Yaoyao said, collected the crystal core, and left. Bai Yaoyao was feeling a little depressed, but after thinking about it, I felt relieved. We are all a bunch of pen wielders. It does take some time to adapt to suddenly finding that the people around me have turned into biting monsters. Why should I bother myself with nothing here? After collecting the crystal core, Bai Yaoyao called on his brothers to leave, no longer paying attention to the students behind them who were still howling and blaming each other. Bai Yaoyao led the Dark Knight squad and cleared out the zombies among the college students at the beginning of the apocalypse, which directly led to H City, becoming the city with the highest survival rate of college students in the country. In the future, many masters emerged. Next, I will announce the allocation of rescue tasks. 1. East City Museum. Bring back as many important cultural relics as possible. You will be assigned a space-related psychic. You must protect his safety. 2. Grain Reserve Warehouse in the west of the city. 3. Official family quarters. 4. Zhenglin Villa on Ruikong Road. Needs to rescue Professor Lin Jingying and his family and must ensure the safety of Professor Lin Jingying. I led Group 5, Group 6, and the Special Operations Team to the University Town in H City. The University Town is densely populated and is the hardest-hit area. After other groups have completed their tasks, they will rush to provide support. Yes, got it. Meng Qilin awakened his special powers and was responsible for the rescue mission in H City. Due to the large disaster area, large-scale rescue was impractical, and he could only give priority to rescuing key groups according to the organization's requirements. Looking at the damage on the streets and the endless zombies, he felt extremely anxious. Each city already had a large population, and because some of the military had also been involved in the riots, it took a few more days to stabilize the situation. I still don't know what the situation is. Looking at the dark night, I am as anxious as a cat scratching its head. I can't wait to start a rescue operation. It's still more comfortable at home. It's so nice to have air conditioning at this time. Monkey lay down on the sofa, not wanting to get up again. The weather is getting hotter and hotter now, with the highest daytime temperature almost reaching 50 degrees Celsius. Zombies themselves smell bad, and with the hot weather in the past 2 days, the stench has become more obvious, making it very unbearable. I'm so happy that I can still eat ice watermelon at this time. Dai moved a small stool and sat obediently beside the table. He finished a small piece of watermelon in just a few bites. Starting tomorrow, I will not go out and will practice my supernatural powers at home. The temperature will remain high for 3 or 4 days. We will go out when the weather cools down. Bai Yao said after thinking for a while. Everyone has been very busy these past few days, killing zombies until late at night every day. We have accumulated a lot of crystal cores, but we have no time to absorb them. This is a good time to practice and see if we can level up. Because Bai Yao has a space to go into, all 3 of her abilities have been upgraded to level 3. Dai's Dark ability, Lulu's Thunder ability, and Fatty and Oyu's Earth ability have also been upgraded to level 3. The team no longer lacks high-end combat power, so Bai Yao gave priority to distributing all the crystal cores to those who have not yet reached level 3. It's great. Let's go back to the house and sleep. Everyone slept in for a rare time, including Bai Yao. After several days of high-intensity fighting, her body was a little exhausted, so she fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed and slept until noon the next day. It was probably because the dog was hungry, and I was awakened by its howling. After the space ability was upgraded to level 3, it can hold living things, but the other party's consent is required. So after explaining it to the dog 1,000 times, I finally put the dog and Xiao Wei into the space together. Bai Yao originally wanted to try to see if she could transfer her friends in as well, so that future missions would be much safer, but she found that she failed, but she had a hunch that maybe with a few more upgrades, she could succeed. Vwiff, 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 vwiff. My lord, I'm starving. Bai Yao. No, I resisted the urge to kick it away, quickly changed my clothes, went downstairs, threw the dog out, and threw out a few large bones. Good morning, Sister Yao, Xiaomi said. Bai Yao saw that Xiaomi was covered in sweat, and his breathing was irregular, so she knew that this guy must have gotten up early to practice extra. It's noon now, and it's getting late. Why don't you take a longer rest? Bai Yao asked. Xiaomi scratched his head. I'm not tired, I couldn't sleep, so I just got up. Bai Yao nodded and walked to the window. She wanted to open it to get some fresh air, but as soon as she opened the window, a burst of hot air hit her in the face, almost killing her. She could hardly breathe. So I quickly closed the door. Why would I want to let in some air? Why would I feel stuffy? The air conditioning was enough. Suddenly, Bai Yao wanted to eat hot pot. She took out the ingredients and started to prepare the dishes with Xiaomi. There were beef, mutton, black chicken rolls, luncheon meat, beef balls, tripe, crispy sausage, duck feet, pig brain, shrimp paste, and crispy pork. Sister Yao, it's all meat hot pot. Haha, I forgot I have to eat vegetables. Bai Yao is a typical carnivore who likes to eat meat, but she still found out the mushroom platter, lettuce, potatoes, vermicelli, and rattle rolls. The dog's favorite bones were also put in the pot. After a while, the fragrance spread out, and everyone got up when they smelled the aroma. Of course, the first one must be Dai. Everyone was enjoying their meal. They suddenly heard the sound of a fight outside. Everyone immediately became alert and went to the balcony on the second floor. It felt like an official rescue team driving a military green pickup truck. There were 2 or 3 level 0 zombies wandering on the roadside, which had just been eliminated by them. As soon as the sun rose, Meng Qilin organized various teams to carry out rescue operations and personally led the team to the university town. I thought it would be a fierce battle and even wrote a suicide note and put it in the armband on my arm. But I didn't expect that there were very few zombies in the whole university town. It is also common to see a dozen students holding a variety of weapons, surrounding a zombie and starting a group fight. The ferocity on their faces does not look like that of a college student who grew up in a greenhouse, but rather like a habitual fighter in the Valley of Evil. He led a team of 200 people and walked around for a long time, but couldn't find a zombie that could attack. Finally, I couldn't help it anymore, so I called a student and asked, "Classmate, I want to ask you something. Are you a student of H University?" "Hello, leader. Yes, it's me. Just ask me anything. There's nothing going on around here that I don't know." Li Punliang said. "Brother Liang, is this the official rescue? Why are they so slow? They're not even as fast as the Masters of the Dark Knight team." The younger brother behind him muttered softly, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense, and don't cause trouble for our benefactors." Li Punliang hurriedly stopped them. Meng Qilin pulled his lips unnaturally, but still asked patiently, "What's the situation near the university town? Why are there so few zombies? And who are the Dark Knight squad you mentioned?" "Of course there are fewer zombies. They have all been cleared out by the Masters of the Dark Knight squad. Only a few dozen are left in each school for us to practice with. As for the Dark Knight squad, we don't know who they are, but they are good guys and super powerful. Their leader is a beautiful sister who is ruthless and talkative. He directly told us that the crystal core in the zombies' heads can upgrade our abilities." Li Punliang explained with his hands dancing. Li Punliang was super excited when talking about the Dark Knight squad. His supernatural powers have now been upgraded to level 2, but he still feels far behind his idols. He really doesn't know how his idols trained. After listening to the student's explanation, Meng Qilin finally understood what was going on. He was particularly curious about the Dark Knight squad. From the student's description, it should be a non-governmental organization and probably an enthusiastic team. So he hurriedly asked, "How many people are there in the Dark Knight squad?"
"We are short of manpower now."
Listening to the description of this student, this group of people are so warm-hearted. "Of H University?" "Hello, leader. Yes, it's me. Just ask me anything. There's nothing going on around here that I don't know." Li Punliang said. "Brother Liang, is this the official rescue? Why are they so slow? They're not even as fast as the Masters of the Dark Knight team." The younger brother behind him muttered softly, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense, and don't cause trouble for our benefactors." Li Punliang hurriedly stopped them. Meng Qilin pulled his lips unnaturally, but still asked patiently, "What's the situation near the university town? Why are there so few zombies?" And Li Punliang's younger brother corrected, his eyes shining. Meng Qilin asked, "Are the dog and tree you mentioned a mutant beast and a mutant plant?" "Yes. Brother Go is super awesome," the younger brother added again. After Meng Qilin made it clear, he said, "Let's gather at the gate. The car will arrive and take everyone to the safe area that has been cleared." The plan was disrupted, and Meng Qilin hurriedly rearranged the tasks for each group and quickly set out to support the remaining groups. He took 10 members of the Special Operations team and drove to the villa area near Fengming Mountain to pick up Professor Lin Jingying. Professor Lin Jingying is a famous biologist in China. He originally stayed in Kyoto all year round. During the vacation, he wanted to go back to his hometown to take a look. Unexpectedly, he encountered the end of the world. The organization issued an order to protect the personal safety of Professor Lin Jingying. When we first arrived at the villa area, we found it was surprisingly quiet and there were almost no zombies to be seen. 2 zombies finally appeared, and everyone excitedly rushed to kill them. "Captain Meng, there's someone on the 2nd floor of the villa ahead." Meng Qilin looked up and suddenly thought of the Dark Knight squad mentioned by the student from H University. 12 people, a dog, and a tree. Although he didn't see where the dog and the tree were, he vaguely heard the dog barking. So I asked loudly, "Are you from the Dark Knight squad?" "Oh my god, what's going on? Are we so famous?" the monkey said in surprise. Xiao Shirlu also applauded and said, "And he is awesome. The authorities now know us." Bai Yaoyao was also a little puzzled and replied, "We are Dark Knight. What's the matter?" Meng Qilin was surprised to find himself bumping into someone. he said hastily. I am Meng Qilan, the captain of the H City Rescue Team. Can we chat? Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, Sure, please come in. Meng brought a team member in and asked the rest to find Professor Lin Jingying. When they saw that there were no zombies in the villa area, they knew there was no need to worry about the danger. The key was to find a way to win over this Dark Knight squad. As soon as I entered the door, I was attracted by the hot pot on the table. What a wealthy family. They can still eat hot pot in this situation. Seeing the table full of meat and vegetables, I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. Although they didn't go hungry, they only had instant noodles, which were fast food. They were always in a hurry every time they ate and couldn't sit down to have a proper meal. So, I realized it belatedly, wow, there's air conditioning. At this temperature, I suddenly wanted to pull up my short-sleeved shirt. It's still a little cold. Hello, Captain Meng. My name is Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao has a very deep impression of Meng Qilan. They are old partners, and he was also one of the official representatives in his previous life. His own combat capability is average, but he is very good at management. In the past few years, he has been a person in charge with more say in the headquarters in City A. He is an upright person, sincere in his work, and dedicated to the country and the people. If one has to point out some shortcomings, it is that he is a little rigid and too persistent. In his previous life, in order to persuade himself and others to join the official team, he had to complain many times. I didn't expect to meet you at the end of this life. Hello, Captain Bai. I learned about your news from H University students. On behalf of the authorities, I sincerely thank everyone for their efforts. With so many students, if you hadn't helped to clean up the zombies, I'm afraid. Bai Yaoyao knew what Meng Qilan wanted to say as soon as she saw his excited face. This look was too familiar to her. She quickly interrupted him with a smile. You're too polite. We're not that noble. We're all for the Crystal Core. The Crystal Core. Meng Qilan was choked for a moment, but in his heart he didn't believe Bai Yaoyao's words at all and thought she was just embarrassed. Otherwise, why would they announce that the Crystal Core can be upgraded? And why would the students praise the Dark Knight squad so much? I will report the situation truthfully to my superiors, and I will try my best to get the rewards you deserve. Meng Qilan said seriously. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Thank you very much, Captain Meng. Why did you come to this villa area? There are no zombies nearby. Meng Qilan replied. We are here to pick up an important person. Do you want to go to the safe zone with us? It is in the north of the city. There is a safety line and sufficient daily necessities. There is no concept of a base yet, it is still called a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao remembered that everyone in H City finally moved to the central area. This place is at the very edge of China, so in order to unify the forces, no safe zone was set up nearby. Due to factors such as the geographical environment, there were too many mutated animals and plants in City H, and in the end, after paying a considerable price, he was able to lead the team away. No, Captain Meng, we still have enough supplies, and we have no plans to move to another place for now. Bai Yaoyao refused outright. Meng Qilan originally wanted to wait until they reached the safe zone, chat more with each other, get to know each other better, and then take the opportunity to invite the Dark Knight squad to join the official team. Unexpectedly, Bai Yaoyao and the others refused to go at all. From the attitudes of the group of people and their words and deeds, I could vaguely sense that they were living a pretty good life and were somewhat resistant and wary of me, so I gave up the idea. As for supplies, if supplies are not sufficient, can we eat hot pot or use air conditioning? So, I won't say anything more. Okay, then we'll leave first. After the rescue is over, we will probably leave H City together, and then we can leave together. Meng Qilan said. Okay, thank you, Captain Meng. Bai Yaoyao agreed. At the beginning, H City was set as the initial stop, mainly for Xiaowai. Now that Xiaowai is already in hand, it is only a matter of time before he leaves. Many situations in this life are different from what I remembered. It would indeed be safer to leave with the main group, so I didn't refuse. He motioned to Monkey to get a few bottles of iced mineral water from the refrigerator and handed them to Captain Meng and others, then waved and said goodbye. Meng originally wanted to refuse, but after putting the monkey down, he left directly. Looking at the ice in the bottle that was about to melt, he couldn't bear to part with it, so he asked the team members to share it and drink it quickly. Take a sip of cold water, refreshed. Sister Yao, are we going to leave with the main group? Xiao Shilu asked. Well, it will be safer if we go together. The roads have been destroyed by various mutant plants. It is impossible to run at full speed on the highway. It is safer to follow the main group. But there is no need to go to the safe zone, as long as you are strong enough. Anywhere is a safe zone. Bai Yaoyao's confident tone made everyone stunned, and then they burst into laughter. This is Sister Yao, even in the end times. Everyone was about to go back to practice. They saw Captain Meng Qilin coming back. Captain Meng, is there anything wrong? Bai Yaoyao saw a person lying on the stretcher carried by several people behind Meng Qilin, and she roughly guessed Meng Qilin's intention. I don't know if your team has any healing psychics. The one we brought with us is out of energy. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the unconscious old man on the stretcher. He should be unconscious due to malnutrition. There were obvious scratches on his arms, but the wounds did not smell rotten. She guessed that he might have been scratched by a mutant beast, not a zombie. Meng Qilin saw Bai Yaoyao frowning slightly and explained hurriedly, "This is not a scratch from a zombie. We just checked and there is no bite or scratch from a zombie." Bai Yaoyao nodded. She felt that the unconscious old man looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was for a moment. Seeing Sister Yao nod, Paige walked out and used her skills to start healing. A light green light radiated from Paige's hand, and the wound on the man's arm began to heal visibly. But the wound was too deep, and there must have been other scars on her body, so Paige's supernatural powers gradually couldn't hold up. "Brother Xian, please help me," Bai Yaoyao said. Chun Xian was already prepared, just waiting for Sister Yao to speak. His special ability is amplification. Bai Yaoyao explained to Meng Qilin in a good-tempered manner. Meng Qilin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This was a new type of superpower that the official was not yet aware of. He had to improve it and report it when he returned. About 5 minutes later, the unconscious old man finally woke up. When Bai Yaoyao saw the man open his eyes, she remembered who he was, Professor Lin Jingying. In the 9th year of the apocalypse, he developed a semi-finished medicine that could resist infection from zombie poison. It was called a semi-finished product because the medicine was not 100% effective and had a very low success rate. But even if it was a semi-finished product, it was enough to give people hope. Unfortunately, after the semi-finished medicine was developed, Professor Lin Jingying passed away. The cause of death was old injuries and excessive physical fatigue. I wonder if with the help of Paige and Chun Xian this time, Professor Lin Jingying will be able to change the ending of his previous life and develop a real finished medicine. Bai Yaoyao felt deeply moved, but she didn't show it on her face. Professor Lin Jingying was awake. He was still quite weak. Captain Meng Qilin did not waste any time. He left 10 second-level crystal cores and said goodbye before quickly leading his men away. Bai Yaoyao casually threw the crystal core to Paige and Chun Xian and said with a smile, "You two are starting to make extra money now." Haha. Next few days, because the temperature was too high, I didn't go out and concentrated on improving my supernatural powers at home. The level of supernatural powers has also improved significantly. Although not all of them have reached level 3, it is almost there. Level 3 is a watershed. As long as there are enough crystal cores, almost everyone can reach level 3, but beyond that, talent and actual combat are needed. When Bai Yaoyao woke up in the morning, she suddenly felt that the temperature had dropped a lot. She quickly turned off the air conditioner, looked out the window, and found that it had started raining again. She couldn't help but frown. The high temperature and then the heavy rain. It goes without saying that the whole city will be filled with an indescribable smell. I went downstairs. I found that fat brother and Sure were awake and sitting on the sofa chatting. Oh my god, this is so boring. I have absorbed all the crystal cores. Should I go out now? Fatty took a bite of half a pancake, without wasting time talking. Although, you didn't say anything, he looked eager to try. Okay, once everyone is gathered and we have eaten, we will set off. After this rain is over, there will be almost no level 0 zombies. The zombies and mutant plants and animals will also be much stronger. Our place is too close to Foaming Mountain. It will be dangerous if we stay here any longer. It is time to move to another place. Bai Yaoyao said. Wow, are we going to open up a new map? Fatty said with interest. That's about right. After everyone got up, they had a good breakfast together, then quickly packed up and prepared to leave. Paige was decorating her house. She bought the best furniture and appliances. It would be a shame to throw them away, so Bai Yaoyao simply emptied the entire villa, leaving not even a single curtain. Paige was very pleased to see Sister Yao's action and said, "It's worth the money I spent on these things." The monkey also said, "This is the most expensive villa area in H City. Should we search other villas as well?" Bai Yaoyao thought it was feasible. The more supplies, the better. No one knew how long the apocalypse would last, so it was better to be prepared. So he said, "Wait for a moment, I'll go for a walk." 16 villas around. Except for himself and others, there is no one nearby. There are still some survivors, but when Captain Meng Qilin came to rescue Professor Lin Zhengying, he also took the other survivors away. So Bai Yaoyao broke into the door violently and took away all the basic furniture. There are places like collection rooms in several villas. It's impossible for people to take antique bottles with them when they escape, so they were all taken for nothing. We even found 3 small boxes of gold bars in one villa. After finishing the search, I came back and saw Coco still saying goodbye to the big tree in front of the villa. Seeing that Kiki was reluctant to leave, Bai Yaoyao let Xiaowai out and went to persuade Dashu to leave with her and the others. Kuku hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Sister Yao, the tree said it doesn't want to leave its hometown, so forget it." Bai Yaoyao nodded. Although the wood element could communicate with plants, if the plants themselves were unwilling, there was no way to force them to sign a contract. Bai Yaoyao gave Coco a glass of spring water and said, "Xiaowai loves to drink this the most. Give him a glass and see what he says. I'll go back to the house and call everyone to set off." When Bai Yaoyao took everyone out, the big tree in front of the door had turned into a deep pit. The tree was gone. On the other hand, Coco's little face was rosy and full of excitement. "Sister Yao, Qingling said that wherever I am in the future will be its hometown. I named the big tree Qingling." Kiki ran over and said. Xiaowai wrapped the branches around his arms. "Rustle, rustle, rustle. Look at his name." Bai Yaoyao was embarrassed and ignored Xiaowai's silent cry. Xiaowai sounded so nice and his image was so memorable. I don't know why plants love to drink this spring water so much. I didn't notice that Xiaowai had upgraded or become stronger. There was no change after I and the dog drank it. It was just like drinking ordinary water and quenched my thirst. But it's always a good thing. Bai Yaoyao called everyone over and set off together, planning to go to the city first to see what the situation was. The dog had been in a coma 2 days ago, and Bai Yaoyao guessed that it had been upgraded. Looking at the dog lying on its back with its 4 legs in the air and drooling, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. The dog brother in this life and the dog brother in the previous life do not look like a dog at all. Who always stays by my side, refuses to close his eyes and rest even when he is tired, and insists on protecting my safety. Everyone found that in just 5 days, the road had been destroyed beyond recognition. The originally smooth asphalt road became bumpy and full of cracks, with many trees and vines in the middle. Originally, there were few people living near the villa area, and there were not many zombies. But this time when I came out, I found that there were more zombies. Wow, this road. If our car wasn't a predator, we might not be able to move forward. The monkey sighed. It's only been a few days, but I feel like the whole world has changed. It was a rare moment for Dai to say something that wasn't related to food. Everyone please be careful. The worst zombies right now are only level 1. Don't let your carelessness get you into trouble again. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but reminded them for the 1000th time. Got it, Sister Yao. Yaoer, what if we get infected? Is there nothing we can do? Lulu asked curiously. Not really. Before the corpse is completely transformed into a zombie, a light-type mutant above level 3 can remove the poison. Also, do you remember the old man that Paige and Qinxian saved last time? He will invent a potion that will also be useful, but that will happen many years later. Bai Yaoyao explained. Wow, he is a scientist? What a pity, among so many of us, no one has a light-related ability. Bai Yaoyao said, not all superpowers will be awakened at the beginning. Many single-type superpower users will awaken new superpowers when they reach level 4. Xiaomi was very excited after hearing this, because he only had the ability of speed now, but its growth potential was too low. He was afraid that he would drag everyone down in the later stages, so he had been training very hard and did not dare to rest at all. When he heard that there was a possibility of awakening again, he suddenly perked up. Everyone was having a great time chatting on the intercom when suddenly they heard Bai Yaoyao yelling, "Be careful." Everyone immediately became alert and quickly got out of the car. In order to prevent the car from being damaged, Bai Yaoyao directly put the car back into the space. After all, they were already in the city, and driving might not be faster than walking. Because Bai Yaoyao had been using her mental power to explore and sense movement underground, she quickly spoke out to alert everyone. Getting off the car, everyone quickly moved to the middle, surrounding Paige, Coco, and Qinxian. Suddenly, a bulge appeared in front and behind. Bai Yaoyao felt a lot of hissing sounds with her mental power. She suddenly thought of what these disgusting things were and said quickly, "Run." It's an ant colony. Without any hesitation or looking back, everyone followed Sister Yao and ran away quickly. Ants are such disgusting creatures. If you say they are powerful, that's not the case. The key is that they appear in a group, and you may not be able to defeat them all even if you use up all your energy. Huck, this is an ant? How funny. Xiaomi was quite fast and had time to look back. He found that the mutated ant was about the size of an adult's palm. It was not only shiny black, but its antennae seemed to be equipped with serrated blades. They rushed over in groups, and wherever they passed, not even a piece of iron sheet could be seen on the ground. Bai Yaoyao found that after running for a long time, not only did they not widen the distance, but many of them were caught up from the space and said, "Adai, Xiaomi, catch it." Others, "Don't hesitate, run. Receive." No one would question Bai Yaoyao's decision, especially when it was so dangerous. Bai Yaoyao and Adai Xiaomi ran forward, spilling oil all over the road, covering a distance of about 30 meters. Soon the mutant ants were about to reach the oiled road surface. Bai Yaoyao hurriedly said, "Dewan, set the fire. Xiaoshiliu, blow the wind backwards. Chunxian, increase the power." "I understand, Sister Yao." In an instant, flames covered the entire street. As we ran, we found. "Damn, it smells so good." "Sister Yao,
I'm hungry."
Dai couldn't help but say. Xiao Shirlu took a deep breath. "Is ant meat so delicious? I feel like I can eat it directly with some seasoning. I can't hold on any longer. Saving my life is the most important thing."
"Run."
"I have trypophobia," Paige said without even turning her head. After running for about 4 or 5 blocks, everyone stopped. "Didn't catch up?" Fatty said, panting. After running for more than half an hour, he finally got rid of it. "I have finally reached level 3, and was thinking about killing as many people as I could after I came out, but now I have to escape at high speed." The monkey scratched his head unwillingly. Bai Yaoyao felt something was wrong and immediately released all her mental energy. Feeling a dangerous aura moving quickly in his direction, he immediately reminded everyone, "Don't let your guard down, a tough guy is coming." Everyone quickly formed up according to the formation they usually practiced. Shirtu and Fatty stood in the front, and together they built an earth wall as a barrier. But within a few seconds, a rather special mutant ant rushed over. It was half a person's height, with 2 slender antennae flashing with electric light. The joints of its 6 legs seemed to be strengthened, and it even had wings growing out of its abdomen. It could run and fly at will. Bai Yaoyao frowned. This was at least a level 2 mutant beast. Mutated beasts are much more powerful than psychics of the same level, and even if they are 2 levels higher, they may not be able to defeat them. Lulu raised her hand and released a bolt of lightning, but it was useless against the mutant ants. In a few breaths, the mutant ants rushed to her. Bai Yaoyao threw a space blade at its tentacles, but it was useless except for successfully attracting the mutant ant's hatred. The mutant ant rushed towards Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao teleported behind the ant, took out the machete that Fatty had strengthened with his gold-based supernatural power, and chopped hard at the ant's hind legs. Unfortunately, the knife was broken and couldn't cause any serious damage. Bai Yaoyao felt helpless. Thunder powers, space powers, and strength powers had almost no effect on the mutant ant. Let's go together. Bai Yaoyao no longer tried. It would be fine if she couldn't win alone, but she had a team with her. Who the hell would want to fight her one-on-one? All your little brothers are dead, but my brothers are still here. Xiaowai and Coco extended the branches to try to control the mutant ant. Although they could not cause any harm to it, they successfully tied up the mutant ant's 6 legs. Xiaomi and Adai seized the opportunity to attack the ant's lower abdomen. Bai Yaoyao asked Qin Xian to enhance her supernatural powers and used mental piercing on the mutant ant. Bai Yaoyao found that this trick was useful. The mutant ant became obviously more manic. Not only did it struggle to break free from Coco and Xiaowai's control, it became even more enraged. Everyone used their various skills quickly on the mutant ants as if they had no energy, but they did not attack randomly without any method. According to the plan discussed in their spare time, everyone tried to inflict as much damage as possible. Bai Yaoyao discovered that there were more and more zombies around her. If she didn't leave, another zombie swarm would form. Just when I was about to set off the bomb, I heard some movement in the space. It turned out that the dog had woken up. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. You bastard, you are bullying my master, let me out. Bai Yaoyao felt that the dog's aura had become much stronger, and it should have been upgraded to level 2, so she didn't hesitate and threw the dog out towards the mutant ant. The dog came out, opened its mouth wide, and bit the ant's leg hard. Relying on the inertia of its rush, it pulled it off abruptly, and dark green blood gushed out. Everyone was very tactful and used all kinds of superpowers and mutations on the wounds. The dog bit them and ran away without stopping. The mutant ant wanted to find the dog, but was entangled by the crowd and couldn't free his hands. Bai Yaoyao discovered that Go Ji's IQ had definitely increased. Just when the dog was about to attack again, Bai Yaoyao was also ready. At the moment the dog ran out, she used mental piercing again. The mutant ant had been on guard against this move of the dog. Just as it was about to charge forward with its electrified antennae raised, it felt a sharp pain in its head again and was unable to move at all. I watched helplessly as this insidious, ugly dog bit off another of my legs. The mutant ant finally realized that it could not win, but when it wanted to run away, it was too late. It's a level 2 mutant beast. After fighting it till now, Bai Yaoyao naturally doesn't want to give up. When the time comes, she will exchange it for the official base and get a lot of points. Although the base has not been built yet, the mutant ants no longer wanted to fight and retreated while fighting. Bai Yaoyao and others began to chase them. The dog is really mean. It will just bite and run away, and will never do anything else. After a while, the mutant ant's 6 legs were removed, and the dog started to eat its wings. Bai Yaoyao used mental piercing again, and with the cooperation of everyone's various special abilities, the mutant ant was finally exhausted to death. Bai Yaoyao quickly collected the corpse and the 6 legs bitten off by the dog, and shouted to everyone, and left here together. Is everyone okay? Bai Yaoyao asked. No, but the power is exhausted, Fatty said, and OU echoed. The two had just been helping everyone resist the attacks of the mutant ants, and now their faces were slightly pale. Bai Yaoyao saw a hotel nearby and said, "Let's go, take a rest and get ready before setting off again. Don't run into mutant beasts again, or we'll be in trouble." Good. Bai Yaoyao explored and found that there were no zombies in the hotel, but there was a breath of life, which should be normal humans. In addition to the hotel, the surrounding areas were all shopping malls and residential buildings, so he chose this place. Bai Yaoyao and Guzi walked to the front together. As soon as they entered the hotel, they heard a sentence. "Hello. Welcome." When I turned around, I saw a little monkey doll hanging inside the door, and the sound was coming from the doll. When the people in the hotel heard the sound, they all came to the lobby and saw a dozen people walking in, including a mutant beast. All of them had a fierce aura and did not look like simple characters. They could not help but clench their weapons. "What do you want?" the leading man asked defensively. Bai Yaoyao took a look and saw that there were quite a lot of people. In addition to those in the lobby, there should be some people upstairs, probably about 20 to 30 people in total, but only a small number of them should have special abilities. "Friend, can I have a break for a while?" Bai Yaoyao replied. It was the right thing to ask since he was the one cleaning the place. The leading man on the opposite side was obviously relieved. It would be best if there was no conflict. Although these dozen people looked like they had just experienced a big battle, it did not mean that the people on his side could win. I tried to speak calmly. "Sure, there are 6 rooms on the first floor. We are all upstairs and have never stayed there. I just don't know how long you will rest. To clear a place for people to rest, and I'm afraid these people won't leave once they arrive." 2 hours. Bai Yaoyao said directly. "That's no problem. The rooms are all on the right." The man pointed. Bai Yaoyao nodded. "Thank you." After saying that, they went back to their rooms, both of them resting. By the way, he threw the dog at the door to guard it. Anyway, the dog only attacked by surprise and hardly used much effort. However, Bai Yaoyao still threw a basin of big bones to the dog out of humanitarianism. The dog happily took on the job of guarding the door. "Boss, look." The man followed the younger brother's gaze and found that the group's dog was actually eating meat bones. Seeing the dog's enjoyment, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It's been so long since the end of the world. People are almost out of food, but dogs can still eat meat. What a fuss. The dog found that there was a group of people looking at him with envy with their eyes wide open, so he ate even more happily. The food tasted better and better as he chewed it, and finally he burped in a very human way. Bai Yaoyao and the others waited until everyone's superpowers had recovered and prepared to set off again. Today was not a good day for them. They were chased by mutant ants for a long time before they even started fighting the zombies. Fortunately, they had the corpse of a level 2 mutant beast, so they were not at too much of a loss.
Well,
you guys are leaving," said the leading man, standing up from the sofa. Bai Yaoyao saw that group of people had been guarding the hotel lobby and guessed that they were wary of her and the others, so she didn't dare to go to rest. So he left a box of instant noodles and said, "Here, the room fee." No, that's not what I meant," the leading man explained hurriedly. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said, "See you again, if we are lucky enough." Then he took everyone away.
Huck.
"Boss, I just saw the girl who just spoke to you at the window. She killed a level 1 zombie with a wave of her hand." "So awesome?" "Luckily there was no conflict just now. They are so powerful that not only did they not attack us, they also paid for the room."
This.
It is imperative that we quickly improve our strength. We may not always be so lucky. Let's go and kill the zombies." "Yes, boss. How about we have a good meal first?" "Yeah, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything today." "Okay, let's divide this box of instant noodles and go out to work." Just now when Bai Yaoyao put down the box of instant noodles, the man refused with his mouth, but he had already swallowed his saliva countless times in his heart. There is less and less food to be found. If there is nothing to gain today, we can only go to the safe zone in the north of the city. Then we won't be so free, but at least we can guarantee that we won't go hungry. I can still have a good meal today. After coming out of the hotel, Bai Yaoyao killed a level 1 zombie with a space blade. The dog stepped forward and dug with his claws, pulled out a crystal core, and handed it to Bai Yaoyao flatteringly. Bai Yaoyao smiled, touched the dog's head, and put the crystal core into the space. The monkey said, "Should we go to the mall across the street? I really want to shop for free. There must be nothing left in the city center. It was snatched away long ago."
Coco said,
"Let's take a look around. You can also collect steel and iron shelves and exchange points for them later." Bai Yaoyao thought for a while and said, "Anyway, zombies are everywhere." As soon as they entered the mall, everyone was speechless. Perhaps because of the lack of ventilation in the room, the rainwater also soaked in. Not only was it full of stench, but zombies and human corpses were everywhere, covered with all kinds of bugs and various moss fungi, and some corpses even started to grow. Mushrooms. The glass was all broken on the floor, and almost all the stores were smashed into disrepair. There are mostly cosmetic stores at the entrance, but almost all the cosmetics have been thrown on the ground, and there is nothing in the counters. The stores that were once bright and beautiful have become extremely dilapidated and depressed. Usually there is a supermarket on the underground first floor of a shopping mall, but the elevators have been violently destroyed by people with special abilities, and all the steps are gone. Some people have this kind of mentality: if something is useless to me and I don't want it, then you shouldn't want it either. If I can't take it away, then you shouldn't take it either. It's best to destroy it. Bai Yao didn't feel anything special after seeing this. This was normal in the end times. In extremely harsh environments, human selfish emotions would be infinitely magnified. After Bai Yao entered the mall, she always felt a sense of uneasiness, but when she used her mental power to detect, she didn't find anything unusual. After working as a killer for so many years and struggling in the apocalypse for 10 years, this sense of crisis has saved me countless times. Without much hesitation, I made a decision and retreated quickly. Quick, retreat, Bai Yao said. Everyone followed without further ado. Less than 10 seconds after he came in, he took everyone away. It would be better not to have this crystal core, because it stinks. What Bai Yao didn't know was that in the corner of the first floor of the basement of the mall there was a level 4 zombie with its eyes closed, constantly releasing poisonous gas, and there were 100 or 80 corpses lying beside it. When he felt someone coming into the mall, he opened his eyes excitedly. Just as he was about to follow the smell dissipated. So he curled up in the corner again and continued to release poisonous gas, with no intention of leaving. After leaving the mall, Bai Yao's sense of crisis gradually dissipated. I felt that this area was not very safe, so I just drove directly to the north of the city to take a look at the safe zone. Guzi carried Xiaowai on his back and led the way in front. Xiaowai was under control, and with one paw from Guzi, even the third-level zombies could hardly withstand it. Occasionally we encountered mutated zombies, and everyone took turns getting off the car to kill them. The journey was very smooth, but even so, it was late at night when we arrived at the north of the city. Who's in front of us? Stop the car. Stop the car. We were stopped about 200 meters away from the tent area in the safety zone. Bai Yao got out of the car and was about to negotiate when she heard the young man who had just spoken say, "Is it you? The Dark Knight Squad?" Bai Yao recalled that the man in front of him seemed to have come to the villa area with Captain Meng Qilin, so he said, "It's us." "That's great. Captain Meng sent people to the villa area today to look for you, but they couldn't find you. It just so happened that you came here. Maybe we just missed it." Bai Yao didn't know what Captain Meng wanted to talk to her and others about, so she casually replied, "Come with me. I'll go inform Captain Meng." "Okay, thank you, handsome boy." Little soldier immediately ran away with a red face. Bai Yao and others followed them into the temporary safe zone. Maybe it was because it was late and everyone was asleep, so it seemed quite quiet. However, judging from the densely packed tents, there were still quite a lot of people. "Captain Bai, haha, we meet again," Meng Qilin said excitedly when he saw the Dark Knight Squad. "After the rain. Now the rescue mission is seriously hindered and there are not enough people. Several areas have not been visited yet." Meng Qilin is so anxious that his mouth is full of bubbles. "In recent days, I have been organizing the psychics in the safe zone to go out for rescue, but I'm so overwhelmed. Everyone is so arrogant, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. It's totally inefficient, and they still have the nerve to ask for rewards from me. Today, we killed 2 ringleaders, which suppressed many emotions, but this cannot solve the fundamental problem." Therefore, he wanted to cooperate with the Dark Knight team, no matter if it meant paying for supplies or crystal cores. The most important thing was to quickly gather the remaining survivors together and go to City D. The supplies brought this time would not last long. However, when he sent people to look for the Dark Knight Squad during the day, he found that they were no longer in the villa area. Just as he was getting worried, he heard his men say that the Dark Knight Squad was coming, and he ran out excitedly. "Hello, Captain Meng. It's so late.
I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Bai Yaoyao said politely. Meng smiled and said, Don't bother me. I haven't rested yet. Come to the house. The tent, and rest for a while. I have something to discuss with your Dark Knight squad. Okay. I just happen to need your help with something. Bai Yaoyao roughly guessed what Meng Qilin wanted to say. Following Captain Meng Qilin, we arrived at the center of the safe zone. There was a relatively large tent, but it was not large enough for so many people to enter. So Bai Yaoyao called Fat Brother and Oyu to go along to discuss things, and the rest of the people rested in the tent nearby. There was no table in the tent, just a few cardboard boxes in the corner and some bedding next to them. This should be where Meng Qilin rested at night. The young man who had just led the way brought over a few stools, and everyone was not a particular person, so they just sat down in a circle. Captain Bai, it's like this. We are seriously short of manpower, and the rescue progress is too slow. We would like to ask you to help with the rescue. Of course, we can pay for the corresponding materials or crystal cores, is that okay? Or, if you have any needs, you can just tell me directly. Meng Qilin said sincerely. Bai Yaoyao thought for a moment and said, We can help with the rescue, but we are only responsible for clearing the zombies. We will need your people to negotiate with the rescued people, or distribute supplies. To put it bluntly, we only fight and don't do anything else. Bai Yaoyao knew his own and his brother's personalities too well. They were not capable of handling trivial matters. If they met someone looking for trouble, they might become angry and want to kill someone. Meng Qilin agreed directly. No problem. This is what I should do. We will arrange the rest. Do you have any other requirements? Bai Yaoyao said, My brothers and I all have bad tempers. If we have a conflict with the rescued personnel during the mission, what do you think? Meng Qilin understands Bai Yaoyao's concerns very well. In troubled times, severe punishments should be used. Now is not the time to worry about human rights and the rule of law. He immediately said, Different people must be treated in different ways. I understand what you mean. People who maliciously look for trouble should be punished, even if it means losing their lives. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Fat Brother, Oyu, and the two nodded implicitly. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, That's a coincidence. We thought so too. Ha. Okay, then what do you think about the reward? The crystal core can be delivered after the mission is completed, but the supplies will need to be given to you in City D. The supplies we brought this time are needed to feed so many people, and I am worried that they are not enough. But don't worry, I promise that I will do what I promised you. Bai Yaoyao said, We don't want supplies, we want crystal cores. Meng Qilin was delighted. At this stage, supplies were the most scarce, and crystal cores were not that precious. As far as he knew, the official total stock of crystal cores was not small. After all, there were many people, and once the troops used hot weapons, the zombies had no resistance at all, so the crystal cores accumulated very quickly. Thinking that Bai Yaoyao would need more advanced crystal cores, he hardened his heart and said, No problem. 200 first-level crystal cores and 22nd-level crystal cores for one mission. Is that okay? Bai Yaoyao raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect Meng Qilin to be so generous. This was probably how much she and her companions had gained in a day, plus the zombies they had killed during the mission. Thinking of this, Bai Yaoyao asked in advance, What about the zombie crystal cores we killed during the mission? Then it belongs to you. Captain Meng, it's a pleasure to work with you. Face was wrinkled with laughter. Haha, then you guys should go to bed early. I'll get someone to call you for the meeting tomorrow. By the way, I have some level 0 crystal cores here. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to exchange them for high-level crystal cores? Bai Yaoyao asked. The lowest level of everyone in Dark Knight is level 2. Level 0 crystal cores are no longer of much use. I have already saved a lot of them. It would be best if I could exchange them for high-level crystal cores from the official. Meng Qilin thought for a moment and said, Sure. How much do you want to exchange? 2,000 level 0 crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao said. This. So much. Although Meng Qilin was surprised by the number, he also thought it was a good thing. At least it indirectly confirmed the strength of the Dark Knight team, so he agreed directly. After thinking about a more suitable price, he said, It can be exchanged for 200 first-level crystal cores or 22nd-level crystal cores.
Of course, it can also be mixed. Do you have third-level crystal cores? 2 will do. Bai Yaoyao stretched out her hand and made the number 2.
Ah.
Yes, Meng Qilin said hesitantly, but third-level crystal cores are relatively rare, and he originally wanted to hand them into the higher-ups, so it's difficult to exchange them out. However, before he finished speaking, he heard Bai Yaoyao say, "That's great. These are 2,000 level 0 crystal cores. You look a little tired, so this bet is for you.
You should have a good rest."
As soon as he finished speaking, a large white bag appeared in front of Meng Qilin, which was filled with 0-level crystal cores. A bed with a 4-piece set also appeared in the corner of the tent. Space power. Meng Qilin couldn't help but envy. It made sense when he thought about it. Just now, he saw that most of the members of the Dark Knight team were lightly equipped and didn't bring a lot of things. I couldn't help but sigh that the Dark Knight squad's combination of superpowers was truly amazing. Not only did they have healing and amplifying powers, they even had rare spatial powers, not to mention attacking powers. There was no way they could handle so many crystal cores. Turning his head to look at the soft big bed beside him, Meng Qilin felt embarrassed to say what he hadn't said yet. Forget it, there are still a few level 3 crystal cores left, so it doesn't matter if he gives away 2. Because the third-level crystal cores were quite valuable, he always kept them close to him, so he took out 2 from his pocket and handed them to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao happily took the crystal core and said, "Then we won't disturb your rest. Call us for the meeting tomorrow morning. I'll ask someone to get you a tent," Meng Qilin said hurriedly as he stood up. "Don't bother, I have prepared it, you go ahead." Bai Yaoyao refused. Bai Yaoyao and Fat Brother, you went out. They went next door to call other people, walked around the safe zone, found a place with few people, and set up 6 large tents. Everyone worked together to build the tent circle, and Bai Yaoyao placed a long table in the center. Everyone had been busy all day and had not had dinner yet, so they planned to eat something before resting. Taking into account the presence of outsiders, the food was not made too complicated. Each person was given 2 boxes of self-heating rice, and some fried chicken and beer. We did not order barbecued lobster. Bai Yaoyao had never thought about hiding her strength to the point of sacrificing herself, working so hard to fight zombies and practice superpowers, being so tired before the end of the world, and buying so many things. Isn't it just for the sake of living a better life? There is no need to be too high-profile and ostentatious, but the necessary things are absolutely indispensable. If you still live a miserable life, like in the previous life, you will be sorry for this rebirth. Everyone ate and chatted, paying no attention to the various secretive glances around them. As long as they were strong enough, that was enough. At the same time, it is also a wake-up call to brothers. If you don't want to live an easy life, the key is to hold on to everything you have and become stronger. It was a pity for the people nearby. The smell of fried chicken and the fragrance of beer were particularly prominent at night. The 2 young soldiers standing guard nearby raised their heads slightly and looked up at the 45 degrees Celsius sky. I told myself countless times in my heart, "I'm not hungry. It doesn't smell good at all. It looks unpalatable. It must not be as delicious as compressed biscuits." The survivors in the surrounding tents were already asleep, so it felt like I was dreaming and having a feast. It would be really miserable for those who couldn't sleep. My stomach kept growling, and the delicious smell kept coming into my nose. Some brave ones were even ready to go up and ask if they could give them something to eat, but as soon as they got close and before they even opened their mouths, they were discouraged by the sharp looks of a group of people. When I came to my senses, I found that my legs were weak, so I quickly ran back to the tent. My life was more important. Just now, I saw a dog eating meat bones out of the corner of my eye, and I cursed inwardly for a long time. Wasting food will bring retribution sooner or later. It's better to give it to me than to feed it to a dog. After all, I am a fire-type mutant, and I will make you pay if I get the chance. Bai Yaoyao and the others didn't care at all what others thought. After eating, they cleaned up and went back to their tent to sleep. Although they are tents, they are all of the largest size and are fully equipped with everything you need, including a comfortable bed, various toiletries, and even a foot bath bucket filled with hot water and wolfberry tea. Sister Yao never puts her own people in a difficult position, and she likes to keep healthy. Meng Qilin, who was on patrol, happened to see this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. The Dark Knight Squad are really particular about people. Thinking back to the smell of fried chicken, he looked at the two young soldiers standing guard next to him and patted them on the shoulders. "Oh, you've worked hard." Bai Yaoyao threw the two newly earned third-level crystal cores to Qin Xian and Kiki. Almost everyone else had reached level 3, and some with dual-system abilities still had one system left. For example, Fat Brother's Gold and Stone Skin Hardening. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu are in the same tent. "Do you go to the space to sleep at night?" Lulu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, "Go ahead and practice. Aren't all three of your supernatural powers level 3? You should take a proper rest, and don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lulu took advantage of Bai Yaoyao's inattention and touched Bai Yaoyao's soft fur again. "I know. It's mainly because the temperature in this space is constant, and practicing here is more comfortable than sleeping outside," Bai Yaoyao said frankly. After thinking for a while, I added, "If you are afraid and don't want to sleep alone, I will leave the dog to you, haha." Lulu crawled into bed and rolled her eyes. "Hurry up and take your dog away, sister. I want to sleep. Hurry up." Bai Yaoyao, Nung. As soon as he entered the space, Xiaowai ran overexcitedly with his legs spread apart, pulling Bai Yaoyao's clothes, and came to the spring. Bai Yaoyao looked for a long time, but didn't notice any changes. Xiaowai made a small rattan bowl with a branch, filled a bowl with food, and handed it to Bai Yaoyao's mouth. Bai Yaoyao was a little thirsty as the food she had just eaten was too salty, so she finished it in one gulp. I realized it later. Nongfu Spring is a little sweet. This spring water is actually a bit sweet. Because I didn't know if it would have any other effects, I waited patiently for a while. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened except a burp. "Little dear, drink it by yourself." Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to come into the space to practice, but suddenly felt a little sleepy. Thinking about the mission tomorrow, she simply went to the cabin to sleep. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I felt like I was swimming in a quagmire. Not only was it so smelly that I couldn't breathe, but I also felt sticky all over. When I woke up, I found the whole bed was covered with dirty black secretions. I cursed the national quintessence and jumped out of bed. It took me a while to figure it out. It must be the effect of drinking the spring water. Otherwise, I would never sleep so soundly. I held back the stench and carefully examined my body. Although there were no exaggerated changes, I could clearly feel that my whole body was warm. The lower back and knees are particularly affected. Since I've been training since I was young, injuries are inevitable, but I've gotten used to it. Suddenly, the dull pain is gone, and I feel a little uncomfortable with it. Bai Yaoyao hurried to the bathroom and took a good shower to wash off all the dirt on her body. When she stood in front of the mirror and applied toner, she realized, this skin is white and rosy. It's too good. I wasn't dark before. My complexion wasn't so clear either. After all, I had been active in the mountains all year round when I was young, exposed to the wind and sun. But now it seems as if all the impurities in my body have been removed. Bai Yaoyao was naturally happy. There is no girl who doesn't want to be prettier. Apart from becoming prettier, just repairing the hidden injuries on the body would be great. Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered something and ran out in a hurry to take a look. The whole Xiaowai tree looked like it was drunk, lying crookedly beside the spring. The dog was too much, lying on its back, drooling, just like me, with black water all over the floor. It was even stinkier than me. These two drank up all the spring water in the pool. Bai Yaoyao took out a bathtub with disdain, put some clean water in it, picked up the dog with 2 fingers, threw it into the basin, squeezed half a bottle of orange-scented shower gel into it, put on latex gloves, and began to rub it vigorously. Not only did the dog not wake up, it even hummed a few times in comfort. Bai Yaoyao resisted the urge to pour the bath water into the dog's mouth and changed the water 5 times before washing the dog clean. I threw it back into the doghouse and looked at the time. It was already past 4 in the morning. I was so sleepy from the stench that I was no longer sleepy. Simply continued to practice. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her supernatural powers were functioning more smoothly, and the effect of practice was much better. The effect was most obvious for her mental powers. My mental power seems to have become stronger. Although it has not been upgraded, if I encounter the mutant and I met during the day again, using mental piercing can at least make its brain hurt for a while longer. As for the ability of strength, well, I feel like I can knock myself down with one punch now, but it's not convenient to experiment. I'll try it on a zombie tomorrow. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao saw that Xiaowai had woken up, so she went over to take a look and discovered that Xiaowai had grown a lot bigger and, importantly, was no longer so crooked. The whole tree looked more beautiful. After telling Xiaowai to save today's spring water and not drink it, Bai Yaoyao came out of the space. I don't know if I can fill a cup in one day. Have enough saved. You can give it to Xiaomi to drink. This guy is extremely harsh on himself every day and will not rest until he has practiced enough. Bai Yaoyao is always worried that something will happen to him. I came out of the space. Lulu was already awake. When she saw Bai Yaoyao coming out, she was stunned for a long time and said, "Yaoer, what did you do last night? Did you go for a beauty treatment? How come your face is so tender? I feel like I can squeeze water out of it." Ha ha ha. After the spatial ability was upgraded, the spring water mutated. It seems to have the effect of removing impurities from the body. After drinking it, not only did my hidden injuries heal, but my skin also got better. Bai Yaoyao looked at the mirror again with a narcissistic look. I jump. Awesome. I want one too. She was pleasantly surprised to find that her supernatural powers were functioning more smoothly, and the effect of practice was much better. The effect was most obvious for her mental powers. My mental power seems to have become stronger. Although it has not been upgraded, if I encounter the mutant and I met during the day again, using mental piercing can at least make its brain hurt for a while longer. As for the ability of strength, well, I feel like I can knock myself down with one punch now, but it's not convenient to experiment. I'll try it on a zombie tomorrow. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Bai Yaoyao saw that Xiaowai had woken up, so she went over to take a look. Each person received a pack of compressed biscuits, a small French bread, and a box of strawberry-flavored yogurt. Bai Yaoyao thanked them and accepted the food. Meng Qilan knew that Annie certainly did not lack this little food. Whether someone needed it or not was one thing, and whether you sent it to them or not was another. There was no reason to not send it to them, just because they did not need it. It was a matter of attitude. Bai Yaoyao accepted it. She still wanted to have a hot breakfast. She had to go on a mission today and didn't know when she would have her next meal. Meng Qilan felt that he had not slept on such a comfortable bed for a long time. The fatigue of many days was relieved a lot. He got up refreshed and went for inspection. I walked over to the Dark Knight team. I wanted to call everyone to go to a meeting, but when I saw that the Dark Knights were eating, I didn't go up to disturb them. Bai Yaoyao saw it with her sharp eyes and called out, "Captain Meng, come over and have something to eat with us." Meng Qilan quickly waved his hand and said, No, you guys eat, I've already eaten." Bai Yaoyao gave a wink, and the monkey hurried over and invited Meng Qilan and the two little soldiers behind him to come over. Meng Qilan naturally refused. With supplies so tight, he had no nerve to eat other people's food. But the young man who came to persuade me was too talkative, and he was in a situation where he couldn't leave or stay. Fatty noticed Meng Qilan's embarrassment and said, "Captain Meng, you're welcome. Come over here.
We can chat for a while."
We are not familiar with H-City either. You can tell us about it when you have the chance." He put his arm around Captain Meng's shoulders and sat over, while Monkey pulled the two little soldiers behind him. Seeing that it was difficult to refuse, Meng Qilan followed them and planned to find a chance to compensate with some supplies later. But when I looked over there, I was stunned instantly. It was so funny. Fried dough sticks, steamed buns, scallion pancakes, siumai, steamed dumplings, soy milk, spicy soup, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, tofu brain. This cannot be compensated. The two little soldiers at the back were stunned where they were. Meng Qilan quickly came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "Captain Bai, is it hot here?" Meng Qilan felt very surprised. According to official information, the space ability should only be able to store items and does not have the function of preserving them. Bai Yaoyao knew Meng Qilin would ask this question, and she did this on purpose to show it to Meng Qilin. If she wanted to have long-term cooperation with the authorities, she would not be taken seriously unless she had some trump cards. The official organization is so large, there are many capable people. I know that the official also has a personal space with a preservation function, but it is only after level 4. My ability has mutated, and about 2 square meters can have the function of preserving fresh food. We will prepare the meals we will be eating in advance and put them in the villa. Bai Yaoyao explained. Meng Qilin said with emotion. In today's world, it is so happy to be able to eat a hot meal. Seeing that the 2 young soldiers were too embarrassed to eat, Monkey brought the food to them and asked Meng Qilin, Captain Meng, stop talking and eat quickly. What would you like to drink?
I'll
have some tofu pudding. Meng Qilin answered involuntarily. No problem, sweet or salty. The monkey held a bowl in each hand. Anything is fine. Salty. Meng Qilin was embarrassed to say it, but when he thought about it, he had already eaten it. He might as well eat something that satisfied him. Okay. Meng Qilin and the 2 little soldiers had the most delicious meal since the end of the world. They didn't even say a word, and before they knew it, a lot of food went into their stomachs. I realized it later and blushed with embarrassment. I had said I wouldn't eat it, but I ate more than others. Fortunately, Bai Yaoyao, Monkey, and Fat Brother livened up the atmosphere and changed the topic without leaving any trace. After breakfast, everyone followed Captain Meng to the open space at the entrance of the safe zone. Many people had already arrived, standing in groups with obvious factions. Everyone was talking quietly and trying to find out about the Dark Knight squad that came with Meng Qilin. Bai Yaoyao used her mental power to detect and found that most of them had energy fluctuations. They should also be the special ability team hired by Meng Qilin. It's just that it's too weak. There are very few level 2 ones. Idol. You guys are in the safe zone too. Great, Idol. We have all been upgraded. Can we fight with you this time? Bai Yaoyao was observing the situation of each team when suddenly a few people came running over, shouting and threateningly. H University? Bai Yaoyao was stunned for a moment before she remembered that they seemed to be a few students from the martial arts department of H University. Yes, it's us. My name is Li Mengyuan. Idols, you still remember us. If it weren't for you, we would have died before the official rescue. Li Mengyuan said excitedly. Meng Qilin coughed awkwardly beside him. You naughty boy, what you said is really disrespectful. Li Mengyuan only saw Captain Meng at this moment. He stuck out his tongue embarrassedly and scratched his head. The younger brother behind Li Mengyuan stared for a long time and asked hurriedly, Where's Brother Go? Why can't I see Brother Go? I brought some delicious food for Brother Go. Bai Yaoyao took a look at the high-end premium dog food that the man had just taken out of his backpack, which almost filled up the entire backpack, and couldn't help but sigh. Even dogs have fans? The dog is sleeping and hasn't woken up yet. Bai Yaoyao replied. Oh, I'm scared to death. I knew that Dog Brother is so powerful, nothing will happen to him. Idol, please help me give it to Dog Brother. After the boy said that, he handed the dog food to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao thanked her with a smile and took it. After all, it was the child's thoughtful gift. After collecting it, I threw it directly into the doghouse. With a duong sound, the dog was almost woken up. After a few howls, he began to snore and fell into a deep sleep. An idol is an idol, a space supernatural being. Everyone has seen more now and knows that people with space abilities exist, but they are very rare and not common. Meng walked to the center and said, Good morning, everyone. Next. Captain Meng, please wait a moment, said a girl in a turmeric short-sleeve shirt. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. After feeling everyone's gaze, the girl raised her head with a hint of pride, revealing her beautiful swan neck. The girl is very pretty and looks very elegant. She must have practiced dancing, as her body proportions are very good. Bai Yaoyao is obsessed with looks and likes to look at all good-looking people or things. She is looking at the girl who is talking without leaving any trace. She is also a second-level psychic with some abilities, and the little girl is quite pretty. There is just a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows, but that's normal. It's only been a short time, and he has been promoted to level 2. He does have reason to be proud. Captain Meng, I'd like to ask, did our team kill the most zombies yesterday? The girl said to Meng Qilan. Meng Qilan didn't look very happy in front of him, but he still answered, yes. That means our team brought back the most supplies, right? The girl asked relentlessly.
Yes.
Then I don't understand. It's obviously our team's mission that has done the best, so why is our breakfast a bag of crushed compressed biscuits and a box of squash drinks? When they first arrived, they were able to eat more than a dozen kinds of food in the morning. Even the kid didn't even eat the stuffing in the buns and threw it away. Why is the difference in treatment so obvious? What contributions have they made to the team? Why can they eat well, but we can't? The girl pointed at Adai angrily and argued loudly to Captain Meng. The people behind the girl also started to make a noise, saying, yes, why? Bai Yaoyao didn't expect that the topic of the girl's protest was actually related to herself and others. Looking at the girl who was talking again, well, she doesn't seem to be that pretty anymore. My Lulu is still the prettiest. Meng Qilan's face turned black. He had finally managed to get a big shot in the door, but someone else was still disrupting the situation. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect someone to jump out first. Li Poliang said loudly, what's it to you? My idol eats whatever he likes to eat, but you are the only one who likes to meddle in other people's business. If it weren't for the Dark Knight squad, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. How can you be so nosy? You pick up the bowl to eat, and put it down to curse your mother. You are really Lin Yiran. The man behind Lin Yiran took a step forward, protected Lin Yiran behind him, and said to Li Poliang, boy, if you don't want to die, watch your words. After saying that, he glared at everyone in the Dark Knight team. Oh, Sister Yao, are we being too easy to talk to? All kinds of people dare to step on us.
Wow.
The monkey moved his wrist unconsciously. The other people in Dark Knight also seemed eager to try. Most of them had bad tempers. If you wrongly accuse me and glare at me, I don't want to endure it. When Meng Qilan saw this, he quickly said, you misunderstood. It was Captain Bai Yaoyao of the Dark Knight squad who invited me to dinner this morning. All the food was prepared by Captain Bai. I was the one who went there to eat for free. Lin Yiran pretended to smile. Oh, so that's how it is. It's really fun. Can't you speak properly? Who are you showing off your sarcastic words to? Are you addicted to finding a backer? I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, let's fight. Who isn't a second-level psychic? Girl who is talking again, well, she doesn't seem to be that pretty anymore. My Lulu is still the prettiest. Meng Qilan's face turned black. He had finally managed to get a big shot in the door, but someone else was still disrupting the situation. Just as he was about to speak, he didn't expect someone to jump out first. Li Poliang said loudly, what's it to you? My idol eats whatever he likes to eat, but you are the only one who likes to meddle in other people's business. If it weren't for the Dark Knight squad, you would have been eaten by zombies long ago. How can you be so nosy? You pick up the bowl to eat, and put it down to curse your mother. You are. Bai Yaoyao felt Adai's gaze, glanced at Adai lightly, and said softly, Adai, your children's meal has waved goodbye to you. At least you won't see it this month. Sister Yao, woo-woo, I was wrong. Adai tugged at Bai Yaoyao's sleeve pitifully. It's too late, baby. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a handful of Adai's soft fur, then turned around and ignored Adai. Adai licked his lips in disappointment and gave an unfriendly look to the girl who had just talked too much. Lin Yiran was frightened by Adai's gaze. She lost her balance and fell into the arms of the man behind her. How could a little kid look at people so cruelly? The man followed Lin Yiran's gaze and said to Adai, what's up, little brat? Looking for trouble? Come over here if you can. Adai smiled but didn't say anything. As soon as the other people in Dark Knight saw Adai's expression, they understood that these two people would have a hard time living. As everyone knows, the two most difficult people to deal with in Yi are Bai Yaoyao and Adai, who is particularly vengeful. So no one cared about it anymore, just let the two grasshoppers jump around for a while. When a killer kills someone, he should not leave any evidence. He is not a bandit or a retard, so why would he show off his cruelty in front of so many people? Meng Qilin was afraid that the Dark Knight Squad would get angry, so he shouted, "If you, the IE Alliance, cause trouble again, get out and don't come into the safe zone again. We don't need another team like you." Meng Qilin looked at Bai Yaoyao a little embarrassedly. It was all his fault because of his greed. Bai Yaoyao shook her head at Meng Qilin, indicating that she didn't care. Seeing that Team AI had stopped talking, Meng Qilin said, "Time is limited. Don't make trouble for me every day. If you don't like it, you can just leave. Next, I will talk about the mission. The Dark Knight Squad is responsible for the 8 family compounds near Zhenglin Avenue. The Tiger Gang is responsible for the 3 residential compounds on Shuitian Road. The Little Crab Dream Team is responsible for the 4 residential compounds on Funya Road. IE Alliance is responsible for the 4 residential compounds on Rian Road. The Late Night Team is responsible for the 5 residential compounds on Taigong Road." Which one is the Late Night Team? Why is the name so fake? Xiaomi said puzzledly. Li Poliong raised his hand and said embarrassedly, "Hey, it's us. We thought the Dark Knight Squad was so cool, so we named it something similar." Xiaomi gave a thumbs up and said nothing more. After all, he's a fan. Never mind, just give him some face. This is today's task arrangement. Does anyone have any questions? Meng Qilin said after giving the instructions. "Captain Meng." Lin Yiran said loudly again. "What's wrong with you again?" Meng Qilin said impatiently. "There are only 12 people in their Dark Knight team. It's not appropriate to let them be in charge of Zhenglin Avenue, which has 8 family compounds. Our team has 27 people, and there are more than 12 people with superpowers alone." Lin Yiran looked at Bai Yaoyao with doubt. Lin Yiran didn't know why, but he just didn't like the Dark Knight team. On the one hand, they had such a good meal in the morning, and on the other hand, the 4 girls in their team were all very good-looking, especially the one wearing all black and leading the team. Brother Wu had looked at her several times. Wu Ge is a rare dual-powered person, possessing both lightning power and strength power. He has finally found a big boss and doesn't want to be lured away again, so he always wants to target the Dark Knight team in his words. Bai Yaoyao once again looked formally at this talkative and stupid woman. This damn thing was endless. He was in a hurry to go out and fight the zombies and didn't want to waste time talking to her, but he didn't expect that she was addicted to her chattering. Without waiting for Meng Qilin to speak, Bai Yaoyao teleported to her side, pinched Lin Yiran's neck hard, and said with a smile, "How about it, little girl? Do you have any comments?" Lin Yiran was so frightened that she was stunned. Later she realized that she also had superpowers. Just as she released a small flame, Bai Yaoyao snapped her fingers and a cigarette appeared in her hand. Taking advantage of Lin Yiran's fire, she lit the cigarette and took a light puff. Lin Yiran looked at Bai Yaoyao, who was so close to her, with an indifferent look and a cold expression. She suspected that if she said even one more wrong word, she would really kill her in front of so many people. Lin Yiran suddenly felt a little scared. She turned around to look at Wu Ge and found that Wu Ge was tied up with Rot Tan. Even his mouth was tied up, leaving only his 2 round eyes, which were wide open and swollen red from being strangled.
Lin Yiran stuttered. "I'm
sorry, I didn't know, I was wrong.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry."
Wu Ge, who had been so arrogant just now, was shaking violently and made an expression of, "I'm sorry." "Captain Meng, it's settled. When do we set off?" Bai Yaoyao teleported back and spoke calmly to Meng Qilin. Meng Qilin was as surprised as everyone else. He had no idea how Bai Yaoyao got there or how she came back. Looking at Lin Yiran's pale face, kneeling on the ground, he felt secretly refreshed. A bad man needs a bad man to deal with him. Haha, Captain Bai is certainly not a bad man, but he is definitely a ruthless man. The problem was solved so quickly. What a relief. So he suppressed the urge to laugh, took a deep breath and said, "All teams get going." "Sister Yao, this car is not bad. Let's go back and get one," said Monkey. "Okay, I'll find a way." Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement. The official has equipped the Dark Knight Squad with 6 military trucks, which are very exciting to drive. Since the cars are provided, naturally I don't want to drive my own. There are not many cars, so I will save as much as possible. Everyone squatted in the truck bed, and if there were zombies on the roadside, they would take turns to kill them to see if they had crystal cores, or who had the best luck. There was laughter and joy all the way, and it didn't feel boring at all. The young soldier, who was driving, happened to have had breakfast with Captain Meng from the Dark Knight Squad that morning. He already had a very good impression of the Dark Knight Squad, so he was quite happy to be assigned to this group. Seeing everyone killing the zombies blocking the road as if it was a game, I felt more and more lucky. I didn't have to say anything, someone would clear the road for me when I was driving. It was so cool. It was extremely difficult for those people with superpowers to take action, especially the AIE Alliance, who had little ability, a bad temper, and were extremely pretentious. Zhenglin Avenue is quite far away, and even if the driving conditions were smooth, it still took an hour to get there. The first place we arrived at was a high-end residential complex with a total of 6 buildings, 12 stories high. Judging from the windows, there were probably 2 or 3 households per floor. Young soldier was just about to stop the car and get tools to remove the car blocker when little 16 released a gust of wind and, with the help of Coco's vines, removed the car blocker. "Don't get out of the car, drive in, little brother," Bai Yaoyao said. "Oh, okay, thank you." The little soldier was a little confused. Could his superpowers be wasted like this? Shouldn't he use them to kill zombies? "You're welcome," Bai Yaoyao replied while using her mental power to investigate. There were no tough guys. The most powerful one should be a level 3 zombie, who happened to be in building number 1, which was closest to the door. There is a level 3 zombie in the building on the right, and there are about 20 level 2 zombies evenly distributed. Bai Yaoyao told everyone what she had discovered. Receive. It comes to doing serious work, everyone seems like a different person. Even the monkey who loves to talk the most becomes much more serious. Little brothers gather together. "We're going to kill the zombies first. We probably can't take care of you," Bai Yaoyao said to the little soldier. "It's okay. Don't worry about us. We can protect ourselves," the young soldier said on the walkie-talkie, and everyone quickly gathered together. Bai Yaoyao's team was heavy and there were few people. Captain Meng assigned 12 official team members. Before the end of the world, everyone was working on the front line. Although they were not very capable, they still had the ability to protect themselves, but they just couldn't awaken their special powers. I just heard Captain Bai say that there is a level 3 zombie, so everyone quickly set up their machine guns. Every time we encounter a level 3 zombie, there will be a lot of casualties. I hope Captain Bai and his team can lure the zombies out safely, and we can also help gather fire. Fat Brother. On the 6th floor, on the right.
Clear.
Fat Brother condensed a large lump of earth and smashed it hard against the window on the 6th floor. With a roar, the zombie jumped out of the window and threw a dense stream of sharp spikes at everyone. Huck. Gold zombies. Fat Brother and Stone Brother, help. The monkey shouted. Fatty and the Stone quickly formed a mud wall, and everyone quickly hid behind it. The zombie was like a fool. It broke one of its legs when it landed on the ground, and it stood up and moved crookedly. Bai Yaoyao asked Qin Xian to increase her power and took the opportunity to use mental piercing on the zombies. The zombies fell to their knees, and Lulu followed suit and released a thunderbolt. Now everyone had too many means of attack, and they concentrated their fire on them densely, leaving the little soldiers nearby stunned.
This
seems different from what I imagined. It turns out that all 12 members of the Dark Knight Squad have superpowers. And that tree is pretty cool too. When he came to his senses and wanted to help fire a few shots, Xiaowai had already poked the willow branch into the zombie's head to dig out the crystal core. Bai Yaoyao took the crystal core and said, 2 people in a group, Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi in Building 1, Lulu and Paige in Building 2, Fatty and Monkey in Building 3, Oyu and Dadawan in Building 4, Adai and Qin Xian in Building 5, Kiki and Xiao Shirlu, Xiaowai in Building 6. Let's clean up the yard first. If there are any problems, call for help. There is no need to negotiate with the survivors. Let them gather at the door and try to resolve the battle within an hour. Receive. After receiving the order, everyone set off quickly. Bai Yaoyao and Xiaomi were just about to enter Building No. 1 when they heard the young soldier behind them calling them. Captain Bai, Let's send 2 people from each building. Bai Yao politely refused and said, please help negotiate with the survivors and welcome them downstairs. The people in our team are quite reserved and don't talk much.
Ah.
Okay. Implicit, this isn't the implicitness I thought it would be. Captain Bai really knows how to joke. Bai Yao smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he and Xiaomi went directly to the top floor through the emergency passage. There were 2 households on each floor. They started knocking on the doors one by one. If no one answered, they would just kick the door. The first house they entered, 3 zombies appeared before the door. Bai Yao saw that they were all level 1 zombies, so she handed them over to Xiaomi to practice on and went to the next door. No one answered when I knocked on the door, but my mental power detected that there was someone inside. Bai Yao wanted to try out her teleportation to see if she could pass over the wall, so she tried it. The whole person slammed against the door with a duong sound and cursed national quintessence, angrily. Was killing zombies, happened to see this strange sight from the corner of his eye, and said in confusion, Sister Yao, can't you just kick it away? Why are you hitting it with your head? Kill your zombies. Bai Yao said, rubbing his forehead. Oh. Xiaomi obeyed obediently but still didn't understand. She didn't understand why she was banging on the door. Was Sister Yao trying to practice Iron Head skills? Bai Yao kicked the door open with force. Instantly a scream was heard, followed by the crying of a woman and a child. A woman in her 30s was holding a baby, a few months old. The woman hugged the child tightly in her arms and quickly turned her back to the door. Bai Yao knocked on the door and said, hello, the official rescue team has arrived. Pack up your things, and you can go downstairs when you hear someone shouting downstairs. After saying that, he saw Xiaomi had just killed 3 zombies next door and went straight to the next floor. Before going downstairs, Bai Yao turned around to look at the woman holding the child, hoping that she didn't understand what she said out of fear. My voice should be gentle and polite enough. When I saw the woman stand up, I felt relieved to go downstairs. There were no living people on the 11th floor, but the one on the left was okay, with a young zombie being hacked to death by Xiaomi. The 5 members of the family on the right were all infected. Bai Yao even looked at the wound after killing the zombie. Are they so unlucky? The whole family turned into zombies? After watching for a long time, I found that the first person to be infected should be the child of 7 or 8 years old. It is estimated that the parents were reluctant to kill him, and unfortunately he was bitten, and the whole family was killed. Otherwise, how could 4 adults be unable to beat 1 child? Xiaomi couldn't help but sigh a few times, but Bai Yao had long been accustomed to it. She was relieved after seeing it so many times. Quickly killing the zombies, I took a walk around the house. If there are elderly people at home, they will usually stock up some rice, flour, oil, and the like. Based on the principle that no matter how small a mosquito is, it still counts as meat, Bai Yao took away all the unopened bags of noodles and rice in the cupboard, which added up to 5 or 6 bags. The Mid-Autumn Festival just passed, and our home received many mooncakes, fruits, milk, and other gifts from other families. The apocalypse has only been going on for a short time, and the shelf life is not a problem, so I just received them all in the space. I didn't put it together with the supplies I bought, but found a separate area to put it. Although the end of the world doesn't require so much attention, it is still food after living with zombies for so long. If you can avoid eating it, it's better to not eat it and save it for an emergency or exchange it. There were no living people on the 10th floor. There were 2 elderly people living in the house on the left. They didn't turn into zombies, but they were not breathing either. Bai Yao looked around the house and found that there was no food at home, so she guessed the cause of death. It was a very sad thing, but seeing the 2 old people snuggling together, she felt very happy. Bai Yao calmed down and continued to clear the house floor by floor. She killed any zombies she found and looted the house for supplies. If they were still alive, she told them to come downstairs when she was notified. Hello, the official rescue has arrived. Pack up your things. When you hear people shouting downstairs, you can go downstairs. Bai Yao spoke the lines skillfully. It was a young man, curled up on the sofa, looking almost skinny, with sunken eyes and a lifeless look.
You.
Why did you come just now? My wife is dead. I killed her with my own hands, and she turned into a monster. Woohoo, it's all your fault.
Why?
Did you come just now? You guys go away. I don't want to live anymore. Let me die. Bai Yaoyao didn't quite understand, and didn't want to pay attention to this young and decadent man who didn't look very smart. It was too easy not to want to live in the end times, much easier than not wanting to die. Why save someone if he doesn't have the belief to live? Okay, excuse me. After saying that, Bai Yaoyao called Xiaomi to go to the next floor. The man sat on the sofa in a daze.
What?
Wasn't it the official? Didn't they come to persuade him? After all, he was also a victim. He wanted to take the opportunity to ask for some supplies. Why did they just leave? God, what the hell is bothering me? Bai Yaoyao felt that her progress was quite fast, but she wondered how others were doing. I feel like an old mother. I want my brothers to grow up quickly, but I am also worried about them getting hurt. It's as if I have a lot of grown-up children, and I have become a worried and toilsome old mother. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh as she thought about it. Xiaomi looked at Sister Yao, who was sometimes banging her head against the wall and sometimes grinning foolishly, and was a little confused. She didn't understand what had upset Sister Yao. Monkey wouldn't behave like this either. She couldn't help but sigh. Everyone in Dark Knight was responsible for Sister Yao becoming like this. He scratched his head in confusion, wanting to ask something but holding back, as he felt like he was going to get beaten. Forget it, I'll discuss it with Fat Brother tonight. I didn't encounter anything strange afterwards. After cleaning up everything, I found that my building was the first to be cleaned up, while the other buildings had not been cleaned up yet. Captain Bai, have you, cleared out the zombies? The young soldier asked blankly. Yes, that's it. Let's go help somewhere else. Bai Yaoyao answered with a smile, and then took Xiaomi to building number 2. Before entering the doorway, he heard the sound of fighting. Bai Yaoyao detected that there were 4 level 2 zombies. Lulu and Paige were in building 2, and it was a bit difficult for them to fight against 4 level 2 monsters together. Paige only had 1 healing ability, so she usually just attacked with a butcher knife. Although Lulu's lightning ability was powerful, it was not easy to use, because of the small position. Xiaomi heard the sound and ran over. She asked casually, Sister Yao, which floor is it on? 3rd floor, go ahead. Bai Yaoyao replied. Xiaomi turned around and asked, Okay, huh? You're not going? What do I have to do with you? I'm going to building number 3 to find Fatty. Bai Yaoyao said, and left. Xiaomi was confused. Oh, she was fooled by Sister Yao again. She was quite cool. When will I be able to pretend like this? Bai Yaoyao had just walked to the entrance of building number 3 when Fat Brother and Monkey had almost finished clearing everything. Their skills complemented each other perfectly, and they worked together very smoothly. Sister Yao, so fast. Monkey saw Bai Yaoyao from the 2nd floor window and jumped out directly. You two are not slow either. Let's go to buildings 4, 5, and 6, 1 for each of you. The monkey said, Okay, Sister Yao, let me tell you, I almost slapped a fool to death. Careful. Bai Yaoyao suddenly sensed danger, and the hair on his body stood up instantly. He kicked the monkey next to him to Fatty, and at the same time, he teleported away and threw a space blade backwards. The moment the skill hits, the zombies appear. Level 3 Invisible Zombie. Bai Yaoyao was very sure that the zombie was not there when they first explored. The only explanation was that the zombie heard the noise and came here later. Fortunately, it rushed directly towards me. Otherwise, there would definitely be casualties. Without saying a word, Bai Yaoyao quickly took out a bucket of green paint from the space, and before the zombies could become invisible again, she poured the entire bucket of paint on the zombies, leaving almost no paint wasted. Huck you sneak attacked me. I will beat you to death. If you have the guts, then hide yourself. Little green corpse. The monkey yelled. Bai Yaoyao was a little more relaxed now. The invisible zombies didn't have any other special abilities. They were mainly capable of sneak attacks. Once this barrier was removed, they would be no different from ordinary zombies. Just then, Xiaomi, Peppa Pig, and Lulu heard the noise and rushed over. Bai Yaoyao moved a small stool,
took out a video recorder, and stepped aside to record the whole process. "Come on, everyone." Bai Yaoyao gathered the ingredients and took the time to cheer everyone on. The little soldiers nearby were about to rush over to help, but when they saw Bai Yaoyao's amazing move, they didn't know whether they should come over or not. Seeing Captain Bai waving to him and the others, and then throwing over a box of fat otaku happy water and 2 bags of melon seeds, he couldn't help but twist his mouth. Well, let's talk about the self-cultivation of the spectators. Everyone knows what to do. I followed Bai Yaoyao's example, sat down, and watched carefully, but I was too embarrassed to move my food and drink. The more I watched, the more I felt that the fighting skills of the people fighting on the field were extremely strong, which was definitely not something that could be developed in just a few days in the apocalypse. The level of tacit cooperation among this team was also more like that of a team that had cooperated for many years. Physical ability, combat skills, and combat awareness cannot be hidden. Bai Yaoyao had already thought of what to say and had agreed with everyone on what to say. "My cheap master, who has passed away, once owned a mountain in China. Ahem, it was acquired legitimately. I heard from my master that it seemed like it was some kind of family heritage. The master also said that he had enrolled in a martial arts school. At that time, everyone laughed at the master for doing something unnecessary, but they didn't expect that it would be useful now. The details are not important. It's the end of the world, and no one will carefully check these details. After all, strength is the most important. So we just put all the blame on the master. We are all fellow disciples, so it's not a lie. It's just that we took on some part-time jobs to survive." Bai Yaoyao was recording the video while muttering, "Peppa Pig, raise your legs. What are your legs for? Xiaomi can only charge, right? Why isn't he defending? Do you want to turn into a zombie? Look at the fat on your belly. Fatty. There are 2 more layers of fat on your belly. Ha ha ha. Yaoer, you really deserve a beating." Fatty turned his head and protested. After a short while, the little green man, zombie, turned into the crystal core of Shanbaiyubiu under everyone's siege. After the other buildings were cleared, Bai Yaoyao used mental detection again. After confirming that it was safe, he asked the young soldiers to start shouting, notifying everyone to go downstairs. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to wait, guessing that this would be a very long process, so he said, "Brother, what's your name?" Little soldier blushed slightly. It wasn't because I was shy, but because Captain Bai was so handsome and good-looking. "My name is Wang Qingqing, and I'm the leader of our team." "Captain Wang, this is how it is. I will leave 2 of my team members behind to protect you, and then I will take the rest of the people to the community across the street to kill the zombies. When we are done, your side will also be finished. This way the efficiency will be much higher. What do you think?" Seeing that this young and silly little brother looked so young, Bai Yaoyao tried to explain it as clearly as possible. You guys go first?" Wang Qingqing was a little confused. He was used to the slow pace of other superpower teams and was not used to the efficient combat capability of the Dark Knight squad. Except for the Late Night team, which was a team consisting entirely of students, the other teams tried to delay as much as possible so that they could negotiate terms with Captain Meng and get more crystal cores. "Yes, I left our players with the strongest attack and defense capabilities. There will be no danger. We are right on the opposite side," Bai Yaoyao explained good-temperedly. "Okay, Captain Bai, you make the decision. Captain Meng told us when we came out that everything will be under your command." Wang Qingqing was also stunned at this moment and said hurriedly,
"Okay."
Bai Yaoyao finished speaking. She took everyone to the villa area opposite, leaving Adai and Oyu behind. Adai got into trouble in the morning, and even if he didn't want to stay, he didn't dare to say a word. Shirtu was even more so. Sometimes he hardly said a word all day. There are only 9 houses in the villa area opposite, but there are a lot of green spaces. Everyone was not in a hurry to go inside, and planned to start clearing out the zombies outside first. As soon as I walked into the yard, I saw a white light flash quickly. "What the hell? It just slipped through in a flash." Paige exclaimed. "The mutant beast should be a white cat." Bai Yaoyao said hesitantly. "There. On the tree. Sister Yao, this one looks like the white cat we saw at the convention center." Xiaomi saw it with his sharp eyes and pointed. Bai Yaoyao's whole body was tense, and her mental power was always following the white cat. The white cat was also staring at Bai Yaoyao, licking its paws from time to time, with a hint of provocation in its eyes. The energy fluctuations of the white cat are very strong. Unlike level 2, you may not be able to kill it without getting hurt. Besides, the main task now is rescue, so there is no need to provoke mutant beasts that do not actively attack. But the white cat's posture made it clear that he wanted to fight if he went in. This aroused Bai Yaoyao's desire to fight. Seeing that the dog that had been sleeping for a long time in the space had woken up and successfully reached level 3, he threw the dog over to see if he could find out some of the white cat's strength. If he couldn't, it wouldn't be a waste of time to consume the dog. After waking up, the dog felt like he had become the most powerful animal in the world. He was full of strength and could eat at least 10 big bones in one meal. Before I could tell my owner the good news, I was thrown out by the unscrupulous owner. I wanted to protest loudly, but
it
is so beautiful, with blue eyes and snow-white fur, as handsome, elegant, and charming as myself. Oh, dear, you see me.
Bang!
The dog was not careful for a moment, and before he could come out of the fantasy of seeing his dream lover, he fell to the ground. A hole was smashed directly, and dust flew all around. Bai Yaoyao was simply stunned. I knew you were unreliable, but I didn't know you were so unreliable. You clearly woke up. You clearly reached level 3. But why is this happening? An ordinary puppy wouldn't fall like this from this height. White Cat was even more shocked. This was the second time he had seen this woman. She was very strong, and he probably couldn't beat her, so he just left last time. But this time, I can't retreat, even if I die. Seeing the woman release a level 3 mutant beast, my heart immediately sank. There are beasts and people, it's over. I can't win. I have to fight. I'll drag a few people down with me even if I die. The claws were stretched out, the jumping posture was ready, and it was ready to die. But it actually fell down. Is this a hucking idiot? Do you still want to fight? Does this woman look down on me? She let out a moron to humiliate me? The dog also realized that he was a little embarrassed, so he simply buried his head in the soil. The dog was dizzy, but he was still asleep. It was so embarrassing, woo-woo. Bai Yaoyao couldn't tell what she felt now. She was so angry that she laughed. Forget it, brother, go. Bai Yaoyao, owed you in my last life. I'll test its bottom line first. Chun Xian, give me an increase depending on the situation. You guys don't go in yet. Bai Yaoyao took out a dagger and said, Sister Yao, be careful. Don't be so stubborn, Yaoer. Let's see how the situation develops. Lulu said with a frown. Bai Yaoyao nodded, pierced his mind, and teleported closer. The white cat was also very fast. In just one breath, he almost reached Bai Yaoyao. When he found that the woman was as fast as him, he retreated and distanced himself from her. The white cat felt that his mental strength was suppressed. He couldn't concentrate on the fight and became a little anxious for a moment. Just when I was about to go up again, I found that the stupid dog suddenly pounced on me and pinned me down. Damn it, a sneak attack dog. I turned around and was about to take action, but suddenly I saw this stupid dog licking my noble fur. Ah, I'm going to die. The white cat jumped up instantly. Cats can be killed, but not humiliated. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The white cat seemed to have lost its mind. It didn't care about Bai Yaoyao anymore and clawed at the dog. The dog barely dodged it, with a look of disbelief and hurt on its face. You hit me. You hit me. The white cat, as for all, stood up. After missing the first attack, it pounced again. Vwiff, 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 vwiff.
Meow.
Vwiff, vwiff, vwiff.
Meow.
Two animals, one running and the other chasing. Bai Yaoyao just stood there in a daze. No one paid any attention to her. Sister Yao, don't be sad. The dog is a husky. To have such performance today, is already pretty good. After all, Paige had raised the dog for several months, so she couldn't help but come over to persuade her. Sister Yao was so concerned about her reputation, and she was afraid that Sister Yao would not be able to get over it and abandon the dog. Bai Yao took a deep breath, looked at the cat and dog that were still chasing, and said, "Ignore them for now, walk around and clean up the zombies first." Paige nodded. "Okay, just don't abandon the dog." Bai Yao. "It saved my life. I can't throw it away." "No way, there are only a few zombies?" Xiaomi Paige nodded. "Okay, just don't abandon the dog." Bai Yao. "It saved my life. I can't throw it away." "No way, there are only a few zombies?" Xiaomi complained. "Are only 6 zombies in the entire villa area. All of them are level 1 or level 2. There are quite a few zombie corpses, but the crystal cores have all been dug out. They should have all been killed by the white cat." Bai Yao guessed. Today was a protracted battle and she didn't know how long it would end, so she decided to keep some of her supernatural powers.
Who?
A man's voice came from the villa. "The official rescue has arrived. Please pack up and send you to a safe area," Bai Yao said concisely. The door was opened a little, and I felt relieved when I saw that the people outside were dressed in uniform and had no intention of rushing in. Hurriedly said, "Are you the only ones here? Do you have anything to eat? Give me some first. My parents and I haven't eaten for several days." "No, come out and gather. No one will be waiting after the time is up." Bai Yao left after she finished speaking. Lulu and Xiao Shirlu stayed behind and waited for everyone in each room to come out. Maybe because of the presence of white cats in the villa area and the fact that there is plenty of food at home, there are living people in almost every household. Except for a few that have turned into zombies, the survival rate is still very high. When there was only one building left, the white cat suddenly rushed over, ignoring the dog, and blocked the door, refusing to move an inch. Bai Yao almost understood what was going on. Since both sides were wary of the other's strength, why not?
Talk.
Hello. Bai Yao took a step back and said. It was obvious that the white cat was more relaxed.
Meow.
You don't want us to go in?
Meow.
Are there any living humans inside?
Meow.
Bai Yao used her mental power to investigate and found that there was indeed no breath of living people. However, there was a strong energy aura in the corner of the second floor of the villa. It should be a zombie crystal core? Although Bai Yao was very envious, she would not take the initiative to rob a cat. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "We are not going in. We will leave immediately, but I want to take the person at the door away."
Meow.
The white cat also agreed and took a step back. They had reached a temporary settlement. "Let's go," Bai Yao said to the other people in an yi. "Okay, it's best not to hit it. This cat is quite evil and moves too fast." Fatty agreed. Everyone was ready to turn around and leave, but the dog was unwilling to do so. He jumped up and down, howling and biting Bai Yao's trouser leg, and refused to let go. "What on earth do you want to do?" Bai Yao said while biting her back teeth. "Woof woof woof, woof. I want a kitten." "What the hell do you want? Go away." Bai Yao picked up the dog and held it in her arms. Then there were screams like a pig being slaughtered. Bai Yao glared at Guzzi, but saw Guzzi looking at her with tears in his eyes. Suddenly, Bai Yao remembered that in the previous life, Guzzi took the claw of the zombie for her. Before dying, my eyes were like this, full of tears and reluctance. A moment Bai Yao was a little dazed. "Fat brother, is Sister Yao crying because of anger?" "Not really." Bai Yao took a deep breath, put the dog down, turned back to the white cat, and said, "Are you willing to leave with us? From now on, as long as I, Bai Yao, eat, I will have you eat, and I promise to treat you sincerely. It's not safe here. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat so many zombies. All humans have to evacuate. After the evacuation, the zombies' target will be you mutant beasts. Follow me. I will do my best to protect you." Bai Yao said to the white cat seriously. "Since the dog likes it, just try to get it. If you can't get it, knock the dog out and take it away." The white cat was stunned. This woman said she wanted to take her away. She also said she would give her food. She also said she would do her best to protect her. Am I going to have a family? The girl in the villa fed me for a week. I wanted to protect her, but I don't know why she died anyway. The white cat hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to do. Bai Yao saw that there was something going on and said hurriedly, "Is your master in the villa? According to our human rules, after death, he must be cremated and then buried. How about I help bury your master and you leave with me?" The white cat was moved, and after hesitating for a long time, it meowed and made way. Bai Yao turned around and said, "Wait for me here." Bai Yao followed the white cat into the villa. A girl was lying next to the sofa, and pills were scattered on the floor. She took a look at the box and saw that they were quick-acting heart pills. Bai Yao took out a rain cloth from the space, wrapped the girl up, and carried her to the small garden at the door. Bai Yao said, "Big one sets a fire, and Fatty digs a hole." Good. After burying the girl, the white cat followed Bai Yao obediently. Bai Yao looked at the dog following behind with an infatuated look on his face, and couldn't help but sighing. The white cat brought Bai Yao to the second floor of the villa, pointed at his pile of crystal cores, and motioned Bai Yao to put them away. Bai Yao couldn't help but swallowed her saliva. She had seen a lot of the world, so she got hundreds of crystal cores at once, and couldn't help but jump for joy. There are 3 or 4 third-level crystal cores. This cute little cat looks much more reliable than a dog. Bai Yao's eyes couldn't help but become gentler as she looked at the kitten. "Can I give you a name?"
Meow.
"You have a petite figure and are all white, so let's call you Big Cat." It's appropriate, smooth and nice to hear. Bai Yao originally wanted to say Xiaobai, but suddenly she remembered that when she was a child, her master called her Xiaobai. Big Cat. Bai Yao really couldn't stand the dog's appearance, and she also saw the disgust in Demao's eyes, so she simply threw the dog back into the space. Her patience with it had run out today. Fortunately, the matter was resolved satisfactorily, and a new super awesome partner was gained. Bai Yao suddenly felt that Guzzi seemed to have done a good thing. So I walked towards the door with everyone in a good mood, hoping that the survivors in the villa could move faster and not waste time. As soon as I got to the door, I realized that the atmosphere was not right. The survivors were huddled together and dared not speak. Lulu pinched her waist and looked at everyone unkindly. Perhaps because of the principle of awakening the lightning power, the soft hair near Lulu's hairline stood up slightly. "What's wrong, Lulu?" Bai Yao asked with a secret smile. Lulu looked so cute when she was angry. Lulu could say anything, the man she met in the first villa said. "Are you her leader? I want to report her. How can she treat ordinary people?" "Yes, is there anyone who rescues people like you? We are almost starving to death. How can we walk if you don't feed us?" An aunt in her 40s or 50s at the back also echoed. Bai Yao smiled slightly and didn't intend to explain anything. She just let Xiaowai go. "I have seen too many things like this in my previous life. This is a wealthy area, and before the end of the world, everyone in my family was probably quite capable and has not yet faced reality. Xiaowai, throw them both into the trash can." Everyone was screaming and retreating. Xiaowai accurately found the 2 people who had just taken the lead in speaking from the crowd, released a few branches, tied them up, and threw them directly into a large green trash can 10 meters away. The man did go in, and because the woman was a little fat, Xiaowai poked her hard. In the end, he humanely closed the lid and went back to Bai Yao obediently. Big Cat looked at Little Wai in surprise. The master seemed to be quite awesome. Luckily, there was no fight. Except for that stupid dog, the master's other methods were quite powerful. This mutant plant looked very unusual. Does anyone have any questions? Feel free to ask. If not, we're about to set off. Bai Yao asked softly. Everyone was silent. Very good. Let's go. Bai Yao brought the people in the villa area back to the first family compound. Before he got close, he heard a commotion. Without waiting for Bai Yao's orders, Xiaowai rushed over with ease, tied up the people who were the loudest and screaming the loudest, and lifted them up high. I just couldn't find a usable trash can. The trash cans were all rotten, and it seemed like they couldn't fit any trash in them. Xiaowai glanced at Bai Yao, and seeing the admiration in his master's eyes, he couldn't help but straighten his back and lifted the few people higher. am still the one my master values the most. The stupid old brother is no match for me, and the new little one is nothing to worry about. There were probably about 100 survivors at the scene, and the chattering was so noisy that it was a headache. After Xiaowai lifted the people up, there was a brief silence for a few seconds, and then chaos returned again. Maybe they feel that the law cannot hold everyone responsible, and when there are more people, they become bolder. After being suppressed and scared for so many days, they always want to shout a few times. Bai Yaoyao looked at the quiet 20 or so people in the villa area and suddenly felt that they were quite well behaved. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to be in the limelight, as this was not her job. The people who were making trouble just wanted to eat. After all, they had been hungry for so long, and this was human nature. I was not possessed by a bandit, and I had no regard for human nature. So he looked at team leader Wang with encouragement and expectation. Wang seemed to be encouraged and shouted loudly, "Anyone who speaks again will be deprived of food and ride. If you don't believe me, just try it." Bai Yaoyao discovered that there were only a few people causing trouble, while most people were guarding their luggage tightly and did not interfere. For example, the mother holding her child in Building 1 was at the outermost edge of the crowd. The child seemed to be crying all the time. The woman gently covered the child's ears, shook her body slightly, and muttered something. "It seems to be, Mom is here, baby, don't be afraid, baby, don't cry." Seeing that team leader Wang had stabilized the situation and was organizing people to get on the bus, Bai Yaoyao and his brothers headed to the next family compound. Zhenglan Avenue is mostly wealthy areas, and the population is not particularly dense. Logically, there shouldn't be many zombies, but so much time has passed and the zombies have moved farther, so there are still quite a few zombies on the road. Big Cat wanted to show off his abilities, so he fought extra hard and rushed to the front with Xiaomi. The man and the cat began to compete to see who could kill more. Well, Xiaomi was completely defeated. Bai Yaoyao followed behind happily, watching with satisfaction as Big Cat killed zombies as fast as lightning and threw a big bone to the dog in the space. After many days of cooperation, everyone has become more and more in sync. Everyone can use 100% of their own special abilities in battle, so even if they encounter a third-level zombie, they can quickly defeat it. It was not until the Dark Knight squad had completely cleared the third and fourth family compounds that team leader Wang and his team finally arrived. After all, they are official, and the idea of serving the people has been with us for more than 10 years. The end of the world has only been a few days, and it is not so easy to change our thinking. We cannot completely ignore the feelings of others like Dark Knight, so it took some time. "Captain Bai, you guys are so fast, this is amazing." Wang Chengqing trotted over and exclaimed sincerely, "Thank you for the compliment. We need to take a break to recover our energy and have lunch." Bai Yaoyao said, "Okay, it's my duty. I'll go get you some food. Do you want the self-heating hot pot? Captain Meng specifically asked me to bring it to you." Without waiting for Bai Yaoyao to answer, team leader Wang quickly took a big bag from the car, fearing that Bai Yaoyao would refuse. Bai Yaoyao naturally took it and said, "Okay, thank you." Monkey cleaned a room on the first floor, and everyone went into the room to eat. Bai Yaoyao opened the bag and saw self-heating rice and self-heating hot pot, as well as some braised eggs and sausages. Meng Qilin had prepared very well, but there were so many people outside, and the smell was too strong. Although there is no need to care too much about other people's opinions, it is indeed a bit too much if a bunch of people are starving outside while you are eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks in the house, and the aroma is so strong. So I found the Shangxi trio in the space, which are cold noodles, jiama, and bingfeng, which are most suitable for this weather. I sent Xiaowai back to the space and took out 3 fish for Damao. The mutant beast had a big appetite, so there was no need to worry about not being able to finish the fish. Big Cat's eyes widened. "Is this the treatment of having an owner? Wow, it smells so good. It smells much better than the mutant mice he caught." Bai Yaoyao wasn't very hungry and felt full after just a few bites. I came to the window and looked out. I saw that team leader Wang and his team were also distributing food to everyone. Each person received a bottle of water, a box of yogurt, a piece of bread, and 2 compressed biscuits. Adults and children were all like this, and everyone was eating with great relish. Bai Yaoyao found that the two people who were thrown into the trash can also followed, and when she realized that she saw them, she quickly hid in the crowd. I also saw the man who said he had killed his wife and didn't want to live anymore. He was carrying a big bag and a big suitcase. He was sitting on the side of the road and munching on bread. He didn't look like he wanted to die. There was also a woman with a baby who was pouring yogurt into a bottle and feeding the child, but the child was shaking his head and didn't want to drink. Bai Yaoyao frowned slightly, flashed into the space to make a cup of milk powder, used his spatial power to put it into the woman's arms, put the open box of milk powder into the woman's bag, and then quickly left the window. The woman was startled, but when she saw the bottle in her arms, she picked it up with surprise, smelled it, looked around, but couldn't find out who gave it to her, so she unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gave the milk to the child. Seeing the child gulping down the milk, the woman's tears flowed down her eyes. "Sister Yao, have some fruit. It's too hot. I have no appetite, and the food doesn't taste good," Paige said. The weather outside is much better than before, but it is still around 30 or 40 degrees Celsius, which is hot and dry. Bai Yaoyao took out some chilled watermelons, cut them in half, and everyone held half a piece of watermelon. They felt better after eating them all in one go. Bai Yaoyao also took a look at the spring water in the space. There was almost a cup of water, which was probably enough for one person to drink in the evening. Bai Yaoyao saw that everyone had almost finished eating, so she led everyone to continue working. There were still 4 family courtyards that had not been cleaned up, and Bai Yaoyao wanted to finish them as soon as possible, so she got Guzi, Xiaowai, and Miao out. 2 level 3 mutant beasts and 1 level 3 mutant plant. When working together, their lethality is much stronger than that of the Dark Knight squad. Big Cat had just finished eating fish and was in a good mood. He was no longer disgusted by the dog and even thought it was nice to have a little brother following him. Clearing process was much faster in the afternoon, and Bai Yaoyao also closed a gold shop on the way. The counter was almost completely smashed, and there were not many things left inside, with some of them falling to the ground in a dirty state. However, since the warehouse had a password door, the things inside were still intact and had not been damaged. Bai Yaoyao simply emptied the entire warehouse without being picky at all. If she was lucky enough to pass the apocalypse, these would be the betrothal gifts and dowry from her brothers. Wang saw it. He quickly turned his head and pretended he saw nothing. No matter how powerful Captain Bai was, she was still a girl. It was normal for her to want some jewelry like bracelets and necklaces. Besides, at this time, nothing else matters except food and water or daily necessities. After integrating all the people in the remaining 4 family compounds, it was already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Unlike when they came, now the cargo beds of the 6 vehicles were almost full of people. Seeing that there was not much room left in the truck bed, Bai Yaoyao took out 2 more trucks from the space, and everyone squeezed in. "I don't want to let the authorities know that my space is so large. Being able to keep things fresh is already eye-catching. While showing my strength, I also have to keep some cards in my hand." Wang originally wanted to come over and invite the members of the Dark Knight team to go into the carriage together. Although it was only for 2 people, the space was relatively large and there was enough room for everyone to sit. But when he saw this situation, he shut his mouth with a stern look. Survivors felt that they had seen too many things today. Not only did they see someone setting fires and discharging electricity, they also saw willow trees killing zombies and cats and dogs becoming spirits. Now, seeing someone conjure things out of thin air, they actually felt that it was normal and acceptable. Only the woman holding the baby suddenly looked up at Bai Yaoyao, stared at her for a long time. Her eyes reddened, and she said thank you silently. Fat Brother and Sure too were driving a car each. Bai Yaoyao saw from the beginning that a pretty woman looked over here several times, obviously wanting to do something. Everyone also noticed that Paige and Lulu even made a bet on who the woman would look for as a breakthrough point. Just as she was about to get on the bus, the woman finally took action and walked straight towards the stone. "Haha, Sister Lulu, I won the bet. I knew that woman would go to find Brother Sure too," Paige said excitedly. "Fat Brother, why are you so disappointing? I've always suppressed you, but you have grown such a big face in vain." Lulu said, putting her arm around Fat Brother's shoulder. I also guessed it was Fat Brother. Among our Dark Knight, Coco and Fat Brother seem easy to talk to. Based on the principle that opposites attract, there should be no problem in suppressing Fat Brother. Monkey made a serious analysis. Bai Yao Yao was also happily watching the fun on the side. She couldn't help but sigh at the woman's good vision. She picked the most difficult one to deal with. It would be better to find herself instead of Brother you. Maybe she would be interested in playing with you for a while.
You.
Hello. Thank you for saving me today. This is the amulet my grandma passed down to me. It has been blessed. I want to give it to you, hoping it can keep you safe. These are the compressed biscuits I saved. Have some. You've worked hard today. The woman said to the stone, blinking. You paused, turned to look at the woman, then looked at the big guy who was smirking and shook his head helplessly. These people were too naughty. Even though he looked so mature, steady, and handsome, this was not something he could control. You ignored the woman and got into the car. The woman saw you stopped and thought her plan was successful, but she didn't expect you to get into the car again. Reluctantly, she took a few steps forward, and the stone directly formed a mud wall outside the car. The woman bumped into it head-on, and her forehead was bruised. Bai Yao Yao and the others were laughing so hard that they quickly got on the car after watching the fun. They all ignored the woman outside. The calculation in her eyes was almost written on her face. She even gave her amulets and was reluctant to eat the compressed biscuits. She was really good at making up stories. Team leader Wang noticed the situation here. Captain Meng reminded him again and again that the people of Dark Knight looked easy to talk to, but each and every one of them was a tough guy, so he must be careful not to let anyone without eyes to provoke them. I was not paying attention, and this woman caught the opportunity. During lunch, this woman wanted to get into the house. I scolded her, and now she is doing it again. If you really piss off the people in the Dark Knight, no one can save you. So he hurriedly shouted, You, what are you doing? Are you going to get in the car, or not? If not, we are leaving. The woman blushed with embarrassment, ran back in a hurry, and climbed onto the truck full of people with great effort, not hiding her disgust at all. I felt so wronged. After all, I am a big anchor with 5 million fans, but I was ignored. Doesn't that man have eyes? Doesn't he watch the live broadcast? Didn't he see my video? Because the zombies on the road had been almost cleared when we came, the journey back was relatively smooth. Guzi and Amao were running wildly in front to clear the way and kill zombies. Xiaowai was following behind to pick up crystal cores. Bai Yao Yao was in the car shouting, "Come on," and occasionally feeding them with big bones and dried fish. Everyone was doing their job and cooperating very well. After returning to the safe zone, the subsequent work had nothing to do with the Dark Knight team, so everyone just left. It was not too late and no one felt very tired, except for the dog and the big cat who lay on the ground unwilling to move. Everyone was discussing whether to go out for another job. Meng Qilin came over. Because Meng Qilin was responsible for the overall dispatch in the safe zone, he would not participate in the outing. Listening to Wang Qingqing's report, Meng Qilin had a constant smile on his face. His judgment was indeed correct. The 8 rescue units had the heaviest task but took the shortest time. They were more efficient than the official team of psychics. So, I couldn't wait to come to the Dark Knight squad. Captain Bai, thank you all for your hard work today, Meng Qilin said with a smile, as soon as he saw Bai Yao Yao. Bai Yao Yao was not surprised at all by Meng Qilin's performance. Today I heard the team leader named Wang Qingqing complain that most of the special ability teams are unwilling to try their best to complete the mission and always want to take advantage of the current shortage of manpower in the safe zone to use it as a threat to get more supplies. Once the support is in place, many conditions can no longer be negotiated. So, isn't it a pleasure to meet a night squad that doesn't need supplies and can complete the mission efficiently? Bai Yao Yao also has her own considerations. The Meng family has a lot of say in City A. Otherwise, no matter how capable they are, they cannot be the general manager of the base material exchange office. After all, there are many people who are both capable and have backgrounds. What's the use of just being capable? You can't get a rank. Therefore, when the other party is in a difficult situation, it is very necessary to gain more favorability. Besides, Meng Qilin is really a good person, and they had a pleasant cooperation in the previous life. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "It's not hard. We are paid for our work, and this is what we should do." Haha, if all teams of superpowers could be like Dark Knight, my hair wouldn't have turned white in just a few days. Here, this is the crystal core for today's mission. Meng Qilin handed Bai Yaoyao a big bag. Bai Yaoyao smiled more sincerely. Who wouldn't like to get paid? That's great. Thank you. Oh, there's something else I want to discuss with you. The Strategic Materials Storage Depot in H City is located in a remote area. For safety reasons, we would like to ask your Dark Knight squad to go with our official psychic team to transport the materials back. Meng Qilin paused and observed Bai Yaoyao's expression, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. Seeing that Bai Yaoyao is only in her early 20s, I don't understand why she is so
steady.
No matter what she says, she is always smiling, and there is no emotion or inclination that can be seen at all. Bai Yaoyao was naturally interested in this place, but she didn't rush to agree. Can you introduce it to me? Meng Qilin nodded and said, because the location is far away, we can't return in a short time. It will take about 10 days to go back and forth. Captain Bai, if this mission is successful, 12 third-level crystal cores and 50 second-level crystal cores will be obtained. Reserve is very rich in resources. We are about to move to City D and don't have time to make another trip. So, if our people can't take away the remaining supplies, Captain Bai, you can take as much as you want. Bai Yaoyao had already agreed in her heart, but she still needed to put on a show on the surface. Meng Qilin was a little nervous. Seeing Bai Yaoyao frowning and talking to his teammates for a long time, the two seemed to have different opinions. Obviously, Captain Bai made all the decisions on his own. Bai Yaoyao turned around and said to Fatty, "What are we having for dinner?" Fatty understood instantly, frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Lobster? Lobster again. Are you tired of it?" Fat Brother shook his head and said, "Not greasy. This is my favorite. But I want to eat hot pot."
Bai Yaoyao said,
"Then let's have hot pot and lobster together." "Perfect." Bai Yaoyao raised her head and said to Meng Qilin, "We have accepted the mission, but we want 5 more level 3 crystal cores. To be honest, my space is already full. It's not big to begin with, and with several cars loaded in it, there's no room for anything else. So even if there are some supplies left, they're of no use to us." Meng Qilin took a deep breath. As long as he agreed, it would be fine. It would just be a matter of adding a few more level 3 crystal cores.
he could still make the decision on this.
He agreed directly. "Okay. No problem." Bai Yaoyao asked, "When do we set off?" "We need to prepare. They still have a mission now. If all goes well, they will set off the day after tomorrow." Meng Qilin replied. "Okay, no problem." Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Then I won't disturb your rest. You all have worked hard today. I'll have someone send some mutant tiger meat over later. This is today's new harvest," Meng Qilin said with a smile. "Okay, thank you, Captain Meng." Meng Qilin's words reminded Bai Yaoyao that she should go and hunt more mutant beasts and find a chef to prepare them and stockpile them. Mutant beasts would be very helpful to everyone in the early stages. Chen Xian and his friends cooked was so unpalatable. I hadn't finished eating the mutant dog I killed last time, and it was really impossible to swallow it. But if it was cooked by someone with good cooking skills, the mutant beast would taste very good. After Meng Qilin left, Fatty asked, "Yaoer, are we still going to have hot pot? Someone will send us tiger meat later. I haven't eaten it yet." "Go on. How much mutant tiger meat can you give us? It's so precious. Just giving us a little to try is enough. It's not enough for us to eat. If we want to eat it, we can go get it ourselves tomorrow. There will definitely be some in the zoo," Bai Yaoyao said. "Haha, then you can eat my lobster too." Yes. Dadaon said, "Oh my god, were you two discussing dinner just now? You looked so serious. I thought you were really discussing whether to go on the mission or not. You are too naive. Looking at the way Fatty is swallowing his saliva, you should know that he is definitely talking about food." Lulu smiled and pointed at Fatty. Ha ha ha, it seems my acting skills are still so crude. Fat Brother scratched his head embarrassedly. That's progress. Bai Yao took a look at the crystal core that Meng Qilan had just delivered and took out today's harvest, as well as big cat stock. She counted the number of level 0 and level 1 crystal cores. She didn't waste time checking them, as they were of no use, so she would keep them for later exchange for high-level crystal cores. 165 secondary crystal cores and 9 tertiary crystal cores. Then if I and others go out on my own without taking any missions, it's still better to get 2 salaries. It was distributed to everyone, and the mutant tiger meat from Meng Qilan was also delivered. Well, this seems to be better than salary. Meng Qilan was more generous than Bai Yaoyao had imagined and, directly, had 2 large basins brought over. But there are more people and beasts in the dark night. The delicious smell of meat lured the dog and the big cat, who were lying on the ground and didn't want to stand up. Except for Xiaowai, everyone took a few pieces and finished them quickly. Everyone was so greedy that they kept licking their fingers. The color is golden, the outside is crispy, and the inside is tender, fresh, and tasty. Even if everyone only eats a few bites, they will feel full of energy, as if all the fatigue of the day has disappeared. It's so damn delicious. Much better than the one we baked ourselves, said Little 16. Stone agreed. It's delicious. This tastes amazing. Let's go catch a few tomorrow. The monkey swallowed the last bite before he was willing to speak. Yes, I strongly recommend going to catch a few tomorrow. Lulu raised her eyebrows and looked at Bai Yaoyao. Oh, whiff, whiff, whiff.
Meow. Meow.
I agree. Let's go after the mission is finished tomorrow. Bring it back and ask someone to cook it so we don't waste the food. Bai Yaoyao raised her hand and agreed. Wow, this decision is absolutely correct. Sister Yao, can you give me another piece of fried chicken? I haven't eaten. I don't want to eat it anymore. Dai was halfway through his words when he suddenly remembered that he was caught wasting food in the morning, and he didn't dare to say anything. Bai Yaoyao glanced at Dai and had no intention of indulging him. In my previous life, there was sometimes nothing to eat, and I had to be careful not to eat a piece of hard bread that was too hard to chew. Now that I have enough food and drink, I dare to throw away the stuffing of the buns? Bai Yaoyao ignored Dai the whole day. Dai was also extremely panicked and felt extremely regretful. However, no matter how he apologized, it was useless as Sister Yao just ignored him. When I was a child, my entire family disappeared overnight, and I was taken back to the organization by my master. Because I was scared, I was never nice to anyone. At the beginning, many people were trying to comfort themselves, but as time went on, no one talked to themselves except for Sister Yao. She looked tough and free and easy, but in fact she was the softest. One time, Sister Yao saw herself drooling over the fried chicken and French fries on TV, so she bought herself a children's meal when she came back from a mission. The toy was a small khaki truck. Because she was afraid that the food would get cold, Yao Jie ran all the way up the mountain, and her lips turned white from running. I will remember the scene when Sister Yao took the food out of her arms and handed it to me for the rest of my life. Over the years, the small truck has always been kept close to me. Dai also clearly remembers that the children's meal included 2 fried chicken legs, 2 fried chicken wings, a box of mashed potatoes, a pineapple pie, 43 French fries, and 2 packets of ketchup. Dai suddenly got scared. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. He couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. He had never been so scared before when he broke into a foreign mercenary base. He was afraid that Sister Yao would ignore him in the future. Bai Yaoyao has been paying attention to Dai's emotions. This child is thoughtful and sensitive. Seeing him lower his head and look sad, it can be seen that he has softened his heart. Forget it. Under normal circumstances, Dai is only the age of a middle school student. Children always make mistakes. He sighed and threw a bag of French fries into Dai's pocket. Dai felt the things in his pocket, raised his head excitedly, and said excitedly, Sister Yao, I was wrong. I will never waste food again. Bai Yaoyao maintained the seriousness of a patriarch and coughed lightly. Go back and reflect on yourself. Hey, got it. Adai excitedly ran back to the tent. Bai Yaoyao looked at Adai's back and couldn't help but smile. Alas, the child has reached his rebellious period. It's not a serious matter.
Don't be angry.
Fat Brother moved a small stool and sat next to Bai Yaoyao, saying comfortingly, I know, but right is right and wrong is wrong. If he is wrong, he needs to know and correct it, otherwise the mistakes will become more and more outrageous in the future. Bai Yaoyao said seriously. Yes, Sister Yao is right. Fat Brother raised his thumbs up. Everyone should go back and rest early. Xiaomi, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Bai Yaoyao said. Bai Yaoyao had also told Fat Brother and the others about the spring water in advance. They were all brothers, so it didn't matter who went there first or later, so naturally no one cared. What's wrong, boss? Xiaomi came over and asked. If I hadn't eaten the mutant tiger meat, I wouldn't have been able to walk. I was so tired that my legs were shaking when I came back. However, this way of improving strength is indeed fast, and it is worth it. Bai Yaoyao poured the spring water into a cup, handed it to Xiaomi, and said, Here, drink it. Xiaomi drank it in one gulp without hesitation. What is this? It tastes really good, a bit like lemon-flavored soda water. I drank the spring water that appeared after my space was upgraded yesterday. I feel that it can improve my physical fitness, repair hidden injuries, and remove impurities from the body. Bai Yaoyao explained. Oh my god, isn't this the spiritual spring that Peppa Pig said is a must-have for the protagonist of a novel? Sister Yao, what role do you think I can play as a man? Xiaomi said in surprise. Bai Yaoyao. Nim. You still have the energy to talk nonsense? Go back to sleep. After Bai Yaoyao said this, she put a bathtub filled with hot water in Xiaomi's tent and placed a few thermos bottles next to it. Hee. Thank you, Sister Yao, for your thoughtfulness. It's so nice to take a bath after a tiring day. Xiaomi ran back happily. Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to remind Xiaomi about the black mud all over her body, but she opened her mouth and gave up. Thinking of how miserable she was last night, she thought it would be good to experience it all. Good brothers should share happiness and difficulties. Bai Yaoyao explained the existence of the space to Big Cat and then took the two beasts back to the space. Big Cat felt that he had made the most important decision in his life today. He chose to follow Bai Yaoyao. Not only did we get to eat dried fish, but we also ate delicious exotic animal meat. At night, we could rest in a place without enemies. This was so blissful. Of course, it would be better if there wasn't this stupid dog around. We are all male animals, so why do we look so indescribably stupid? Bai Yaoyao took a walk around her own material storage area, cleaned out a new area, and sorted the supplies she had obtained today into categories. I found a few more large boxes and sorted the crystal cores by grade. There will be more and more crystal cores in the future, so it is convenient to sort them out and use them. Bai Yaoyao feels that she has an intermittent urge to do housework. Sometimes she has nothing to do and doesn't want to work, and sometimes she is too tired to walk and wants to tidy up.
For example, now.
Finally, I took out the cat climbing frame, cat bed, litter box, and small blanket that I had bought and set up a rest area for the big cat. Big Cat was very satisfied with this. Apart from anything else, the location was great, far away from the stupid dog's nest, diagonally located. Master, you really understand. Bai Yaoyao slept comfortably. Her dreams were all about mutant beasts grilling meat for her. When she woke up, she saw some drool on her pillow. With an awkward smile, he cleared his throat and slipped out of the space. Lulu had already gotten up and was not in the tent. Bai Yaoyao was still wondering why someone who loved to sleep and would get up so early. As soon as she walked out of the tent, she saw everyone surrounding Xiaomi and laughing happily. I wanted to go up and ask, but the monkey ran over first. Sister Yao, did you sleep well? Monkey asked with dark circles under his eyes. Bai Yaoyao remembered the meat she had eaten in her dream and replied, It's pretty good. What's wrong? Why do you look like this? Did you stay up late? I can't sleep.
I'm suffocated,
said the monkey aggrievedly. Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered that Xiaomi and the monkey were in the same tent. She smiled embarrassedly, took a step back very naturally, and pretended nothing had happened. Sister Yao, haha, I have a new superpower. After seeing Bai Yaoyao, Xiaomi excitedly rushed out from the crowd. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. The spring water has this effect. After a brief moment of daze, he said excitedly, "Great. Haha, now I finally got what I wanted. What supernatural power? I don't know what superpowers it is. I've never seen anyone have them." Xiaomi said as he stretched out his hand, and a light appeared in the palm of his hand. Bai Yaoyao tried her best to suppress the upward curve of her lips. The light-related supernatural power that she had been dreaming of for a long time finally arrived. "Sister Yao, don't just laugh. What kind of superpower is this? It doesn't seem to have much killing power," Xiaomi asked anxiously.
Xiaomi was confused.
He finally got a superpower, but it was just a lighting power. Bai Yaoyao explained, "This is a light-related ability. Level 1 is basically lighting. Level 2 can purify a unit's negative effects. Level 3 can clear corpse poison. Our safety has an extra layer of protection." "Wow, this is amazing," Dadawan said along with the applause. Xiaomi's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he asked, "Then what? Do you have any means of attack?" Bai Yaoyao explained, "It depends on how you use it. There is no fixed method for special abilities." "I see." Xiaomi nodded thoughtfully. "Sister Yao, how long does it take for you to produce a cup of spring water?" The monkey asked curiously. "1 cup a day." "Come on, guys, let's play rock, paper, scissors, and see whose turn it is to stink tonight," the monkey shouted hurriedly. Yesterday, the monkey was sleeping soundly, but suddenly he smelled a foul odor and was awakened. When he turned around, he saw Xiaomi was oozing black water all over his body. He was shocked and almost thought that Xiaomi was bitten by a zombie. Tears came out instantly. Xiaomi was awakened by the stinky fish when she heard someone calling her. They were both confused. Later they realized that it was because she drank Sister Yao's spring water. No wonder she prepared so much bath water. But Monkey couldn't sleep because the whole tent was filled with a foul smell. He and Xiaomi kept chatting with each other all night long. Bai Yaoyao laughed and played with everyone for a while, ate breakfast, and then walked towards the door together. They agreed to complete the task early and go to the zoo to catch some meat. "Good morning, Captain Bai. I happened to meet Meng Qilin on the road." "Good morning, Captain Meng. Are there any missions near the zoo today?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "Are you going to get some meat? Our special ability team saw the mutant tiger on the road yesterday. Isn't it a bit dangerous to go to the zoo?" Meng Qilin said hesitantly. "It's okay. We'll see what the situation is. If it gets too difficult, we'll retreat," Bai Yaoyao replied. Meng Qilin stopped persuading them, thought for a while, and said, "Then you can go to the city center hospital, which is near the zoo, and take the 2 of us space ability users with you to collect all the medicines. But they have no ability to protect themselves, so please take good care of them." Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Don't worry, after we complete the mission, we will send them back first, and then go to the zoo. We just don't want to clear the zombies on both roads for fear of wasting time." "Haha, okay, that's no problem." Just after the discussion, the rest of the teams had basically arrived. Li Pengliang and his companions still stood next to the Dark Knight team, greeting everyone with a smile. The AIE Alliance didn't say anything nonsense today, but just kept glancing at the Dark Knight team from time to time. "What are you looking at?"
What are you looking at?
"Conjunctivitis?" The mouth spoke again. The people from the AIE Alliance didn't even dare to look at it. Meng Qilin then held up a notebook and said, "I will assign the tasks. Dark Knight Squad, City Center Hospital. IE Alliance, Wanda Plaza on Chenyang Road and 2 nearby residential quarters." Bai Yaoyao remembered that this Wanda Plaza was the shopping mall that no one dared to enter last time. It always felt very weird and gave her a sense of danger, so she just went in to take a look and then took everyone away. Bai Yaoyao didn't really care about the lives of the IE Alliance members, but when she went on a mission, there would be official people following her, so she said to Meng Qilin, "We passed by that Wanda Plaza once, so we're not sure." When Meng Qilin heard this, he instantly understood what Bai Yaoyao meant. Even Yi was not sure, so wouldn't the others just be delivering food? So he said, "I won't go to Wanda Plaza anymore. I'll just be responsible for the 2 family housing estates." The man who led the AIE Alliance said, "Wait a minute, Captain Meng, we have searched so many shopping malls and haven't encountered anything. Yes, although we are weak, we also try our best to collect supplies. Lin Yiran said weakly. Bai Yao rolled her eyes. She didn't want to persuade you in the first place. You are just a byproduct and you're still showing off. Well, it's hard to persuade a damn ghost with kind words. Meng Qilin was a little hesitant. No matter how excessive the AI alliance was, he could not send them to carry out a hopeless mission. This was a principle. The reason they wanted to go to Wanda Plaza was simply because there was a space-related psychic in their team, and they wanted to secretly collect supplies. But Captain Bai clearly said that it was hard to tell where it was. These people are really… Captain Meng, you can't be so partial. This is our mission. Lin Yiran said relentlessly. Meng Qilin was also a little annoyed, so he simply said, Okay, then you go, but my people won't follow, and you don't have to take care of the family compound anymore. I'll send someone else. The leader of the AI alliance hurriedly agreed. If they didn't want to follow, then they didn't have to. It was pointless for a useless person without superpowers to follow. It would be more convenient if he didn't follow them to collect supplies. When he came back, he could just say he didn't see any supplies. As for the danger, haha, isn't it just that the Dark Knight squad wants to collect medicines and supplies? I persuaded myself and others to leave, so I can go to Wanda Plaza tomorrow. It's a beautiful thought. What a selfish person. As soon as Bai Yao heard Lin Yiran's gossiping tone, she guessed what she was thinking. But it doesn't matter. Death will give me peace and quiet. Being a villain is the most time-consuming thing. Hello, Captain Bai. My name is Chueying, and his name is Zhang Jiehui. We are space users and have been assigned to go on a mission with you today. Hello, let's go straight away. Bai Yao checked 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. Okay, Chueying said. Because there was no need to transport survivors today, there was no need to drive a large truck, so 3 military off-road vehicles were used. Bai Yao became jealous again and wondered when to ask Meng Qilin to exchange a few cars as backup. There were still too few cars now, and she was always afraid that her precious cars would be destroyed by zombies. Chueying looked at the delicate and weak girl, who drove quite aggressively and always liked to crash into zombies. This was the same hobby as Bai Yao, and the two of them chatted happily on the way. Bai Yao also learned a lot of official news. The base in City D is already under construction, and important people from several nearby cities have already gone there. After a short period of panic, the authorities have now fully recovered. Many of the evil people who had previously acted arrogantly have been killed, and the D-City base will be jointly managed by the military and the government. Bai Yao didn't care too much about other specific details. It was just a place to stay. If she felt comfortable, she would stay there for a while. If the environment was chaotic or she couldn't get along with the person in charge, she would move to another place. It's no big deal. To put it bluntly, as long as you have enough strength, nothing else will be a problem. Stop the car. Chueying was just talking about how delicious the tiger meat was yesterday when she heard Bai Yao suddenly shout, "Stop the car." She was startled, but reacted quickly and stopped the car. Bai Yao got out of the car quickly. Although she had been chatting just now, her mental power was also constantly exploring without slacking off. There is a strong energy fluctuation ahead, which looks a bit like a level 4 zombie, but it's not certain yet. Be careful, it looks like a level 4 zombie. Bai Yao reminded and released Guzi, Xiaowai, and Miao at the same time. Everyone was ready and waited for about 10 minutes, but the zombies still didn't appear. Sister Yao, where is the corpse? It's about 20 meters away from us. It's not moving. A level 4 zombie has become a bit intelligent. It's waiting for us to come over. Bai Yao replied. So what do we do now? Go ahead. I've been craving for a level 4 crystal core for a long time. Receive. Bai Yao finished speaking. Everyone rushed forward quickly. Chueying and Zhang Jiehui looked at each other and suddenly understood why the Dark Knight team was so strong. Their mobility was not comparable to that of ordinary superpower teams, not to mention that there were 2 powerful mutant beasts and a mutant willow tree. Dark Knight does not seem like a civilian organization, but more like a team that has been working together for a long time. As soon as everyone started to act, the zombies also moved, but they didn't rush over, they ran away. Bai Yaoyao's third-level spatial ability of teleportation cannot be used continuously and can only be used once every 10 minutes, so Adai and Xiaomi are the fastest. Adai wanted to make up for his mistakes by doing some meritorious deeds. Xiaomi just got a new superpower. Although it was just a lighting power, it did not stop him from being excited. The two were competing with each other, and just as they saw a white shadow, they realized that the big cat had gotten there first. The big cat pounced and directly cut open the zombie's back, and dark green blood gushed out. This was a male zombie, still wearing a suit, but it had been torn into pieces. His facial features seemed to be dislocated, his entire face was covered in pus, and there was a big hole in his chest. Starting from level 4, the zombie's vitality will become very strong, and they will not die unless shot in the head. While Big Cat was fighting with the zombies, others caught up. Block the road. Good. Bai Yaoyao relaxed a little when she saw that it was just an ordinary level 4 zombie. With so many people taking turns, there's no doubt that it won't be killed. Bai Yaoyao held a baseball bat, teleported, filled her arms with strength, and smashed the zombie's head hard. Unfortunately, the zombie's reaction speed was not slow. The hit did not hit the head, but only the shoulder, which was sank into the body. The zombie seemed to be annoyed and did not run away. Instead, it let out an angry roar and pounced on Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was waiting for this moment. She dodged to the side and created some distance. Adai and Xiaomi slashed at the zombie's neck at the same time. Bai Yaoyao also followed up with a spatial cut, and Mao added a claw. Several people used all their skills and finally chopped off the zombie's head. By the time the main force caught up, Adai had already dug out the crystal core. Oh my god! Why don't you play with us? We've already finished fighting by the time we get here, said the monkey. Paige exclaimed, Is this the 4th level crystal core? It's so bright and beautiful. The higher the level, the better looking it is. Bai Yaoyao replied. Sister Yao, quickly upgrade your spatial ability to the 4th level so that we can all stink together, huh? Xiaomi was very dissatisfied with the monkey's ridicule and was just waiting for the monkey to stink so that she could scold him back. Well, I'll use this crystal core first plus other stock to see if the space ability can be upgraded to level 4. Bai Yaoyao nodded, without being polite. No problem, I want to look good too. My skin is so fair and rosy, I don't even need to use facial mask. Lulu wanted to poke Bai Yaoyao's little face, but Bai Yaoyao grabbed her hand and poked her back, making a fuss for a while. Chueying and Zhang Jiehui came over. Everyone had been chatting for a long time. Are you done fighting?
Ling asked in surprise. Yes.
Isn't it a level 4 zombie? How come it's so fast? Chueying guessed that Yi could take down the level 4 zombie, but she didn't expect it to be so easy. It seems that Captain Meng still underestimated Yi's strength. This is much stronger than the official team of psychics. Bai Yaoyao didn't explain, but urged, Let's go. Hurry to the hospital. Are we almost there? Okay, don't you need to take a break?
Ling asked.
No, I'll rest on the way. After driving for about 20 minutes, we finally arrived at the city center hospital. Where to get the medicine and where to go. She just listened to Chueying and did the work of a thug. Maybe because the sick people themselves have the virus, there are so many zombies, and we encountered more than a dozen level 3 zombies alone. Fortunately, with the arrival of Big Cat, the team's combat effectiveness has increased dramatically, so we are not unable to cope with it. However, to be on the safe side, everyone did not act separately, but moved forward in a circle together. Guzi, De Miao, and Xiao Wei walked in the front to lead the way. Ou and Fatty were on the left and right, and Bai Yaoyao was at the back, surrounding the people who had no means of defense in the middle. Chueying naturally got the specific location of the pharmacy before coming. She thought she would have to explain it to Bai Yaoyao. After all, the command of the team is very important, and even the route of action requires consideration for a long time. Unexpectedly, no one in the entire Dark Knight team said a word, and they advanced completely according to the route they set. Even if there were many zombies ahead, they just rushed forward and started fighting.
Ling felt flattered.
It was the beginning of the end of the world, and most people with superpowers were conceited and thought they were long out yen. Every time I cooperate with the superpowers in society, I feel so angry. God, please open your eyes and let me be assigned to the Dark Knight squad on every mission. Gradually, the look in his eyes towards Bai Yaoyao also turned into peach blossom eyes. Captain Bai is so handsome. I love him so much. Everyone in Dark Knight followed Chueying and found the pharmacy very smoothly. However, due to the limited space provided by Chueying and Zhang Jiehui, some of the medicines could not be stored. Looking at Chueying's hesitant look, Bai Yaoyao took the initiative to bring out a car, pretending to make room, and helped collect some of the medicines. She then asked everyone to help carry the rest out and put them in the trunk. He also directly reported the number of medicine boxes received in the space, with no intention of keeping any for himself. By the time everything was done, it was almost 1 o'clock. Although everyone was hungry, they didn't want to make do with just any food, so they just went straight back to the safe zone. Is confused by all the people in the base.
I have been in the army for a long time.
In addition to training, I also go on missions. I have experienced days of licking blood on swords, but I have never been so devastated as this time. If I have another chance, I would rather join the suicide squad and kill zombies than do this job. I am so tired that my hair is turning white. I was staring at the gate with lifeless eyes. I suddenly heard the sound of a car. I ran a few steps in an instant. Which team came back so early? Did the mission fail? There won't be any casualties. I felt anxious for a while, until the moment I saw Bai Yaoyao. I felt relieved. Captain Meng, where are we taking the things? Bai Yaoyao saw Meng Qilin standing there in a daze, not only not showing the way, but also blocking the road. She couldn't help but speak up and remind him. That, in the tent on the right. Bai Yaoyao led everyone to unload all the things. Meng Qilin came over with a bag. Captain Bai, this is the crystal core for this mission. Thank you for your hard work. I heard from Chueying that you helped bring back the medicines that couldn't fit in the bag. Can I give you 50 boxes of commonly used medicines after I have them sorted? Bai Yaoyao didn't mention it, but Meng Qilin had to say it, that cooperation will become more and more smooth if there is give and take. If there is no benefit in helping once or twice is enough, and after a long time, everyone will have some ideas. Bai Yaoyao took the crystal core bag with satisfaction. She liked the idea of getting paid immediately, which would be just right for upgrading in the evening. As for medicines, they are not needed. Fat Brother bought a lot of them at the beginning, at least more than what we got today, and they will be more practical. The key is that the psychics don't have much demand for most of the medicines. I bought it at that time, because I also wanted to exchange it for the base later. After all, the majority of the people in the base are ordinary people, and they will inevitably need medicine. So I just said, it's okay, we don't need the medicine. Meng Qilin naturally didn't think that Bai Yaoyao really wanted to help. How could there be so much love out of this? So what do you need? Bai Yaoyao was waiting for the sentence and said, we don't have many cars, and we would like 2 military off-road vehicles. Captain Meng, would you mind giving them up? Meng Qilin agreed immediately. The government had no shortage of this stuff, so he replied, sure, you can take it away now. Thank you, but my space is full, so let's leave it there for now. Captain Meng, have you eaten? Let's eat together. Bai Yaoyao replied. Said hurriedly. No, you guys hurry up and eat, I have something else to do. It goes without saying that the lunch at Dark Knight must be extra sumptuous. It would be enough to just have breakfast. It would be embarrassing to always come here to eat for free. After Meng Qilin left, Bai Yaoyao and others divided into 2 tents and started to eat lunch. There are too many people in the safe zone now, and they are all ordinary people who can only eat bread or compressed biscuits every day. There are also many children squatting on the roadside. Filling our stomachs, we were ready to go out again to eat meat. So greedy. The self-heating rice we had at noon had no taste at all. When she just came in, Bai Yaoyao saw the woman holding the baby waiting on the roadside. She looked at her from time to time and hesitated for a long time before coming over. But maybe because they saw Meng Qilin was there and everyone was discussing something, they didn't move. He was still waiting on the roadside, so Bai Yaoyao paused when she passed by.
Hello.
Thank you. This is for you. I heard that it is useful for people with special abilities. The woman held the child in one hand and handed over 7 or 8 level 0 crystal cores with the other. Bai Yao raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect this woman to have the courage to fight zombies. She reached out and took a piece, saying, "1 piece is enough. I'll give them all to you. I don't have any special powers and I won't need them." The woman still held out her hand and handed them over. Bai Yao felt a little embarrassed when she saw that her brothers were all looking at her. How could I, Bai Yao, be such a soft-hearted person? You must be kidding. So he frowned and said firmly, "I said, 1 piece is enough." After walking a few steps forward, I saw a bunch of people looking over here. I couldn't help but whispered, "Are you stupid? Hide it quickly. Once we get to the base, this is currency." The woman was startled and looked around quickly. She found that many people were looking at her. She was so scared that she hugged the child in her arms tighter. The child felt the warm embrace of his mother, rubbed his head comfortably, and when he saw Bai Yao, he grinned. Bai Yao took a deep breath and said, "Oh, this human cub is so cute." He even smiled at me. The first reaction is to leave quickly. Bai Yao, will never be soft-hearted.
But he smiled at me.
Bai Yao raised her voice slightly and said, "Give me all your crystal cores." The woman quickly handed over the crystal core in her hand. Bai Yao placed 2 more buckets of milk powder, 2 baby swaddles, and 2 bags of diapers on the ground. "Both are clear." After saying that, Bai Yao left quickly without looking back. "Hey, Sister Yao, why did that woman thank you?" The monkey asked in a mean way. "Didn't we go to the rescue together yesterday?" Bai Yao said stubbornly. "That's not the case, Sister Yao. We are in the same group, so why didn't she thank me?" After you went downstairs, I explained a few more things to her. Xiaomi exposed the truth directly. "Who knows? Let's go quickly."
Do you want to eat meat?
Bai Yao threatened viciously. Fat Brother and Lulu smiled at each other. This guy is the number one who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. He calls himself a cold-blooded killer every day, haha. There were basically no corpses along the way, so there was nothing to say. Except for the 3 drivers, OU, Fat Brother, and Monkey, the rest of the people took a nap while on the road. This is no different from before the apocalypse. When I was bored, I would read a novel, watch short videos, or browse shopping apps, and several hours would pass in the blink of an eye. In order to ensure that everyone's fighting power is always at its peak, you must rest when you can, no matter how sleepy or tired you are. Away from the zoo, we didn't dare to continue riding the bus and just got off and walked. There were already scattered mutant beasts on the roadside. There are obviously fewer zombies, and this place is clearly a paradise for mutant beasts. Mutated animals are different from zombies. Some domestic animals may not be as aggressive after mutation, but this is not absolute and depends on the habits of the animals themselves. I have a question. Which mutant beast do you think tastes the best? Asked the monkey. Coco raised her hand and answered, "I like beef. It must be pork. It smells so good. Roasted pork belly, wrapped in vegetable leaves, so delicious." Little 16 also said, "Yes, chickens, ducks, fish, cows, pigs, sheep, and so on. Are there any in the zoo? Have we come to the wrong place? Shouldn't we go to the farm?" The monkey asked. Everyone paused. Bai Yao slapped his head and said, "Oh my god, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Ha ha ha, because I just thought of it too," said the monkey with a smile. "Now that we're here, let's eat whatever we can catch,"
said Bai Yao.
"It's true. Reliable.
Fight."
Everyone thought about the taste of the mutant tiger meat last night and held the machetes in their hands tighter. "Rabbit.
Catch it."
Before Fatty finished his words, Adai and Big Cat rushed out at the same time. Big Cat arrived first and held the rabbit with one claw. "Big Cat, spare his life." Bai Yao shouted loudly. Big Cat was startled and almost let the rabbit run away. He quickly retracted his claws and pressed the rabbit with his body to prevent it from moving again. After Bai Yao arrived, she observed carefully and found that the rabbit had become slightly larger and its front teeth were faintly shining with metallic light. It was a mutant rabbit. "Sister Yao,
Can mutant beasts reproduce? Xiao Shirlu asked. It's quite difficult. Whether it's humans or mutants, their reproduction rates have dropped a lot. If you want to raise them, why not just eat them? But now my space has also mutated, so I want to try raising one. Come and see. Is this a male rabbit or a female rabbit? Can a male and a female be bred together? Bai Yao Yao asked sincerely. Everyone stared at each other, all looking bewildered. Forget it, let's just eat it. Finally, Fat Brother thought about the spicy rabbit head and couldn't help but said. Bai Yao Yao rolled her eyes and took the rabbit back into the space. If you can find another rabbit, keep it. If you can't find it, eat it. Can everyone pay attention? Don't attack actively, as you may be surrounded. Let's fight back. Bai Yao Yao reminded. Receive. H City Zoo covers an area of about 430 acres. It is the only professional zoo in H City, raising more than 100 species and nearly 1,000 animals, including many precious protected animals. Bai Yao Yao didn't know how many kinds of animals had evolved into mutant beasts, so she didn't dare to lead everyone deeper. If it's just for a bite of delicious food, there's really no need to take the risk. After all, a lot of delicious food was stockpiled before the end of the world, so there's no need to worry about food for at least 30 years. However, mutant beasts play a significant role in the energy recovery of psychics. If they need to continue fighting, they can quickly replenish their physical strength, which is an effect that the delicacies before the end of the world could not achieve. The ticket office at the entrance of the zoo was in a state of disrepair, with a few low-level zombies wandering around. They smelled the presence of living people and wanted to move overexcitedly. Who had long-range attack capabilities directly released their special powers and killed one by one. Bai Yao Yao took a look when she passed by the ticket office. The window glass was broken and the bloodstains on the ground were dark red, mixed with dark green. The few bodies on the ground that had not turned into zombies had obvious scratches from wild animals, their skin and flesh turned inside out, rotten beyond recognition and crawling with maggots. Large wild animals should have the ability to cross the guardrail. Bai Yao Yao said, let's walk along the periphery and not go too deep inside. Most mutant beasts will have their size increased dramatically or their strength doubled. Some mutant beasts will also have certain parts of their bodies strengthened. At the same time, they will become smarter than before, except for dogs, and more sensitive to good and evil. As soon as I entered the zoo, I felt a desolate scene. The ground was littered with corpses of humans, zombies, and animals. The signboard was trampled on the ground and covered with dust and blood. The monkeys had to run water to clean it before I could barely see it clearly. On the left are the performance hall, Swan Lake, zebras, and aquarium, and on the right are the rabbit garden, monkey mountain, penguin house, and turtle and snake house. Let's go to the right. Bai Yao Yao said after thinking for a while. When seeing the turtle and snake house, Bai Yao Yao suddenly remembered something. In her previous life, when she was chatting with Meng Qilan, he had heard him mention that he almost lost his life when he led the team to migrate for the first time at the beginning of the apocalypse. They encountered a mutant giant python that was more than 10 meters long and had scales as hard as steel. It suddenly appeared in front of the team. Ordinary guns could not cause any harm to it. It knocked over dozens of people with just one swing of its tail. All the psychics attacked at the same time, they could only barely restrict its movements. There was no way to kill it, and they couldn't even break its defense at all. As a result, they had to return the same way and wait for the mutant python to leave before setting off again, which delayed them for another week. The already scarce supplies became even more stretched. If it weren't for the support from the D-City base, they might not have been able to arrive smoothly. The zoo is on the east side of City H, and the highway next to it leads to City D. Bai Yao Yao guessed that the mutant python probably escaped from the zoo. Since it's here, let's go and take a look. Maybe it's not that strong now, and we can eliminate it in advance. Oh my god! Is this a rabbit? The cartoon has come true. It's so outrageous, so outrageous. The rabbit garden was a grassland, but without the care of the breeder, the grass had long since withered. There was an artificial rockery in the middle, with a few small mounds of earth scattered around. Most rabbits do not like fighting and do not have much desire to attack. When they see someone coming, they quickly hide in their holes. Some of them not only did not hide, but also had red eyes, flashing with eagerness to try. The 3 giant rabbits, as if they had made an agreement beforehand, ran towards the people in dark night at a rapid speed, their mouths open, their 2 big front teeth reflecting the light. Bai Yao saw that the energy fluctuation was level 2, so it wouldn't be very strong, so she told Big Cat and Dog not to take action in advance. Once these 2 attack, there is a high probability that no one else will be able to fight back. Big Cat was unwilling. He still obeyed and returned to Bai Yao. The dog couldn't take it anymore and cried unwillingly, but Bai Yao grabbed the throat of Fate and it stopped crying. Bai Yao took out the big bones and dried fish and asked the 2 beasts to watch obediently by the side. Out of the corner of her eyes she saw a monkey secretly looking at this side. It seemed to have no ill intentions and was probably just curious, so Bai Yao didn't pay any attention to it. Lulu sent a bolt of lightning, and the rabbit immediately turned into a fried rabbit. Dadawan added some fire, and a smell of meat came. Bai Yao wanted to rush up and sprinkle salt and cumin. On the other side, Adai and Xiaomi cooperated with each other. Because they both had the ability of speed, the mutant rabbit could not keep up with them at all, so it could only take the beating, and the winner was decided in a short while. Because they wanted to eat meat, they were relatively cautious in their actions, trying their best to keep the mutant rabbit's body intact. Another one was snatched away by Fat Brother, and at OU. Although the 2 of them mainly focused on defense, they also had no shortage of offensive means. The Fat Brother's gold ability was upgraded to level 3. He could release 3 golden cone swords in a row. In addition, he would build a mud wall at any time, which made the mutant rabbit dizzy. The fighting style of Stone is even simpler. Its skin is hardened. If you hit me, I won't feel any pain. But if I hit you, you will feel pain. Hey, are you angry? I will punch you at close range and hit you with dirt at a distance. 3 groups finished the battle in about the same amount of time, and Bai Yao directly took the mutant rabbit back into the space. Compared to the rabbit that he encountered at the entrance of the zoo, these 3 rabbits were giants, each weighing at least 200 kilograms. The fighters drank some water, relaxed for a few minutes, and continued to walk inside together. In front of the rabbit garden was the Monkey Mountain, and the cries of monkeys could be heard from some distance away.
Well,
monkeys are not tasty. Please let my brothers go. The monkey bowed to everyone and said, well, let's not eat. Let's just go back. Bai Yao replied. The monkey's origin is a little different from everyone else's, and it's a little mysterious. It was picked up by the master from the mountains. It would be more accurate to say that it was sent here rather than picked up. The master went into the mountains for something and was stopped by a macaque with a baby in its arms. When the macaque saw the master, it put the baby on the ground and did not leave until the master picked up the baby. However, he did not walk very far. He kept following behind and only ran back into the mountain after seeing the master finish his work and carry the child down the mountain. The master thought that the baby was able to survive thanks to the macaque, so he named the baby Monkey. Everyone knew this story, so no one said anything. Unless the monkeys took the initiative to block the road and attack, no one would take action. Everyone passed by Monkey Mountain quickly, without even looking at it. However, the golden monkey that had just peeked at Bai Yao feeding the dog, and the big cat seemed to have identified a few people. Although it had no intention of attacking, it kept following from a distance, neither coming over nor leaving. Its round eyes kept moving around, and no one knew what it was thinking. Sister Yao, do you want to go to the penguin house? Asked Adai, who was leading the way. No, let's go to the turtle and snake pavilion. There should be a big creature in the turtle and snake pavilion. Everyone be careful, it may be a level 3 or 4 mutant beast. Bai Yao couldn't bring herself to kill such a cute creature as a penguin. The monkey was right, if you want to eat meat, you should go to a farm, not a zoo. But since I'm here, I can only kill what I can eat. Everyone passed the penguin house and walked straight forward. At this time, the golden monkey that had been following everyone ran over, and everyone stopped. Although they had no intention of attacking, they were all prepared for defense, and the monkey was the most nervous at this moment. I don't want to kill the monkey, but if you deliberately cause trouble, I will never show mercy. The golden monkey came to a place about 10 meters away from everyone and stopped on its own initiative, squeaking a few times. He pointed at the turtle and snake museum in front of him and waved his hands vigorously, opened his mouth wide and let out a roar, then shook his head desperately. In the end, he even performed the tearing and wiping neck movements in a very humane manner, and then lay on the ground with his limbs spread out, his neck tilted, his eyes rolled back, and his tongue sticking out, clearly looking like he was about to die. Everyone was amused instantly, and everyone understood what the golden monkey wanted to say. It was nothing more than that there was a very powerful guy inside and they couldn't go in, otherwise they would die. It's okay. Thank you, little monkey. Bai Yao threw a banana to the golden monkey and led everyone to move forward. The golden monkey's eyes lit up when he saw the banana. Haha, he can eat fruit again. The little monkey wanted to leave immediately with the banana, but after hesitating for a while, he went to the tallest tree near the turtle and snake house, ready to eat the fruit and see what these people were trying to do, and why they dared to provoke the stinky snake. That stinky snake killed many of his brothers. The Turtle and Snake Museum is open air, with turtles on the left and snakes on the right. As soon as I walked in, I felt a chilly breath coming. It was over 30 degrees Celsius, and I got goosebumps all over my body. Fat Brother and OU walked to the front, with their special powers always ready. Bai Yao detected a very strong energy with her mental power, which was probably the python. There were also some scattered small energy fluctuations around it, which should be some other small snakes. Wait, don't go. There are too many mutant snakes in there. Try to force them out. Drop a bomb? We have a lot of these things. If they die, that's it. If not, we can attack again.
And Xiao Shilu said,
Use your brain when you speak, big brother. Before little 16 could finish his words, Lulu slapped him in the face. It's worth getting beaten. You set off a thunder with such a loud noise. Do you want to be beaten up by mutant beasts and zombies? Lure the lions, leopards, tigers, and the like from the free-range farms here to fill their teeth with a bite? Fatty said while hugging little 16. Little 16 scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Hey, luckily I'm not the leader. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to lead the team for more than a week. Bai Yao didn't have time to chat with everyone. Her mental strength was always in a tense state. This mutant python was definitely not level 3. It should have just reached level 4. The energy fluctuates and is not very stable yet, so if you want to win you have to act quickly now. Once it stabilizes completely, it will be even more difficult to fight. At the same time, he had to lure out these mutated snakes before taking action. After thinking about it, he took out 20 or 30 jars of Realgar wine from the space. Each person takes 2 jars, throws 321 together, and after throwing, makes a big roll to set it on fire, and everyone quickly retreats. Receive. Everyone now noticed Bai Yao's slightly tense expression, and one by one they adjusted their state and became serious. 3, 2, 1, throw. As soon as everyone retreated to the door, they heard a loud noise. Bai Yao turned around and immediately thought Meng Qilan was blind. How could the python be 10 meters long? It must be 20 meters long. With a sweep of its tail, the 2 surrounding walls collapsed. The mutant python was covered in black and brown scales, and its eyes were extremely ferocious. In an instant, the giant snake's eyes widened as if its eyeballs were about to burst out, and it moved quickly towards the crowd with its fangs bared. Although the mutant python was large in size, it was extremely agile and fast. Its huge body kept rolling, smashing the rockery and walls next to it. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone, and a fishy smell hit them in the face. Bai Yao stayed at the back, with OU to cover the retreat. She tentatively took out the silenced Linebauer .500 and quickly fired 2 shots at the mutant python's right eye. Instantly, blood mist gushed out. Bai Yao looked at the Linebauer in her hand with satisfaction. It was indeed known as the most powerful shotgun. He teleported to create distance, adjusted his position, and fired 2 more shots at the left eye, successfully angering the mutant python, which rolled around wildly. However, not only did he fail to hit the people in Dark Knight, he also accidentally injured a lot of friendly forces. The ground was covered with blood and various mutated snakes, and there was no way to find a clean place to step. After everyone retreated to a safe distance, they began to use their supernatural powers to attack. The 12 people of Dark Knight, Go Zi, Xiao Wei, and a Mao surrounded the giant python in a semicircle. Fortunately, the turtle and snake house was far away from the free-range farm, so no other large animals were attracted. While exercising, Bai Yao kept an eye on the surroundings. Apart from the nosy little monkey eating bananas on the tree, no other mutant beasts came over. There was a strong energy in the turtle hall, but despite the loud noise, the mutant beast remained motionless, showing no intention of moving, so it probably would not intervene. Bai Yao distributed silenced guns and bullets to those who did not have long-range attack means. It was wisest not to rush into a fierce attack, but to focus on consumption first and win at the lowest cost. The mutant python had lost its mind and didn't care anymore. It rushed towards the direction that looked like it would be the best place to break through. This direction happened to be Xiaowai's position. Xiaowai's movement speed was not fast, so he just happened to avoid it. But Xiaowai was also irritated. He thought I was a tree that was easy to bully, so he picked me instead of anyone else. In an instant, its body grew 3 or 4 times larger, and the soft and tender leaves and branches that used to be soft became as thick as an adult's arm. 7 or 8 branches were swung at the mutant python at the same time, smashing and poking it. Wherever the branches went, blood splattered. Bai Yao has never seen Xiaowai show his power. Xiaowai has always been a supporting role in team battles, mainly using his branches to trap enemy units for others to harvest. They began to use their supernatural powers to attack. The 12 people of Dark Knight, Go Zi, Xiao Wei, and a Mao surrounded the giant python in a semicircle. Fortunately, the turtle and snake house was far away from the free-range farm, so no other large animals were attracted. While exercising, Bai Yao kept an eye on the surroundings. Apart from the nosy little monkey eating bananas on the tree, no other mutant beasts came over. There was a strong energy in the turtle hall, but despite the loud noise, the mutant beast remained motionless, showing no intention of moving, so it probably would not intervene. Bai Yao distributed it was unwilling to give up and was looking for an opportunity to fight to the death. Fight gradually widened his eyes. These people are really capable. They can beat this stinky snake like this. The big stinky snake deserves it. You can eat my monkey brother. A turn of his eyes, he secretly jumped down from the tree, came to the side of the mutant python without making a sound, hid in the grass by the roadside, concealed his breath, and remained motionless. Even though the mutant python knew it couldn't win, it had no intention of escaping. It wanted to die here with blood and flesh flying everywhere, and it was determined to kill the group of disgusting humans in front of it. There was no retreat. Bai Yao seized the opportunity and swung out a space blade when she could perform a second teleportation. I wanted to hit him in the 7th inch, but this snake is so long. 7 inches? I can't find it at all. So he swung his supernatural power at the mutant python's head, then teleported to the tree next to the mutant python and took out the butcher knife that Fat Brother had strengthened countless times with his gold-based supernatural power. Chun Xian saw that Bai Yao was about to use her ultimate move. He hurriedly followed and gave Bai Yao the amplified supernatural power. Bai Yao used the momentum from jumping down from the tree, raised the butcher knife high, used all her strength and supernatural powers, and chopped hard at the mutant python's head. Although the mutant python could not see, it could sense the breath of danger and wanted to hide, but it was a step too late, and Bai Yao chopped off half of its head. But even so, he was still stubborn and unwilling to evacuate. His tail quickly rolled over, determined to take this woman with him even at the cost of his life. Bai Yao had no intention of hiding. She ignored the tail that was curled over her and kept chopping at the mutant python. She was not picky, and just chopped wherever she could. Although the snake was not riddled with holes, there was not a single piece of good meat on its body. But the mutant python didn't care.
Let's die together. Damn human. Just when it was about to wrap around the woman disappeared. The whole snake was stunned. I gave up my defense and was chopped into the state by you. I just wanted to die with you. You disappeared at the end. What the hell am I doing with you? Bai Yao flashed into the space at the last moment. Everyone took a deep breath and broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone suspected that if Sister Yao had been a second later, she would have been trapped by the mutant python. Bai Yao felt as if she had opened the door to a new world. You blind snake. Why should I be afraid of you? So he went out and chopped a few times to attract hatred, then came back into the space, went out and chopped a few more times, then came back in.
Hey.
It's fun and exciting. Hey, just play. After 5 or 6 rounds, the mutant python finally couldn't hold on any longer. It kept fighting and retreating. Just when everyone thought it was going to run away, it suddenly rushed towards Peppa, who had been standing next to it. Paige only has healing abilities, and it is difficult for her to deal with the mutant python with close attacks, so she did not join the battle and stayed away from it. No one expected the mutant python to do this. It was determined to take someone away, and everyone was a little panicked for a moment. Bai Yao did the same, moving quickly towards Paige, but the distance was a bit far, and she had just used teleportation, so she couldn't get there in time. Paige retreated immediately and prepared to take the attack. At this critical moment, the little monkey, who had been lurking for a long time, suddenly jumped out, using all his strength, raised the butcher knife that Bai Yao had just thrown aside, and chopped it down hard on the mutant python's vital point. The mutant python used up the last bit of its strength, looked back at the person who killed it, and saw that it was the stinky monkey that it had never taken seriously. I was so angry that I wanted to vomit blood. I should have eaten all these stinky monkeys when I went to Monkey Mountain to look for food. Unfortunately, it's too late. The mutant python fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang, which made everyone's head buzz. Fortunately, the mutant python finally died. If we don't hang up now, everyone's superpowers will be exhausted. The little monkey took a knife and dug out the beast core. He glanced at everyone quietly. It seemed that no one was paying attention to him. Just when he was about to make some move, he suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from behind. When he turned around, he saw the female overlord who had angrily chopped the mutant python was looking at him with a smile, and her eyes looked him up and down several times. The little monkey shuddered all over and immediately presented the beast core with both hands. Seeing that the beast core was covered with blood, he took the beast core back and rubbed it on his body. After it was clean, he handed it to Bai Yao. Bai Yao looked at the little monkey's actions and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought she was going to beat him up, but she didn't expect the little monkey to be so tactful. That was perfect, it would save her trouble. After the mutant beast reaches level 3, it will condense a beast core. If you want to upgrade, you also need a beast core. The mutant python's beast core is level 4 and both the dog and the big cat need it, so it is impossible to let it go. Besides, we worked so hard to kill the snake, and you just grabbed a head and wanted to take the beast core away. You are dreaming. Looking at the little monkey as polite smile, Bai Yao sighed and thought, forget it, don't bother with an animal. Sister Yao, what is this? Xiao Shilu asked, pointing at the beast core in Bai Yao's hand. There are crystal cores in zombies, and there are beast cores in mutant beasts. Go Z and the others are relying on these things to upgrade. Bai Yao explained. Xiao Shilu said, oh, that's fine. It's not a waste to kill this thing. Can the mutant python be eaten?
Coco asked.
Bai Yao put the mutant python and its animal core into the space and said, it can be eaten. Of course, there is so much meat that it will be enough for 2 or 3 months if you eat it every day. Sister Yao, how is Xiaowai? Bai Yao released Xiaowai, and the whole tree looked lifeless. The willow branches drooped willfully, the leaves were a little yellow and dry, and there was a bald spot on the top of the tree. Didn't you drink the spring water? Bai Yao asked with concern when she saw Xiaowai become like this. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Don't drink it. You'll need it at night. Bai Yao roughly understood what Xiaowai meant. She sighed, took out the spring water, and poured it on Xiaowai.
The moment the Xiaowai's spring water was absorbed, the whole tree seemed to be inflated and stood up instantly. The willow leaves floating in the wind also became cheerful and leaned against Bai Yaoyao intimately. Bai Yaoyao frowned, coughed lightly without showing any expression, and dodged away. After Xiaowai regained his strength, everyone felt relieved. Seeing that the little monkey was still not leaving, Bai Yaoyao thought it was quite interesting and, considering it as a favor, threw it another bunch of bananas. "Eat, little monkey." The golden monkey took it swiftly, squatted down on the side of the road without any hesitation, and started eating the banana. "Let's go back. We can't bite off more than we can chew. Let's wait until I reach level 4. If we meet a level 4 mutant beast again, we may not be able to defeat it," Bai Yaoyao said to everyone. Yeah, I've used up all my powers, so I can only fight with a knife." Dadawan nodded hurriedly. Everyone in the dark night was about to leave. Bai Yaoyao probed as usual and heard another strong energy wave coming. Bai Yaoyao instantly got goosebumps all over her body. Damn, this thing is more powerful than the mutated python. Don't move, adjust quickly, and keep fighting. Everyone was stunned, and their expressions instantly became tense. Most people's superpowers had been almost exhausted, and they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Don't be nervous. I have something to ask you." A relatively calm voice came over, and everyone relaxed a little after hearing it, but they were still ready to fight at any time. After searching for a long time, "Where is the person? Who is speaking?" We looked around but couldn't find anything. Bai Yaoyao continued to use his mental power to detect and found. In front of him has even more energy than the mutant python. "Are you talking?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "That's right. Little girl, would you be willing to exchange the spring water you just took out with me?" said the little turtle with his head held high. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was this? A mutant beast could speak human language. They all turned to look at Bai Yaoyao. Logically speaking, the more intelligent mutant beasts will be able to speak after reaching level 6. I've never seen a situation like this before. Bai Yaoyao was also confused. In her previous life, she had never encountered a mutant beast that could speak before reaching level 6. The key point is, such a small kid is saying such mature words. It seems so inappropriate no matter how you look at it, and I don't know what to say for a moment. The little turtle shook his head slightly. His body suddenly increased in size. It was about the size of a small polo. Although everyone knew that some mutant beasts could grow bigger or smaller, it was still amazing to see it with their own eyes. The little turtle, it should be the big turtle, spat out 2 animal cores in the direction of Bai Yaoyao and said, "I will exchange these for spring water. 1 lamp will do." Bai Yaoyao took a look at the beast cores on the ground and found that both of them were level 4 beast cores. She was tempted, but Xiaowai had just been injured and all the spring water had been drunk by him, so there was no stock left. "I'm sorry, I've used up all of it just now while healing my partner's wounds," Bai Yaoyao said. Big Turtle was not in a hurry to speak. After hesitating for a while, he asked, "If I become your partner, will I have the chance to get the spring water again in the future?"
Oids.
Xiaowai. Big Cat. Bai Yaoyao, 3. Bai Yaoyao was excited inside, but she didn't show it on her face, and she didn't say a word. She waited for the big turtle to speak again and say some means of attack or defense. "My name is Xianqi. I am not good at attacking, but I am good at defense. After I become smaller, I can hide inside your body and provide an energy shield to protect your safety. Most importantly, the Black Turtle clan never betrays. I have lived for more than 600 years, and I will definitely not lie to a little girl like you." Bai Yaoyao's heart was moved, but she still asked, "Senior Xianqi, how did you get caught in the zoo?" "Caught? No, I came here on my own initiative. Food and lodging are provided, and there are people to help with cleaning and tidying up. I am very satisfied. Besides, I sleep here for several months at a time, so it's the same no matter where I am." When Xianqi heard Bai Yaoyao calling him senior, he became more satisfied, so he explained it in detail. Bai Yaoyao had a dark face, but after thinking about it carefully, it did make sense. Except for the loss of freedom, everything else was top-notch.
For an old guy who has lived for hundreds of years and just wants to sleep, what's the point of freedom? It's more cost-effective to have food and accommodation provided. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "My name is Bai Yaoyao. We all grew up together and are a team. I will introduce you to each other slowly when I have time." Before he could finish his words, he heard the sound of intensive running. "Don't be afraid, everyone come to me," Xianqi said slowly as usual. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Everyone hurried to Xianqi, who had been watching the show, also hurried over. Xianqi glanced at it and didn't say anything. The little monkey bowed and grinned. Xianqi blew out a bubble, wrapping everyone in the middle, and a group of mutant wolves arrived in the blink of an eye. Bai Yaoyao's investigation was good. The leading wolf king was a level 4 mutant beast, with 2 or 3 level 3 ones in front, and more than a dozen level 1 and level 2 mutant wolves following behind. Bai Yaoyao's heart sank. If Xianqi hadn't been there, things would have been difficult to deal with. They might be able to leave, but it was inevitable that someone would get hurt. Under the command of the mutant wolf king, 2 level 3 mutant wolves pounced on them from the left and right at the same time. Just as everyone was about to use their skills, they were rejected by Xianqi. "Let them fight, and you take a good rest. When they are tired and you have rested well, you can counterattack," Xianqi said, shaking his head. When the 2 mutant wolves came into contact with the protective shield, it was like hitting a wall, and they were bounced back instantly. The 2 mutant wolves looked at the protective shield in disbelief, their faces confused. The mutant wolf king gave the order, and everyone attacked together. 10 or 20 mutant wolves rushed over from all directions. The scene was quite spectacular. After watching the mutant wolf's performance for a while, Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh that Xianqi's defense was really amazing. Knowing that nothing would happen, he asked, "Senior Xianqi, can you shrink?" "Can." Senior Xianqi continued to change back to the size of a walnut. Xianqi became smaller. The space became obviously much more spacious. Bai Yaoyao took Guzi, Xiaowai, and Miao back into the space and prepared delicious food for them. Then he took out a large round table and a dozen stools, which were just inside the protective cover, and asked everyone to sit down, saying, "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Tell us the dishes." Fish-flavored shredded pork with rice. Beef rice soup. 3 bowls. Beef noodles. Vegetable salad. Fruit salad. "I'm losing weight. KF. I can eat anything." After Bai Yaoyao finished serving food, he took out a steak and prepared to eat it. He asked, "Senior Xianqi, what would you like to eat?" Xianqi has lived for hundreds of years, but has never seen so many delicious foods. This fragrant smell is so tempting. The new partner he found on a whim seems to be quite good. In today's world, there is not only energy spring water, but also so many delicious foods.
It also has a story.
"Give me some fruit," Xianqi said without being polite. "No problem." Bai Yaoyao took out a variety of fruit platters, which they had prepared together when they were still in the villa, just so that they could be taken out and eaten conveniently later. Xianqi grew a little bigger and started eating fruit. The mutant wolves are getting angry. They are howling and shouting. "Can you please respect us for a moment? What does this mean? We are fighting. Why are you eating us?" Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. Xiaomi even said, "Why does the howl of this mutant wolf sound almost like that of a dog?"
Ha ha ha.
Everyone had been busy all day, and the battle with the mutant python had really consumed a lot of energy, so everyone was very tired. After dinner, Bai Yaoyao took out some sofas and piled them with energy shields, and everyone lay down and rested for a while. The setting sun shines through the leaves and sprinkles on everyone. Everyone leans back on the sofa, recovering their strength and watching the performance of the mutant wolves with satisfaction. Oh, life is so beautiful. By the time everyone had almost recovered and the mutant wolves were almost tired, the 4th level mutant wolf king had not moved and was staring at Bai Yaoyao, always ready to fight. Bai Yaoyao collected everything and released Guzi, Xiao Wai, and Miao. With long-range attack methods, used a wave of skills first, killing a few 1st and 2nd level mutant wolves, but most of them should be fine, but they were irritated. Everyone took the opportunity and rushed forward in a swarm.
Peggy and Qin Xian, who had no special attack means, remained in the protective shield. Bai Yaoyao directly looked for the 4th-level mutant wolf king, without any unnecessary movement, and all his moves were killing moves. With his agile skills and the blessing of strength and the ability to move in and out of space or throw out space blades, he made the mutant wolf king lose his temper. By the time it wants to leave, it's already too late. A level 4 alien beast has a beast core, so how could it let you go? With a teleport and a headshot, the mutant wolf king was taken down directly. He picked out the beast core with the tip of the knife and put it back into the space with satisfaction. There were 4 beast cores in total. This harvest was totally worth it, not to mention that he also had a new partner with invincible defense. Bai Yaoyao's mouth was almost smiling to her ears. Retreat back to Paige and don't plan to intervene in the rest of the battle. Fat brother is a little bit unable to beat Sister Yao, Paige said with a frown. Bai Yaoyao took a look and saw that Fat brother was facing a level 3 mutant wolf by himself without asking anyone for help. It was not that he was unable to defeat the wolf, but that he was not able to combine his supernatural powers with his inherent skills. Everyone has been accustomed to the fighting style for many years, and it will take some time to change. Believe him, Bai Yaoyao said. At this time, the mutant wolf pounced, and Fat brother failed to dodge in time, and his arm was scratched. However, he also took the opportunity to release the golden cone sword, pierce the mutant wolf's throat with one sword, and won the battle. Paige rushed over and gently stroked the wound. Soon the bleeding stopped, and finally, the wound healed visibly. Thanks, Paige, don't worry, I'm fine. I feel like I've learned a lot from this battle. It was worth it. Fatty patted Paige's shoulder and comforted her. On the other side, Adai, Shirtu, and Lulu each faced a level 3 mutant beast. Adai had the easiest fight. He was under the shade of a tree, so his dark powers were very effective. With the help of his speed powers, the mutant wolf couldn't even touch the corner of Adai's clothes. It was killed by Adai with one blow. The battle with the stone is too boring, so let's not talk about it. It will probably take a long time, and it will only end when the mutant wolf is exhausted and falls down. What's interesting is Lulu's fight. Bai Yaoyao looked at Lulu with pride. She is worthy of being my Lu. Lulu is definitely the one who uses superpowers the best besides Bai Yaoyao. With her fighting advantage and thunder in both hands, she almost electrocuted the mutant wolf. Lulu saw that except for Stone, everyone's battle was almost over, so she moved away and released a thunderhammer, and the mutant wolf fell down. Bai Yaoyao saw this one when she was cleaning up the battlefield. She looked at it with disdain for a long time, but then she took it back and gave it to Meng Qilan. She had no appetite for this one. After everything was cleaned up, brother, oh, you finally exhausted the last mutant wolf to death. The mutant wolf closed its mouth peacefully. It couldn't bite, and its teeth hurt so much that it turned into a wall when it pounced on it. It couldn't run away. Finally, he bit Stone's head hard, and Stone stuffed a large piece of dirt into the mutant wolf's mouth. Burp, I choked to death. Forget it. Let me be reborn again. Oyu picked up the choked mutant wolf, looked it over for a long time, admired it carefully, and then threw it to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao said to Xianqi, I have a space with good air and normal temperature. Do you want to go in? Oh?
Sure.
Xianqi replied. As soon as he entered the space, Xianqi was stunned instantly. He looked at the green grass and was stunned for a long time. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. I am the eldest brother here, and you are the youngest. Xianqi smiled and said nothing. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. This is your second brother. This is your third sister. Guzi pointed at Xiaowai and Demiao and said. Xianqi could say anything. Demiao was already angry. It's fine if I'm the third child, but I'm also the third sister. Third sister, your uncle. I'm a man. The big cat chased the dog and beat it up. The dog couldn't run away and was not willing to fight back. It just looked at the big cat with a perverted look on its face. Big cat felt like his worldview was about to collapse. His owner was so reliable,
Why did he have such a stupid dog? Xianqi seemed to be in a particularly good mood. The little guys were so energetic. I can't do it anymore.
I'm just an old bag.
I can't move or run fast. At this moment, a drop of spring water suddenly gushed out. Xianqi's squinting little eyes opened instantly. He excitedly ran to the spring with his 4 short legs, staring at the empty spring water pool with wide eyes. Xiao Wei stood vigilantly by the spring, swaying the branches and leaves. Xianqi nodded at Xiao Wei and said, I know. I won't move. After Bai Yaoyao had collected it, she led everyone away. They didn't want to fight anymore. It would be dark soon if they continued, and the vision was obstructed. Except for Adai, no one could perform well. What's more, today's harvest is already enough. A mutant python over 30 meters long, plus nearly 20 mutant wolves, which is more than enough to eat for a while. The little monkey kept following closely, so Bai Yaoyao simply ignored it and walked to the zoo entrance, where she took out the car. Everyone got on the bus. The little monkey rushed up and went straight to find Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao looked at the big monkey face pressed tightly against the windshield and honked the horn. The little monkey made a crying face in a humane way, shook his head vigorously, and grabbed the frame of the car with his hands, unwilling to get off. Bai Yaoyao got off the car reluctantly. The little monkey immediately flew over, hugged Bai Yaoyao's legs, and whined, and was unwilling to let go. Bai Yaoyao pushed it but failed to open it, so she used a little force and kicked it open. The little monkey fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He spit out saliva, held his stomach with both hands, and cried loudly. Bai Yaoyao was stunned. She was being scammed by a monkey. You are a level 3 mutant beast. How could I kick you like this? Everyone was laughing so hard and was deeply impressed by the little monkey's acting skills. Bai Yaoyao also found it interesting, so she patiently asked, Tell me, what do you want to do? If you keep pretending here, we will just leave. The little monkey jumped up from the ground, ran to the side of the car, sat in the passenger seat skillfully, rolled down the window, waved to everyone, and asked them to get in. Everyone was speechless. You want to go with us? What skills do you have? Show them. Bai Yaoyao wanted to refuse directly, but when she saw the monkey's expectant eyes, she said something else. The little monkey actually understood what I said, and quickly got off the car, moved away, and started to perform somersaults, dance, and play with sticks. It was really busy. Bai Yaoyao smiled awkwardly and said, If you could kill a zombie, I would take you away. Now you can only do a somersault after all this time. Sorry, little monkey, I'm not doing charity work. Maybe the zoo is more suitable for you. Bai Yaoyao planned to give it some more bananas and then leave. Unexpectedly, a zombie suddenly came from behind and tried to bite the little monkey, but the little monkey was still spinning and dancing, not knowing how to hide. Although Bai Yaoyao was not planning to take it away, it did not mean that she would tolerate the zombies infecting the little monkey in front of her. Because the distance was quite far, he prepared to teleport over directly. Just as he was about to move, he saw the little monkey got angry. It turned around, roared, and hit him with its fist. With just one punch, the zombies had shattered with a bang, and the crystal core rolled out. The little monkey was almost mad. I had finally gotten to the most exciting part of the performance, but the stinky zombies came to mess things up, causing me to fall head over heels. It looks like this is a job that provides food and accommodation. Even Grandpa Turtle has followed him, so I have to hurry up and follow. So the little monkey quickly ran to another clean piece of ground and continued to dance and do somersaults. Bai Yaoyao held her head helplessly. It turned out that this little monkey thought its ability was to do somersaults, not to fight zombies. Brothers, what do you say? Bai Yaoyao asked. The little monkey hurried over, bowed to everyone, cupped his hands, and blew a kiss. The monkey was the first to raise his hand and said, Sister Yao, take it with you. A little monkey can't eat much, and it can smash a level 3 zombie with one punch. It's stronger than me. If it's too much trouble, I'll take care of it. Monkey knew that Sister Yao was afraid of trouble, so he added another sentence. When the little monkey saw that the monkey was speaking for him, he hurriedly hugged the monkey with tears in his eyes.
He had to admire the monkey's ability to climb using the pole. Fatty also said, "Let's collect it. We have few people, but more beasts will do." Bai Yaoyao was also inclined to accept it, and the others had no objections, so they nodded and said, "Okay, then you follow us, and don't perform dances and somersaults in the future, just fight with us." When the little monkey heard this, he nodded hurriedly, patted his chest, and gave a thumbs up. Bai Yaoyao pointed at Monkey and said, "He is also called Monkey. He will be your big brother from now on. Monkey, give your little brother a brother's name. From now on, we will be partners." The monkey excitedly picked up the little monkey and asked, "Do you like Ryukom? Or the Great Sage?" The little monkey made a big gesture. "I understand, Great Sage." Squeak, squeak, squeak. After picking a name, he hurried back. But within 20 minutes, Bai Yaoyao and Fatty switched seats. Bai Yaoyao was annoyed by the two monkeys' quarrels and would rather drive than ride in the car. The monkeys were like they had found true love. They hugged the Monkey King, smiled, hugged him, and lifted him up high, chattering nonstop. The Monkey King was just looking for a job with food and lodging. After all, there was no fruit left in the zoo, so he was a little confused when he saw the monkeys were so enthusiastic about him. He clearly felt that his new big brother seemed to like him very much. Let me sit beside him and in his arms, instead of under his feet. He also told me that I don't need to make everyone happy all the time, because that would be too tiring. We are partners and will care and tolerate each other.
Partner? Partner.
Haha, my name is Monkey King, and I have a friend. I am their partner, not a tool for performance. When the Dark Knight team returned to the safe zone, it was already completely dark. Meng Qilan had been unable to stand or sit still since the Dark Knight team left in the afternoon, fearing that the Dark Knight team might encounter some accident. Hearing that the Dark Knight squad had returned, he hurried over to take a look. He was relieved when he found that everyone was safe. Only, why is he holding a monkey in his arms? Aren't you going there to hunt for meat? He doesn't look like he wants to eat a monkey. Captain Bai? Is everything going well? Meng Qilan came forward and asked. Bai Yaoyao replied, "It went smoothly." "Excuse me, which chef made the mutant tiger meat last time? Can you help us cook a meal? I'll pay you." They are survivors who were rescued. They turned out to be the head chef of the S City Hotel, along with his two apprentices. "I'll ask someone to ask them," Meng Qilan replied, occasionally glancing at the Monkey King in the monkey's arms. The Great Sage felt scared when someone looked at him. This person is sick. He is not going to eat me, so why is he looking at me like that? Bai Yaoyao smiled and explained, "We killed some mutant pythons and mutant wolves. This little monkey looked very smart, so we brought it back with us. From now on, it will be considered a member of the Dark Knight." The Great Sage straightened his chest and patted his chest with his hand. His smug look successfully made everyone laugh. Meng Qilan felt that Yi was quite creative. Other teams were trying their best to recruit people with special abilities, but Yi had no such idea at all. Instead, he went to the zoo to find a partner. After a while, the chef came over with his two apprentices. "Hello, my last name is Li, and these are my two apprentices. I wonder what kind of food you would like to cook?" said Master Li. Bai Yaoyao said, "Hello, Master Li. We're mainly going to grill meat, just like the mutant tiger meat you made the other day. Once the mutant beast meat is grilled, you can make more of your specialty dishes." Li was stunned and said, "Barbecue is fine. It requires less seasoning. The ingredients for the signature dishes are hard to find. We'll talk about it later. Let's grill the meat first. The quantity is quite a lot. I guess we'll have to work all night. How much compensation do you think you need?" Bai Yaoyao replied, "1 night? Captain Bai, you guys have gained a lot today." Meng Qilan had not left yet. He wanted to discuss tomorrow's mission with Bai Yaoyao. When he heard Bai Yaoyao say that they needed to roast for 1 night, he asked, "Captain Meng, this one is for you." Bai Yaoyao took out the black mutant wolf that Lulu had killed and placed it in front of Meng Qilan. "Oh my god, is this a wolf?" Meng Qilan couldn't help but exclaimed. Bai Yaoyao smiled but said nothing. He found a vacant space, took out the mutant python, and said to Master Li, "Just grill this meat. Tell me the tools and ingredients you need, and I'll get them for you." Except for Anya, everyone present was stunned and stared at the giant snake. Bai Yaoyao took out a knife and planned to cut half of it. There was too much to finish, and she had to go on a long journey tomorrow. If she didn't finish it, it would go bad. The great sage took the knife from Bai Yaoyao's hand with a discerning eye and cut the mutant python into several pieces. Bai Yaoyao collected some of them. The others came to their senses at this point. Master Li stammered out what he needed. Then he and his 2 apprentices rolled up their sleeves and started to work. Just a chop with a kitchen knife. The knife broke, but the python meat was fine. Li looked at Bai Yaoyao awkwardly. The great sage volunteered to stay and help. Bai Yaoyao nodded in agreement and asked the great sage to go to the space to rest tomorrow. The others had to set off early in the morning, so they went back to bed early. Captain Bai, you guys are really amazing. Meng Qilan thought for a long time about the adjectives, but still couldn't express his surprise and admiration. I'm just lucky. Bai Yaoyao replied modestly. By the way, we're going to set off for the Strategic Material Reserve Depot early tomorrow morning. Is that okay? How is everyone doing? Do you want to make some adjustments? Meng Qilan asked. The supplies are getting less and less, and if we don't have supplies, we'll be in trouble. No problem. We'll set off tomorrow. Bai Yaoyao said decisively. Meng Qilan was relieved after hearing this and said, Okay, you've worked hard. Go and rest early. Bai Yaoyao nodded and prepared to leave. At this time, there was a commotion at the door, and there was also a faint sound of a woman crying. It sounded familiar, as if it was that Iran. Although I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, I really wanted to go and eat some melons. In addition, this was the only way to get back to the tent, so I followed Meng Qilan to the door. Lin Iran was on the verge of collapse. She was full of confidence when she went out in the morning, thinking that she would gain a lot today. Unexpectedly, not only did she gain nothing, but she was the only one left in the entire team.
That zombie
Was so scary. With just a wave of his hand, a poisonous gas appeared, and everyone fell to the ground unconscious. If I hadn't happened to be the last one walking, and hadn't suddenly awakened a new superpower and purified the air in a hurry, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Because I was afraid that the zombies would chase me out, I set fire to all the exits. As for my companions who didn't come out, I can only apologize. No matter who they are, they will make the same choice as me.
I'm sorry.
When Lin Iran saw Meng Qilan, she squeezed out a few tears and cried, Captain Meng, all the members of our team have died. Lin Iran suddenly thought that all the supplies were in the space of that person in the team, but he was also dead, and now she had nothing. Thinking of this, her tears flowed more sincerely. Meng Qilan really wanted to curse. Captain Bai had said in the morning that this place was not safe, but you insisted on going there. Now, everyone has died, and you are coming back crying. The more we are short of manpower, the more trouble they make. Meng Qilan really wanted to yell at them, but after thinking about it, he decided to endure it. Just said with a stern face, I told you this morning that if you don't follow my instructions, you will bear the consequences yourself.
But.
We are going on this mission for everyone, Captain Meng. You can't just leave it like this. Lin Iran said with a sob. What do you want? Meng Qilan asked following her words. I have awakened a new superpower today that can purify poison gas. My fire ability has also been upgraded to level 3. Captain Meng, please introduce me to the Dark Knight Squad. Lin Iran lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly. Meng Qilan wanted to open Lin Iran's head to see what was inside. Paste? He had no doubt that if he really dared to say that, the seemingly easygoing Captain Bai would definitely kick him into the pile of zombies. Bai Yaoyao was happily eating melon, but she didn't expect that it would involve her again. I couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? Are you okay? Everyone was given a few lychees, and everyone followed Sister Yao while eating the lychees and ran away in the dark night. Only Ah Dai felt a little regretful. Before he could free his hands, the man died. After everyone went back, they went back to their tents to rest. Because the spring water from the day was used by Xiaowai, there was less than half a cup left, so they didn't take it out again. Bai Yaoyao returned to the space. She saw Xian Qi lying beside the spring. staring at the water without blinking, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Only when he saw himself coming in did he dare to raise his head. "Senior Xianqi, what level are you now?" Bai Yaoyao asked. "Level 5. Bai Yaoyao was stunned.
So fast?
"Don't be surprised. When the celestial phenomena first changed, I was already at level 3 after I woke up." Xianqi explained. Bai Yaoyao had never heard of the Black Turtle clan in her previous life. Was it because they had never appeared in the world, or was there some accident? "There's not much spring water in a day. This is all we have left for today. You can absorb it. I will need the spring water tomorrow, so I won't give you any more," Bai Yaoyao said. When Xianqi heard this, he was instantly excited and drank it all in less than a second. After drinking, he acted like a drunk. His head and feet shrank, and he became a shell. He staggered and began snoring. Bai Yaoyao gave one to Guzi, one to Mao, and the other to Sheng from the 3 level 4 beast cores she harvested today, leaving the remaining one for the Great Sage. What is worrying is not the lack of supply, but the inequality. When there is enough, people will naturally not be too partial. Bai Yaoyao felt a lot of pressure, so many mouths, all waiting for her to feed them. Big Cat took the beast core and ran back to the nest to absorb it. Following its owner, it not only had meat to eat, but also had beast cores. It made a profit, a big profit. The dog was not satisfied. He didn't want the beast core and wanted a big bone. Bai Yaoyao kicked him back into the doghouse and scolded him for more than 10 minutes. He cursed himself to be thirsty, so he returned to the cabin, took out a 4th level crystal core and 10 3rd level crystal cores, clenched them in both hands, closed his eyes and concentrated on absorbing the crystal cores. Bai Yaoyao clearly felt that the bottleneck that she had been unable to break through in the past was now passed smoothly, as easily as flowing water. She felt warm all over, and all the fatigue of the day disappeared. The space ability has finally been upgraded. Level 4 and level 8 are a hurdle. Some people cannot upgrade, even if they absorb more crystal cores. He was particularly familiar with spatial powers. He never missed his daily training and actively used his spatial powers in battle. In addition, the spring water he drank before improved his physical condition. To the influence of many factors that the breakthrough was successful in one go. Bai Yaoyao tried the space cutting, and it worked. If she fought with the mutant python again during the day, Bai Yaoyao felt that she would be able to fight much more easily. Suddenly, a dog barking was heard outside. Bai Yaoyao hurried out to take a look and asked them not to demolish the space again. "As soon as I went out, I noticed the changes in the space, which should be caused by my space upgrade. The planting area in front of the cottage door has become much larger. The medicinal herbs I planted last time matured a few days ago, but I didn't have time to harvest them. Today I feel in good spirits, so I will harvest them later. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will rot in the ground and all my work will be in vain." The dog's kennel was a mess, with cotton wool flying everywhere. Bai Yaoyao was about to get angry when Xiaowai pulled her sleeve and pointed at the spring. Bai Yaoyao glared at the dog and went to see the spring with Xiaowai first. The pool has expanded a circle. Just now, all the spring water was given to Xianqi to drink, and now there is another small pool. It should be that the condensation area and speed have increased. Bai Yaoyao simply took a cup and drank another one. The taste didn't change much, and there was no special feeling. There should be no change in the efficacy. Finally, I admired the supplies I had stockpiled, took a deep breath, and started to work. Carrying a basket, she started to harvest honeysuckle. The dew on the honeysuckle flowers had dried up, and the flowers were close to bluish-white in color and relatively large. Bai Yaoyao paid special attention to not damaging the leaves and buds. Master also grows some Chinese herbal medicines in the back mountain, so Bai Yaoyao knows some planting and picking methods. It takes more than an hour to work on it. I'm not tired, but it's a detailed job and it takes too much time. I'm only halfway done, and it's a bit of a headache. This is not a solution. I don't have the time to do this every day. I even feel that I don't have enough time to sleep. Originally wanted to harvest today and then plant some more, but I'll just leave it here and think about it tomorrow. Bai Yaoyao had never seen Big Cat, so she went over to take a look. Seeing the energy fluctuations on Big Cat's body that were sometimes strong and sometimes weak, she knew that Big Cat had already reached level 4, but was just not very stable yet. So, he went to get some spring water and fed it to Big Cat. Big Cat opened his eyes and saw Bai Yao Yao, so he drank the spring water obediently and continued to stabilize his energy. Bai Yao Yao looked at the ambitious Big Cat, the sensible little Y, and then at the dog, who only knew how to cause trouble. I really want to look up to the sky and yell, "Rebellious son." I looked at the time and it was time to get up, so I had a friendly exchange with the dog and then left the space. The dog was completely confused. Why did the owner beat me? Did he find that I had pooped under the thing that the owner collected? No way. The owner dug very hard. Yaoer, how is it? Have you upgraded? Lulu asked as soon as she came out of the space.
Bai Epsilonao replied, "Eve upgraded."
I can give you spring water to drink at night. Lulu said, "I'm not in a hurry. My current lightning ability is enough for me. I want to practice it more. I'll give it to Paige first." Okay, drinking the spring water doesn't necessarily awaken your superpowers. I didn't awaken them after drinking it. Bai Yao Yao added. After having breakfast together, everyone went to Master Li's place first. I can smell the fragrance from quite far away. As expected, professionals do professional work. What the hell is that thing Qin Xian is baking? Li and his 2 apprentices already felt like their arms and hands were no longer arms or hands. It was okay for them to work all night long, but the key point was that the meat was too difficult to cut and roast. The little monkey, who was helping nearby, watched it a few times and finally learned how to do it. Not only was he faster at cutting meat than others, but he also added seasonings and controlled the heat to perfection. Although I knew that monkeys were very smart, this was the first time I knew they could be so evil. Li originally thought it was a long-term job, but now it's gone. His skills were stolen by a little monkey. Who can you complain to? I must ask my employer for an extra bowl of instant noodles later. No. 2 bowls. Bai Yao Yao and others saw when they came over. Li and his 2 young apprentices were extremely tired, but the Monkey King was in high spirits. He flipped the meat with one hand, sprinkled seasonings with the other, and occasionally picked up a piece of wood to add to the fire. His movements were as skillful as a chef. Seeing Bai Yao Yao and others coming over, the great sage waved his hand excitedly and came over with a plate for everyone to taste. Bai Yao Yao casually picked up a piece and tasted it. Seeing the expectant look in the Monkey King's eyes, she praised him generously. "Monkey King, you are amazing. You have learned how to grill meat in just one night. Haha, good job, little brother." The monkey rubbed the Monkey King's head and gave him a thumbs up. "Oh, you picked up the barbecue and tasted it carefully. Wow, it's delicious." Everyone poured compliments at the Monkey King as if they were free, and he somersaulted on the spot with pride. Bai Yao Yao collected all the roasted python meat and made a special rack to hold the mutant beast meat. Then he said to Master Li, "Thank you for your hard work. Your cooking skills are excellent, and the food is delicious. Thank you for teaching the little monkey. What kind of food do you want?" Bai Yao Yao asked specifically because she was particularly satisfied with today's harvest. Li couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "I didn't teach it. It learned it by itself." Do you believe it? However, knowing the power of superpowers, Captain Meng was so polite to this woman, so he didn't dare to joke or talk too much and replied politely, "It's all right, just give as much as you like." Bai Yao Yao nodded. Since there were no special requirements, that would be easier to say. 20 pieces of compressed biscuits distributed by Meng Qilin from the space. This compressed biscuit is quite practical, but the taste is really terrible. Stone, who is not a picky eater, and Coco, who is on a diet, are unwilling to eat it. Seeing Master Li's surprised expression, Bai Yao Yao knew that he was satisfied. As for how the 3 of them divided it, she didn't need to worry about it. "We will be away for a few days. If you have time when we come back, please bake some more for us."
Bai Yao Yao said, "Well,
Of course I am willing to do so, but your monkey, he is now as good as me at grilling meat, and he can cut meat much faster than me." Master Li said sincerely, although he didn't want to admit it, but it was the fact. Bai Yao Yao looked at the Monkey King in surprise. She had thought that the Monkey King was just there to help, but she didn't expect that he had learned all of the Monkey King skills in just one night.
Good job.
Okay, thank you very much. Tuition fee. Bai Yao put down another bag of bread and the remaining dozen compressed biscuits and gave them all to Master Li. If the Monkey King could grill meat, he would not need to do it again in the future. Food to outsiders, even if they have no bad intentions now, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. After all, you don't know what will happen. The Great Sage is really amazing. Li didn't expect Bai Yao to be so generous. He almost smiled like a flower. Suddenly, he felt his arm didn't hurt anymore and he wasn't sleepy anymore. He would have some instant noodles to celebrate when he got home. Bai Yao told the Great Sage about the matter in space. Although the Great Sage was smart, he was still a little confused about the place Bai Yao was talking about. He just listened and did not resist. Arriving at the space, the Monkey King and the whole monkey were frightened. Suddenly, they surrounded Guzi, Demiao and Xiaowai, staring blankly at the new brothers. After a simple self-introduction, everyone accepted this new partner. Bai Yao took the time to come into the space and gave the 4th level beast core to the Great Sage, asking it to absorb it. She also praised Demiao and Xiaowai, beat up the dog, and hurried out again. Receiving the beast core, the Great Sage was stunned for a long time. Xiaowai even made a nest for him. I don't know why the Monkey King felt like crying. It seemed like he would no longer have to perform tightrope walking through a ring of fire, nor would he have to worry about getting beaten for mistakes, nor would he have to put on clothes and be held by various people for photos. Being thick-skinned does have its advantages. If I hadn't taken the initiative to fight for it, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I quickly absorbed the beast core, and then helped my master grill the remaining meat. Everyone likes to eat the meat I grill. Bai Yao didn't expect that the Monkey King was so sensitive, so cheerful, and so shameless. If it weren't for this cheerful and sunny little monkey who knew how to fight for things, no one would have thought that it would have been so unhappy before. Captain Bai, now that you are here, let me introduce you. This is Xie Shannon, the person in charge of the official superpower team, and also my childhood friend. Meng Qilin said to Bai Yao. Bai Yao was slightly stunned. She didn't expect to meet another acquaintance, Xie Shannon, who was ranked 3rd on the superpower combat power list in the previous life and possessed water-related superpowers and psychic superpowers. He is very cool with his water-based supernatural powers. He can turn water into ice or snow and can attack or defend. In addition, he has a cool temperament, handsome and elegant looks. He is also the most outstanding heir of the Xie family in City A. He can be said to be the dream of thousands of girls. The reason why they are acquaintances is that they have been on several missions together and they both felt that the other person was a good person, so they cooperated a few more times. However, Xie Shannon finally died at the hands of Xiaowai, and Bai Yao felt sorry for him for a long time at that time. Hello, my name is Bai Yao. Hello, Xie Shannon. It's still this cold. Meng Qilin said awkwardly. Don't mind it, Captain Bai. Shannon is just like this. He has been a quiet person since he was a child. Bai Yao waved her hand to show that she didn't care. The official team of superpowers had 20 people in total. The most powerful one was Xie Shannon, who was in the late 3rd level. There were 2 people at the 3rd level as well, but their energy fluctuations were weaker. Only then did I see that there was another acquaintance in the team, Chueying, with whom I had gone to the city central hospital to collect medicines. Overall strength is definitely not as good as that of Dark Knight. To be more precise, it is quite far behind. All 12 people and 5 beasts of Dark Knight, whether human or beast, have reached at least level 3. Just based on this point, they are definitely the top 1 team with the same number of people. Captain Bai, this journey is long and there will be many dangers. How about we introduce our respective abilities and strengths to each other so that we can better deal with them? Xie Shannon said. Meng Qilin was a little nervous. You came here and wanted to ask about his cards. It would be better for a person who can't talk to shut up. Bai Yao nodded. Xie Shannon said the same thing when they first worked together in the previous life. He really didn't have any bad intentions. He was quite open-minded and not stingy. He was almost always the first to pick any mission rewards. In addition, except for a few morally corrupt people without conscience, the official as a whole is reliable, otherwise they would not come to this safe zone. As I said, in the end times, those who fight alone are fools. After all, even zombies know how to find a team. So, and you didn't need to hide anything, Bai Yaoyao said directly. Bai Yaoyao, the 4th level of space ability, the 3rd level of strength ability, and the 3rd level of mental ability. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking, the whole place suddenly fell silent. Not to mention Meng Qilin, even CS Shannon couldn't help but open his mouth wide. CS Shannon had always been proud of his dual system abilities until he met Bai Yaoyao, who had 3 abilities, and the key point was that she was already at level 4. Thinking about how I was still worried last night about whether this team in society would fall behind, I wanted to slap myself in the face. Do you really deserve it? Bai Yaoyao saw the expressions of the crowd and smiled slightly. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Xian Qi had already reached level 6 and could also provide himself with an energy shield in space. This is his trump card. Bai Yaoyao is not going to let Xian Qi show up. If there is something wrong, he can protect him, and if there is nothing wrong, he can just let him sleep. Bai Yaoyao turned around and looked at his brothers. They all followed their age and began to introduce themselves, in the same format as Bai Yaoyao. Stone, Earth-related ability level 3, Skin hardening level 3. Qin Xiaobang, Earth-related ability level 3, Gold-related ability level 3. Lulu, Lightning ability level 3. Xiaomi, Speed ability level 3, Light ability level 2. Monkey, Water-based ability level 3. Big Volume, Fire ability level 3. Peiqi, Healing ability level 3. Kiki, Wood-related ability level 3. 16, Wind-related ability level 3. Chen Xian, Auxiliary ability level 3. Adai, Speed ability level 3, Dark ability level 3. Everyone was numb after hearing this, so everyone should be level 3. Even the captain of the team may not be able to reach level 3, you guys are simply too strong and unreasonable. CS Shannon blushed slightly and looked at the teammates behind him involuntarily, not knowing how to introduce himself. The team members looked at CS Shannon with blushing faces and said, "Captain, no. Don't let us introduce ourselves." It's embarrassing. CS Shannon was even a little worried at this moment. After he introduced himself, Captain Bai might think that his team was not strong enough and would not want to cooperate with him. After hesitating for a while, he said, CS Shannon, Water-related ability level 3, Spiritual ability level 3. My team, one with power, and the other with fire. The rest of the team members are level 2. Only the 2 with space abilities have little combat power, but the others can fight. Official superpower team breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the captain introduced them all by himself, otherwise it would be embarrassing for them to speak one by one. Bai Yaoyao nodded without any special expression. The same went for the others. Everyone in Dark Knight was a little funny in private, but in front of outsiders, they were all very serious. It's getting late, let's go. Bai Yaoyao saw CS Shannon's embarrassment and was secretly happy in her heart, but she still stepped forward to help them out. In my previous life, I was embarrassed because I was the only level 6 in my team, while the others were level 5 and 4. Everyone in CS Shannon's team was above level 6. At that time, people didn't look down on us, and it would be the same now. Okay, let's go. Official missions naturally require official vehicles. 4 military off-road vehicles were driven in the Dark Knight, while CS Shannon and others drove 3 off-road vehicles and 5 large trucks with a load capacity of 49 tons, and a small convoy was formed. The roads outside are not easy to walk on as there are too many zombies blocking the roads. I dare not walk on overpasses, because I don't know where they will end. Bai Yaoyao led Yi and walked in front to clear the way, and they attacked the zombies directly when they met them. This made CS Shannon feel a little embarrassed, so when he encountered zombies blocking the road again, he quickly sent people out, but his own vehicle was at the back, and by the time they ran over, Yi had already started to pack up. The whole morning without doing anything. Captain Bai, why don't we let our people go ahead this afternoon? You guys have worked hard this morning. CS Shannon said. It's not hard, don't worry about these details.
My team members have more abilities. If we really encounter something difficult to deal with, we can just come and support us. Let's eat something and rest for a while before setting off. Bai Yao quickly changed the subject. Are you kidding? How would you get the crystal cores if you don't fight the zombies? You have a family to support, with so many people and animals. How can you do it without careful planning? Xia Shannon and the official supernatural beings never thought of this. Officially, no matter how many crystal cores you collect, they all need to be handed in. Cultivation resources are naturally distributed by the official, and no one has ever lacked crystal cores. After all, people with special abilities are precious treasures. With large armies and heavy weapons leading the way, the initial supply of crystal cores is sufficient. Therefore, there are only crystal cores that cannot be absorbed completely, but there are no insufficient crystal cores. For the whole morning, even though he possessed 2 types of supernatural powers, he still couldn't get along well. In Page's words, he is the king of kings. Okay, let's take a break. I'll go get some food. Captain Meng has specifically instructed that the food along the way will be distributed by the government. Xia Shannon replied. Bai Yao nodded. It would be a waste if she didn't want it, and it would be worth it if she took it. The 2 teams gathered together, and Xia Shannon handed Anya 12 boxes of self-heating rice and 12 bottles of mineral water. Bai Yao took it. She took out the large round table and stools that Yi usually used for meals. Everyone chatted very naturally and started to clean up the self-heating rice. Squatting on the roadside were all stunned. What the hell? This is even possible. Bai Yao found it quite interesting to see Xia Shannon, a nearly 1.9-meter tall man squatting on the curb with his eyes wide open in surprise. Then he put out a long table and a few long benches and called out, "Thank you, Captain." Xia Shannon hesitated for a moment, but still called everyone over. Although it was a bit crowded, they could still sit sideways, which was definitely better than squatting. Bai Yao took out some python meat that had been roasted in the morning, put in the middle, and asked everyone to eat it with rice. Bai Yao did not divide the exotic beast meat any further. Level for exotic beast meat is very expensive. The 3rd level crystal core was almost absorbed yesterday in order to upgrade the spatial ability, so he took out the fragrant barbecue to see if he could tempt Xia Shannon to exchange for the 3rd level crystal core. This guy is very rich, a big fat sheep. Xia Shannon thought that he was not a person who paid too much attention to the desire for food, but when he smelled the aroma of the barbecue, he felt that the self-heating rice in his hand had no taste at all. I wonder if I can use the crystal core to exchange for some. Forget it. Only a fool would be willing to change. After dinner, Bai Yao packed up her things, and everyone set out again. At Bai Yao's strong request, they still cleared the way in the dark and almost didn't need any help from Xia Shannon's people. Only twice did they encounter small groups of zombies, and then the official psychics came down to help. When the people in Dark Night saw that the people who were trying to grab the crystal core were coming, they instantly became excited and fought 1-on-3, or 1-on-4. Bai Yao was so thick-skinned, she couldn't help but blush a little. It had been a day. Other people can't even get 1 crystal core each, but on our side, not counting the 0 and 1st level crystal cores, there are more than 100 2nd level crystal cores alone, and 7 or 8 3rd level crystal cores. Captain Bai, you guys in Dark Night are really fighting hard. Xia Shannon finally couldn't help but sigh. Even if Xia Shannon was aloof from the mundane world, he could tell in one day that he didn't want them to take action, because he wanted the crystal core. I'm sorry to make you laugh. You have no shortage of cultivation resources, but you don't understand our difficulties. It's really too difficult. Bai Yao really couldn't continue making up stories. He lowered his head and gently hit his head. Xia Shannon nodded and suddenly understood why Bai Yao was hesitant to speak. It was indeed not easy for a woman to lead a team and take responsibility for everything. It was much more difficult than for someone like himself who had official support. Captain Bai, I understand. If you need help in the future, just let me know, Xia Shannon said with a slight frown. Bai Yao was cracking melon seeds and was slightly stunned. What do you understand? I don't understand what I'm saying. Captain Bai, have you ever considered joining the official team? To be honest, our Xia family still has some say.
You are very powerful, and fortunately, several of you are multi-system psychics. If you have the support of the Foundation, you will improve faster. Xia Shannon invited seriously. No, my brothers are used to freedom, and they are not very particular about things. It's not appropriate. Bai Yaoyao refused without even thinking about it. Xia Shannon nodded and did not persuade him any further. Everyone has their own considerations. For some people, freedom is the most important thing. Bai Yaoyao didn't dare to play the victim anymore. Even Xia Shannon, who never meddled in other people's affairs, came to act as a lobbyist. TSK. Bai Yaoyao had no intention of taking action. They were all level 2 or 3 zombies, and if she took action, no one would be able to fight her. Just as she was about to go back to the car, her eyes suddenly lit up. Be careful. The level 4 zombies are here to deliver food. Bai Yaoyao said loudly. Everyone in the dark night quickly dealt with the zombies in their hands and hurriedly gathered together. This was something we had discussed in advance. Safety comes first. Official psychics did not react as quickly. They also learned from An Yi and kept a distance from the zombies. Bai Yaoyao rushed straight to the front. He hadn't done anything for a day, and his hands were itching. It was not until Bai Yaoyao rushed forward that everyone saw the figure of the 4th level zombie. Hiding behind a car should be a power-type zombie. He grabbed the top of the car with both hands, lifted it up directly, and smashed towards Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao teleported behind the zombie and chopped at it with a machete. The zombie raised his hand to block, but half of his arm was chopped off by Bai Yaoyao. The zombie didn't even react and continued to pounce forward. Bai Yaoyao retreated away in disgust. It was so damn smelly. Bai Yaoyao tried the space cutting and was a little disappointed. The power was not much stronger than the space blade. But in the eyes of everyone, it was already very cool, as he destroyed the zombie's 2 arms with just 2 moves. Bai Yaoyao mainly practiced his supernatural powers. After fighting for a few moves, he found an opportunity and used mental control, followed by a space cut. With a swish, the level 4 zombie's head was separated. Bai Yaoyao calmly used the tip of the knife to stir around in the zombie's head and picked out the crystal core. Xia Shannon stared at Bai Yaoyao in a daze. Is this the strength of a 4th level psychic? He was too content with pleasure and too arrogant. He thought his strength was quite good just because he was at the 3rd level in both systems. Bai is a girl. She not only has to lead the team, but also has to take care of her own training. In a short time, she can take down a level 4 zombie alone. Xia Shannon couldn't help but clench his fists tightly and made a decision secretly. Bai Yaoyao thought about the team configuration and upgrades. The most important thing was to upgrade Xiaomi's light ability to level 3, which could purify the corpse poison. This way, if everyone was unfortunately crushed by zombies, they wouldn't have to worry. Secondly, the damage of close-range attacks on himself and Dai is sufficient, but the damage at long range is not enough. Although he has a lot of natural powers, the low-level natural powers can hardly cause damage to zombies. This level 4 crystal core can be given to Lulu first so that she can use it together with the fountain water and try to upgrade her lightning ability to level 4 in one go. When Bai Yaoyao figured out what was going on and looked up, she found that everyone was staring at her in a daze.
What? Why are you looking at me?
Bai Yaoyao asked. Sister Yao, you can solve the 4th level zombies in 10 moves. Let's see what you can do. Monkey said excitedly. Well, basic operation, don't worry, let's go. Bai Yaoyao waved his hand and said. The people in the dark night are okay. Sister Yao has been such a rude person since she was a child. Although I am surprised, I am used to it. The others were really shocked for a long time, especially Xia Shannon. Bai Yaoyao discovered that when they set out again, Xia Shannon also rolled up like Xiaomi. Don't get in the car, let's go to the front and fight the zombies. This makes Bai Yaoyao feel distressed. A lot of crystal cores will be lost. Captain Bai, I only fight zombies because I want to hone my combat awareness. I'll give you all the crystal cores. Xia Shannon couldn't help but explain because Bai Yaoyao's gaze was too scorching. How can I be so embarrassed? Just as Xia Shannon was about to speak again, he heard Bai Yaoyao say, In that case, thank you very much, Xiaomi. Why is you so ignorant? Go and take the crystal cores from Captain Xia. Captain Xia worked so hard to get them, so what's the big deal if we ask others to hold them for us? Xiaomi's face turned slightly red. Not everyone is as shameless as Sister Yao. As careless. But she still obediently stepped forward to take the crystal core. The captain has spoken, and she cannot disobey. Xia Shannon couldn't help but smile. Okay, I was overthinking it. Captain Bai is really an amazing woman. When it got completely dark, everyone stopped moving forward. The road was too dark and everyone was tired, so they simply found a wide place to stop and rest for a night before continuing on. During the meal, Bai Yaoyao gave Xia Shannon some barbecued mutant python meat because of the second-level crystal core and the third-level crystal core he contributed. Xia Shannon declined out of habit. How can I be so embarrassed? Then he saw Bai Yaoyao's eyes light up and he wanted to take it back, with no intention of giving in. Xia Shannon quickly changed the subject. However, since it is Captain Bai's good intention, I will not refuse. Thank you, Captain Bai. Xia Shannon has learned his lesson this time. Captain Bai is not an ordinary person. He must be careful in the future. What's the point of being polite? The moment the meat entered my mouth, I felt embarrassed or refused. Forget it, it didn't smell good. Not to mention that it was the meat of a mutant beast, and it could restore my strength. After finishing the meal, Xia Shannon took the initiative to say, Captain Bai, let my men take care of the night watch. You have worked hard during the day. Okay? Bai Yaoyao replied directly. After Xia Shannon left, Bai Yaoyao said, Today we have 2 cups of spring water, one for Lulu and one for Paige. Let's give the level 4 crystal core to Lulu first. Let's build up a level 4 ranged attack first. No problem. Everyone had no objection. If there was only one team that would not have conflicts over resource allocation, it would definitely be Dark Knight. Can we not keep watch? Asked Fatty. Definitely not. None of the official psychics seem reliable. Xia Shannon is okay, but he doesn't seem very smart. I'll let Big Cat and the dog. I'll let Big Cat and Little Y out. They'll be on guard, so you should get some sleep and have a good rest. Bai Yaoyao replied. Okay, I understand. It's okay as long as it's not a dog. I can sleep peacefully now. Lulu and Paige share the same tent, so let them stink each other up. Bai Yaoyao flashed into the space, told Xiaowai and Miao to keep watch at night, and let them go. After thinking about it, he went out and gave instructions. Unless there was a special situation, there was no need to take action, and just let the people around him take action. Then I saw that the Monkey King was still grilling meat. Yesterday, I had given Master Li a small portion of the mutant python meat, and there was about 2/3 left, and now it was almost all grilled. Looking at the neatly arranged plates on the ground with the barbecued meat neatly on them, Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt that it was the right decision to bring the Monkey King back. Didn't I tell you to absorb the beast core? Why are you working again? Bai Yaoyao asked. The Monkey King raised his hand and made a number 4, shouting with excitement. Bai Yaoyao then realized that the Great Sage had already reached level 4. As expected, the only one who was not doing well was Guzi, the rebellious son. After swallowing a level 4 beast core, he burped and farted. It was useless. Bai Yaoyao called the dog over and scolded him again. The dog looked confused and said, I didn't go to the medicinal field to pee today. Why am I being scolded again? Why is my owner so irritable lately? The Monkey King scratched his head in confusion. Bai Yaoyao rewarded the Monkey King with a bunch of fruits and let it rest. He placed the roasted meat on the rack again. Looking at the 2 full layers, Bai Yaoyao, a patient with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, finally felt relieved. After seeing that Xianqi was still sleeping and had no intention of moving, he went back to the cabin to rest. Bai Yaoyao also left a trace of his mental power outside, so there were almost no difficult zombies. Occasionally, a level 2 zombie appeared, but it was also dealt with by the official level 3 psychic. After a nap, I looked at the time and saw that only 3 or 4 hours had passed. Bai Yaoyao discovered that this space seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. When resting in this space, both her mental and physical strength recovered quickly.
So I didn't want to lie in bed anymore, so I just got up. Outside that have not been collected. Bai Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves and trouser legs, picked up a basket, and started working. When the great sage saw Bai Yaoyao busying herself, he ran over. After understanding how to collect the fruits, he went to the side, got a basket, and started to help. Bai Yaoyao was very pleased to see this, and at the same time, she glanced at the dog that was spinning around trying desperately to bite her tail. What should I do? I really want to beat it. Bai Yaoyao was distracted. The great sage had already collected all the herbs in a row. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the few scattered herbs in her basket and suddenly had an idea. Great sage, are there many mutant monkeys in your monkey mountain? Bai Yaoyao asked. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The great sage stretched out his hand and gestured 3 and 2. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Could he ask for a few more monkeys to help him with planting? Now I am almost unable to handle the arable land, but it would be a pity to leave it empty. How about getting a few more and letting the Monkey King lead them to grill some meat and grow some crops? It's wonderful just to think about it. How about we go to the zoo again and find some little brothers for you? Bai Yaoyao asked, touching the Monkey King's little head. The Monkey King nodded excitedly, thinking that he had behaved poorly and his master wanted to exchange for a new monkey. It turned out that the master was afraid that he would be lonely and wanted to find him a younger brother. Bai Yaoyao handed the picking work to the Monkey King, then came out of the space and went straight to find Paige and Lulu to see how they were doing. I opened the small door of the tent and saw her fair shoulders, delicate collarbones, and smooth arms. Sister Yao, your eyes are wide open. Can you please look at me too? Paige said dissatisfiedly. Bai Yaoyao then pursed her lips and turned to look at Peppa Pig. Well, she looked pretty too. I just praised her. Peppa Pig is so pretty. Can you be more perfunctory and not so obvious? Paige couldn't help but rolled her eyes. Lulu looked at the two of them helplessly and quickly put on her clothes. Said, Yaoer, my hidden injuries are all healed. Even the scars have become much lighter. Well, this is normal. Bai Yaoyao nodded. Lulu continued, I didn't awaken any new abilities, but I did successfully reach level 4. It's okay, Xiaomi, I think it was just a coincidence. The spring water may not have the effect of awakening superpowers. Bai Yaoyao replied. But I seem to have awakened a new superpower, Paige said suddenly. Bai Yaoyao, Lulu, Ning. What superpower? Bai Yaoyao and Lulu asked in unison. It's hard to describe, but I can feel your emotions. When you two are talking, the feeling is not very obvious, but when you look at me and talk to me, I can feel it very clearly. Paige thought for a while and said. Bai Yaoyao understood instantly. This is a telepathic ability. Someone had awakened it in the previous life. When it was about level 7, it could roughly hear what the person was thinking. Wow, that's amazing! Paige exclaimed. This man didn't live very long, did he? Lulu asked. That's right. He was killed by many forces together. He had no ability to protect himself, and he had such magical powers. Who else should we kill if not him? Bai Yaoyao said. Did you hear that, Peppa Pig? Hide well. Lulu reminded. Don't tell anyone except our brothers. You only have one healing ability to outsiders. Bai Yaoyao explained again solemnly. Don't worry, I understand. Paige nodded. The three of them discussed it before going out together. After a quick bite, we set off again. Yesterday, so we need to spend more time today. Except for encountering zombies that affect their progress or level 3 zombies, they will stop, but when encountering other zombies, they will almost always crash into them. The journey was relatively smooth, and there was no damage to people or vehicles. Captain Bai, let's stop here today. We are almost there. Let's set off earlier tomorrow. If everything goes well, we can arrive by 9 o'clock. Xia Shannon came over and said. Bai Yaoyao nodded and replied, It's up to you. Okay, then let's rest here for a while and eat something. I'll send 2 team members to the front to see if there's a suitable place to rest at night. Xia Shannon said. Xia Shannon felt that he had talked a lot in the past 2 days. He was not a person who liked to explain, but he couldn't help but want to say a few more words to Bai Yaoyao. It has nothing to do with love between men and women. It is a respect for the strong. Xie Shannon comforted himself vigorously, not wanting to think about all these trivial things, and ordered 2 team members to find a place to rest ahead, and then he took a break with the others. We marched quickly all day today. In order to save time, we didn't even stop to eat lunch, and I'm already very hungry. The same goes for Bai Yao Yao and others. They sat in a circle while eating and were too lazy to talk. Bai Yao Yao had eaten her fill. She got up and took a walk. Although this military off-road vehicle was crash-resistant, its comfort level was poor. After sitting for a whole day, I felt like my body was about to fall apart. Captain Bai, something seems to have happened to the 2 team members I sent to explore the way ahead. They haven't returned for half an hour. Xie Shannon came over and said, "Okay, let's go and take a look together." Bai Yao Yao replied. After quickly packing up their things, everyone moved forward together. The strange thing was that Bai Yao Yao's mental power did not detect anything, and the individual energy fluctuations were just low-level zombies. The 2 people who went to explore the way were 1 level 3 and 1 level 2, so they would not be unable to defeat the enemy. Even if they could not defeat the enemy, they could definitely run away. "Sister Yao on the roadside," Kiki suddenly said loudly. Everyone rushed to the roadside and saw that the 2 men were not only, but also had no good flesh on their bodies. They were bloody and their arms and legs were covered with bones, and their intestines were hanging out. "Brother Ning, Liang." A woman in Xie Shannon's team ran over and burst into tears. Bai Yao Yao also took a closer look. The wound was not caused by a zombie, but by a mutant beast. She carefully observed the surrounding environment and frowned slightly. Bai Yao Yao looked at Xie Shannon's slightly self-blaming expression and said, "It's dangerous. Hurry up and leave. Travel overnight. Dark Knight, get in the car." Everyone in Dark Knight didn't say a word and just followed the order and got in the car. Xie Shannon no longer hesitated and ordered the team members to evacuate immediately. The woman who was crying on the ground suppressed her sorrow, stood up, and started a fire, intending to burn the bodies of the 2 men. Bai Yao Yao had already turned around to leave, but when she saw the fire out of the corner of her eye, she turned around again to take another look and instantly wanted to swear. "Put out the fire." Monkey hurriedly got out of the car and released his water-based abilities to quickly put out the fire, and Xie Shannon also helped. "Never mind, Monkey, get in the car." Bai Yao Yao felt the danger again and said hurriedly. Xie Shannon knew that Bai Yao Yao's psychic ability was level 3 and thought she had detected something. After putting out the fire, he led his team members to follow, without saying a word. Getting in the car, he couldn't help but turned on the intercom and asked, "Captain Bai, have you found anything?" Bai Yao Yao resisted the urge to curse and patiently explained, "Although everyone is sad about the accident, I still want to say that we are still in a relatively dangerous situation." The wounds of these 2 people were obviously caused by the mutant beast. The traces of running on the ground showed that the 2 people had no intention of running back to ask for help. Instead, they ran in the opposite direction, proving that they believed that all of us were not enough to deal with the mutant beast. There were some gray animal hairs on the grass around me. I guessed that I had encountered a group of mutant rats. It was definitely a 4th-level mutant beast that could not even give a 3rd-level psychic the chance to use their powers. And judging from the wounds on the bodies, the rats should have just left. Setting fire at this time is not right. Stupid? Bai Yao Yao didn't finish her words, but everyone understood. The woman in the car realized belatedly that she had almost implicated everyone and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't think about it just now, Xie Shannon waved his hand and said, "I'm warning you once. When you come out to carry out your mission, you must follow orders in all your actions." "Yes, Captain." Because Dai had dark powers, the night was as comfortable for him as a fish in water. He had no problem adapting at all, so Dai drove in front and Bai Yao Yao sat in the passenger seat. Dai saw that they had been driving for more than 10 minutes, but Bai Yao Yao still looked serious, so he asked, "Sister Yao, what's the matter? Are you still in danger?" "It's hard to say. I didn't detect anything with my mental power. With Xian Qi here, our safety is fine. At worst, we can give up the supplies and just plant the bomb. As for Xie Shannon, it's hard to say."
Bai Yao Yao answered truthfully. Ah Dai nodded with relief. To Ah Dai, as long as he was safe, it didn't matter who else got into trouble. At dawn in the morning, everyone finally arrived at their destination, the H City Strategic Material Reserve. From the outside, you can't tell what it is. People passing by will definitely not take a second look inside. It looks more like a shabby little factory. If Xia Shannon hadn't been so sure that this was the place, Bai Yao Yao would have thought they had gone to the wrong place. Captain Bai, I used my mental power to detect it. There are not many zombies, only a few. Did you find anything here? Like you, are the supplies stored underground? The yard doesn't seem to be very big. Bai Yao Yao asked. Xia Shannon replied, Yes, it has been specially designed to prevent accidents. Let's go in. Bai Yao Yao suddenly turned around and looked in the direction they were coming from and said, Don't go in, the rats are coming, get in the car, and keep driving forward. Good. Without time to speak, everyone quickly got in the car and continued to move forward. They wanted to leave the storage warehouse first. If the rats destroyed the supplies, this trip would be in vain. But before they had gone far, a large swarm of rats appeared behind them. There's no point in running, so just get out of the car. Bai Yao Yao asked several drivers to drive their cars behind the house and try to avoid it to prevent all the cars from being affected. Bai Yao Yao released the big cat and called Xian Qi to activate the energy shield. Big Cat saw the mutant rats running towards him from a distance. His eyes lit up, his little tongue kept licking his mouth, and he arched his body, ready to take action at any time. All those with Earth-related abilities come here and build a wall. Bai Yao Yao shouted. Xia Shannon made a prompt decision. All members of Team H01, obey Captain Bai's command. Xia Shannon knew very well that a team could not have two commanders, and he did not have the ability to make the people of Dark Knight obey his orders, but his team members were absolutely convinced of Bai Yao Yao. All the Earth-type ability users quickly ran over and built several Earth walls together. Although it may not have much effect, it can at least slightly cushion the momentum of the rat swarm. Lulu was the first to take action. She had just upgraded her superpower, which was very new to her, so she used her ultimate move directly. Chun Xian almost couldn't keep up to amplify Lulu's superpower. In an instant, a gap appeared in the army of mutant rats, and at least 100 of them died, but the subsequent mutant rats quickly filled the gap. Other natural ability users followed suit, using all kinds of abilities to attack the rats. Bai Yao Yao did not take any action, waiting for the mutant rat leader to appear while observing the battle situation. I found that fighting like this was simply not working. My energy was consumed too quickly. It wouldn't take long before it was all used up, and I would be very passive at that time. Thank you, Captain. Thank you for your trust. Next, I will begin to command. Bai Yao Yao said to Xia Shannon. Xia Shannon nodded and agreed immediately. It was impossible for him not to be panicked after seeing so many mutant beasts. However, seeing Bai Yao Yao's calm expression with a hint of fighting spirit, he suddenly relaxed. Bai is indeed not an ordinary person. There was no end in sight to the swarm of mutant rats. Although their movement speed was not very fast, the feeling of the black mass of mutant rats slowly approaching made everyone a little overwhelmed because there were too many of them and they had no idea where to start. Each mutant rat is about 50 centimeters long, with sharp incisors exposed. Its nails are not only sharp and long, but also emit a metallic luster. Its hair is long and thick, and it looks like it has good defense. Everyone was randomly using their superpowers. They suddenly heard a calm voice. Everyone, please pay attention. All the natural ability users should come to my right-hand side. Don't use your skills randomly. Divide into 2 groups and use your skills alternately. Water and wood should go to one group, and fire should go to the other group. Remember to use skills of the same type at the same time. The Earth-type mutant should go and dig a pit nearby, the deeper the better. The other melee superpowers will wait and wait until they see me attacking, then they will attack as well. Bai Yao Yao finished speaking. She placed some machetes and baseball bats on the ground and asked those in need to come and take them. They bought too many of these things and could not use them all. When everyone heard Bai Yao Yao's loud and calm voice, they felt much more at ease. They quickly followed the instructions and went to where they should go, cooperating with the people around them. When Bai Yaoyao saw that the skill release was no longer so chaotic, she knew that the first step had been stabilized. It was such a mess just now. The fire-type psychic had just set the fire when the water-type psychic put it out. The wood-type psychic had just controlled it when the fire-type psychic burned it again. There was no need for the mutant rats to take action. Their own people were already in chaos. It looked like a huge noise, but in fact it did not cause any harm. Bai Yaoyao had been using her mental power to find the mutant rat king. She thought it would hide at the back, but unexpectedly, it was hiding in the middle of the rat group. If it hadn't been for the detection of the 4th level energy in it, it would not have been visible on her face. There is no difference between it and ordinary mutant mice. Its appearance and size are exactly the same. In addition to the mutant rat king, there are probably a dozen level 3 mutant rats in the rat group. Bai Yaoyao's spatial ability was upgraded to level 4, she could now release 2 teleportations in succession, and the moving distance was also longer. When the energy of the natural ability user was almost consumed, Bai Yaoyao said to Demiao, "Demiao, help me attract attention." Big Cat wanted to rush forward just now, but Bai Yaoyao had been stopping him. Now he finally gave the order, and in a flash he rushed into the rat group. "Huck, that cat is so fierce. Ha ha ha, Big Cat is awesome. No one survives wherever he goes. Come on, brothers. Don't be outdone by a cat." Big Cat raised its claws in the rat swarm. A large number of them would be killed or injured. In addition, due to its extremely fast speed, ordinary mutant rats could not cause any harm to the Big Cat. Big Cat successfully attracted everyone's attention, including the mutant rat king. Bai Yaoyao was waiting for this opportunity. He started with mind control, teleported twice in close proximity, activated his strength and superpowers, and slashed the rat king's neck with a knife. In order to prevent accidents, he added a space cut. Before the rat king could realize what was happening, he felt a pain in his head and was completely unable to move. When he wanted to defend himself, it was too late because the machete was right in front of him. Bai Yaoyao's series of actions directly made the mutant rat king's head move. The rat king was confused until his death. He didn't understand why he was found, nor did he understand why this female found him directly. He was slaughtered before he even got to the person. How frustrating! Adai saw Bai Yaoyao rushing up. He immediately attacked and killed Bai Yaoyao. His killing power was not much weaker than that of Demao. The natural-type psychic no longer had any powers and wanted to hide back, take a rest, and recover his powers before going forward. However, he saw that the people from Dark Knight rushed into the rat group with knives in hand without even discussing anything with him. The official psychics were stunned. Why did the cute girl with healing abilities also come up with a stick? In the Dark Knight, everyone rushed in from different directions and moved towards Bai Yaoyao. C.S. Shannon watched the fighting style of the people in Dark Knight and found that the identities of this group of people must be not simple. Not only were their moves fatal, but it could also be seen from their tacit understanding and execution. But this is not the point anymore. C.S. Shannon did not hesitate, picked up a baseball bat and rushed in. Official psychic team also selected suitable weapons, stood on the periphery, and started fighting. If you don't have the strength to rush in, you'd be sending yourself to death. Everyone has a clear understanding of their own strength level, and not everyone is the same as the tough guys in the Dark Knight. Even though the Rat King was dead and the rat group was in chaos, it would be difficult to end the battle for a while. Because there were too many of them, Big Cat felt his claws were numb from waving them around, but he still hadn't killed them all. Casualties gradually began to appear on the field. Official psychic team who used fire powers to burn corpses in the morning lost consciousness for a moment and was instantly submerged in the rat swarm. Her companions next to her were too late to rescue her. The rest of the people also had their arms or legs scratched by the mutant rats, to varying degrees. Chun Xian was not good at fighting, and after a while, he couldn't hold on any longer. Fortunately, Shi Tu was very close to Chun Xian and came to his support immediately. But the mutant rat still dug a long hole in his leg, and red blood gushed out. The group of people from Dark Knight gathered together. They first covered Paige while she treated Chun Xian's wounds, and then broke out towards the direction of the pits dug in advance by all the Earth-type mutants. When they got close, Bai Yao Yao and Miao jumped directly into the deep pit. The others didn't want to fight anymore and quickly dispersed to both sides. Most of the mutant rats were attracted by Bai Yao Yao and Miao. The front part followed suit and jumped into the pit. The rats behind them squeezed together and could not stop the car at all. There were more and more mutant rats in the pit. Chun Xian cooperated with Xiao Shirlu and took the opportunity to release a gust of wind, pushing the mutant rats to continue moving forward towards the deep pit. Bai Yao Yao had already put the big cat into the space, teleported herself out, took out some industrial oil from the space, and asked everyone to pour the oil into the pit. Finally, a big fire was made, and the aroma of barbecue filled the air for 10 miles.
It was a bit stinky, actually.
Of the rats were burned to death, and some of the remaining ones escaped. There were only a few level 3 mutant rats and a few scattered ones left. Everyone divided them according to their own situations, one for each person, and they were all dealt with in less than 20 minutes. When Bai Yao Yao and the people of Anya came to Xia Shannon, they found that everyone seemed to be in a miserable state. Every one of them had bruises on their face, and one person even had a leg missing. Xia Shannon was so tired that he could hardly hold on any longer. After seeing Bai Yao Yao and Anya's group coming over, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. The rest of the people were the same, lying on the ground in an ungraceful manner, breathing in the fresh air deeply, unable to utter a word for a long time, and not having the energy to take care of their bleeding wounds. Not all official psychics are in the army. Some of them were originally civilians. After the apocalypse, they were assigned to the combat team because they awakened their psychics. It is rare for them to be able to persist until now. Bai Yao Yao checked the number of people secretly and found that 2 people were missing. They should be a man and a woman. Bai Yao Yao nodded to Paige, and Paige began to treat everyone according to their injuries. It is impossible to grow back a lost leg, and the best she could do is to heal the wound. Xia Shannon recalled the battle with the mutant rats just now and felt that Captain Bai was more and more unfathomable. Whether it was his skills, superpowers, or even his combat command ideas, they were all top-notch. First, he arranged the order of attack according to everyone's abilities, then he found the mutant rat king, and then released the strange beasts to attract firepower, and then he broke in alone and killed the mutant rat king with a few moves. Finally, he cooperated with the Dark Knight people to lead the mutant rats to the deep pit dug in advance, and with the help of wind and fire abilities, he killed the main force of the rats in one go. One thing after another, it can be said that when Captain Bai was still confused about how to start, he had already arranged the entire battle situation. The most important thing is that they relied entirely on Dark Knight's own abilities. There were so many people on our side, but apart from killing some mutant rats on the periphery, they couldn't help at all. As a result, they were all fine, while many of their own people died or were injured. They even needed the healing abilities of Dark Knight to come and treat them after the battle. Xia Shannon felt his face getting hot. He had been smooth sailing since he was a child. He was the best at everything he did. He had never truly admired anyone of his age. Today, I finally got to see it. Bai Yao Yao was a little puzzled when she saw Xia Shannon's face turning red and green. She wondered if this guy was stunned by the beating. How come the Ice and Snow boss, who was so powerful in his previous life, is so incompetent now? Bai Yao Yao and Xia Shannon didn't know was that in his previous life, Xia Shannon also led a team to the Strategic Materials Storage Depot, but before they arrived there, the team was dispersed by a swarm of rats. Was the only one who returned to the safe zone alive. Not only did he fail to get the supplies, his cars were all lost, and nearly 40 psychics were also killed. From then on, Xia Shannon began to isolate himself, his temperament became extremely cold, and his strength improved rapidly, rising to the 3rd place in the combat power list. After Bai Yao Yao's rebirth, she has changed the fate of too many people. Xia Shannon took a breath and regained some strength. He came to Bai Yao Yao and said seriously, "Captain Bai, thank you so much. It's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, let alone the mission, we would probably all die here."
Bai Yaoyao clapped her hands and muttered softly, "No, you're not dead." "Huh?
What?"
Xia Shannon didn't hear clearly and asked again. Bai Yaoyao coughed lightly and said seriously, "No need to thank me. I also get paid for my missions. Captain Bai, are you still recruiting people in Dark Knight? Can I join?" Xia Shannon thought for a long time and couldn't help but ask. Bai Yaoyao was drinking water and almost spit it out. How funny! A major trump card of the Chinese government, the only son of the Xia family, the only heir to the family, is coming to Dark Knight? How funny! Bai Yaoyao refused without a second thought. "And you will not recruit anyone. There will only be 12 people from beginning to end." Xia Shannon was a little disappointed when he heard Bai Yaoyao's refusal. The Dark Knight team was so enviable. Everyone trusted each other, and the feeling of fighting together was great. It is something I have never experienced before. After calming down for a while, I came to my senses. Not to mention whether my leader would agree, my family would not agree. I have a heavy burden, and I can't do whatever I want. After figuring it out, he looked at Bai Yaoyao embarrassedly, thinking that he was too reckless. Bai Yaoyao calmly changed the subject. "Let us rest here for a while, eat something, and recover our abilities before heading to the storage warehouse." "Well, okay," Xia Shannon replied. Treating several seriously injured people, Paige felt that Xia Shannon's injury was the most serious. In addition, seeing Sister Yao's awkward fake smile and the expression that she needed someone to save the situation, she came over and said, "Captain Xia, let me treat your injury." Xia Shannon glanced at his arm that was still bleeding, nodded, and said, "Okay, thank you for your help.
Just stop the bleeding."
You don't need to waste more energy." Paige secretly rolled her eyes and said nothing. "This is a good opportunity to practice my superpowers, so I have to seize it, right? I have used this special ability even less times than the last time I used the stick to chop people. Cure half and keep half. You help me practice the release of my supernatural power?" Sister Yao is right. This person is really not very smart. So Paige didn't care what Xia Shannon said and just treated him until the scar disappeared completely. Xia Shannon wanted to say something, but when he saw the serious look on the girl in front of him, he didn't say it and just shut up. He just sighed in his heart again. The members of the Dark Knight team are all very sincere people. Even though he told them that they didn't need to be completely healed, they still meticulously consumed a lot of their supernatural powers until their wounds disappeared. Touching. By Yaoyao, Xia Shannon and others buried the 2 official psychics who had died on the spot. They set out 2 tables and started eating. So hungry. Without waiting for Xia Shannon to get food, Bai Yaoyao directly took out several large plates of mutant python meat and the mutant wolf meat that the Monkey King had just grilled. He took out another bottle of beer and a can of fat otaku happy water. In the dark night, almost everyone was eating barbecue in one hand and drinking beer in the other.
How cool.
Adai and Qin Xian secretly took a bottle of beer while Sister Yao was not paying attention. Just as they were about to drink it, they saw Sister Yao's murderous eyes looking at them. He filled up the cups of Fat Brother and Stone Brother beside him very naturally, and then put them back obediently. Fatty stroked Adai's soft fur and said, "Adai, the month you were punished for is not over yet. If you make Sister Yao angry again, no one will be able to save you."
Sho. Got it, Fatty.
"Just eat and stop talking," Adai said, pulling Fatty's sleeve. Bai Yaoyao smiled. It was really comfortable to be able to drink and eat meat with his brothers after the battle. After eating, everyone didn't move in a hurry and rested for about 2 hours before setting off again. Fortunately, we parked all the cars far away immediately. Except for an off-road vehicle whose tire was bitten by mutant rats, all the others were fine. But there was a spare tire in the car, so the monkey got it done in 5 minutes without anyone else's help. After everyone has finished adjusting, we get in the car and drive back. Arriving at the door of the storage warehouse again, Bai Yaoyao and Xia Shannon, 2 psychics, first carefully investigated the surroundings and the specific situation inside, and confirmed that there was nothing special before they divided the work and began to clean up the zombies. The H-City Strategic Material Reserve has extremely rich resource types.
Strategic materials, as the name suggests, are material data that play an important role in national economy, people's livelihood, and national defense. Therefore, all energy and raw materials that are of great significance to the national economy, people's livelihood, and national defense security can be classified into this category, such as gasoline, rubber, food, etc. Once these materials become scarce due to war, economic sanctions, trade barriers, environmental damage, or resource depletion, it is often difficult to replenish them quickly or find substitutes. C.S. Shannon only brought 2 Level 2 space-powered people and 5 large trucks this time, so it was impossible to take everything away. We specifically found an expert in advance to make a list and planned to collect items according to the priority of the items on the list. The most important thing must be the spare food. Bai Yao Yao and the others from Dark Knight cleared out all the zombies in the storage warehouse. They went to wait at the door. He was not curious about what was inside, nor did he care what C.S. Shannon would take away. He simply took out a few sofas and lay down with his brothers to rest. Sister Yao, I just saw that there are so many rooms in the basement. Shouldn't we go and get a piece of the pie? Asked the monkey. Xiaomi also said, yes, even if we give them 20 trucks, they still can't finish the work. Why are you two so anxious? When has your sister, Yao, ever suffered a loss? Looking at her calm demeanor, you can tell that this is inevitable. Lulu glanced at the two of them and said with disdain. Bai Yao Yao said, don't worry, it all depends on whether Meng Qielin and C.S. Shannon are sensible. Bai Yao Yao was drinking milk tea, eating potato chips, and curled up on the sofa. It looked like she was not in the wilderness at the end of the world, but more like she was at home on the weekend. What do you mean? Why don't I understand? How do you say sensible and how do you say stupid? Little 16 wondered. You'll know in a minute. Here, drink it. Bai Yao Yao said to Xiao Shirlu, smiled, and handed Xiao Shirlu a bottle of drink. Xiao Shirlu's eyes widened innocently. 10 walnuts? Sister Yao, are you saying I'm stupid? Didn't Brother Monkey and Brother Xiaomi also not understand? Bai Yao Yao nodded and threw a bottle to Monkey and Xiaomi respectively. Dai was secretly happy. Although I don't understand, if I don't ask, no one will know that I don't understand. Hee. While I was secretly laughing, I found that I also received a bottle. Well, then I am also the 4th from the bottom, and little 16 is the dumbest. In the dark night, everyone watched from afar as C.S. Shannon's people were busy working. Cui Ying and another person with space ability first put the things into the space, and then unloaded them onto the trucks. Several large trucks were piled high. Finally, the wood-type mutant was afraid that things would fall, so he released a few branches to reinforce them. It took me nearly an hour to finish it. C.S. Shannon came over and said, Captain Bai, we've installed it. Do you want to go take a look and see if there's anything you need? Bai Yao Yao pretended to refuse and said, no, my space is full, and I can't put anything in it. C.S. Shannon nodded and said, yes, in fact, we can take out some things that are not so useful and replace some of them. The storage warehouse is full of urgent needs, and we won't be able to come back in the future, so it would be best if we can take some away. I'll take them a few hundred meters ahead to see if the car can drive smoothly after loading so many things. Bai Yao Yao smiled and said, okay, I'll go down and take a look. After C.S. Shannon left, Bai Yao Yao led the group of Anya to the storage warehouse and left 2 people there to guard it in case of danger. All the supplies are stored underground. Bai Yao Yao thought the air down there would be very bad, but it turned out to be no different from the ground. The design is quite advanced. A long corridor runs through it, with warehouses for storing supplies on both sides. The first few warehouses were mostly filled with agricultural products, including various seeds and finished products of rice, flour, and oil. Although some of them were taken away by C.S. Shannon, most of them were left. Bai Yao Yao accepted everything and put them into the space together with the shelves, but still stored them separately from the purchase supplies. There is also a cold storage, which is full of frozen meat. There may be a backup generator or some high-tech power generation equipment. The cold storage is in good condition and all the frozen meat is normal, not contaminated or rotten. Frozen meat can usually be stored for decades, so the pork someone eats may be older than themselves. Remaining warehouses also contain salt, sugar, honey, tobacco, cotton, cloth, rubber, oil, coal, military tents, canned meat, finished military rations. Bai Yaoyao always thought that the supplies she had stockpiled were sufficient and complete, but compared with the supplies in the reserve warehouse, it was no exaggeration to say that it was a drop in the bucket. Xie Shannon could only take a limited amount away, so all of it went to Bai Yaoyao. Canned meats and military rations left, only about 60 to 70 boxes, each containing 100 portions, but there were plenty of other things. The last few warehouses are all military-related, storing materials such as copper, aluminum, tungsten, and other non-ferrous metals and military energy such as gasoline and diesel. There are also equipment items, a large number of equipment and accessories whose uses are unknown. Bai Yaoyao roughly identified them, and they should be used to replenish and repair equipment. Weapons. Regardless of whether they can be used or not, Bai Yaoyao put them away and went back to study them slowly. At the back, but they are all empty. They must have been taken away by Xie Shannon. Judging from the notes on the cabinets, they should be written records of military technical materials. Electronic data is not necessarily safe, so it is best to be prepared for multiple scenarios. In fact, in peacetime, the main focus is on developing people's livelihood. Due to limited military expenditures, it is generally impossible to mass-produce military equipment. However, once the situation becomes serious, the priority of these military equipment will be raised to the highest level. Bai Yaoyao liked the things in the last two warehouses more, including gold, silver, platinum, and various precious metals. The moment the door was opened, Bai Yaoyao's eyes were almost blinded. After collecting everything, Bai Yaoyao hurried upstairs. "Sister Yao, how is it? Did you get a big harvest?" That brother didn't go down, but stayed upstairs to guard the door. Bai Yaoyao didn't know how to describe how much stuff she had collected. It was just a lot. After thinking for a while, he said, "It should be enough for the 12 of us to eat and drink for hundreds or thousands of years. The amount is more than what we collected in advance, but some of it will not be used. There are still many seeds that can be planted in my space. I want to go to the zoo again after I return this time. I will recruit a few monkeys for the Great Sage and let them plant food, Chinese medicinal herbs, or fruit trees when they are free." Fatty gave a thumbs up and said, "Wow, it's worth it, it's worth it. It's worth the tiring journey. But can monkeys learn to grow crops?" Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, "Yes, Great Sage. The honeysuckle tea in your cup was picked and dried by the Great Sage." Haha, 6. What are you thinking about? Let's go to the zoo when we get home. Before Bai Yaoyao left, she locked the door of the basement and asked Fat Brother to reinforce it with his gold-based supernatural powers. If the end of the world ends one day, this place may still continue to play its role. Xie Shannon and his men were driving at a snail's pace in front. When he saw Bai Yaoyao catch up so quickly, he was stunned. "With so many supplies, why don't you pick them carefully? Moreover, I have already taken my people away and no one knows how much stuff I have packed. Is it true that there's not much space left?" Meng Qilin say that Captain Bai definitely still has a lot of room. It was time to eat again. I saw that Bai Yaoyao and Anya and the others were no longer using tables and chairs to eat, nor were they using sofas to rest. Instead, they were squatting on the curb, eating with buckets of instant noodles. I understand now. Captain Bai doesn't have much space left. All the tables and sofas have been thrown away, and there is no table to eat at. Is there something wrong with me? Are you crazy? Why don't you just lie on the sofa and eat lobster? You have to squat on the roadside and eat instant noodles. Instant noodles will give you pimples," Lulu said while slurping noodles. "Wow, they smell so good. I also think there's something wrong. Next time let them squat to eat and we just sit there," Bai Yaoyao also said. The monkey was unwilling and said, "No, we just voted with a raise of hands. It's been so long since the end of the world. What's wrong with experiencing it? This is the right way to feel the atmosphere." That's right, if I had a cell phone and internet, I would definitely post it on WeChat Moments to record it. This finally feels like the end of the world, Dadawan also said. That's right. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu rolled their eyes and were too lazy to pay attention to Sia and the others. The journey back was smooth, and there were no more accidents. Just then another ordinary level 4 zombie appeared. Bai Yaoyao tried to let go and let the other members of Yi take action. Xie Shannon also shamelessly followed suit. Bai Yaoyao looked at him without saying anything. How could she chase him away if he wanted to help? After grinding for more than 10 minutes, Stone Fatty smashed a big clod of earth. Taking advantage of the shadow of the clod, Adai quickly rushed up in a semi-invisible state and killed him with one blow. Xie Shannon glanced at Adai and found that this man's fighting ability was also very strong. No wonder Captain Bai had the confidence to say that there would always be 12 people in Dark Knight. Each of them was able to fight against many people alone, and too many people might even get in the way. For example, I myself have strong abilities, but it was difficult for me to intervene just now because everyone in the Dark Knight team cooperated too closely and had a tacit understanding. Bai Yaoyao was just wondering who would be better at using this level 4 crystal core when she heard the monkey's angry curse. Damn, there's no crystal core. The monkey stirred it with a knife and found that there was nothing but a pile of disgusting stuff. All this work is in vain. It's not a wasted effort. At least we got to practice coordination,
said Fatty.
Xie Shannon came over and said to Bai Yaoyao, Captain Bai, we need to hurry up. There are not many supplies left in the safe zone. I'm afraid they can't hold out for much longer. No problem.
Let's just not stop to rest.
Let's take turns driving and taking turns to rest. Bai Yaoyao agreed. Bai Yaoyao also wanted to go back quickly. The piece of arable land in front of the space cabin had been empty for a long time, and she couldn't wait to take the Monkey King's brothers back. Good. Xie Shannon went back and asked Chuang to send a box of food and water to Anya, and then set off again. Although we wanted to increase the speed, the road conditions were very bad. In addition, there were several trucks, most of which were overloaded, so we couldn't go faster. Fat Brother and Stone's superpowers were used to pave the road, and they still had to chew the barbecued meat of the mutant beast in their mouths all the time. It took nearly 4 days to get back to the safe zone. Bai Yaoyao saw Meng Qilin as soon as she got off the car. Captain Bai, thank you for your hard work. Bai Yaoyao waved her hand and said, It's not hard. It's my duty. I'll ask Master Li to make some delicious food and send it to your tent. After you finish eating, take a good rest. Meng Qilin was almost smiling like a flower. He was very clear about the level of the official superpower team. The only ones who could stand out were Xie Shannon and his people. To be able to successfully complete the mission and come back so quickly, it must be due to the great efforts of Yi. Captain Meng, you're welcome. We have things to do in the afternoon. We'll just have a simple lunch and then leave. Bai Yaoyao refused. You're leaving right after you got back? Don't you want to take a rest? Xie Shannon came over and said. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said nothing. Do you need help? Although my ability is average, I can still help a little. Xie Shannon asked again. Meng Qilin was stunned by what he saw. What the hell? How come this guy becomes so enthusiastic after going out? His ability is average, but he always thinks he is super awesome. Bai Yaoyao declined tactfully. Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon stopped asking questions, as everyone had their own secrets. Bai Yaoyao and his companions set up the tent. They had some fried vegetables and rice and set off again. By the way, she let Guzi, Xiaowai, Demiao, and dashing out to get some fresh air. Let's forget about Xuanqi. Except for the first day they met, Bai Yaoyao had never seen him sober. As soon as the dog came out, it barked excitedly and ran around nonstop. Now everyone is a level stronger, and we hardly wasted any time along the way, nor did we encounter any powerful zombies. Arriving at the zoo with ease, the Monkey King rushed over with leaping and skipping movements. The people in the Dark Knight were also infected by the Monkey King's joyful mood and couldn't help but smile. As they were walking and chatting, they suddenly heard a roar from the Monkey King. Thinking that he was in danger, they quickly ran towards the Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao used all her mental power and did not detect anything with high energy, so she felt relieved. But when they arrived, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. The entire Monkey Mountain was littered with monkey corpses and broken limbs. Blood had covered the entire ground and the rockery. The smell of blood was still strong, and it must have happened not long ago. It has only been a few days since everyone last came here. Although it wasn't that lively last time, the lively expressions of the little monkeys still left a deep impression on everyone. The Monkey King stood alone and helpless on the Monkey Mountain, sobbing and pounding on the rocks. Xiaowai stroked the Monkey King gently with branches and leaves, and the dog stopped making noises and stayed quietly beside the Monkey King. Bai Yaoyao carefully observed the monkeys' bodies. They were probably bitten by giant beasts. The wounds were similar, as if they were killed by a mutant beast. Great Sage, you still have us, The monkey squatted on the ground and whispered to comfort the Great Sage, holding his hand tightly. Before he could finish his words, he heard some noise coming from the rockery, like the sound of leaves being stepped on. Everyone hurriedly protected the Great Sage behind them. They seemed to have suddenly forgotten that the Great Sage was a mutant beast that could kill a level 3 zombie with one punch. I just simply feel that the Monkey King is very sad right now. He needs protection and comfort. I have to protect him, regardless of anything else, just because he is my friend. Even to Ou, who is usually taciturn, and Lulu, who never pays attention to these animals, are like this. The Great Sage suddenly felt less suffocated. Looking at the group of people around him, he had a very warm feeling. Are these his companions? Bai Yaoyao climbed up the rockery directly and wanted to use space cutting to break it open, but suddenly she heard a squeaking sound and found something was wrong. I walked a few steps forward and looked into the cave. I saw 3 monkeys hugging each other in a circle, with 2 little monkeys hiding in the middle. The sound just now should have come from the little monkeys, as the mouths of the 2 little monkeys were covered. Bai Yaoyao took a step forward. The 3 bigger monkeys glared at her with bared teeth, as if they wanted to scare her away. The 2 little monkeys looked at Bai Yaoyao curiously and stretched out their hands to her. Bai Yaoyao took a few steps back and shouted, "Great Sage, come here. There are a few of your companions here. Ask them what's going on and whether they want to come with me." The Great Sage ran up in a hurry and communicated for a long time. Bai Yaoyao did not get impatient and waited patiently, looking at the corpses on the ground, feeling a little regretful. All be good employees of mine. After a long time, the Monkey King came over with a few monkeys and said they were willing to go together. Bai Yaoyao let the Great Sage tell them about going to the space, and after they agreed, she took the monkeys into the space together, and took the Great Sage in as well, so that she could take the little monkeys to get familiar with the space and not let them be too scared. Bai Yaoyao was actually still a little regretful. She didn't know whether these monkeys could help with the barbecue and farming. After some detection, she found that only one little monkey was a first-level mutant beast, and the others were ordinary monkeys. It's just better than nothing. However, it is also possible that it escaped this disaster because it did not mutate. Yaoer, let's retreat. The blood on the ground hasn't dried yet. Don't let them attack us back, Lulu said. Bai Yaoyao was about to nod when she suddenly felt a strong energy approaching quickly. It's too late, Bai Yaoyao said as she woke up Xian Qi and asked it to open the protective shield. The moment it opened, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. Bai Yaoyao noticed it but ignored it. The black shadow was knocked back by the protective shield and fell to the ground. He looked at Bai Yaoyao and others in disbelief. It was only then that Yi and the others could see clearly what the black shadow was. It was a mutant leopard that was completely black with shiny fur, and there were bloodstains and monkey hair at the corners of its mouth. It is obvious that it was it that killed the monkeys in Monkey Mountain. Bai Yaoyao didn't want to waste time, so she took action directly. As she rushed out, the leopard also moved. It was as if it turned into a black lightning and pounced towards Bai Yaoyao in an instant. Bai Yaoyao's mental power has never stopped working, always closely monitoring the mutant leopard's every move. When I saw the leopard pounce on me, I did not retreat but advanced instead. Although the leopard was a little surprised, it also suddenly became excited. Stupid human. How dare you compete with me in explosive power? Bai Yaoyao was about to hit the leopard again. She flashed into the space and came out a second later. The leopard had just pounced on her, so she kicked the leopards but hard. The leopard was confused again, and then he became angry. This was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Looking at Bai Yaoyao's smiling expression, it felt Bai Yaoyao's deep contempt for it, and rushed forward again, without learning its lesson. Bai Yaoyao used the same trick again, and continued to flash into the space, waiting for a second before coming out again. Holding a baseball bat, she used all her strength and superpowers to smash the mutant leopard with one blow, directly knocking it down from the air. The leopard howled a few times. Although Bai Yaoyao didn't understand what was going on, she could guess that it was definitely swearing. How rude. So he continued to hook his finger and started to provoke. Come here. The leopard's dark face was faintly red, and it pounced forward once again. When it was close to Bai Yaoyao, it turned around quickly. I will never make the same mistake a third time, you cunning human. I will bite you to death. Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to give it a try with force this time, but she didn't expect that this leopard monster would play it and actually turned its head. So he smashed at the place where he hit last time. This time, Chen Xian seized the opportunity and amplified his supernatural powers. Bai Yaoyao heard a very pleasant sound of broken bones. The leopard lay on the ground in a daze. Its lumbar vertebrae were broken, and it was difficult for it to move. Bai Yaoyao released the great sage and said, the murderer. The great sage stared at Bai Yaoyao blankly. Is the master avenging me? Bai Yaoyao thought that the Monkey King would rush towards the mutant leopard and kill it with one punch, but she didn't expect the Monkey King to suddenly run towards her and hug her legs. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt her hair stand on end, her face slightly hot, and she felt uncomfortable all over. He quickly pulled the great sage away, coughed lightly, pointed at the leopard, and said, What are you doing?
Kill it.
Its core is yours. The great sage nodded obediently and then rushed towards the leopard, punching hard on the leopard's abdomen, with blood on each punch. Bai Yaoyao clicked his tongue twice, admiring the punch seriously. The Monkey King had his fill. He lifted the mutant leopard above his head and tore it in half, with blood splattering all over him. There for a long time before taking a deep breath and turning around to look for Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao threw away her milk tea and raised her hand to refuse. Don't come over here. The monkey hurriedly stopped the great sage, ran water to clean him, and said to him, If you dare to hug Sister Yao again like this, I'm afraid Sister Yao will kick you out of the zoo. Stupid monkey. The Monkey King scratched his head innocently and realized that his master didn't like dirt. Having accomplished the purpose of the trip, and as it was getting dark, everyone withdrew and went straight back to the safe zone. We hadn't had a good sleep for many days, and we were tired both physically and mentally. We didn't have much appetite, so we ate something to fill our stomachs, and then went back to the tent. I plan to sleep until I wake up naturally and not go on any missions tomorrow, so I can adjust myself. If you feel bored, just go for a walk around and relax. In this last days, you need a balance between work and rest. When Bai Yaoyao entered the space, Guzi was the first to rush over. Bai Yaoyao took advantage of the fact that the dog didn't make her angry and quickly touched the dog's head. The dog suddenly spat out a level 4 black beast core. It howled for a long time and pointed at the great sage. Bai Yaoyao roughly understood what it meant, that it was given to it by the great sage. Great sage, didn't I tell you to absorb it? Bai Yaoyao asked. The great sage shook his head, pointed at himself, De Mao and Xiao Wei, made a number 4, pointed at the dog and made a number 3, and stuffed the beast core into the dog's mouth again. Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but hold her forehead. Eat, Guzi. You're the only level 3 left. Guzi covered his mouth and walked away with the beast core in his mouth, looking aggrieved. Bai Yaoyao felt a little distressed when she saw it, so she threw a big bone to it. The dog was instantly excited, spit out the core, picked up the big bone, and ran away. Bai Yaoyao, I really want to slap my own face. Teaching the great sage to plant fruit trees, Bai Yaoyao went to sleep, feeling too exhausted both physically and mentally. Food and medicinal herbs, but they are not often used, so fruits are more practical. At least I eat something every day, unlike flour and other things, which I stockpile in large quantities, but are useless. I don't know how to make them, and I don't have time to make them. In fact, Bai Yaoyao didn't know how to plant. She just buried the seeds, covered them with soil, and watered them, and that was it. Can grow first. Bai Yaoyao thought about it. Because she had been traveling these days and had not used the spring water, she had already saved up a lot of it. So she asked the great sage to drop a few drops of spring water after each flower was planted. He also gave a cup to Xian Qi and Xiao Wei respectively. Only then did I go back to sleep with peace of mind. I collapsed on the comfortable big bed and fell asleep in 3 seconds. Although the process of sleeping was pleasant, the process of waking up was a little bit irritable. Bai Yaoyao heard the noisy chatter outside the tent again. She was half asleep and wanted to pretend not to hear it, but the noise got louder and louder. Someone in the tent, someone sleeping. She was too sleepy to understand what they were arguing about. Finally, I was successfully awakened by Lulu's singing of the national quintessence. Bai Yaoyao got up helplessly. After coming out of the space, she found that Lulu had already left the tent.
It was just dawn that day.
She glanced at the time, and it was less than 6 o'clock. She immediately wanted to curse the national quintessence. I was supposed to wake up naturally, but that's gone. You're so annoying all morning, whining like that. Are you going to stop? Can you please get out of here? When Bai Yaoyao heard Lulu's voice, she knew that Lulu was on the verge of killing someone. If she didn't get out, someone would die.
Who are you?
Why are you so crazy? Lulu is definitely the one with the worst temper in the organization, but Lulu never holds grudges because she will take revenge on the spot if there is a grudge. Sister Lu, take it easy, go back to sleep, leave this to me. Monkey saw that the lightning in Lulu's hand was already dimming, and hurriedly advised. Bai Yaoyao came out of the tent. She saw Meng Qilin said awkwardly, "Well, I'm really sorry, I'll take care of it right away. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest." Bai Yaoyao squinted her eyes and observed to see what was going on. A girl in a dress looked at Lulu indignantly, with an expression that said, "I'm looking for trouble." Just this weird dress alone makes Bai Yaoyao feel awesome. Does this mean she doesn't take zombies and mutants seriously? Or does she mean she doesn't take the end of the world seriously? Captain Meng, I don't think my request is excessive. You said such nice things when you brought us here, but now you are unwilling to even give us a tent. The girl said proudly like a female peacock, with her head held high and her hands on her shoulders. Bai Yaoyao was confused. What tent? And the sounds of people getting up could be heard from other tents in the dark night, and he felt more and more embarrassed. Ms. Lin, let's go talk over there. Don't disturb people's rest here. Meng Qilin said to the girl. The girl continued loudly, "Why don't you ask my dad if he's had enough rest? There are only 2 people living in such a big tent, and our family of 3 only lives in a small tent. How can my dad do research if he doesn't have enough rest?" After hearing this, Bai Yaoyao finally understood what was going on. She didn't know if she was the son of an official or some other kind of second generation, but she was suffering from princess syndrome, and Meng Qilin couldn't solve the problem for the time being. Bai Yaoyao discovered that both Meng Qilin and Xie Shannon were very different from her impression of them. They were still young and immature, Xie Shannon was still silly, and Meng Qilin was still stupid. Seeing that all the brothers had come out, Bai Yaoyao simply called everyone over, brought out tables and chairs, and put out toiletries and a variety of breakfast. There was no nonsense or communication. After a simple wash, we started eating directly. We went to bed immediately after returning yesterday and did not have a proper meal. We were already starving by now. Bai Yaoyao said while eating fried dough sticks. You guys continue. We'll just watch the show. This operation stunned not only the girl, but also Meng Qilin. I thought Captain Bai would be very angry, but I also thought Captain Bai would understand me and listen to my explanation first. I never expected that Bai Yaoyao would just start and want to watch the show, and there was not even a trace of anger on his face. Brother Shannon is right. Most people can't keep up with Captain Bai's way of thinking. The girl was suddenly irritated by Bai Yaoyao and said to him, "Who are you? You think you are so great as a superpower? Believe it or not, I will not allow you to enter the D-City base." Bai Yaoyao nodded calmly and said, "I believe it." The girl felt like she had punched cotton and didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he could only say to Meng Qilin, "I don't care, quickly change us a big tent. My father is easy to bully and easy to talk to, but I am not. Ms. Lin, I hope you understand. There are more people in the safe zone recently, and there are not enough tents. Usually 8 people squeeze into one tent, right? Mengyuan was interrupted before he could finish his words.
Don't tell me that.
I want this kind of tent. No, it's theirs. The girl suddenly turned into a furious rat. This is your attitude to solve problems. Bai Yaoyao suddenly remembered the group of mutant rats she encountered when she went to the material storage warehouse. Lulu threw a thunderbolt, and the mutant rats were in a similar state to this girl. She couldn't help laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? The girl shouted. Bai Yaoyao answered honestly. Laughing at you. The girl picked up a stone and threw it at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao suddenly felt satisfied. That's right. Why bother talking when you can do it with your hands? She didn't even release her superpowers. She picked up the bread on the table that no one was eating because it was too hard and hit the stone back like playing badminton. Directly hit between the eyebrows. 666. Yaoer's aim is pretty good. Lulu finally felt relieved. She was so angry that she couldn't kill anyone and almost felt suffocated to death. Mengyuan didn't react at all. He had just told someone to go find the girl's father, and then this happened. How could they just start fighting? Bai Yaoyao didn't use any force at all, but even so, the area between the girl's eyebrows was red and swollen and bleeding. Bai Yaoyao thought the girl was going to start a new round of performance, but unexpectedly, she was quiet for a while. She stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do, as if she was frightened. Bai Yaoyao was very disappointed. She really wanted to say, "That's it? That's it? Show some second-generation style. This makes me feel so unsuccessful." At this time, there was a sound of footsteps. Bai Yaoyao looked up and saw that it was Professor Lin Zhengying. She looked at the girl carefully and found that they did look somewhat similar. So, was this Lin Zhengying's daughter? Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but frown. It was just a small matter. If it really didn't work and you were tired of it, just kill him quietly. You can find the person in charge of the D-City base, and you won't be afraid, but Lin Zhengying must not die. Still waiting for him to develop medicine. This one is not easy to kill. In the previous life, I had never heard that Lin Zhengying had any family members. Could it be that I saved them both? Bai Yaoyao looked on coldly without saying anything, intending to see Lin Zhengying's attitude before speaking. Unexpectedly, when Lin Zhengying came over, he ignored the girl's bleeding forehead and slapped her in the face without saying a word, cleanly and neatly. You hit me? Can't you see I'm hurt? The girl's defense was instantly broken, and she roared while covering her face. I'm going to hit you. Your mother really spoiled you. If you and your daughter cause trouble for me again, don't blame me for being cruel. Lin Zhengying said loudly. The girl glared at Lin Zhengying fiercely, turned around and ran away. After running a few steps, she did not forget to look back at Bai Yaoyao, and the vicious look in her eyes was not concealed at all. Waved at her nonchalantly. Lin Zhengying came over and said to Mengyuan, I'm sorry to bother you again. I went to bed late last night and didn't notice when my daughter came out in the morning. It's okay, Professor Lin, let me introduce you. This is Captain Bai. It was actually quite a coincidence. You were both in the same villa area at the time, and it was the healing psychic in Captain Bai's team who treated your wounds. Lin Zhengying was stunned and bowed first. Bai Yaoyao and others turned aside. They were afraid that it would shorten their lifespan if an elder bowed to them. First of all, I want to thank you all for saving my life. Secondly, my unfilial daughter has made a fool of herself. She was born in my old age, and I was not with her for many years, so the child has been spoiled. It is my responsibility as a father, and I apologize to everyone. Lin Zhengying said sincerely. Lulu was originally very angry, but when she saw the girl's head was broken and the girl's father apologized, her anger subsided a lot. He nodded, snorted, and went back to his tent to catch up on some sleep. Bai Yaoyao asked everyone to go back and rest, and she stayed behind to clean up the mess. Most people in the Dark Night are not good at or don't like dealing with outsiders, so this is usually Bai Yaoyao's job. In fact, Bai Yaoyao doesn't like it either, but who can blame her unreliable master for handing the organization over to her before he died? Meng Qilan looked at Bai Yaoyao with a little embarrassment. Bai Yaoyao said, "It's okay. Let us just leave it at that for now. My team members all have bad tempers. If it happens again, it may not be solved so easily." "I understand. I will keep an eye on her," Lin Jingying said sincerely. "Okay, I'll go back and rest." Bai Yaoyao finished speaking. She smiled and nodded at Lin Jingying and Meng Qilan, then went back to the tent. Professor Lin Jingying went back and packed up the several packages of vacuum-packed chicken legs, chicken wings, and dried tofu that he had saved over the past few days, and asked a young soldier to deliver them to Bai Yaoyao as an apology and thanks. Only then did they pull up the tent and start the family meeting. The little soldiers around consciously stood further away. It happened again. It's only been a few days, and it's the nth time. Marriage is simply scary. To give birth to a terrible daughter. Bai Yaoyao didn't refuse after receiving the thing. She accepted it very naturally. There's nothing wrong with a father cleaning up his daughter's mess. Fortunately, Lin Jingying was a normal person and did not spoil his daughter all the time. Everyone went back to take a nap. Bai Yaoyao was no longer sleepy, so she planned to go to the space to practice her supernatural powers. In the afternoon, my psychic ability needs to be upgraded to level 4 as soon as possible so that the journey to City D will be safer. In fact, I have always been thinking about the shopping mall that I didn't go into at the beginning. I wonder if the team's current strength can go and challenge it. Judging from the description of the surviving girl, it should be a poisonous zombie. If we wear some protection, it should be easier to fight against it. Bai Yaoyao walked to the open space in front of the cabin and took a look. The fruit tree that was just planted has sprouted? It's so funny. Even if Bai Yaoyao didn't understand, she knew that the planting period of fruit trees was very long. But this is a good thing, so he threw a box of bananas to the Monkey King and asked him to share them with several monkeys. Then, he quickly went back to the house to practice his supernatural powers. Until he heard Lulu crying out for hunger outside the space.
I'm hungry.
"I told you not to have a good breakfast this morning." "I was full this morning," Lulu said stubbornly. Bai Yaoyao asked, "Are you angry enough? You are an adult, but you can still be angry with a little girl?"
This is not like you.
"I'm just afraid of causing you trouble. Otherwise, I would have killed her the moment I got out," Lulu replied. "It's okay, as long as you are happy. If you don't agree, just fight," Bai Yaoyao said while pinching Lulu's earlobe. "Well, I don't want to be a wanted criminal before the end of the world, and still be one after the end of the world. It's good to cooperate with the authorities like this. At least we have a way out." Lulu refused. After thinking for a while, he added, "You have such a sweet mouth. If you were a man, you would definitely be a scumbag." "No, I didn't." "Don't talk nonsense. I am so loyal. I have loved only you for so many years," Bai Yaoyao denied without even thinking. Lulu lay down and covered her head with the quilt, unwilling to pay any more attention to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao returned to the space with a smile and saw that the Monkey King was planting fruit trees with a few little monkeys. All the plantable areas in the space were almost filled up, and her mood instantly became better. I patted my thigh when I had nothing to do. Suddenly, I wanted to make lunch. When my brothers get up, they will be so moved that they will cry. Looking at all the ingredients she had stored, Bai Yaoyao took a small basket and selected them carefully as if she was going to the market to buy vegetables. Several mutant beasts followed Bai Yaoyao, jumping and skipping. It was so lively. Bai Yaoyao felt more and more like a zoo manager. The team was getting bigger and bigger. There are cats, dogs, monkeys, and a rabbit. We caught it at the zoo gate, but we never slaughtered it because it was too small and didn't have much meat on it. This rabbit is also very interesting. It has been scared for many days and curled up in a corner, not daring to move. When it found that there was no danger, it secretly established good relationships with several mutant beasts while its owner was away. Seeing the way the dog was protecting the little rabbit, Bai Yaoyao knew that the rabbit meat could not be eaten. I didn't expect that the little rabbit would be so thoughtful. Hey, it's just 2 tails of meat. If he doesn't want to eat it, then he won't eat it. Bai Yaoyao collected her thoughts and concentrated on selecting the ingredients she wanted. In order to avoid waste and based on her actual level, she decided to make a big salad and cola chicken wings. These two dishes are definitely not going to fail. But to be on the safe side, I still found a cookbook. However, after reading only 2 lines, I became annoyed. I have never been able to concentrate on reading books since I was a child. 3 lines at most. Any more, and I'll feel sleepy. If the master hadn't forced them to learn to read, everyone except Chen Xian would probably be illiterate. Chen Xian was the only good kid who loved to study. The dog got bored and stopped following, running off to play. The little rabbit looked at the knife in Bai Yaoyao's hand, got so scared that it trembled all over, spread its hooves, and ran to find the dog. Big Cat was bored and went to the cat-scratching post to sharpen its nails. Only the great sage followed Bai Yaoyao all the time. When Bai Yaoyao read a book, he also read and nodded as he read. Bai Yaoyao was immediately delighted and simply threw the book to the Monkey King. He probably thought that the Monkey King liked the colorful pictures inside. Great sage, this is not as simple as grilling meat. It's very difficult. You can't learn it. Wait, I'll make you chicken wings. The great sage was stunned. Sister? Isn't she the master? Besides, why can't I learn it? It seems quite easy. It's already drawn in the picture. How can it be difficult? But he still nodded obediently without saying anything in reply. He said that since he had just arrived, he should talk less and work more. Washing her hands, Bai Yaoyao also washed the vegetables and chicken wings she had just picked. When you're done, cut the vegetables and put them on a plate.
Done.
Bai Yaoyao thought about it and thought about the big mixed vegetables she had eaten. It seemed that it needed some seasoning, so she made another one herself. The sweet and sour taste was the most refreshing. Cooking wine, sugar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, MSG. Bai Yaoyao poured out everything she could think of. The Monkey King was stunned and shocked. What kind of performance was this? The host doesn't want to make delicious food, but wants to murder someone? After Bai Yaoyao prepared the mixture, she poured it onto the dishes that had just been placed on the plate. It's a bit ugly, but Bai Yaoyao comforted herself that it's already pretty good. After all, it's really impossible to expect it to be delicious in color, aroma, and taste at the beginning, so it's fine as long as it's edible. Then start making cola chicken wings. In water first, then take out a new dagger and cut a few cuts on the chicken wings to make it easier to season. Then I realized later, why didn't I use a kitchen knife? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Then I put the chicken wings in a basin, poured a bucket of Coke, and started soaking them. When I felt it was almost done, I dripped some spiritual spring water into it to prevent it from tipping over. Then take out an induction cooker and a wok, pour in oil, and start stir-frying. After all the hard work, I found that it was indeed cooked, but it seemed a little strange, and not quite the same as I had imagined. Bai Yaoyao didn't have the courage to try it herself. She turned around and looked at the great sage who was following her diligently, and she didn't have the heart to do it. So he shouted, "Dog,
Come here. 3, 2,
1. Before he could finish his words, the dog came running over. Bai Yaoyao grabbed a chicken wing and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog's expression gradually changed from excitement at the beginning to an indescribable look. The tongue moved back and forth, and it vomited. Bai Yaoyao understood instantly, yes, she had failed. Fortunately, I didn't take it out to let my brothers taste it, otherwise I would have been laughed at again. What a pity, wasting so many ingredients. Doesn't the novel say that if you add spiritual spring water, everything will taste good? What a liar. Fortunately, there is still mixed vegetables. Bai Yaoyao grabbed the dog who was trying to run away, pinched a piece of vegetable leaf, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. Guzi resisted fiercely, and Bai Yaoyao suppressed him by force. Finally, he vomited not only the food, but also a bunch of white and yellow stuff, which directly got Bai Yaoyao's hands and body all over. Bai Yaoyao shook the dog off and resigned herself to going back to the house to take a shower. Forget it. Everyone has their own strengths, so why make it difficult for yourself? The slightest bit of interest that had just risen disappeared completely. Bai Yaoyao calmed down and planned to go out and clean up the scene. I found the Monkey King holding a chicken wing and was about to put it into his mouth. Bai Yaoyao didn't have time to stop it, but She didn't rush over either, as she didn't want to be vomited on again. After 2 minutes, I found that Monkey King not only did not vomit, but he also finished eating. Bai Yaoyao was instantly excited. Could it be that she was a cooking genius? After taking a closer look, she realized that this did not look like what she had cooked. It must have been processed again. He looked at the Monkey King in surprise, and he grinned and handed the plate to him. Bai Yaoyao pinched a piece, tasted it, and it was actually quite good. It wasn't super delicious, but it was definitely eatable. Bai Yaoyao ordered without hesitation. I found a bunch of recipes with pictures, handed them all to the Monkey King, and said softly, "Monkey King, you can follow these. If you need any ingredients, just take them. As long as you don't waste them, it's fine. If you want to eat fruit, just take it." The great sage felt Bai Yaoyao's deep and fierce love and nodded happily. Bai Yaoyao felt a heavy burden on her mind. Ready-made stir-fried dishes will eventually be eaten up, so we can't just eat instant noodles and fast food every day after we finish them, right? It is not reliable to ask outsiders to do it. After all, one should always be on guard against others. This is good, the great sage is here. Juich Weizi.
But
My cooking skills are not as good as a monkey? It's just a joke. Bai Yaoyao took the Monkey King's newly processed chicken wings and mixed vegetables out of the space and called everyone to get up and eat. After eating, it was time to work. "Come and try the food I cooked." Bai Yaoyao shouted arrogantly, without blushing. "Sister Yao, I'm losing weight, so I won't eat." "Sister Yao, I have a toothache and can't eat." "Sister Yao, I have a headache and can't get out of bed." "Woohoo, I feel so uncomfortable." "Am I sick?" Bai Yaoyao waved his hand and said, "There is no reason. Come here and give me some food." Lulu came up to him and said, "Old Yao, why are you so upset? You eat first and I'll eat after you eat." Bai Yaoyao took a chicken wing and started eating it without saying a word. Everyone opened their eyes wide. "No way. Is it so cruel?" Sister Yao started eating herself. Bai Yaoyao finished the whole chicken wing without changing her expression. The others tried to taste it with half belief and half doubt. It seemed actually it was really okay. "Tell me, who made this?" As soon as Lulu took the first bite, she knew that this couldn't have been made by Bai Yaoyao. Although it wasn't very delicious, at least the seasonings were correct. "Bai Yaoyao, can you tell the difference between oyster sauce and soy sauce?" "I did it," Bai Yaoyao said stubbornly. Fat Brother said with a smile, "I don't believe it either. I would rather believe that it was done by the great sage." The monkey nodded. "That should be it. The great sage knows how to grill meat, so this shouldn't be a problem." "Wow, the Monkey King is so awesome," Peppa Pig praised. Bai Yaoyao was helpless. Forget it. It was difficult to pretend, so she simply shut up. 2 plates of food were obviously not enough for everyone. Since the Monkey King could cook, she could not be stingy with stir-frying. 7 or 8 dishes were served directly, accompanied by a bucket of rice and 10 large white steamed buns. Everyone was eating with great delight. People with special abilities usually have larger appetites. After all, they require more energy and consume it quickly. After the meal, everyone took a break to digest the food. Bai Yaoyao threw out some gas masks and protective clothing and said, "Come on, put them on, let's go to the mall we went to last time and kill that poison-type zombie." "Okay, that zombie has to be level 4, right?" Fatty took the protective suit and gestured at himself, not knowing if he could fit in it with his body. "We must have the 4th level, so is this the 4th level crystal core waving to us?" said the monkey. Xiaomi smiled and said, "Haha, my light ability has finally reached level 3. I can now purify a unit of negative status." Bai Yaoyao glanced at Xiaomi, thinking that he had been staying up late again. He was so tired during this period that he couldn't help but have a good sleep last night. But Xiaomi was still practicing. So I also praised him. "Xiaomi, this is good. The speed is fast enough. With your 3rd level light ability, this trip is safe." "What do you mean it's stable?" "Captain Bai, are you going out?" Xia Shannon had just come over when he heard the news that Anya was going out again. "Are these Iron Men?" They didn't rest after coming back yesterday and have to continue today, so I couldn't help but ask. Bai Yaoyao saw Xia Shannon coming over, holding a chicken and a duck in his left and right hands respectively. The aura of the cool and beautiful boy was instantly reduced by half. Yes, everyone is restless. We encountered a level 4 zombie before, but we didn't have enough strength at that time, so we didn't dare to fight it, so we want to deal with it now. Bai Yao explained. Shannon said in surprise. Oh? Is it the poisonous zombie in Wanda Plaza in the city center? Is that level 4? Originally, Liu Meng asked me to bring people to clean up tomorrow. Fortunately, I haven't gone yet, otherwise I really wouldn't know how he died. Bai Yao pursed her lips, not understanding why Shannon talked so much in this life. Not really. Your water ability is already level 4, right? Shannon nodded. Yesterday, the authorities dispatched more than 100 soldiers and 30 psychics to capture the 4th level zombie. Fortunately, this zombie had a crystal core. After absorbing it at night, it not only smoothly upgraded to level 4, but also seemed to have mutated. Water could actually condense into ice, and its lethality was much stronger than that of level 3. However, Shannon knew very well that he was definitely not as strong as Bai Yao. Captain Bai, this is for you. It's also a mutant beast. It tastes good and can restore some physical strength. But maybe because of its low level, the recovery is not much. Compared with the mutant python meat you gave me, it is far inferior. Shannon said. After collecting them, Bai Yao asked, Did you go to the breeding farm? Did you get much? Yes, there were quite a lot of them, dozens of them each, but they were very noisy and we killed more than a dozen of them in one night. Shannon replied. Bai Yao wanted to raise a few live zombies in the space, thought for a while, and said, Captain Meng asked you to clean up the poisonous zombies because he wants the supplies from the mall, right? Send a few people to go with us. We don't want the supplies. When you come back, give me a few live mutant chickens and ducks. Shannon agreed, without thinking twice. How could Liu Meng refuse such a good thing? Bai Yao brought people to the entrance of the safe zone to wait. After a while, 3 large trucks drove out and waved to Bai Yao and others. Seeing that everyone was in place, we set off directly. Level 0 and level 1 zombies are rare on the road. Most of them are level 2, and there are more level 3 zombies. This doesn't matter. What worries Bai Yao is that there are more mutant beasts. But when she thinks about the geographical location of H City, she feels relieved. It is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, so there are naturally many mutant beasts. The beasts in the mountains have been quite hostile to humans before the end of the world. They are very wild and have a strong desire to attack.
This is even more so now.
It seems that we can't stay in H City for much longer. The mutant beasts on the mountain start to come down. We will be in trouble. In fact, mutant beasts' ability to sense danger is much stronger than that of humans, so there were not many powerful mutant beasts attacking along the way. If you are not strong enough, you are just adding more food to Dark Night. So we arrived at Wanda Plaza in the city center smoothly. Everyone put on protective clothing and gas masks before getting off the bus. One could see with the eye that the air was filled with a faint black color, which became more severe the closer to the mall. Bai Yao walked to the front and used her mental power to detect, and found that there was only one energy in the mall, which means that there was only one zombie. I wanted to go in and check it out, but I found that the gas mask was no longer effective because the poison was too strong, so I retreated back. Even if Xiaomi can get rid of the negative status, he has to hold on until he can see the poisonous zombies. This is not possible right after entering the door. Xiaomi will be exhausted, and there is no way to help eliminate all of them. No, Sister Yao, my nose is spicy, said the monkey. Bai Yao nodded and said, Indeed, it is impossible to get in. We need to find a way to lead it out. How do I get it out? I don't know if the mutant beasts are afraid of this poisonous gas. I'll ask Brother Go to come out and try it. Bai Yao replied. The dog was lying comfortably on the lawn, and the newly adopted little rabbit was diligently giving it a back massage. After moving the dog out, Bai Yao and others looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel envious. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. There is even someone giving him a back massage? The little rabbit was startled, and when he saw so many people around him, he went straight under Dog Brother's belly. Bai Yao originally wanted to ask the dog if he was afraid of the poisonous gas, But when she saw that the dog's legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand up and his eyes were dizzy, she understood. After Xiaomi removed the negative status of the dog, he directly put it back into the space and thought of other ways. At this moment, I suddenly realized that the rabbit that was not taken back together seemed to be okay. "Hey, is this little rabbit okay?" Lulu said as she picked up the little rabbit. "Not afraid of poison? Or are you strong in resistance to poison?" Bai Yaoyao had not expected this. She had wanted to use fire attack, but the noise was too loud and she was afraid it would attract some big beast. This turned out to be an unexpected gain. "Little rabbit, if you can do something good today, I will never eat you again." Bai Yaoyao tempted. The little rabbit shook his head desperately, saying, "I don't want to listen. I'm just a level 2 mutant rabbit, a little rabbit without any attack ability. What do you want me to do? You are so cruel. How can you bully the cute rabbit?" Lulu threw the rabbit away and said, "Try to run. I'll burn you in a second." The little rabbit put down its legs ready to run and trembled in place.
I was so scared that I peed my pants.
"Forget it, Sister Yao. This guy doesn't look like an old man," Dadawan said with disdain. The little rabbit nodded vigorously, with red and watery eyes, looking quite pitiful. If it were someone with a softer heart, he might let it go. "Do and pretend to be pitiful here. We give you food, water, and shelter every day. What's wrong with doing a job? If you fail to complete the task, you will eat roasted rabbit meat at night. Don't think that the dog can save you," Bai Yaoyao said viciously. The little rabbit continued to shake, but its little eyes, which were desperately turning to observe the environment, revealed its little thoughts. "Dear little rabbit, as long as you lead the big guy out, the rest will have nothing to do with you. It's not dangerous. You can run very fast,"
Peppa said gently.
Bai Yaoyao said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense to it, just kill it." Peppa Pig followed closely and said, "Don't worry, little bunny is very brave. He will finish it." Bai Yaoyao and Paige spoke one by one. The little rabbit was a little confused. He looked at them all, then at the 12 ferocious men surrounding him. "Forget it. Accept his fate and go. Don't think I don't know you two are acting. I'm not as stupid as Brother Guzzy." However, although not completing the task will not result in his being killed, there will definitely be no good consequences. And if he wants to go back to Dog Brother and get food, drinks, and a bed, it will definitely not be possible. It's such a good place, with no danger at all. I can't bear to leave, so I decided to give it a try. The little rabbit nodded and started running towards the mall. Halfway through, he turned around and looked at everyone with tears in his eyes. "Would you feel sorry for me and not let me go?" Unexpectedly, everyone waved their hands at me as if they had discussed it in advance. "Never mind. I'm overthinking it." The little rabbit shrank its body to the size of a millet grain and slipped in along the wall. "Oh my god, this little rabbit is quite capable. It's just a level 2 mutant, but it can resist poison and shrink." Little 16 exclaimed. "Yes, this is a special gain. Now that he can come back safely this time, we can train him well in the future." Bai Yaoyao also nodded. The poisonous zombies knew at the moment the little rabbit entered the mall, but they didn't move. Such a tiny piece of meat could hardly fill the gaps between their teeth, so they decided to poison it to death slowly. It would be a waste of effort to eat it. The little rabbit came in. He observed that the poisonous gas was the thickest underground, so he rushed directly to the center, where the poisonous gas was the heaviest. Although its size has become countless times smaller, its speed has also increased a lot. After a while, the shadow of the poisonous zombie was seen. While taking a nap against the wall, the little rabbit could feel that it had discovered it, so it turned around and ran away. As long as it followed, its mission would be accomplished. Because I was too scared, I didn't pay attention to what was happening behind me. When I almost reached the door, I realized that the zombies didn't move. Thinking of the 12 evil men at the door and the beautiful green grass, the little rabbit gritted his teeth and went back. Poisonous zombies didn't need to bother with this little thing, and when they found out it was resistant to the poison, they didn't want to bother with it anymore. As a result, this little thing became more and more aggressive, going in and out of its territory without any rules, so I threw a poison gas bomb at it. If the poison didn't kill it, I smashed it to death. But I didn't expect it to be so fast and couldn't hit me at all. Forget it. Never mind. The little rabbit thought that after angering the zombie, it would follow him out obediently, but he didn't expect it to sit down and sleep again. Why is this corpse so lazy? It's as lazy as Grandpa Schwanchi. There was no choice but to go back, but no matter how I twisted it, it didn't react, so I became bolder. He found a small ball on the ground, stepped back, took a run up, and kicked it hard. The rabbit shot. It hit the zombie in the nostril. The rabbit was ready to run away at any time, but the zombies clearly didn't want to play with him, so he just opened his eyes for a moment, then closed them again. Little rabbit, how can you tolerate this? So I started to have fun, finding all kinds of things to kick and having a lot of fun. He felt that he was too small and couldn't kick the big thing, which delayed his performance. He grew several times bigger and stopped only when he was as tall as a person. He started to dance with his hips towards the zombies and even farted. Just as I was about to continue kicking and shooting, the zombies actually moved. It rushed towards him quickly, and the little rabbit was frightened and ran away. Poisonous zombie gas is ruined. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. What the hell do you mean by fart? Sister Yao, is this rabbit reliable? We have been lying in ambush for more than half an hour, but there is no movement. Xiao Shilu asked. Wait a little longer. If not, I'll take Xiaomi and Adai with me. The three of us are fast and can run out quickly. Bai Yao Yao replied. This rabbit is so timid it won't run away, right? Lulu was so bored that she started squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Get ready. It's coming out. Bai Yao Yao used her mental power to detect two energies, one strong and one weak, moving quickly towards the door, and hurriedly reminded everyone. Everyone was ready. Bai Yao Yao glanced at Adai, who raised his head to show that he understood. After the rabbit rushed out, the poisonous zombies came out within 2 seconds, and they became extremely irritated and didn't want to care about anything when they smelled the human scent. To destroy that thing that can grow bigger or smaller. Bai Yao Yao was delighted when she saw this. She didn't know what the little rabbit had done, but it made the zombies not want to eat it anymore. The moment the zombie appeared outside, Bai Yao Yao held his breath, teleported over, and stabbed the zombie's neck with a machete. It was a pity that it was not completely cut off, and Adai followed up and gave it another blow. Bai Yao Yao was afraid that it was not dead yet, so she continued to finish it off and quickly dug out its crystal core. A 4th-level poisonous zombie died in such a dramatic way. Bai Yao Yao and Adai were feeling a little dizzy because they had inhaled too much poison gas, so Xiaomi quickly solved their negative conditions. When the little rabbit saw that the zombies were beaten to death and the 12 villains were not seriously injured, he walked back with his head held high and relieved. The little rabbit wanted to be good and get a reward, but Bai Yao Yao gave it a look and the little rabbit started shaking with fear again. Bai Yao Yao was helpless and said slowly, Your performance was good this time. This is enough for your food and accommodation expenses for a month. This is a reward. After saying that, he threw a carrot to the little rabbit and put it into the space. The little rabbit held the carrot excitedly, thinking of how the dog had taken care of him for many days. So he hurriedly took the carrot to find the dog, but the dog was not interested at all. He looked at himself with a pitiful expression. Finally, he dragged a large bone out of the nest and threw it to the rabbit. The rabbit was even happier when he saw that the dog didn't want the carrot. He hugged the carrot and sat on the ground and started to eat it. It smelled delicious. It smelled so delicious. It would be nice to do more of this kind of work. Because the poisonous zombies have existed for such a long time, even if the poisonous zombies die, the poisonous gas nearby is not so easy to dissipate. Not to mention the inside of the mall, which was filled with black fog. All the glass windows around the mall were broken to facilitate ventilation. Everyone simply went back to the car and waited. Xiao Shilu was using his wind-based abilities to try to blow away the poison gas as quickly as possible, and Qin Xian was also helping to amplify the power. It took nearly 2 hours for the poison gas to completely dissipate, and Xiao Shilu and Qin Xian's supernatural powers were also exhausted. Fortunately, there is nothing else that needs to be done next, so it's gone. Bai Yao Yao called on the official people to collect the supplies. I brought people in to take a look. Too many things were corroded beyond recognition. There was nothing worth collecting, even the glass and the counter. The official people were mainly there to collect all kinds of clothing, shoes, socks, and outdoor supplies, and Bai Yaoyao did not go to join in the fun. I went into several jewelry and gold shops, bought some nice little trinkets, and then went out with everyone else to wait. The official side brought a space expert who came and went several times. When a shopping mall was fully packed, he came to tell Bai Yaoyao and others, and then they returned together. Dadawan stuck his head out of the car to take a look and said, they didn't get much. They brought out 3 trucks, but none of them were full. This is already pretty good. As for anything related to food, you definitely can't have it. The glass can be corroded, no matter how tight the seal is. Bai Yaoyao replied, yeah, are the clothes they collect really wearable? They feel like they are emitting black air, said the monkey. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the monkey and said, why can't you wear it? It's not that serious. In your last life, you took a complete suit jacket from a zombie, and you were so excited for several days that you kept looking for places to look in the mirror. Oh no, I don't seem like someone who cares so much about my external image, the monkey said in disbelief. Bai Yaoyao said truthfully, because you are in love. What? Huck, the monkey has made it. In an instant, everyone became interested and waited quietly for Bai Yaoyao to continue. Bai Yaoyao sighed softly and continued, that girl wasn't sincere to you. She sold our information to our mortal enemy. During the mission, some of us died, and some were injured. Kill that girl. After hearing this, the monkey opened his mouth in a daze, not knowing what to say. Is he so stupid? He can't even tell if the other person is sincere or not, and he's even causing trouble for his brothers. Sister Yao, I'm sorry, I'm not sorry at all. What happened in the last life will never happen again in this life. Bai Yaoyao interrupted the monkey.
It is still necessary to say it out loud.
The dark night of this life is too smooth. We need to sound the alarm from time to time. Otherwise, I am really afraid that my brothers will suffer losses when encountering problems. Who is this woman? She has ruined my reputation. I will kill her in advance. Adai narrowed his eyes and rubbed his right thumb and index finger continuously, which showed that he was itching to do it. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, no chance. I will kill her before the end of the world, at Zhou Tianwang's concert. Hey, Sister Yao, did you do that? It was even a hot topic at the time.
Yeah.
Bai Yaoyao nodded. Then he said, let's make a deal. You are not allowed to fall in love until the end of the world. When the end of the world is over, I will pay for all your gifts and dowries. No problem. Ha 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 ha, with so many people, the dowry and betrothal gifts must be quite a lot of money. Sister Yao is so generous. This dog apocalypse is about to end. I want to get married. Returning to the safe zone and parking the car, Bai Yaoyao went to Meng Qilin to ask for chickens and ducks. Call out the Monkey King later, pay him some tuition, and let him learn how to cook. The child has this talent, and parents need to fully support him. Captain Bai, you're back so soon? Meng Qilin asked. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, there is only one zombie in a shopping mall, so the speed is faster. I go get the chicken and duck now? We are waiting for a snack tonight. Meng Qilin replied cheerfully. Haha, no problem. I'm a little busy here. I'll send someone to take you there. I can give you 7 each. Well, Captain Meng is very generous. Bai Yaoyao looked over and saw chickens and ducks flying everywhere. Chickens were fighting with chickens, chickens were fighting with ducks, and ducks were fighting with ducks. There is no safe place in the entire open space. Bai Yaoyao caught the 7 most active ones respectively, planning not to eat them for the time being, but to raise them at home to see if they could be cultivated. Someone had tried it in the previous life, but failed because the reproduction rate of mutant beasts was too low. Bai Yaoyao wanted to see if it would be better in her own space. When I was about to leave, I found 2 pigs lying next to me. Each of them was as big as a small mountain. They looked the same as before the apocalypse, but their energy aura had obviously mutated. Bai Yaoyao blinked her eyes. The pork smelled so good. There were so many dishes that could be made with pork. So they found Meng Qilan again and successfully exchanged one for them using 10 tents and 10 boxes of Dalian mini cakes. Bai Yaoyao also gave Meng Qilan a box of Huazi cigarettes as a gift. Looking at Meng Qilan's shining eyes, you can tell that he likes it. Meng Qilan was tempted. He still refused for a long time. Bai Yaoyao was very sensible and only took out the money after the matter was settled. It could not be called a bribe, but a gift from a friend at most. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Meng Qilan accepted it. After Bai Yaoyao and the others left, he immediately found a deserted place and squatted on the roadside to smoke a. Bai Yaoyao handed the Monkey King over to Chef Li again and told him to ask Chef Li to teach the Monkey King how to cook before leaving the safe zone. Bai Yaoyao made a menu of the dishes that he and his brothers liked to eat and gave it to Master Li, telling him to try to follow the instructions. Then he left a box of instant noodles and left, saying that the total tuition fee would depend on Monkey King's learning results. Li was very excited. Captain Bai was very generous, as could be seen from their last collaboration. So they had another chance to work together this time. They tried their best, almost working non-stop, to teach the great sage seriously. The Monkey King also worked hard, knowing that his master liked to eat delicious food, so he studied very hard. Li also gradually went from being very excited at the beginning to doubting his life. Is this really just a monkey? Why is it so smart? At least it is much smarter than my disciples. I've been practicing for so many years, but it has only been a few days. It has learned almost everything. This is too discouraging. Except for the great sage, the Dark Knight squad has nothing to do during this period and has been taking missions. When they get tired of taking missions, they just take a walk around and get some meat to eat. They don't feel bored at all. Everyone has drunk a round of space spring water. Except for Chun Xian, who has awakened a superpower that can restore energy, no one else has awakened any new superpowers. Bai Yaoyao guessed that it might be, because of drinking spring water, the probability of awakening a single ability would be higher. Having many superpowers is useless. Mastering them is the most important thing. While absorbing the energy of the crystal core, you must also use it skillfully in combat. The 4th level poisonous zombie that was defeated was given to Ah Dai to use, but unfortunately he failed to break through successfully, which made the child depressed for a long time. Bai Yaoyao specially played a big game. He attracted nearly 200 zombies, and all the members of the Dark Knight and the mutant beasts went on the field to see if they could hold out. Even the Monkey King stopped learning cooking and was brought out to fight with everyone. All the people and animals were extremely excited and were eager to rush forward. Of course, Xian Qi is only responsible for shooting, otherwise there will be no fun once the protective cover is opened. It was fine at the beginning, and everyone was fighting very hard, but gradually the zombies around heard the noise and gathered around more and more. No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't kill them all. We didn't even have time to pick up the crystal cores, and our superpowers were almost exhausted. Captain, it's dark ahead. They are surrounded by zombies. There are probably hundreds of zombies. After listening to the team members' report, Xia Shannon hurriedly led his men over to help cover the retreat, but when he got there and took a look, he realized that he had overthought. Aren't we going yet, Captain? No need to, they did it on purpose. What? On purpose? Are you crazy? To become stronger, I guess. Didn't you see the camera standing in front? I guess they want to go back and find the flaws in the battle and do some group training. That's awesome, Xia Shannon said enviously. There was a hint of helplessness and grievance in his tone. At that time, I was at level 3 in both elements, but Dark Knight didn't want me. Even after knowing that I was level 4 and had mutated into Ice Element, I didn't say anything, let alone show any intention of inviting him. Alas, I can't fit in. They're all too defensive. It's hard to be friends with them, let alone teammates. Especially Bai Yaoyao, who seemed very easy to talk to, smiling at everyone, with a clear and bright face. When chatting, she could talk about anything under the sun, and there was no topic she couldn't connect with. But this person is the kind of person who keeps everyone at a distance. He doesn't understand why the little girl, who is obviously not very old, speaks and acts in an old-fashioned way without any flaws. No need for help. Thank you. Bai Yaoyao saw Xie Shannon and his men rushing over from the corner of her eye and said this loudly. Xie Shannon and others did not take action, nor did they want to leave. They found a relatively safe place where they could all see and began to observe and learn seriously. The Dark Knight Squad have a very unified fighting style, simple, rough, bloody, and striving to kill with one strike. In addition, almost all kinds of supernatural powers were covered, so the onlookers gained a lot. The battle lasted for nearly 3 hours before it ended. It was Guzi who broke out, and suddenly broke through to level 4 during the battle. Bai Yaoyao almost cried for joy. Other beast cubs successfully broke through with just 1 level 4 beast core, but Guzi had eaten 2 and still felt nothing. Bai Yaoyao almost thought that the dog was like this, but she didn't expect that he would become dazed today. It seems that I was too kind to it and was reluctant to let it move. A loving mother often spoils her child. I must change in the future.
Go and fight.
If it doesn't die, you can always save it. The dog was showing off smugly when he suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze. He immediately turned around with a grin and saw that it was his master. What's going on? Are you mesmerized by your own heroic appearance? Almost everyone's superpowers have run out, and the second half is all about fighting with machetes and kung fu. Bai Yaoyao was also very tired. Her face turned pale. She took out some food and water and almost fainted from exhaustion. In order to prevent accidents, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield together. After collecting the crystal cores, they went straight back to the safe zone. We found an area on the edge of a safe zone where there were not many people and surrounded it with tarpaulin. Bai Yaoyao took out a small generator and a projector. She also took out the tables, chairs, and benches she had collected in the university town, asked everyone to sit down, and gave each person a notebook and a pen. Let everyone watch today's battle and record it. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful, but reality is often not the case. Except for Qin Xian, who wrote an entire page. Everyone else, including Bai Yaoyao, couldn't utter a single word. Some of them forget to write while reading, some of them understand but can't express, and some of them can't write. Everyone tacitly stuffed the notebooks into the table pockets, pretending nothing had happened. Qin Xian smiled and stuffed the notebooks into the table with everyone else. I guessed it, I knew it was like this. However, after a battle, I came back to review it and found that I had gained a lot. After 2 days of rest, I can try again. This time, I will definitely not be so embarrassed. Business is over. Let's start the dinner. People and animals sat here and there. No one looked down on anyone else. There was a whole table filled with all kinds of delicious food and fruit beer, and everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Although I am physically tired, I am mentally relaxed and in a good mood. Although the times are turbulent, so many people are working together and striving for a goal. That's really, really beautiful. Bai Yaoyao leaned on the recliner, humming a little tune comfortably. Bai Yaoyao, take your dog away from me. Lulu roared. Bai Yaoyao turned her head and saw that Guzi had accidentally drunk a glass of wine and was acting crazy. He bit Lulu's clothes and was unwilling to let go. The two of them were in a stalemate for a long time and even exchanged a few moves. Bai Yaoyao was so happy that she didn't want to care about anything at all. Haha, let's fight. Bai Yaoyao suspected that the dog did it on purpose. He must be fed up with the fact that Lulu always looked down on him. How could one get that drunk with just one sip of beer? Until Lulu led the dog to Bai Yaoyao. The dog opened its mouth and was about to lick her. Bai Yaoyao was so scared that she teleported away and threw the dog back into space. Seeing Lulu's angry eyes, he yawned and sneaked away. After last night's revelry, everyone slept in together, and all the fatigue from the past few days seemed to be swept away. The sun had been blazing for many days, but after 2 consecutive heavy rains, the steaming heat was finally extinguished a lot. It's cool today. Is it true that summer is over, Sister Yao? Will it still be hot? Bai Yaoyao had forgotten everything long ago. Apart from the important things, her memory of the 2 years before the end of the world had become very faint. I forgot too, but there's nothing to be happy about. In the end times, it's either extremely hot or extremely cold.
There's no such thing as normal weather. Bai Yaoyao replied. Okay, I think too much. The monkey hugged the Monkey King and stroked his fur. Apart from Bai Yaoyao, the Monkey King loved the monkey the most. One reason was that the monkey was the first to speak for him, and the other reason was that he couldn't explain why, but it just felt very friendly, as if they were one of the same kind. Last night, Bai Yaoyao asked the Monkey King to cook a few dishes, which immediately amazed everyone. Bai Yaoyao simply ended the Monkey King's studies early. With this little bit of cooking skills, I could have opened a restaurant before the end of the world. Now I can just make home-cooked meals, which is completely enough. He asked the Monkey King to send 2 boxes of mooncakes, a box of instant noodles, 10 packs of chocolate, and 10 energy bars to his master. The Monkey King also gave out a bunch of bananas. These supplies are absolutely a huge amount at this time, especially as we are about to migrate. Not only are these supplies easy to carry, but they can also save lives at critical moments. Chef Li himself was also very satisfied, but he did not say anything. He secretly hid part of the things Bai Yaoyao gave him in his luggage and showed the rest in front of everyone. Bai Yaoyao was about to lead the team out. Meng Qilin sent someone over and said that they wanted to hold a meeting together to discuss the specific matters of moving to City D. Bai Yaoyao took people there directly. Guzi didn't want to go back to the space, so he followed along. Looking at Guzi's wise and powerful appearance now, it's hard to imagine how stupid he was when he was drunk yesterday. When I arrived, I found that in addition to the civilian team of psychics, there were also official psychics. Xia Shannon smiled, nodded, and greeted him. Hello, Brother Go. Hello, do you remember me? The boy who gave Bai Yaoyao dog food last time ran over excitedly when he saw the dog. Guzi nodded very gracefully and patted his little fanboy, pretending so much that Bai Yaoyao could hardly bear it anymore. Everyone was talking loudly at first, but when dark night arrived, the place became noticeably quiet for a few seconds. The person in front of Dark Knight involuntarily moved aside. Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly and said thank you. Meng Qilin was envious. He couldn't compare to such an aura, so he took this opportunity to clear his throat and said, well, now that everyone is here, let me say a few words. You may have noticed that there have been a sudden increase in the number of mutant beasts recently, causing a lot of trouble for everyone. Because time is urgent and to prevent any accidents, we decided to start our collective journey to the D-City base tomorrow. Because there are more ordinary people, we, the superpowers, have this strength and need to bear more responsibilities. Meng Qilin talked about profound principles for a long time, and Bai Yaoyao felt bored and wanted to yawn. If we don't talk about compensation, what's the point of talking about morality and humanity? Meng Qilin is still a little young and naive, and he hasn't been beaten up yet. We wanted to hold a meeting together to discuss the specific matters of moving to City D. Bai Yaoyao took people there directly. Guzi didn't want to go back to the space, so he followed along. Looking at Guzi's wise and powerful appearance now, it's hard to imagine how stupid he was when he was drunk yesterday. When I arrived, I found that in addition to the civilian team of psychics, there were also official psychics. Xia Shannon smiled, nodded, and greeted him. Hello, Brother Go. Hello, do you remember me? The boy who gave Bai Yaoyao when he saw the dog. Guzi nodded very gracefully and patted his little fanboy, pretending so much that no one was very clear about the purchasing power of these 2,000 points, and it seemed that Meng Qilin did not want to explain. Everyone was winking at each other, none of them wanting to step forward, but also wanting others to step forward and ask, when suddenly they saw the beautiful captain of Dark Knight raise her hand. Now I feel comfortable. Captain Meng will not want to offend Dark Knight, right? This is the only team that can fight against level 4 zombies. Meng Qilin was also a little nervous. With these points, his authority limit was limited, and the other party's base didn't even know about it. Brought back so many supplies from the storage warehouse last time, I would have been too embarrassed to ask for it when I arrived in City D. Seeing Bai Yaoyao raising her hand, he was surprised. He had wanted to subsidize Yi privately. And Ye's combat power was strong, so naturally he would give more than just some points. However, he couldn't say it openly. So he blinked at Bai Yaoyao, but unfortunately, Bai Yaoyao didn't receive it at all and continued to raise her hand. She even felt that there was something wrong with Meng Qilin's eyes.
Meng Qilin was helpless and asked, Captain Bai, what's the matter? Bai Yao said, there is only one thing about the Dark Knight, that is, all members must be together. As long as we are together, it doesn't matter where we are arranged in the team. Bai Yao finished speaking, the other teams were a little dumbfounded. It turned out that An Yi didn't raise his hand to discuss rewards. Meng Qilin was also stunned. Since there were many Dark Knight masters, he wanted to split the Dark Knight into 3 groups. But this plan was ruined before he even proposed it. But he still tried to fight for it. Captain Bai, can the Dark Knight be divided into 3 groups, distributed in the front, middle, and back positions of the team? The Night Elf has more high-end combat power, which may be more stable for the team. Bai Yao smiled and shook her head, saying, we won't separate, but you can arrange the positions as you like. It's not that Bai Yao wants to take on too much responsibility and is unwilling to let his brothers face it alone, but the journey is too long and he is afraid of any accidents. Plus, there are too many people in the same industry, and I'm afraid that some people might have inappropriate thoughts. You can practice anytime you want, but you can't practice if it's out of control. Well, let Dark Knight take the lead. Although the pressure will be greater, we still have the corresponding heavy weapons to lead the way. Meng Qilin could only agree. Bai Yao nodded. Meng Qilin said next. Several teams even tried to bargain, but were strongly rejected by Meng Qilin. After the meeting, Bai Yao saw that Meng Qilin wanted to come over and chat, so she quickly left with her men. There was no need to think about it, he must wanting you to send some people to the middle of the team. There was no way he could agree to that, so there was no need to say anything more. Because we had to set out early the next morning, we didn't go far. We just looked for zombies around to stretch our bodies and warm up our hands, then came back to rest. In the evening, Guzzi's little fan brought 2 big bags of dog food. Guzzi received them with peace of mind, and even asked Bai Yao to put the dog food next to his doghouse. Seeing that nasty look, Bai Yao is itching to do it again. In the early morning, as soon as the light came, there was movement all over the safe zone. In the safe zone, of which those with special abilities are only a small part. The young and middle-aged ones are still okay, and almost all of them carry a large backpack or a suitcase. Had dull eyes, like the Walking Dead, and it was not known whether they had been separated from their families or their family members were no longer around. As the crowd moved slowly, I follow wherever the crowd goes. I have no motivation to live, but I don't want to die so easily, or I don't have the courage to die. The wind began to howl, bringing with it a chill that swept away all the remaining heat from the extremely hot weather. There were occasional trees on the roadside that had not yet mutated, their leaves rustling, and yesterday's emerald green had all turned into withered yellow overnight. Several children were holding hands and stepping on the fallen leaves on the ground, and bursts of laughter came from them, attracting everyone's attention. Such pleasant sounds had not been heard for a long time. The entire safe zone looks like a painting that is depressed, decadent, and yet longing for vitality. Hurry up, the elderly and children get on the bus first. Others don't rush. What are you doing? How dare you, young man, cut in line? I'm a minor. Shouldn't the elderly and children go first? Please don't push, my wife is pregnant. It wasn't me who pushed, it was the people behind me who pushed. I couldn't control it. In the dark night, everyone was leisurely eating breakfast in the back, but listening to the noisy sounds coming from there, they unconsciously felt a little anxious. Sister Yao, they are so noisy. I want to kill them, Dai said while pouting. Bai Yao gave Dai a big slap on the face. Change? Have you forgotten that we changed our careers?
Oh, okay.
Dai continued to eat his burger with his head down. I don't know whether the journey will be smooth or not, and I don't know how long it will take to get there. With so many people, if a few cars break down, we won't be able to get there. Xiaomi said with a frown. Lulu smiled and said, you guys are just overthinking. No matter what happens, as long as we are fine, that's all that matters. The worst that can happen is that the mission fails and you lose the 2,000 points. The worst that can happen is that you don't go to the D City base. Bai Yao nodded. Your sister Lu is right. Although we are mainly accepting official tasks now, everyone must distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Our own safety is the most important. No one else matters, got it? The monkey raised his hand and said, I see. That makes me feel better. If I were asked to protect a stranger with all my heart, I wouldn't be able to do it. We don't need to protect anyone, we just need to kill zombies and clear a path. Are you full? Let's go. Bai Yaoyao quickly finished the last sip of soy milk, stood up and said, There are 2 buns left. Who will eat them? They are stuffed with chives.
I don't want to eat them.
I'm full. Adai saw that everyone had stood up one by one, and the remaining 2 buns were about to fall on him, so he was frightened and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, no one said anything. Adai didn't dare to throw it away, nor did he dare to say anything. He felt wronged. Captain Bai, you are here. It must have been hard for you along the way. Meng Qilan was busy and sweating. When he saw Anya coming, he took the time to come over and say hello. These are all big shots. He needs to be flattered. Before Bai Yaoyao could say anything, Adai rushed over and said, Captain Meng, I'll give you some buns. They're delicious. Meng Qilan was stunned. Why was this kid so enthusiastic today? Usually, except Bai Yaoyao, no one would pay attention to him in the dark night. But I had been busy for several hours, and although I had eaten everything in the morning, I was already starving and kept crying. So he rubbed his hands back and forth on his body, took the 2 buns and said, Thanks, little brother. I'm not polite. I'm really hungry. After taking a bite of the hot and fragrant bun, Meng Qilan felt much better and added, It's delicious. It's stuffed with chives, so delicious. Adai blushed and stole a glance at Sister Yao. He found that Sister Yao was not angry at all and was looking at him with a half-smile. He knew that he had passed this hurdle. Hee, I am such a clever little fellow.
Oh.
Bai Yaoyao ignored Adai's thoughts and asked Meng Qilan, Captain Meng, what time do we set off? Meng Qilan replied, We should have set off a long time ago. There are no more people on the bus. It's very chaotic. But it will be over soon. There are only a few thousand people left. Okay, then let's go to the front and wait. After Bai Yaoyao said this, he led the team to the front. Since the Dark Knight team came to the safe zone, they have been either on a mission or on their way to a mission. They always leave and come back early in the morning or late at night. I almost never stayed in the safe zone during the day, so I had never seen so many people. It took me more than 10 minutes to walk from the entrance of the safe zone to the front of the line. It was very noisy along the way, with people saying all kinds of things, cursing God, saying they were unlucky. Almost all of them were large trucks, with many people in the cargo box of each vehicle. However, there were also a few buses which mostly carried vulnerable groups such as the elderly, children, and pregnant women. Bai Yaoyao also saw the woman who had given her milk powder. The woman tied the child to her chest with a piece of clothing. The expression on her face was less confused and helpless, and more resolute. When she saw Bai Yaoyao, she greeted her with a smile from afar and waved the little hand of the child in her arms. Bai Yaoyao felt a slight numbness behind her ears, and she felt like she was caught doing something bad. She unconsciously put on a cold face and walked over quickly with an expressionless face. He just quietly put another bucket of milk powder into the bag next to the woman when he passed by her. After all, the woman had also paid a lot of crystal cores. Seeing that no one among the brothers around her noticed, she walked forward with peace of mind. She was setting a wrong example. In the end times, the most taboo thing is to be soft-hearted. Sometimes, not only can you not help others, but you can also harm them. Yes. It's very chaotic. But it will be over soon. There are only a few thousand people left. Okay, then let's go to the front and wait. After Bai Yaoyao said this, he led the team to the front. Since the Dark Knight team came to the safe zone, they have been either on a mission or on their way to a mission. They always leave and come back early in the morning or late at night. I almost never stayed in the safe zone during the day, so I had never seen so many people. It took me more than 10 minutes to walk from the entrance of the safe zone to the front of the line. It was very noisy along the way, with people saying all kinds of things, cursing God, saying they were unlucky. Almost all of them were There's nothing more important than life. However, if it is within my capabilities, I will definitely complete this task conscientiously and responsibly. Bai Yaoyao stood on the roof of the car and looked back. The end of the line was no longer in sight. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Meng Qilan's voice finally came. Set off.
A.
The long and endless team moved slowly, with a weapons vehicle at the front. Weapons vehicle were 2 pickup trucks in the dark, and then several large trucks carrying college students. The students in the trucks were arranged at the front and were very scared. But when he saw several members of the Dark Knight squad coming to the front, he suddenly relaxed. In the safe zone, no matter whether they are psychics or ordinary people, no one does not know Dark Knight. With the Dark Knight around, I feel inexplicably at ease. Other psychics and official warriors were scattered on both sides of the team, protecting the ordinary people in the middle who had little fighting power. In the back, almost all of which are families or a few friends traveling together. Therefore, most of these individual vehicles have a psychic or weapons and have a certain degree of self-protection ability. They are individual investors who do not want to squat in the cargo bed of a large truck but have not joined the psychic team. At this speed, my God, how long will it take to get there? Dadawan couldn't help but complain as he looked at the speed of 20 yards. It's hard to say, at least a month. Bai Yao also frowned. She had expected it to be slow, but she didn't expect it to be so slow. Then can we go by ourselves? This is too time-consuming. The monkey suddenly said without lowering his voice at all. Several young soldiers on the weapon vehicle nearby immediately looked over and stared at Bai Yao with wide eyes. Bai Yao glared at the monkey helplessly. Said, "No, shut up." The little soldiers then turned their heads back with relief. The team is now in short supply of crystal cores, or to be more precise, high-level crystal cores. Currently, only my own space system and Lulu's lightning system have been upgraded to level 4. The others are nowhere to be seen. The main reason is that there are very few level 4 zombies. It is too troublesome to fight them all by yourself. It is best to directly exchange points with the base. Even though level 4 zombies will be as numerous as dogs one day in the future, it is still better to upgrade as early as possible because the value will be different. Bai Yao leaned on the passenger seat, wanting to clap her hands out of boredom. She had been walking for almost a day and still hadn't gotten started. This was completely different from the thrilling migration she had imagined. In addition to the noise made when they set out in the morning, they attracted a small wave of zombies. Just as they were about to call on their brothers to go up, they were shot by machine guns by the authorities. In keeping with the style of the Dark Knight, I didn't rush to pick up the crystal core. After leaving the city, most of the time there were only a few zombies. The biggest obstacle on this trip was the mutant python, which had long been eaten by the Dark Knight team. So after a day, they had not seen as many zombies as they normally would during a mission. "Hello, Captain Bai. Our Captain Meng has informed us that we will stop here today and have to rest." "Okay, got it," Bai Yao replied. After the team stopped, everyone got off the bus and moved around. The people in the bus were fine. Although 2 or even 3 people were squeezed into one seat, at least there was a seat and a roof to protect them from the wind and rain. As for those in the truck bed, they had been exposed to the wind and sun all day, and today was the first day of a drop in temperature. Not only were their legs numb, but their heads were also blinded by the wind. Almost all of them were groaning. Bai Yao led his men forward a little to ensure that they could provide support as soon as possible if anything happened, and they also kept some distance. After taking out the food, let's get straight to the point. It's a bit windy now, I should eat some hot pot to cool down and satisfy my craving. Peppa kept muttering while chewing on a chicken leg. Fatty said, "Forget it, let's be low-key. There are so many people behind us. Our fried vegetables and rice are already very good. Look at the compressed biscuits they are eating before you say anything." "Hey, I'm just saying it." Bai Yao ignored everyone and wondered if she could go somewhere to move around. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't move for a whole day. Everyone was eating, watching movies, and chatting, when Bai Yao suddenly felt a wave of energy behind her. I quickly stood up and looked back, only to find it was empty, dark and empty. "What's wrong, Sister Yao?" others asked. Bai Yao replied, "Someone or an animal just came over." "No way, I didn't feel it." The monkey ran forward a few steps and took a closer look. "Oh," you suddenly said. "Someone is coming." I heard the sound. Bai Yaoyao opened up all her mental power and found nothing unusual. She had some guesses in her mind, but was still a little uncertain. So he said, "Wait and see. I think he will come again." The others guessed that Bai Yaoyao had some ideas, so they didn't say anything else. It was time to eat and drink, and after eating, everyone went to set up their tents. Ever since Bai Yaoyao sensed something was wrong, she has been keeping her mental strength on. She hasn't used her supernatural powers much in the day, so she has plenty of energy. It was not until a long time later, when Bai Yaoyao was about to fall asleep in the tent, that she felt movement again. She walked out quickly, took out the paint she had prepared in advance, and splashed it on the place where the energy was fluctuating. At this time, the others also stood up and came out. "What the hell is this? It looks like a person squatting there? Sister Yao, what do you say? Are you going to beat him to death? How dare he come to Dark Night to cause trouble? Does he want to die or not?" Dadawan raised the flame in his hand and wanted to throw it over. Have mercy, everyone. I have no bad intentions. I'm just too hungry and want to find something to eat. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." The man heard what Dadawan said and hurriedly shouted for mercy. As the man began to speak, the invisibility effect disappeared and his figure gradually became visible. "Is this the power of invisibility?" asked Fatty. Bai Yaoyao nodded, kicked the man in the chest, and said, "What level of ability do you have? How long can you remain invisible?" The man felt pain in his chest after being kicked by Bai Yaoyao, and he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt extremely regretful. With so many people around, why did he come to steal an Yi? His brain was kicked by a donkey. But he quickly got up and replied, "I haven't upgraded yet. If I don't speak, I can be invisible for 10 minutes, but I can't speak. Such an amazing ability is used to steal things. Wow, that's awesome." Xiaomi couldn't help but sigh. "Please spare me. This is the first time. I will never dare to do it again. Please spare my life, heroes." The man saw that Bai Yaoyao stopped talking after asking the question, and he was a little panicked for a moment. Bai Yaoyao threw him to a young soldier on duty on the roadside and asked him to hand the person over to Captain Meng. There was no loss for him and his men, and killing him directly would be too disrespectful to Meng Qilin. He might as well give the decision-making power to Meng Qilin and ask for a favor. "Sister Yao, are you just going to let him go like this? We don't care. It's not appropriate to kill him. It's disgusting to keep him here. Meng Qilin won't let him go easily. With this ability, the authorities will brainwash him. He will basically be stuck for the rest of his life." Bai Yaoyao saw it very clearly, and it was not a serious matter. When the official was so short of people, Meng Qilin would not easily give up such a talent. At night, Bai Yaoyao let Miao and Xiao Wei, a pair of good partners, out to keep watch, while everyone else had a good sleep. In addition, there were official patrol teams, so no accidents happened during the night, and everyone slept peacefully until dawn. Early in the morning, after breakfast, they started a new day's journey. Paige and Qin Xian were still driving, and the others took turns. On the provincial road, occasionally, a few mutant beasts will come out to block the road. They will be defeated if they cannot withstand a round of bombardment in the dark night. "Captain Bai, wait. Don't leave yet. There's something wrong at the end of the team." Bai Yaoyao got off the car and asked, "What happened at the end of the team?" "Just got the news that more than a dozen level 2 mutant dogs rushed up at the same time, but they have been controlled. They destroyed several private cars. We need to arrange for personnel." Bai Yaoyao nodded and simply got out of the car to move around. Less than 5 minutes later, news came that we could continue moving forward. Bai Yaoyao hadn't gotten on the bus, yet when a cry of surprise suddenly came from the rear of the team. Bai Yaoyao turned around and saw a mutant eagle gliding at low altitude with a person in its mouth. When the mutant eagle spreads its wings, it is about the size of a small car, and every time it flaps its wings, it brings a gust of wind. The mutant eagle seemed to be provoking the person by opening its mouth and dropping him, then picking up another person. Because of the fast speed, the psychic dare not use his power casually, for fear of accidentally hurting the person being picked up. Bai Yaoyao took position in advance, found a good angle, and swung a space cut to make a breakthrough. The mutant eagle felt pain, opened its mouth, and actually spit out flames at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao frowned. This is so damn difficult. Level 5. Only level 5 mutant beasts will awaken natural means of attack. Those running on the ground are easier to deal with, but those flying in the sky are very difficult to control. Bai Yaoyao dodged the flames and used mental control at the same time. Chen Xian just gave her a boost in supernatural power, causing the mutant eagle to feel a sudden pain in its sea of consciousness and be stunned for a short while. Lulu directly used her strongest single-target lightning strike, and a thickened bolt of lightning hit the mutant eagle. After this series of superpowers, the mutant eagle was not only not injured, but also angered. He leaned over and rushed towards Bai Yaoyao, who could only dodge again. This time, Xiaowai was released directly, and together with Coco's wood-based ability, they tried to control the mutant eagle and prevent it from taking off again. Unexpectedly, he failed in just 2 seconds and broke free almost instantly. I spoke 3 seconds later, and everyone used their skills at the same time. No need for control, just stack damage directly. Bai Yaoyao shouted loudly. At this time, Xia Shannon also chased over from behind the team and just caught up with this wave of attack. 3 seconds later, all kinds of colorful skills hit the mutant eagle at the same time, and the mutant eagle had no way to avoid it. In addition to the superpowers of the Dark Knight Squad, there were also 7 or 8 official superpowers users, including Xia Shannon. Official personnel, who were not psychics, also aimed and shot at the same time with sniper rifles. In the sky suddenly burst into blood mist and flapped its wings quickly, trying to fly away. But Bai Yaoyao suddenly didn't want to let it go. It was a level 5 beast core. I guess her big treasures should really need it. With a little effort, a bicycle can be transformed into a motorcycle. Bai Yaoyao teleported directly to the back of the mutant eagle. This sudden scene startled everyone, including the mutant eagle. Sister Yao, be careful. Bai Yaoyao was naturally confident that she would be fine, because when she teleported to the eagle's back, she did not forget to tell Xianqi to remember to open the protective shield at the critical moment. The mutant eagle noticed that there was an extra person on its back, and it wanted to leave the crowd quickly. When there were fewer people, it could fight alone, and then it would not be afraid of this group of humans. Seeing that the mutant eagle ignored her, Bai Yaoyao felt that this was exactly what she wanted, so she simply took out 2 daggers and stabbed the mutant eagle's neck hard. If you still ignore me, I will stab you again. If you still ignore me, you have a temper. Stab you again. Stab you to death. I'm still stabbing towards one place. Soon the mutant eagle's neck became a bloody mess. The mutant eagle had only flown less than 10 meters when it finally couldn't bear it anymore and had to stop. It flipped over with great force, trying to throw Bai Yaoyao off. Bai Yaoyao took the opportunity to stab the mutant eagle's eyes, successfully blinding one of its eyes. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss, the mutant eagle's movements became much slower. Bai Yaoyao kept its distance and waited for others to arrive, then bombarded it with all its superpowers again. The mutant eagle no longer wanted to escape at this time. It only wanted to take Bai Yaoyao, the hateful human, away. So it resisted all kinds of attacks and rushed towards Bai Yaoyao regardless of anything. Not only was Bai Yaoyao not afraid, she hooked her finger at the mutant eagle and smiled contemptuously. The mutant eagle's claws hooked towards Bai Yaoyao's neck. Bai Yaoyao teleported to his back again and was about to start stabbing happily again. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger and instinctively dodged to the side. The mutant eagle dug a long hole in his arm and blood gushed out, instantly staining his sleeve red. From the position where Bai Yaoyao was just standing. If Bai Yaoyao had not been fast, those 2 shots would have definitely hit her. They were aimed at her chest. Sister Yao. Bai Yaoyao quickly looked at the crowd and found that ordinary people on the truck were paying attention to the scene here. For a moment, she didn't notice anything different and was annoyed, but she understood that there were more important things to do now. He endured the pain in his arm and activated all his mental abilities. While briefly controlling the mutant eagle, he used space cutting again to directly break one of the mutant eagle's wings. Then they distanced themselves and retreated. Paige had been paying attention to Bai Yaoyao's movements. She rushed over at the first opportunity and treated Bai Yaoyao without sparing any of her special powers. On the other side, after Bai Yaoyao retreated, Adai and Xiaomi rushed up at the same time, using their speed abilities and learning from Bai Yaoyao's previous fighting style, stabbing and running away without lingering in the fight. Finally, they used willow twigs to control the mutant eagle, and the others used their special powers together to exhaust it to death. Bai Yaoyao's wound only looked scary, but it did not hurt any vital parts. With Paige's treatment, it healed in a short while. Bai Yaoyao used a dagger to dig out the mutant eagle's beast core and put its body into the space. Then he looked up in the direction of the team. Bai Yaoyao said nothing as she walked slowly towards the crowd. Everyone in Dark Night followed behind Bai Yaoyao, and her domineering aura not only did not diminish, but became even stronger. Seeing this, Xia Shannon didn't even think of stopping them. He just winked and asked his men to call Meng Qilan over. Who fired the gun just now? Bai Yaoyao's voice was not loud, but her extremely cold tone was clearly heard by everyone. Sister Yao. Bai Yaoyao quickly looked at the crowd and found that ordinary people on the truck were paying attention to the scene here. For a moment, she didn't notice anything different and was annoyed, but she understood that there were more important things to do now. He endured the pain in his arm and activated all his mental abilities. While briefly controlling the mutant eagle, he used space cutting again to directly break one of the mutant eagle's wings. Then they distanced themselves and retreated. Paige had been paying attention to Bai Yaoyao's movements. She rushed over at the first opportunity and treated Bai Yaoyao without sparing any. It's over, it's all over now. Who could have thought that she could escape like this? The instinctive desire to survive prompted Lin Yiran to quickly open his mouth to argue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to help you, and I didn't expect to hurt you. I just wanted to contribute my own strength. Lin Yiran's teammates died. The AIE alliance naturally disbanded. Coincidentally, Lin Yiran awakened his light-type abilities, and combined with the fire-type abilities he awakened at the beginning, he instantly became a popular dual-type ability user. Although Dark Knight looks down on her, other teams still want to add a high-level combat force. After repeated selections, Lin Yiran joined his current team, the Tiger Gang. The boss of the Tiger Gang had to stand up and speak for Lin Yiran. After all, he was his team member. Although he was also very annoyed with this troublemaker, if he didn't say a word, everyone who followed him would inevitably feel disheartened. So he bit the bullet and said, "Hello, Captain Bai, this may be a misunderstanding. Although Lin Yiran went a little too far, can you spare her life? She knows she was wrong." Bai Yaoyao could say anything. Lulu couldn't help herself and said directly, "No. Don't say a word. I've already aimed and shot and you still misunderstood. Misunderstood your uncle." Lulu finished speaking. Adai kicked the woman in the chest and kicked her 7 or 8 meters away. Lin Yiran vomited blood instantly and lay on the ground for a long time without raising her head. Adai was upset for a long time. He wanted to kill this woman last time, but after a series of tasks, he actually forgot about her. This time he almost made a big mistake and even caused Sister Yao to be injured. It's all my fault for not learning my lesson. Huck. I won't let this switch off this time no matter what I say. Seeing that she kicked him out, Sister Yao didn't say anything and understood it instantly. Not far away, Meng Qilan was already jogging over. Adai was worried that something unexpected might happen again, so he simply activated his speed ability to the fullest. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the woman and decisively reached out and strangled her neck. Lin Yiran didn't realize until this moment that she was really going to die this time. She was unwilling to accept this.
Why?
She was a 3-element superpower. Wasn't it because of her space superpower that Bai Yaoyao had so many followers? I have it too, but I haven't had a chance to use it yet, and I'm going to. Lin Yiran tried desperately to open the hands that were pinching his neck, but they didn't move at all. In just 2 seconds, he lost consciousness. Captain Bai. Lin Yiran died just as Meng Qilan arrived. Meng Qilan didn't even have time to say a word before this shy little boy, whose face was slightly red as he handed him 2 leek buns yesterday, strangled a psychic's neck in less than 3 seconds. Meng Qilan didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Lin Yiran deserved it, but... Finally, Xie Shannon reacted and stepped forward and said, "Old Meng, this man deserves to die." Meng Qilan nodded and said, "I know, but I didn't expect that little brother would be so quick to act." Spread his hands expressionlessly and said, "I'm sorry, I ate too much this morning and didn't control my strength well." Bai Yaoyao calmed down by then. "Captain Meng, is there anything else?" "It's okay. You were injured by what happened today," Meng Qilan said blankly, not knowing what else to say. "It's okay, he's dead." Bai Yaoyao glanced at the corpse and said indifferently, "That OU was even more ruthless." He picked up Lin Yiran's body and threw it to the side of the road with great force. After returning, he added some water and washed his and Adai's hands. Everyone in the Tiger Gang stood there awkwardly. Even though Lin Yiran was being humiliating and the others didn't know she was going to do this, and Yi didn't know either. What if there was another misunderstanding? What should they do? Chun Daha glanced at his brothers and took the initiative to explain, "Captain Bai, I swear, it was Lin Yiran who attacked you alone, and the rest of us were unaware of it." Lulu said sarcastically, "Oh, now you don't misunderstand me anymore?" Chun Dahu, a 1.8-meter tall man, stood there, not knowing whether to speak or not, and soon his face turned red. Bai Yaoyao glanced at the woman holding the child and asked, "Was there anyone else with that woman just now?" The woman hesitated, afraid of being retaliated against but also not wanting to deceive Bai Yaoyao, so she didn't have time to reply for a while. Bai Yaoyao also understood that after all this time, he had found an accomplice. So he said to the people of the Tiger Gang, "Whoever your accomplice is, come out and I will leave you with an intact body. You are too arrogant. Our boss has said that it was Lin Yiran who did it alone. It has nothing to do with us. You have no evidence. Why do you suspect us?" Bai Yaoyao smiled slightly. "Why? Of course it's based on strength. I said, if this matter is not resolved, no one can leave today." Meng Qilan had never seen Bai Yaoyao like this before. Someone stole something yesterday, and Captain Bai was very kind to send the person back to him. He didn't expect her to explode today. But he didn't say much. Anyone fighting on the front line, facing life and death, would go crazy if shot by his own people, so he just kept a cold face and said nothing. The woman holding the child touched the milk powder in the bag, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, "It was the man at the back. I saw him helping." Which, "Shut up. Boss, help. I don't want to die. It was Lin Yiran who forced me to do this. It was she who seduced me." The man crawled to find Chun Dahu. Chun Dahu saw that it was indeed his team member, and he felt as if the sky had fallen. "I am your captain, not your ancestor. You have provoked this evil star. What can I do?" Chun Dahu looked at Bai Yaoyao with a crying face, but Bai Yaoyao didn't even look at him. He just raised his hand and cut through space. The head fell to the ground and blood gushed out instantly. There were exclamations all around. No one expected that Bai Yaoyao's attack would be so efficient and bloody. Except for the people from Dark Knight, everyone was shocked. In their impression, Captain Bai was obviously very easy to talk to. Bai Yaoyao said softly, "I'm sorry, I was a little hasty. This person's voice was really too loud and scared me." Meng Qilan smiled unnaturally. "Did you get scared? Are you kidding? Your excuse is not as good as that little brother who said he ate too much this morning and didn't control his strength well." The monkey kicked the head away and shot it into the goal. The body was thrown to the side of the road and piled on top of Lin Yiran yesterday, and Captain Bai was very kind to send the person back to him. He didn't expect her to explode today. But he didn't say much. Anyone fighting on the front line, facing life and death, would go crazy if shot by his own people, so he just kept a cold face and said nothing. The woman holding the child touched the milk powder in the bag and finally said, "It was the man at the back. I saw him helping." Which, "Shut up. Boss, help. I don't want to die." It was Lin Iran who forced me to do this. It was she who seduced me. The man crawled to find Chendahu. Chendahu didn't show any particularly excited emotions. He just had a look of sadness and helplessness, and nothing else could be seen. Bai Yaoyao then nodded and left. But Fatty hesitated for a moment and said to Meng Qilin, "Captain Meng, can you arrange a good seat for the mother and daughter? Please take care of them along the way, and don't let them be looked down upon because of what they said to us." Fat Brother was talking to Meng Qilin. His eyes were actually looking at Chendahu, as if he was trying to warn him. Chendahu said hurriedly, "No, we won't cause trouble. It was my 2 teammates who made the mistake first." Fat Brother smiled and waved his hand without saying anything. Meng Qilin also understood that Fatty wanted to crack down on the Tiger Gang, but he still said to the woman holding the child, "Take your things and follow me." The woman obediently ran out of the car with her luggage, holding the child tightly in her arms, and followed Meng Qilin closely. Meng Qilin placed her in Professor Lin Jingying's car and wanted to explain, but unexpectedly Professor Lin Jingying got out of the car to greet her. "Captain Meng, it's no problem for the mother and daughter to ride in the same car with us. I've already said it's not appropriate to arrange for a family of 3 in such a big car." Meng Qilin nodded and said, "Okay. Thank you for your hard work. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I'm not tired. It's the soldiers who are fighting who are tired. Go and get busy. Don't worry about an old man like me," said Professor Lin Jingying. After Meng Qilin left, Lin Jingying's daughter, Lin Meng'er, said, "Dad, the car was crowded enough, and you still specially called someone to come."
Shut up.
"If you feel squeezed, get off and get on the truck," Lin Jingying said. Lin Meng'er glared at the few people fiercely, moved forward with all her strength, and looked outside the car on the other side. Lin Jingying said softly to the woman holding the child, "I'm sorry, my daughter is not sensible. Please get in the car." The woman nodded, ignoring Lin Meng'er's disgusted look, opened the back door, and got in the car. "These are the good conditions that my benefactors have fought for me, and I cannot let them down. What's more, as long as I am good to the children, it doesn't matter if I get a few cold stares or a few slaps in the face. If you dare to stretch out your hand, I will dare to extend my face, as long as my son can get on the bus and not suffer from being squeezed." Getting on the bus, I was glad for my decision. Not only was there no old lady coughing next to me, but the seat was also spacious and warm. "Sister Yao, are you okay now?" Xiao Shilu pulled Bai Yaoyao's sleeve and took a look. Bai Yaoyao could say anything. Paige was the first to say no. "Xiao Shilu, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? I treated you so. Do you think you are okay?" Xiao Shilu knew that he was in the wrong and said the wrong thing, so he apologized immediately. "I was wrong, Sister Paige. I just care about Sister Yao." Bai Yaoyao was no longer angry after being teased by the 2 men. She said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. It's worth coming here. With this level 5 beast core, we can also have a level 5 exotic beast. Who should upgrade first?" Fat Brother asked curiously. Bai Yaoyao shook her head. "No matter what, an old mother cannot be partial. Let them play rock, paper, scissors." "Haha, that's your style." Next few days went relatively smoothly. Except for encountering a level 4 wind zombie, everything went smoothly all the way. Bai Yaoyao didn't even have a chance to attack this level 4 zombie before the others worked together to kill him. The crystal core was still given to Ah Dai. Ah Dai expressed that he was under a lot of pressure and was afraid that he would not be able to upgrade and would waste another level 4 crystal core. Bai Yaoyao counseled the child for a long time before the child pouted and went to the co-pilot seat to absorb the crystal core. One day, the dark power successfully broke through to the 4th level. Because the breakthrough happened to be at night, the child excitedly ran 2 laps around the endlessly long team. Dark powers are the gods of the night. Even Bai Yaoyao cannot specifically lock onto Adai's position. This is almost like the power of invisibility. "Sister Yao, I found some gossip." Adai came back and said to Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao asked curiously, "What gossip? Do you remember the woman who woke us up from our late sleep? She was the daughter of that professor, and she had a conflict with us. Remember, what happened to her?" Bai Yaoyao asked.
Dai said with an exaggerated expression. I just saw her confess her love to Xie Shannon, and she even gave him a braised chicken leg. That was so corny. I can't learn it. Lulu was amused and said, What do you know, little brat? How can I not understand? I've watched a lot of dating shows. Love Signal, Goodbye Lover, Let's Fall in Love. I've watched them all. Dai retorted. Bai Yaoyao cursed with a smile, then recalled that Xie Shannon seemed to have a young fiancé. After Xie Shannon was killed by Xiaowai, his young fiancé went to seek revenge on Xiaowai. I don't know what the result was because I died. What's the reaction of Xie Shannon, the chatterbox? Asked the monkey. Bai Yaoyao almost laughed out loud. How come the Ice Prince and the icy handsome guy became a chatterbox in this life? Xie Shannon ran away as if he had seen a ghost, and even put up an ice wall to stop him. Brother Monkey, the speed at which the big talker can freeze ice is much faster than you. Dai said to the monkey. Monkey's water ability is only level 3. He can still release ice spikes, but it's very slow, so he is disliked. You are such an unlovable kid. I won't help you eat if you are picky next time, said the monkey helplessly. When Dai heard this, he immediately admitted his mistake. It is impossible not to be picky about food. Leeks, coriander, and ginger are enemies of each other. I can't eat them at all. Bai Yaoyao watched the two bickering, and she was surprisingly in a good mood. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her forehead, and when she looked up carefully, it was snowing. Condensed in the gray sky, hanging low and unevenly, looking particularly heavy and depressing. Gusts of cold wind whistled in, and large snowflakes were scattered in the air, dancing in the air. Just looking at this scene, it is hard to imagine that last week it was extremely hot in the summer with the temperature reaching 40 or 50 degrees at noon, and in just 2 days, it suddenly snowed? Bai Yaoyao frowned slightly. It was snowing now, which was not a good thing. They couldn't walk fast on the way to begin with, and now they couldn't walk fast at this speed. In addition, most people are wearing only single clothes. As a result, those who are weak and cannot withstand the cold will probably get seriously ill. But at this moment, getting sick may very likely mean that you can no longer go on. Sure enough, not long after, Meng Qilin organized people to start dismantling the supplies and distributing thick clothing. Everyone line up. If I find anyone cutting in line, you won't get anything. Meng Qilin's roar could be heard from afar. Xiaomi said with a smile. Oh, Captain Meng, that good-tempered man finally couldn't take it anymore? It's not easy for him to hold on until now. Look how excessive those people are. They give you clothes for free and still pick and choose. They spoil him. In my opinion, he should be frozen to death. Lulu looked at the people who were shouting loudly with a bad look. Bai Yaoyao did not go over to join in the fun. She wanted to ask everyone to go to bed early, but when she came into the tent, she found that it was so cold that she couldn't even squat, let alone lie down. So he first took out 12 identical thick down jackets and snow boots, then took out 2 RVs and invited everyone to get in and rest. Sister Yao, aren't these 2 big guys a bit conspicuous? Asked the monkey. Bai Yaoyao nodded and said, There's nothing we can do. We have a long journey ahead of us. We can't just suffer every day just to avoid being conspicuous. We have the opportunity, but we don't enjoy it, right? That's right, just stand out and show off. If you don't accept it, let's fight. I'm going to sleep. Staying up late will give me wrinkles. Lulu was the most cheerful. She started the car and turned on the air conditioner. The others also counted their number and got into the car separately. Those who wanted to sleep went to Lulu's place, while those who wanted to have fun asked Sister Yao for pineapple beer and barbecue. Who came to deliver cotton-padded clothes to Yi was stunned, and had no choice but to take the cotton-padded clothes back. Why did you bring it back? Don't you want it? Meng Qilin asked. No, Captain, I didn't ask.
They
didn't seem to need it very much. The young soldier scratched his head and replied. How could they not need it in such a cold weather? Aren't superpowers afraid of the cold? Are you scared by them killing people in the daytime? The people in Yi are a bit fierce. They are not unreasonable. Meng Qilin sighed and personally carried the clothes to find Yi. Are all great people. We have to rely on them for the whole journey.
It will be troublesome if they get sick from the cold. Young soldier was a little helpless. The captain just wouldn't listen to him and insisted on looking for trouble. Meng Qilan finally arrived at the front camp of Yi with a big package on his back. He saw through the glass of the RV that Yi and his men were wearing short-sleeved shirts, eating barbecue, and drinking beer.
Then.
How did you go, and how did you come back? Young soldier was right. It seemed that Dark Knight didn't need it. Captain Bai was a man who knew how to enjoy life. He wouldn't even have a decent breakfast on weekdays, let alone now. I really didn't care about anything else. Bai Yaoyao saw Meng Qilan coming and was about to get off the car, but Meng Qilan left again. She hesitated and didn't get off either. After all, it's too cold. Too lazy to go out. Most people couldn't fall asleep that night. Even if they were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes and took a short nap, they didn't dare to fall asleep like that for fear that they would never wake up again. Meng Qilan arranged for people to install a roof on each truck to block the snow, and also gave each person an extra cotton coat. But even so, it's still very cold. Meng Qilan almost didn't sleep all night. He ran back and forth many times, trying his best to take care of everyone, but 12 people still died in one night. There was no time to grieve, as daybreak had already arrived. In order to protect everyone to the greatest extent possible, he had to rush to the D-City base as soon as possible, so he ordered people to pack up early in the morning. Bai Yaoyao and others got up early in the morning because they went to bed early and rested well yesterday. Overnight, it seemed as if the whole world was completely white, and the earth seemed to be completely lifeless. The mountains were bleak, the trees were withered, there were no birds flying, and no animals calling. Oh my God! I feel like I traveled through time in my sleep. Peppa Pig excitedly ran out of the car, scooped up a handful of snow, threw it upwards, and felt the falling snowflakes with her face. The others were not as exaggerated as Peppa. They were also happily playing in the snow. Bai Yaoyao walked back and looked around. Everyone on the truck was already freezing. They sat next to each other, staring blankly at Yi and the others who had just gotten up and were playing in the snow, with envy and incomprehension written all over their faces. After all, it's too cold. Too lazy to go out. Most people couldn't fall asleep that night. Even if they were so sleepy that they couldn't open their eyes and took a short nap, they didn't dare to fall asleep like that for fear that they would never wake up again. Meng Qilan arranged for people to install a roof on each truck to block the snow, and also gave each person an extra cotton coat. But even so, it's still very cold. Meng Qilan almost didn't sleep all night. He ran back and forth many times, trying his best to take care of everyone, but 12 people still died in one night. Li Pongliang winked at his companions excitedly. After Bai Yaoyao left, Li Pongliang excitedly said to his companions, "Haha, my idol ate the sweet potatoes I baked. Captain, what's in your pocket? It smells so good." Li Pongliang was startled. He felt in his pocket, took it out and looked at it. Holy crap, egg-filled pancake. It's hot. It must have been given by my idol. He was embarrassed to refuse your baked sweet potato, so he exchanged it for an egg-filled pancake. Look at my idol style. Huck you, he's my idol, okay? Isn't your idol Goga? Bai Yaoyao walked around for a while, and when the team was about to set off, she quickly came back. "Sister Yao, give me my toolbox," said the monkey. Bai Yaoyao took out Monkey's toolbox and asked, "What's wrong? Is the car broken?" The monkey nodded and said, "It's a minor problem. I think the battery is frozen and it won't start. Give me 3 minutes." While the monkey was repairing the car, Bai Yaoyao distributed roasted sweet potatoes to everyone, and everyone finished them after taking a few bites. Xia Shannon happened to see this and ran over to ask, "Captain Bai, are you out of food?" Bai Yaoyao shook her head. I don't understand why this guy looked so excited when he said he didn't eat. I don't have any. Our team has stored a lot of food, haha. Let's eat together later. Xia Shannon said excitedly. Bai Yaoyao quickly refused. No, we have it. Don't be polite. We've been through this together. Xia Shannon didn't listen at all. Bai Yaoyao had no choice but to throw out several hundred kilograms of barbecued mutant beast and show it to Xia Shannon. Xia Shannon was choked up instantly and asked blankly, "Then why are there so many of you sharing one sweet potato?" "We had breakfast and someone gave us a sweet potato, but one person couldn't finish it, so we shared it," Bai Yaoyao explained. Xia Shannon looked helpless. He said a few words casually and left. He thought he could get a favor from Yi. Well, he thought too much. Because snow started to accumulate on the road, and some parts of the road had frozen, the car would slip if we weren't careful, and everyone moved even slower. Bai Yaoyao was lying on the passenger seat with his eyes closed, stretching his legs out of boredom. Not only were there no zombies to fight, there were no exotic beasts either. The last level 5 beast core was eaten by a dog in one bite. He burped, farted, and then disappeared. Bai Yaoyao looked at the silly and smiling dog and really wanted to curse at him. "If you had just pretended to absorb it for a while, I wouldn't have felt so bad." Oh, Sister Yao, the road is cracked." Paige was driving and suddenly exclaimed. When Bai Yaoyao heard this, she quickly stood up, straightened her back, and opened her eyes. The road ahead cracked rapidly at a speed visible to the eye. In just a few minutes, the crack, as thick as an arm, turned into a large, deep pit. Bai Yaoyao and others got out of the car to take a look. This deep pothole was completely unreasonable. It was right in the middle of the road. The car couldn't pass through at all, but there was no way to go around it either. After a while, Meng Qilin also came over and arranged for the earth and would type psychics to fill the hole. Bai Yaoyao originally thought that this delay would take another half a day, so she simply went for a walk around to see if there was any meat nearby, as the Monkey King had no ingredients to cook. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly felt a strong energy coming from underground. He shouted hurriedly, "Quick, get out of the way. Be careful of the ground." After Bai Yaoyao shouted, he quickly put the car back into the space. After hesitating for a moment, he also put away the official weapon vehicle. There were many large thermal weapons in it. It would be a pity if they were damaged. Bai Yaoyao finished speaking. A lot of branches and large leaves emerged from the ground, crisscrossing each other. With just a glance, several Earth-type psychics standing at the edge of the deep pit were pulled in. Before anyone could rescue them, several people had already lost their lives. Bai Yaoyao's mental power could no longer detect their breath. There were also some official psychics who had followed Bai Yaoyao to the storage warehouse last time. As soon as they heard Bai Yaoyao's reminder, they became alert and quickly retreated obediently, thus barely avoiding the first round of attacks. Everyone was a little confused now and had no idea where the enemy was, so they couldn't help but look at Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao was not modest and took over the command directly. Loudly, "Fire-type mutants, gather here quickly and set fire together to force the mutant plants out. The others should be ready. The moment the mutant plants come out, the others should attack at the same time. All ordinary people nearby get out of the car and run back, quickly." Meng Qilin also said, "Listen to Captain Bai. The people on the front trucks, get off quickly. Move back." The backboneless crowd immediately obeyed and did as Bai Yaoyao instructed. Many ordinary people were eager to jump under the car, and there was inevitable pushing and shoving. Meng Qilin and the non-superpower people organized the people to retreat. It was a matter of life and death, so I didn't care whether I was cold or not, I just ran away. All the fire-type psychics set fire to the deep pit at the same time, trying to force the mutated plants out. However, after a few seconds, not only did the mutated plants not come out, but an aroma of roasted sweet potatoes emerged. Is it because the sweet potatoes I ate this morning were too fragrant? Why can I still smell the fragrance of sweet potatoes now? Xiao Shilu was a little confused. I smelled it too. What the hell is this? Dadawan was also confused. Not only these two people were confused, everyone present was confused, including Bai Yaoyao. The sweet potato fragrance became stronger and stronger until the whole ground swelled up and sweet potatoes broke out of the soil. Even the knowledgeable Bai Yaoyao was scared by this situation. Did the sweet potato mutate? Who should I fight with all these mutant sweet potatoes? How should I fight them? Everyone was surprised, the mutated sweet potatoes did not stop at all. As long as the sweet potato vines and sweet potato stems touched a person, they would instantly roll up the person, and the branches would directly pierce the person's body. The blood was dry in an instant, and in a few seconds, it turned into a mummy. After human blood, the sweet potatoes became noticeably thicker and stronger, spreading wantonly on the ground. As long as they came into contact with people, they would start attacking without any hesitation. Don't be in a daze, fight. What are you in a daze for? Are your brains stuck? Bai Yaoyao attacked for a long time, and when he saw that most people were still standing there stupidly, not knowing what to do, he couldn't help but curse. The people in Dark Night did not panic. After a brief moment of daze, they began to attack in coordination according to their usual habits. The trouble is that these branches seem to be endless. If one is cut off, it will grow into two. No matter how hard you hit them, they cannot be killed. Bai Yaoyao also discovered that this was not a solution. Even if the superpowers were exhausted, they could not be killed. Bai Yaoyao fought while approaching the deep pit, wanting to explore in and see where the main branch was, or whether there was any main branch at all. Be careful. Retreat if you can't win. I'll go down and take a look. Bai Yaoyao said to the other people in Yi. Sister Yao, let me go. I'm fast, and there are shadows everywhere in there. I can use my special abilities well, and this thing can't hurt me. Dai said. Bai Yaoyao shook her head and refused. It's okay, I have space, and I'm still there after 2 teleportations. I won't be hurt. Please be careful. Bai Yaoyao jumped down after she finished speaking and landed steadily on a collapsed stone. Within 2 seconds of standing still, all kinds of branches and sweet potato leaves flew towards her from all directions. Bai Yaoyao swung a space blade, creating a space in front of her. She took the opportunity to run out, but before she had taken a few steps, a new bunch of branches and vines came rushing over again, and she couldn't get rid of them. Bai Yaoyao took out a huge flashlight and pressed the switch. The underground instantly became as bright as day. At this moment, Bai Yaoyao was very glad that she did not have claustrophobia, otherwise she would have been scared to death. Bai Yaoyao kept releasing space blades, and when there were too many, she used space cutting. After searching for about 10 minutes and almost running out of oxygen, she saw a human-shaped sweet potato about 20 meters underground. It already has very obvious limbs and eyebrows, and it looks quite scary at first glance. Bai Yaoyao imagined what the ginseng spirit looked like, then glanced at the mutated sweet potato in front of her, and felt that it should look similar. It is not very big, about the size of an adult's fist, but it looks very smart. Although it had no eyes, the mutated sweet potato could clearly sense Bai Yaoyao's location and controlled many branches and leaves to attack Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao pretended to be defeated and retreated, but in fact she found a gap, teleported in front of the mutant sweet potato, and sprinkled a handful of spring water. The mutated sweet potato thought it was an attack and dodged hastily. Then, it was suddenly attracted by the strong energy, and the whole sweet potato was stunned. He reacted belatedly and quickly used his body to catch the spring water. Bai Yaoyao was waiting for this moment, cutting the 2 spaces to cut off as many of its branches as possible. Then, he teleported in front of the mutated sweet potato, grabbed its head, and pulled it hard. Instantly, the sounds of various branches and vines breaking were heard. If the mutant sweet potato had a mouth that could speak, it would really want to curse at you right now. We are both mutants. Can you be a little more polite and gentle? Why are you holding my head and pulling it hard? I'm almost pulling out all the leaves. Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to take the mutated sweet potatoes back to the space, but unexpectedly, she failed. It was probably because the mutated sweet potatoes were desperately resisting. Bai Yaoyao suddenly seemed to understand. So, if I fainted, would I not be able to resist? So, he dragged the mutant sweet potato out of the encirclement, first threw Xiaowai out of the deep pit, and then let Xiaowai fish himself out. The others in Dark Night were relieved when they saw Bai Yaoyao coming out, but what was Sister Yao holding in her hand? Bai Yaoyao grabbed the branches of the mutated sweet potato, raised her hands above her head, slammed them hard onto the ground, and then closed the space.
Fail. Continue.
Smash. Collect.
Fail.
Keep going. Smash.
Collect. Hey.
It worked. I don't know how many times I smashed it. The sweet potato skin was almost falling off before I successfully reclaimed the space. After the mutated sweet potatoes were retracted into space, the sweet potato vines on the ground seemed to have run out of supplies and could no longer continue to attack after being cut off. Everyone also saw the hope of victory, and each of them was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and a series of supernatural powers were thrown at the sweet potatoes all over the ground. It didn't take long to clean up everything. Apart from the mess on the ground, which looked a bit ugly, there was no danger anymore. Meng Qilan saw it clearly. It was because Bai Yaoyao destroyed the humanoid mutant sweet potato that the mutant sweet potatoes on the ground lost their ability to regenerate. So he ran over and asked, "Captain Bai, are you okay? You've worked so hard." Bai Yaoyao was so tired that she was sweating profusely. She was anxious to go back to the space to take a look at the mutated sweet potato, so she waved her hand and said, "Captain Meng, I'm a little exhausted. I'll go back to the car and rest for a while." Okay, you don't have to worry about the rest.
Take a break.
You've worked so hard. Meng Qilan saw that Bai Yaoyao looked really tired, so he nodded quickly. Bai Yaoyao gave her teammates a look, took out the RV, got in the car, and hurried into the space. As soon as I entered the space, I saw the big cat holding the mutated sweet potato it had just collected under its claws. Several mutant beasts except Xian Qi were also watching in a circle. The mutated sweet potato no longer had the arrogance and agility it had just had in the deep pit, and was trembling slightly. Being knocked unconscious, I was awakened by the strong energy as soon as I entered this special space. But I was not happy for long because I was kicked around like a ball by several mutant beasts for a long time. After they finally stopped kicking me, the stinky cat started to show its nails and threaten me again. After seeing Bai Yaoyao, he suddenly felt a little aggrieved and sobbed, twisting his body. Big Cat changed its paw and slapped Bai Yaoyao again. Bai Yaoyao looked at the big cat with satisfaction. "What's the use of you? If you are useless, you can just die." Bai Yaoyao's cold voice came, and the mutant sweet potato was stunned for a moment. "What's the use? What use can I have as a sweet potato? What else do you want?" Bai Yaoyao looked at the mutated sweet potato like a fool and lost her patience. "Great sage, do you know how to make sweet potato with sugar?" The Monkey King held his head high, patted his chest, and gave a thumbs up as an expression to show that everything was fine. Then he took the sweet potato from under the big cat's paw, took out a dagger, and tried to peel it. His movements were so skillful that even the capitalist wanted to cry when he saw it. The mutant sweet potato suddenly moved and gave birth to 4 large sweet potatoes, each of which was larger than itself. It used its leaves to push them to the side of the Monkey King. Bai Yaoyao took a look and thought that this seemed to be of some use, so she nodded to the great sage. Bai Yaoyao stuck the mutant sweet potato into the ground next to the spring and said, "From now on, I'll plant 20 sweet potatoes a day. If I'm missing one, I'll get beaten." The mutant sweet potato wanted to cry, but had no tears. "This big devil, 20? Should I still develop? All my energy has been used to grow sweet potatoes. How can I upgrade? However, I have to bow my head under the eaves. Forget it, for the sake of the overall situation, I have to endure for a while and keep things calm." So she nodded vigorously in a very servile manner, making sure she wouldn't let the big devil see that she was scolding her. Bai Yaoyao came out of the space. Everyone gathered around her. "How is it, Sister Yao? Have you solved it?" "Well, I've saved space for it. Its attack power is not good, but it can produce sweet potatoes, so it's not useless." Bai Yaoyao replied. Dadawan said, "That's fine. You'll have plenty of roasted sweet potatoes to eat in the future."
Keep them.
"They're really sweet." Bai Yaoyao asked. "Very sweet? What's going on? The roads outside are full of them." Meng Qilan, the bully guy, is arranging people to pick sweet potatoes. Lulu replied. Bai Yaoyao came out to take a look after hearing what he said, and saw that there were sweet potatoes everywhere. Meng Qilan looked a lot more relaxed, as these were all food, so it could be considered a blessing in disguise. Bai Yaoyao did not go out to join in the fun.
Although the battle just now was not very thrilling, it did consume a lot of energy. With his brothers guarding in the car, he simply went back to the space and took a short nap. When he woke up, the Monkey King's candied sweet potatoes were ready and were served for everyone to enjoy. Oh my God, is it because the Monkey King is a good cook, or is it because these sweet potatoes are just delicious? They taste amazing. It should be both. Bai Yaoyao also nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, agreeing that it was delicious. She also brought out some roasted exotic beast meat and steamed rice to eat together. Meng Qilin was busy for another morning. After harvesting the sweet potatoes, he found someone to pave the road and build a bridge. Seeing that the repair was almost done, Bai Yaoyao took out the car and they set off again. Setting out again, Bai Yaoyao felt uneasy, as if someone was staring at her. However, she used her mental power to search around, but found nothing. I always feel like something bad is going to happen, but I have no clues. I hate this feeling. I didn't dare to be careless. After I told my brothers, everyone was alert. After all, Sister Yao's feeling is usually not wrong. Setting out again, the complaints in the team obviously became less. After facing the threat of death, everyone found that it was just a little colder and nothing unacceptable. After walking for nearly a week, the road conditions were getting worse day by day. If it were just cracks in the ground and falling rocks, it would be fine, but the key is that many plants have spread to the middle of the road. Some mutated plants are non-aggressive and will not actively attack people, but if you dare to let dozens of cars run over them, they may stand up and fight with you if they are forced into a corner. So many times we can only choose to take a detour or send a wood-type mutant to communicate. It has been 3 months since the end of the world, and these mutated plants are no longer as ignorant and easy to talk to as they were when they first awakened, and there have been many occasions when negotiations have failed. Meng Qilin just felt exhausted. He told himself for the 1,000th and first time that when he arrived at the D-City base, he should ignore everything and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights before talking. Even his grandfather would not be able to help him. There were not many zombies encountered along the way, let alone level 4 zombies, so no one was able to successfully upgrade. Bai Yaoyao still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she couldn't find anything, so she didn't dare to stop her mental focus for a moment. After such a long time, although the psychic ability has not been upgraded, it has become much more solid. Sister Yao, I'm so bored. Xiaomi sat at the front of the car, holding his butcher knife. Xiaomi, who loves curling the most, hasn't been able to do it for 2 days. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "If you're really bored, why don't you get the dog out and have a fight between the two of you?" Xiaomi's eyes lit up. That was not impossible, so she nodded vigorously. Bai Yaoyao not only released the dog, but also released Big Cat, Monkey King, and the timid rabbit. Get some fresh air and gain some experience. Bai Yaoyao is also worried that if they stay in such a comfortable environment every day, their combat awareness will decrease. They are not like Xianqi, who can just stand there and let others hit him without any problem. Xiaomi picked the dog, and the two got out of the car and started fighting, which scared Meng Qilin. He quickly came over and asked, "Captain Bai, why are they fighting? Isn't this your mutant beast?" It's okay.
I'm bored.
Go downstairs and warm up and move around.
Don't worry about them.
Bai Yaoyao explained. Meng Qilin's mouth twitched. Idle.
Bored.
City people really know how to have fun. Isn't it good to have some free time? Isn't it good to have some rest? Xiaomi had a great time playing, but Bai Yaoyao couldn't help but frown. What's wrong, Yao? Lulu clearly felt Bai Yaoyao's unhappy mood and immediately came over and put her arm around her shoulders and asked. Bai Yaoyao took a deep breath and said, "Generally speaking, alien beasts of the same level are stronger than humans, but look at the dog, it's already level 4 and even Xiaomi can't beat it. I protected it too well." Lulu was stunned. She didn't expect that Bai Yaoyao was unhappy for this reason, so she asked, "Did Guzzi get into trouble in his previous life while trying to save you?" Bai Yaoyao nodded. "How do you know? With your temper, you would have set up a stall to eat dog meat long ago. You're still dreaming about treating a dog like this." Lulu replied with a smile. "It's my problem. Unless the dog stays in the space forever, I have to train it.
Bai Yao Yao made the decision immediately. I'm helping you train it. You may feel bad about it, but I don't. As soon as Lulu finished speaking, she released a bolt of lightning at the dog. The dog was electrocuted and turned to look at Lulu angrily. Woof woof, 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 woof. Why did you sneak attack your dog brother? Lulu smiled without saying anything and continued to set off bombs. The dog wanted to hide, but Xiaomi was blocking it, so it was electrocuted from time to time. Gradually, some animal nature came out, and it got into the state. After all, the mutant beast had a big size and strong endurance. After Xiaomi ran out of strength, he retreated. Xiao Shilu had been itching to do something, so he rushed forward with a stick in his hand. The dog whimpered and cried, looking at Bai Yao Yao with tears in his eyes. Bai Yao Yao turned his head and ignored him, pretending he didn't see anything. My dear boy, try your best, or you won't be able to get out in the future. As the others watched, they also became interested. Monkey and Monkey King got out of the car to fight. Dai found Big Cat, and when Big One saw that there were no other animals, he picked the little rabbit. As a result, the little rabbit didn't want to fight and was shaking with fear. After being kicked off the car by Dadawan, it started to run away. Dadawan couldn't catch up with it, so the two of them simply built up their physical strength. They didn't want to sit in the car, but just ran for fun. Bai Yao Yao and Lulu helped people and beasts at times and made sneak attacks from time to time. In an instant, they felt that this journey was fulfilling. The worst sufferer is the dog himself. Others get on the bus when they are tired, but I can never rest. One after another, they come to beat me up. The dog was too confused, but didn't dare to say anything. He must have been discovered by his owner that he secretly urinated under his bed, so he took turns to beating him. Xia Shannon was in the middle of the team, watching the bustling dark night from afar, feeling extremely envious. Should someone from the family come when they go to the D City base this time? I have lived for more than 20 years and have always been working for my family. So, can I fight for myself? Dark Night. Will you accept yourself? After another half a month of playing and fighting along the way, we finally arrived at the D City base. During this half month, the dog's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and Bai Yao Yao simply didn't let it enter the space. Even when it is sleeping, there will always be someone trying to attack it. From the beginning when no one could defeat it, to now when 2 or 3 people can hold out, it is a huge improvement. However, every time the dog wagged its tail proudly, Bai Yao Yao would get out of the car and fight with it. The dog also wanted to rise, so it used all its strength in an attempt to prove itself to its master. The result was that every time he was beaten black and blue. Bai Yao Yao didn't feel bad anymore, because mutant beasts recover quickly. No matter how badly they were beaten, they would still be a good dog the next day. Be smart later. If he couldn't beat me, he would run away. If he couldn't beat me head-on, he would attack me from a sneak attack. We can always find some ground back. Sister Yao, are we almost there? There are more and more zombies. Xiao Shilu killed a level 3 zombie with one knife. It's not just Gozi who has made progress during this time. The strength of other people and beasts in Dark Night has also grown significantly. Bai Yao Yao nodded and said, Meng Qilin said that if nothing unexpected happens, they will arrive tomorrow afternoon. Oh my god, if nothing unexpected happens, why does it sound so uncomfortable? I feel like an accident is going to happen. Paige said, patting her chest. Paige, stop reading novels.
You.
Before Lulu could finish her words, Bai Yao Yao suddenly felt a palpitation. Shouted, be careful. The sky suddenly darkened, and a mutant eagle swooped down like lightning without stopping, grabbing the dog and flying quickly into the sky. From the mutant eagle swooping down to grabbing the dog and leaving took only a few seconds. Although Bai Yao Yao had prepared and been alert in advance, he did not expect that the mutant eagle would go directly at the dog. The monkey turned the car around without saying a word and chased after him. Although Bai Yao Yao was very panicked now, she told herself countless times to stay calm. Captain Bai. Meng Qilin shouted hurriedly upon seeing this. Bai Yao Yao turned around and said, just go away, don't worry about us.
The D-City base is almost here, and occasionally you can see teams of special abilities coming out of the base to carry out missions. I think the team won't have any problems. But even if there's a problem, Bai Yao Yao won't care. The dog's safety is the most important. Sister Yao, this mutant eagle is here to seek revenge. It looks exactly like the one we killed last time, except that it's a little bigger,
said Fatty.
Bai Yao Yao nodded. It has probably been eyeing us for a long time. It only showed up when it saw us getting closer and closer to the human base. With this IQ, it must be at least level 5. The mutant eagle grabbed the dog and flew higher and higher without stopping. Naturally, everyone's car could not keep up. OU was the best shooter. Seeing this, he jumped out of the car and pointed his gun. I'll come find you guys later. Stone aimed at the mutant eagle's wings and shot.
Bang! Hit!
Bai Yao Yao clearly saw the mutant eagle's body tremble. Although it did not hit the target, its speed obviously slowed down.
Bang!
I got it right again. It's the right wing again. Brother Stone is awesome, Peppa said excitedly. The mutant eagle screamed loudly and rushed into the jungle. Everyone could not drive forward. Bai Yao Yao parked the car, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You wait here for me." "What the hell are you talking about? Let's go." Lulu didn't even pause as she rushed straight into the jungle. Others also chose to ignore Bai Yao Yao's words, except for Dadawan, who stayed behind and waited for OU, who had not caught up yet. Everyone else entered the jungle together. I can use my special abilities. I'll go ahead and explore the way, Dai said and looked at Bai Yao Yao. I'm with Dai, Xiaomi also said. Bai Yao Yao nodded. Dai and Xiaomi rushed out. Their speed abilities were already very stable, and with one being of the light system and the other of the dark system, they usually worked together. Dai, Xiaomi, be careful. Rest assured. Everyone moved forward in a straight line in the direction of the mutant eagle. There were many mutant animals and plants in the jungle. Bai Yao Yao released a Miao, De Sheng, and Xiao Wai. With the addition of a few people from Dark Knight, with so many people together, there were no mutant beasts causing trouble for a while. As for the mutant plants, Coco and Xiao Wai communicated with them and tried their best to avoid contradictions and conflicts. After walking for about 20 minutes, everyone suddenly heard the sound of fighting and rushed over. Guzzi originally thought that he was going to be finished. Everyone had been beating him up every day recently, and no one would come to save him. So, he kept trying to find a way to save himself. It's just, I'm afraid of heights, so scared, whoa. When a dog is scared, he wants to pee. You big stinky bird, I will pee all over you even if I die. So the dog curled up his body and started peeing directly on the mutant eagle's face. The mutant eagle didn't care about the little mutant dog at all. After following it for so long, it found out that those hateful humans had been intentionally training the dog and cared about it very much, so it took it away. Let you also feel what it feels like when your partner is killed.
But
I didn't expect that this weak and trashy little alien beast would dare to pee on me. Feeling the hot urine on its face, the mutant eagle involuntarily spread its claws, and the dog fell vertically from a height of 50 meters above the ground like a small bomb. Dai and Xiaomi heard the dog's roar from a distance, and when they looked up they saw the dog falling at a very fast speed. How do I connect this? My arm will break, Xiaomi exclaimed. It seems there's no need to pick it up. Dai was prepared for his arm to break, but the dog just happened to be stuck on the tree. As a mutant, it's not a problem for me to jump down from a tree. I just land on my face. With the addition of a few people from Dark Knight, with so many people together, there were no mutant beasts causing trouble for a while. As for the mutant plants, Coco and Xiao Wai communicated with them and tried their best to avoid contradictions and conflicts. After walking for about 20 minutes, everyone suddenly heard the sound of fighting and rushed over. Guzzi originally thought that he was going to be finished. Everyone had been beating him up every day recently, and no one would come to save him. So, he kept trying to find a way to save himself. It's just, I'm afraid of heights, so scared, whoa. When a dog is scared, he wants to. Bai Yao Yao couldn't bear to look at it anymore, so she gathered her thoughts and attacked without leaving any energy. There were too many strange beasts in the jungle, and it would be dangerous if she delayed too long. But after all, the enemy was in the air, and they had few effective means of attack. If the mutant eagle had not been determined to kill the dog, it would have run away long ago. The Monkey King did not take any action at the beginning. He just walked around in a big circle with the little rabbit in his arms and hid in a tree. The great sage knew very well that close-range attacks like his would be of little use against the mutant eagle, so he had to wait for an opportunity. Bai Yaoyao understood the great sage's thoughts. Find a way to force the mutant eagle to the great sage's side. Receive. The great sage whispered something to the little rabbit, and the little rabbit shook its head desperately. The great sage pinched the little rabbit's neck and suppressed it with force without letting go. Finally, when the mutant eagle came over, the Monkey King threw the rabbit out and flew over himself. The little rabbit successfully jumped onto the mutant eagle's back, and the Monkey King also grabbed the mutant eagle's claws. Then it and the little rabbit grew rapidly in size. The mutant eagle could no longer fly and quickly fell from the sky. Bai Yaoyao seized the opportunity, made a space cut, and swung it towards the injured wing of the mutant eagle. Feeling the attack energy, the mutant eagle hadn't made a move yet, but the little rabbit was scared and peed first, and the urine slowly flowed down the mutant eagle's neck. The entire mutant eagle collapsed. I am the overlord of the sky, but today I was defeated by two such weak and trash beasts. Bai Yaoyao looked at the little rabbit with disdain, teleported to the back of the mutant eagle, and put the little rabbit and the Monkey King into the space. He took out a butcher knife and started stabbing again. Because the mutant eagle was already seriously injured, and with the help of Xiaowai's branches and vines, it was captured by everyone in a short while, was tied up tightly by Xiaowai, and placed on the ground. At this moment, it became arrogant and put one leg on the mutant eagle's face, howling. The mutant eagle stared at the dog with flaming eyes. Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to appeal to the man's emotions and reason to see if this mutant eagle could be tamed. After all, having the ability to fight in the air would be a significant improvement in future team battles. But when he saw this, he gave up instantly. He drew his sword neatly and cut the mutant eagle's neck. Bai Yaoyao collected the mutant eagle's corpse. The dog lost the target of its yelling, so it ran back to Bai Yaoyao, humming and acting coquettishly. Bai Yaoyao hesitated for a moment, but still squatted down and hugged the dog. It was undeniable that she was really scared when the dog was taken away just now. I haven't practiced enough, otherwise I wouldn't have been caught so easily. It seems I need to increase my training. The dog threw himself into the warm embrace and was about to cry out in excitement, but then he felt the embrace became a little colder, as if it was in great danger. What did the owner want to do? The Guzzi involuntarily moved away from Bai Yaoyao. Bai Yaoyao said, "Let's go back quickly and find the stone and the big roll first." "Okay, I'll leave marks along the way," Fat Brother said, pointing. Bai Yaoyao opened her mental power and sensed the situation, but did not find Sure Two and the other two. She estimated that they were still far away, so she hurried back. But we were almost at the edge of the jungle and still didn't see anyone. This is not right. Something happened to them, Bai Yaoyao said with a frown. But it shouldn't be so late that we don't even have time to send out a distress signal. Go back. Everyone's pace involuntarily quickened. This was not like the time when the dog was taken away. Everyone knew what was going on. The unknown was the most terrifying. "Sister Yao, there is a burnt leaf here." Paige had been looking at the ground on the side of the road and found some clues. Fatty took a look and said, "It should be left behind by the big scroll with supernatural powers. Look carefully nearby." Bai Yaoyao forced herself to calm down. The trajectory of her life now was completely different from that of her previous life. No matter what she did, she had to think it through. The trouble that happened to OU and Dadawan was entirely their own fault. The two of them came into the jungle, just asking for trouble. But I didn't expect it. Lulu squeezed Bai Yaoyao's hand and said, "We are not fools, and we are not unable to live without you. Since they chose to come in, they are well prepared. Don't think too much." Bai Yaoyao nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that everyone had serious expressions, Gozi knew that the big guy and the short guy might have gotten into trouble because of him. He tried hard to recall the smell of the two men and kept looking for them along the roadside. Finally, I smelled the scent of that dwarf. Whiff, whiff, whiff.
Ow, ow.
The dog suddenly shouted, and seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he started to bite Bai Yao Yao's trouser leg. Go play somewhere else. Bai Yao Yao didn't have the patience to deal with the dog. The dog felt insulted. He didn't call for help, but took a few steps back and jumped up with all his strength, using a tree to make a second jump. With a powerful swing of its claws, it cut a long path on a large leaf that was wrapped tightly. The leaves quickly scattered, and large scrolls fell from them. It's just that the big guy was in a coma and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He fell directly from a high altitude. The dog was stunned. Did I get into trouble again? The dwarf would not fall to death, no way. The master would not stew me, would he? No way. Oh, the big roll is falling down. Xiao Shilu hurriedly controlled his wind ability and blew upwards hard to slow down the speed of the big roll's descent. Chun Xian also took the time to give Xiao Shilu an enhancement. Bai Yao Yao teleported to Dajuan's side, unleashed her full strength, caught the ball steadily, and dropped it to the ground, but her arms were numb from the shock and it took her a long time to recover. He looked at the dog helplessly. The dog grinned, revealing his big, white teeth. Xiaomi, come and take a look. Bai Yao Yao felt that Dadawan must have been poisoned. His face turned blue, and he was unconscious. Xiaomi's light-based abilities can be used to purify and detoxify. Seeing that Dajuan's complexion gradually returned to normal, Bai Yao Yao and the others were relieved, and turned to look at Guzi. Brother Go. Well done. Where's the stone?
Can you find it?
The dog immediately raised its head and started barking. Aw. After shouting, he spread his legs and started running. Everyone hurried to catch up. Xiao Shilu also carried Dadawan on his back. At this time, they couldn't separate anymore. It would be funny if they found one and lost the other. After walking about 20 or 30 meters forward, the dog stopped moving, looked up, and kept barking. Bai Yao Yao was just about to start climbing the tree when she was pulled down by the dog. The dog made a sudden sprint and continued to jump high up the tree, as agile as a monkey. Nowadays, the shortest trees are as high as 20 or 30 meters, and the dog quickly reached the top. This time Bai Yao Yao was prepared in advance. She released the Monkey King and went up with Gozi to prevent any accidents. She also moved Xiao Wai to a tree for easier support. Sure enough, after a while, the sound of fighting was heard from above. The people in the dark night below could not see clearly and could only get a general idea. The stone was wrapped in branches, and Gozi and Monkey King were unable to break through the mutated tree's defense for a while. Just when they were getting anxious, Xiao Wai showed his power. The branches and leaves spread towards the stone, first using small branches to find a gap and drill into, and then gradually becoming thicker to open up the gap. The Monkey King seized the opportunity to come forward to help, and the dog shouted on the side. Ou's face turned red from holding his breath, and he felt that if he was a minute late, he would suffocate. At the critical moment, a hole appeared in the dense branches, and he could faintly hear the barking of a dog. Without thinking too much, I tried to get out, but I had no strength left in my body. Just when I was getting anxious, the dog came like a god and cut off the branches with its claws. The stone fell instantly. Xiaowai and Dashing were both stunned. We were almost getting the person out. Why did you throw him down? The dog realized belatedly that he had gotten into trouble again. Shouldn't he have done a good deed? Xiaowai immediately extended its branches downwards quickly, trying to catch the stone. Fortunately, Xiao Shilu and Qin Xian had been looking up and paying attention to the situation. The moment they saw the stone falling, they used their wind power to lift it up. Xiaowai finally managed to reach the stone. The stone was relatively large, not as thin as Dadawan. In addition, the height was also high this time. Even if Bai Yao Yao fully activated his strength and supernatural powers, he might not be able to successfully catch the stone. Fortunately, Xiaowai is reliable. Although Ou was not unconscious, his condition was not very good. After drinking a bottle of warm water, He regained some consciousness, but it was still difficult for him to walk, and he could not continue his journey. Not daring to waste any more time for fear of any further accidents, Bai Yaoyao directly took out 2 stretchers. Everyone carried Ou and Dadawan together, trying to run out of the jungle quickly. However, just as they were about to run out of the jungle, a mutant wild boar suddenly ran out from the side. Bai Yaoyao did not hesitate and went straight to meet it. The mutant wild boar didn't have any other skills except for its thick skin and strong defense. Bai Yaoyao and Lulu cooperated with each other and captured it in no time. Bai Yaoyao swiftly took back the space, and now they had pork to eat. Old Yaoer, we two have such a good match in teamwork, Lulu said with a smile. Bai Yaoyao was just about to speak when she suddenly felt the entire ground begin to shake. Mom, logically speaking, that can't be a group of wild boars. Peppa, shut up. Although the attack power of a single mutant wild boar is not high, a group of them is simply impossible to defeat. Given the momentum of their collective collision, Bai Yaoyao suspected that Xianqi's protective shield was useless. I didn't dare to stand still and try, so I could only
run.
There seemed to be about 30 or 40 of them, and their running was so earth-shaking that there was even a small sandstorm behind them, blocking out everything from being seen. Bai Yaoyao originally wanted to take the dogs back to the space, but suddenly gave up. She couldn't make the same mistake again and again, not feeling the danger and never being alert. Bai Yaoyao guessed that if it wasn't a dog today, but a big cat or a monkey king, or even a little rabbit, they wouldn't be caught so easily. It's just that this stupid dog is easy to bully. So instead of putting the dog and the monkey king into the space, he also took out the big cat and the little rabbit. When escaping, the family must be together. The little rabbit has been waiting for Bai Yaoyao to reward him with carrots. After all, he has contributed a lot in fighting the mutant eagle today. Who knew that once I came out, I had to run for my life? Help! Xiaowai secured Ou and Dadawan to the stretcher,
said Bai Yaoyao.
Rustle, rustle. Everyone started running, heading out of the jungle. Once they reached the main road, they could get out the car, and their safety would be guaranteed. Bai Yaoyao silently made a wish, hoping that after his spatial ability was upgraded, he could also fit his brothers in. This way, he would be invincible and would not be afraid of a group of tigers, let alone a group of wild boars. But now, the most important thing is to escape. 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 legs, and on top of that, they were carrying 2 immobile people, so it didn't take long for them to be caught up. Go to the right, Bai Yaoyao said decisively. There are more trees on the right side, and the terrain is more complicated. Although it is more difficult to walk, it is the same for the mutant wild boars. As long as we disperse the wild boars, we will be able to fight. However, the direction of the mutant wild boars did not seem to change with him and others, and they were still rushing in the same direction. Gradually, Bai Yaoyao discovered that the mutant wild boar's target did not seem to be him and others. So he changed direction and ran, but the herd of wild boars actually rushed straight towards him. Everyone rushed out of the jungle in one breath and came to the road. Oh my God! This was a close call. It's finally safe here, Fat Brother said, breathing heavily. Lulu also lay down on the ground without any impact and said, after all this time, those wild boars are not chasing us. Carrots. After all, he has contributed a lot in fighting the mutant eagle today. Who knew that once I came out, I had to run for my life? Help! Xiaowai secured Ou and Dadawan to the stretcher,
said Bai Yaoyao.
Rustle, rustle. Everyone started running, heading out of the jungle. Once they reached the main road, they could get out the car, and their safety would be guaranteed. Bai Yaoyao silently made a wish, hoping that after his spatial ability was upgraded, he could also fit his brothers in. This way, he would be invincible and would not be afraid of a group of tigers, let alone a— Forget it, I won't bother with that female bully. Bai Yaoyao and Miao were very fast and soon caught up with the herd of wild boars. Bai Yaoyao discovered that the wild boars were somewhat excited. Their state was very strange, as if there was something important ahead. Taking Big Cat with him, He took a detour and teleported to the diagonal front of the mutant wild boar group. He turned on his mental power and explored carefully, only to find that there seemed to be a yellowish fruit running. Because it was too close to the color of the ground, and because we were in such a panic just now, no one noticed it. Bai Yaoyao suddenly recalled that Chen Yishuan, who was ranked first on the combat power list in the previous life, seemed to have said that he had accidentally obtained a kind of earthy yellow fruit, and his physical strength almost doubled after eating it. Bai Yaoyao didn't care at the time. This kind of thing is hard to come by, and it is impossible to get any results by going looking for it on purpose. Sure enough, several teams searched for several months, but there was no news. If the fruit in front of me can really enhance physical strength, as Chen Yishuan said, then I must find a way to snatch it. I have the space, and if the planting is successful, almost everyone in the Dark Knight will have multiple power abilities. Combined with everyone's own combat skills, their melee strength will be absolutely invincible. Many thoughts flashed through my mind, but in reality, they only last a few seconds. Bai Yaoyao whispered to the Miao, "See that fruit? Go chase it, and try to divert it to my side. Then, regardless of success or failure, we will go directly into the space without hesitation." Big Cat nodded and meowed to show that he understood, then rushed forward. The fruit of power was just awakening. He had just become conscious when he was almost eaten by a wild boar. He was so scared that he ran away. Seeing that the mutant wild boar couldn't catch up with me, I thought I was safe, but then another cat came in front of me.
And it was so fast.
So he ran quickly to the side. Bai Yaoyao had already scooped out a cup of spring water, and when the fruit of strength rushed towards her, she threw it directly into the air. She was not afraid of wasting it. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without losing the rabbit. The fruit of power was instantly attracted by the rich energy, and it even forgot to escape and tried to absorb as much of the spring water in the air as possible. Bai Yaoyao knew that mutated plants and animals could understand humans to a certain extent, so she said directly, "Hey, I still have a lot of spring water. Come with me." The fruit of power is just a newbie who has just mutated and awakened. How can he have so many thoughts? When he heard that there was also spring water, he couldn't wait to agree. Bai Yaoyao put the fruit of power into the space. The mutant wild boar suddenly became manic and rushed over at an accelerated speed. They were about to rush towards her face. Bai Yaoyao grabbed the big cat and hid in the space. The fruit of power, he found something wrong. It was as if he was being controlled and could not move freely. He could not help but regret that he should not have been greedy. The mutant sweet potato crawled out of the ground, took a look, shook its sweet potato leaves, welcomed twice, and then went back to the field to grow sweet potatoes. Today's task has not been completed yet. Bai Yaoyao came in. He reached out and grabbed the fruit of power and said, "Do you want to die?" The fruit of power was instantly confused. Didn't he come in to drink the spring water? Why is he so fierce? Humph. Liar. Bai Yaoyao smiled and said, "I can give you the spring water, but you have to produce new fruit for me, at least one per month, otherwise I will eat you." "Where's sweet potato?"
Come out.
Explain our rules to this newcomer. The mutant sweet potato came out again, looked at the new little fool pitifully, and obediently communicated with it using its leaves. The fruit of strength was shocked. "One fruit a month, how is that possible? I only grew this one in 3 months. The mutant sweet potato had some empathy and had figured out the situation in the space over the past few days. In addition to the female devil, there were also all kinds of beasts that could not be defeated at all, so he patiently comforted the new little fool. He planned to form an alliance to avoid being bullied by the beasts in the future. Unfortunately, Big Brother Willow hung out with the beasts every day and ignored him. He had no awareness that he was in the plant camp. Bai Yaoyao was not interested in listening. She prepared a top-notch set meal of dried fish for Mao, then went back to the cabin to take a shower and change clothes. It was such a cold day, but all her clothes were soaked with sweat. Bai Yaoyao and the others felt that the time was almost up, so they flashed out of the space and took a look. The group of mutant wild boars had dispersed, and only a level 3 mutant wild boar was left wandering nearby. What else is there to say? He started with spatial cutting, cut off the mutant wild boar's legs, and captured it in just a few moves. After collecting the wild boar meat, he walked back happily to meet up with his brothers. I didn't notice it when I came here, but when I went back I realized how I ran so far. The road was mostly filled with trees and broken roads, so driving was not practical, so I had to accept my fate and run back. The clothes I had just changed after taking a shower were soon soaked with sweat again. Bai Yao was afraid that another accident would happen, so she didn't dare to slow down along the way. It was not until he saw Coco stretching on the side of the road that he adjusted his breathing and slowed down his pace. At this time, a car passed by and stopped next to Coco. Several people got out and surrounded Coco in an instant. "Beauty, why are you here alone? Are you hungry? I have some Oreos here. Do you want some?" Last pretty boy to get off the bus said to Coco while lifting his hair. Coco is a quiet and gentle girl, about 1.6 meters tall, with hair bangs, dimples, and a soft voice. She doesn't talk much, but she is very reliable and a thoughtful and sensitive girl. Logically speaking, someone with this kind of personality shouldn't become a killer, but fate plays tricks on him. Coco grew up abroad. Her family was wealthy, with many servants and no worries about food, drink, and entertainment. Until she was 11 years old, her family was exceptionally happy. Coco's parents were old friends of the master. After retiring for many years, they were visited by their former enemies. The entire family was killed, except for Coco, who had fallen asleep in the stable due to playfulness. When the master arrived, it was already too late, and he could only bring back Coco, who was crying so hard that she lost her voice. There has never been a girl with this kind of personality in the organization, and Coco was the latest to arrive, so everyone felt very novel when she came to the organization. Bai Yao is a straightforward and bright person. She calls herself the eldest senior sister and takes good care of every junior brother or sister. In addition, she is very powerful, so after the death of her master, she has become everyone's support. Lulu has a cold personality, obviously the type of queen. Her temper is as hot as her body, but she just doesn't meddle in other people's business. She is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Peppa Pig is the sweetheart of the world, the sweetheart of the dark night, and everyone's favorite. The smile on her face never disappears, even when she is killing someone. Coco was confused at first, thinking that this person was here to cause trouble, but then she became excited in an instant. Sister Yao had gone out to play and was bored, so wasn't this person here to cause some trouble?
You.
What do you want to do? Coco said as she backed away. Haha, what else can I do? It's too dangerous outside. I just want to take you home. The pretty boy finished speaking. Everyone around him laughed out loud. Everyone in the car had seen the scene outside. Xiaomi was instantly furious and was about to get off the car when Lulu said, "Why are you so anxious? Didn't you see that Coco is already acting? It's a bummer." Xiaomi scratched his head. "I'm afraid that those idiots won't be able to control their words and say disgusting things." Xiaomi hesitated for a moment, but still got out of the car. But the kid was crying, so he decided to stop making a fuss. When Coco saw Xiaomi, she was disappointed. Xiaomi was the most serious brother, so she couldn't play with him anymore. Xiaomi got off the car. He didn't say a word. His eyes were so cold that they could freeze a person to death, and he started fighting directly. Seeing this, Coco could only use her supernatural powers to cooperate in the fight. So, after the death of her master, she has become everyone's support. Lulu has a cold personality, obviously the type of queen. Her temper is as hot as her body, but she just doesn't meddle in other people's business. She is cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Peppa Pig is the sweetheart of the world, the sweetheart of the dark night, and everyone's favorite. The smile on her face never disappears, even when she is killing someone. Coco was confused at first, thinking that this person was here to cause trouble, but then she became excited in an instant. Sister Yao had gone out to play and was bored. "Let me go quickly."
You kidnapped me at the gate of D City Base. Do you want to live now? The pretty boy not only refused to beg for mercy, but also shouted. How come this guy is more confident than the dog? The monkey couldn't help but ask. The dog felt that what the monkey said was not good, and barked a few times. Let your uncle go. You will die today, I said. Lulu hated the look of this pretty boy. Bai Yao understood after hearing what the pretty boy said that this guy must have someone above him, and it might be difficult for her and others to offend him. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. To prevent any accidents, he used his mental power to carefully search for a long time. After confirming that there was no one around, he said, Kiki, untie me. Coco obeyed and removed the vines that were entangled with everyone. Girl, you'd better be sensible. I'll give you a chance. Follow me, your brother, and I guarantee you'll have good food and good drinks. The pretty boy thought that Bai Yao and the others had recognized his identity, and he became proud again. Bai Yao didn't waste time talking to the pretty boy and said to the others, Hurry up, get in the car and go. Everyone in Dark Knight obeyed without any doubt. Don't go, sister. Why don't you play with your brother for a while? The pretty boy and the 6 bodyguards all laughed. Bai Yao thought about it and decided that it should be enough to release the reliable big cat, plus the dog and the monkey king. He said to the kids, Kill all of these people, quickly, and make sure the traces are obvious. Do you understand? Monkey King and Big Cat responded immediately and said there was no problem. The dog howled loudly. Woof 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 woof. Woof woof woof. I can do it on my own. Why do I need them? The pretty boy suddenly panicked, as if speaking loudly would give him a more confident feeling, and he shouted loudly, Girl, what do you mean you? Big Cat didn't give him a chance to continue speaking. It went up and clawed at his neck, ending his life instantly. Bai Yao released Xiaowai again and said, Baozi, please take some time to sweep the floor and get rid of any traces of our car. Then take the 3 of them to the 2 intersections ahead to look for us. Xiaowai shook the branches and started working directly. Baozi sounds much better than Xiaowai. Did the owner change his name? Bai Yao didn't even give those people a glance. She got in the car and left. Sister Yao, are you afraid of being discovered? Asked the monkey. Bai Yao nodded and said, It's better to have less trouble than more. In the end times, internal fighting is the most meaningless. This guy has a 3rd-level ability, but is even more useless than a 2nd-level one. It's obvious that it's made up of crystal cores. He must be a 2nd generation, or his family must be very important in City D. The most important thing is that the base can be stabilized and fight the zombies wholeheartedly. For a stupid idiot like this, just fake an accidental death. We are new here, there is no need to confront him behind the scenes. Bai Yao explained carefully that a family may not be full of bad people, or that a pretty boy's family may dote on him, but he may also be a person who gets things done. Don't confront it too obviously at first. Wait and see how the situation develops. Turn passivity into initiative, and real interests are the most important. Everyone nodded. It was okay for Sister Yao to make the decision on matters like this, and there was no need to waste their time worrying about so many things. Bai Yao asked Monkey to drive to the fork in the road, then turned and took another road. Create the illusion of arriving at the D City base from the other side. Then we waited for a few animals to come over on the road. We only stopped for about 5 minutes, and then everyone came back. Bai Yao was disgusted when she saw the dog's dirty appearance covered in blood. The Monkey King only has a little on his hand. The big cat is snow white, and its fur is not dirty at all. As for this dog, if you don't know, you would think it just crawled out of a pile of corpses. Helplessly, I prepared a large basin for the dog, filled it with bath water, and threw the dog directly in. It roared loudly for a long time. Turning around, I saw that the Monkey King had already washed his hands, and that the big cat was already licking its fur in the nest. Only then did I feel a little relieved. The power fruit was so scared that it shrank into the sweet potato nest. Big Sweet Potato Brother was right. The female tyrant was too fierce, so it was better for it to hurry up and condense the fruit. Such a big dog was being thrown around, and my small body definitely couldn't handle it. Fortunately, I absorbed a lot of spring water before entering the space, and I will soon be able to condense a new fruit to complete the task.
Woohoo! I am so pitiful. Bai Yaoyao didn't know that the power fruit was so timid, nor did she know that the mutant sweet potato had told it so much. Seeing that it and the sweet potato were both making fruits obediently, she nodded, then left the space contentedly. Sister Yao, what are the mutant wild boars chasing? Peppa suddenly remembered and asked. The fruit of strength almost doubles your strength after eating it, and it can also improve your physical fitness. It's a good thing. Fortunately, we caught it, and we just have to wait for it to bear fruit. Bai Yaoyao replied with a smile. Paige was instantly excited. Does that mean that after we eat the fruit, we will also have powers? I can finally continue to carry a stick and beat people up, and I don't have to be a pure nanny anymore. Fatty slapped Peppa Pig's furry head and said, You are a girl. Why are you saying such dirty words? You hit me again. Sister Yao and Sister Lulu also used bad words. Why don't you hit them? Paige protested, rubbing her head. Hee, because I can't beat him. Fatty answered honestly. Everyone burst into laughter instantly. Let's go to the base. We have been traveling all this time. Let's go to the base to rest for a while and find a way to upgrade the crystal core.
Bai Yaoyao said.
Sister Yao, what is the base like inside? Have you ever been there? Xiao Shirlu asked. Bai Yaoyao replied. I haven't been to City D, but I've been to City A and City Z. They should be about the same. There are more people and it's a bit more crowded, but there's nothing special about them. However, if you have money, you can eat well and live well wherever you go. We should be considered rich, right? If we include supplies, no one should be richer than us except the government. Bai Yaoyao answered confidently. Haha, so cool. My sister is a rich woman. Lulu said with a smile. Sister Lulu, you have always been a rich woman. Before the end of the world, you had more money than Sister Yao. Paige couldn't help but remind her. Who told you not to manage your finances? You just let the money lie there on your card. You only know how to take on tasks to earn a little hard-earned money. In grievance and said, I managed my finances. I lost everything, not even my pants. But I killed the scammers, and that's how I achieved financial freedom. Bai Yaoyao leaned on the seat, squinted her eyes, and listened to everyone chatting, occasionally saying a few words. It gradually became lively outside the car. In addition to mutant beasts and zombies, there were also human figures. It is not only people with special abilities who go out of the base to fight zombies. Many ordinary people, in order to make a living and not wanting to do hard labor, also choose to form a team and try their luck. Everyone's attention was drawn to the Dark Knight RV and 2 army green pickup trucks. They had never heard of any team in the base that was so arrogant, and they couldn't help but look at them. The authorities were prepared for the arrival of the end of the world. Although they did not expect it to come so soon, they were not too panicked. They established China's 10 major bases at the fastest speed. The base in City D is at the very edge, and its geographical location is not very good. There are many mountains and many people. It fell in the second year of the apocalypse. Bai Yaoyao plans to stay here for a while and go directly to the China headquarters base in City A. You can get the latest news there, and also get in touch with official central figures, provided that you have the capital to have an equal dialogue. To put it bluntly, only those with sufficient strength deserve to be taken seriously. The D-City base can be vaguely seen. In addition to the patrol team, the first line of defense has been built on the outermost perimeter, a circle of 3-meter-high concrete wall. For now, it is somewhat useful to protect against low-level zombies and mutant beasts, but when there are more level 4 zombies, this thing will be useless. The D-City base was rebuilt on the basis of a film and television city. Looking at it from a distance, it actually feels pretty good. It is not only magnificent, but also gives you a sense of traveling back to ancient times. A long queue at the entrance of the base, about 700 or 800 meters long. Some were here for the first time, while some were originally from the D-City base, who were forming teams to go out on missions, and were queuing up to enter the city. For safety reasons, there is only one exit and one entrance, which are guarded very strictly. Anyone with wounds on their body must be isolated and cannot enter. Although it is a bit cumbersome, it is also for everyone's safety and is an extra layer of protection, so no one objects. In other words, No one dares to oppose, and the official rule is still very strong. Sister Yao, can I go to the front and find out what's going on? Said the monkey. Okay, let's line up first. Bai Yao Yao replied. Bai Yao Yao wanted to contact Meng Qilin so that she wouldn't have to wait in line, but seeing the attitude of the soldiers at the door, she didn't go over to cause trouble. After thinking about it, I decided there was no need to attract so much attention, so I should just queue up obediently. After about 10 minutes, Monkey came back and said, Sister Yao, I found out everything. Ordinary people who come into the base need to pay 10 kilograms of supplies. If they don't have them, or the supplies are not enough, they have to sign a labor agreement. Those with abilities below level 3 need to pay 50 level crystal cores or 5 kilograms of supplies to enter the base, while those with abilities above level 3 do not need to pay crystal cores or supplies. The key is that people with special abilities can skip the queue. Bai Yao Yao nodded and said, Let's go. No need to queue. Paige asked, What level should we register for our special abilities? Register for the level that is available. Bai Yao Yao answered without hesitation. Paige said depressedly, Huh? I read in novels that the protagonist has to hide his strength. My sister Peppa, how many novels have you read? The monkey couldn't help asking. I like to slack off at work, so I've read maybe a few thousand books, both male and female ones. There's no genre that I haven't read, Paige said proudly. Then he turned to Bai Yao Yao and asked, We really don't need to hide our strength? It's so cool to play the pig and eat the tiger and then get slapped in the face. Bai Yao Yao helplessly held his forehead and said, What's the point of hiding it? Except for your telepathy, everything else is reported. What's the matter? Dark Knight is awesome. Everyone, remember this, if you want to survive safely in the apocalypse, if you want everyone to survive, you can only work hard to improve your strength. Nothing else matters.
Clear.
Receive. Paige stuck out her tongue and decided to shut up. The routines in novels would not work in reality. Sister Yao was a pragmatist. Bai Yao Yao and others soon arrived at the checkpoint. Hello, please come here to register. The staff saw that these people were dressed neatly and walked with powerful steps. They knew that they were definitely not simple characters, and they rarely smiled. Bai Yao Yao nodded, called everyone to get off the car, and came to the registration office. Please tell me your name and ability level. The staff looked at the crowd and added, The rules say that only people with abilities can skip the queue. If you are not an ability user, you still need to queue even if you are in the same team. The staff member tactfully shut up. Bai Yao Yao, Spatial Ability Level 4, Mental Ability Level 3, Strength Ability Level 3. Bai Yao Yao finished speaking, she winked at everyone, and everyone began to report their superpowers according to their age, from oldest to youngest. Adai, the Dark Ability is Level 4, and the Speed Ability is Level 3. By the time the last person finished speaking, the staff had been dumbfounded for a long time. Oh my god, there are 3 Level 4 psychics in one team, and the rest are all Level 3. How ridiculous is this?